Marvin's being that defense chirping today when that's out of the ball. Kind of get you guys going on the offense.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Malcolm Roach. I mean, I sit next to him in the locker room. The guy doesn't shut up. He's talking crap to receivers. It's like, dude, like, you're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that. Leave me alone. But, no, we're always going back and forth. But with him, it's just a whole nother deal.
I mean, it's a candidate for what I would consider to be the quote of camp. It's either that or it's your stupid little internet shows. It's one of those two.
You're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that.
Here's why he said that, by the way. If you were here yesterday, if you were one of the fortunate 800 sitting in the seats behind us, the beginning of team period yesterday was like pretty aggressive in a way that I wasn't used to throughout all of camp. You know, it was their third straight day of pads. They aren't really hitting. I mean, they're hitting, but they aren't taking anybody to the ground. And I think Vic asked yesterday when we were watching, he goes, have you seen somebody actually go to the ground yet during camp? And I was like, I mean, outside of like falling or something like that, not really, like a real tackle. And how team period started yesterday was chippy from the second they opened it up. It was a lot of running in team drills, so it was 1v1. Oh, I'm sorry, the ones versus the ones is what I mean. And they hand the ball off to J.K. Dobbins, and J.K. Dobbins comes through the line, and they're still allowed to pop you, just not take you to the ground. And when I tell you that Dre Greenlaw absolutely clocked J.K. Dobbins without having to wrap his hands around him, got him off balance, kind of started to fall backwards, and then somebody else hit him. He fell down, and then there became a pile on top of J.K. Dobbins got up, and he wasn't happy. Nelly, was the first time I saw somebody get up, and he started yelling, I thought we said there's no MF and tackling. That's MF and tackling. Like, he just was really upset. Now, meanwhile, the defense is going nuts because Dre Greenlaw just popped somebody. And then the very next play, or maybe 2 plays later, Malcolm Roach jumps in, breaks through the line, and also has a massive hit in the backfield, to which he took his helmet off and threw it at the rest of his defensive teammates. And there was a lot of hooting and hollering going on. So it was a pretty lively, at least, start to practice yesterday.
You're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that.
But that's where that came from, is Malcolm Roach did that and then started to get in the faces of wide receivers, which I thought was funny. And Marvin Mims was like, you're fat. I don't know about you. Look at me and look at you. Jobs are different. I want Malcolm Roach to be fat. Malcolm Roach skinny doesn't work as well at that job.
Some people pointed out yesterday, some texters also said, so Marvin Mims mentioned that their lockers are next to each other and that Malcolm Roach is always running his mouth. He is a habitual line stepper. Well, some texters pointed out that Malcolm Roach went to Texas and Marvin Mims went to Oklahoma.
Okay.
So there's probably a little bit of that rivalry underneath all this trash talk.
Little extra to it, yeah. We talk about this all the time, but the defense is going to be ahead of the offense. I'll tell you what's really starting to catch my eye. And what's going to have, I think, the rest of my focus here at camp. I'm really looking at these running backs. I'll tell you, yesterday I thought Jaleel had a good day. Jaleel had one really good sort of cut to the outside, find open space, and made a big play out of it. And I know there's no tackling, but he wasn't touched. And that's kind of the point of that drill that they were doing yesterday, much in the same way that J.K. Dobbins got popped when he went up the middle. Jaleel found some open space, bounced it outside, and turned it into what would have been a big run. You know, who's going to make this team and who's not at the running back position is huge to me. And Jaleel is just, he works hard. You know, I've said it before. I don't know if Jaleel has anything like super special to him. Was it yesterday that I was talking about you got to have a superpower? What's your superpower? And I don't know if he has one of those, but he works really hard, and he's always doing the right thing, is what I'd put it, or is how I'd put it. And to Sean Payton, doing the right thing matters a lot. You know, there's a real sense, and it's understandable that Sean Payton feels this way. You know, he has a very good resume. He's had success in this league. He's got a Super Bowl to his name. He's got nothing but great offenses that he attaches his name to. He's been able to do it. For everybody who said he just does it, it was all Drew Brees in New Orleans. Well, he did it with a bunch of other guys too. When he had to have other dudes sort of step up and take over as the starter, he won with Teddy Bridgewater. He's won with Taysom Hill. Like, he's won with a bunch of different QBs. Now, is it to the extent of Drew Brees? No, but I don't think anybody could win if you take a all-time great and then just a guy and then put them at that position. I would assume it's probably not going to look quite the same. But Sean Payton is very much of the mind, I have a system and an offensive scheme that is going to win if you guys execute properly. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't even think he needs all-world talent to do it. He is just looking for a guy, can you be in the right spot that I want to dictate through my play calling? And if you do that, we're going to find a way to be successful. Now, like any other sport, you need talent. But you guys tell me, what would be the reasoning for an offensive coach to not go out and, in this offseason when you got a little bit of money, go out and find a big-name free agent to help you out at a skill position, to invest a first-round pick in an offensive player? What's the reason behind it?
Relative to?
Because the answer to me is very simple. He thinks he can do this kind of by himself. As long as he's got a quarterback that he trusts, and he has a whole bunch of people on the field that he knows is going to be in the right position. You know, we got frustrated last year, and I think understandably, when he would kind of rely on the veteran guys as opposed to playing the younger ones. I was talking to somebody out here, and here's a scenario that could totally happen, okay? If you go back to last year, Lil Jordan Humphrey was getting a lot of playing time. Lil Jordan Humphrey was very limited in his ceiling and talent, but he was somebody that knew Sean Payton's system, and he was someone that was always going to be in the right spot. That mattered to Sean Payton. It's why it ate into the playing time of people like Troy Franklin. Younger guy, a lot of potential, a lot of talent, but didn't quite get it yet. Like, that stuff to him matters, and I think there's somebody here that could, like, replace that Lil Jordan Humphrey role, which is a guy that Broncos fans might be frustrated that he's on the field as much as he is. Because I'll tell you this much, sort of long-time special teamer that they signed during the offseason, Trent Sherfield, might be that guy. He looks like he's a decent wideout, number one, but number two, he's a veteran guy that seems to just be in the right place at the right time. Now, if you don't know who Trent Sherfield is, he has played now for 5 different teams in the league. He's a special teams, like a punt team gunner. That's what his major role is. He doesn't have a lot of catches to speak of, but neither did Lil Jordan Humphrey. And I just think if there's somebody, like if these young guys, and Troy Franklin in particular, can't step up to the plate and just run the play as called, be in the spot you're supposed to be, I could very easily see somebody like him getting playing time because he will do it.
I'm going to draw a comparison. You could tell me if this holds any water. Sean Payton is Michael Malone. Sean Payton is not Calvin Booth.
Yeah,
He doesn't want young guys that you draft and develop. He just wants savvy, well, except for maybe Bo Nix, except at the quarterback, which is the most important position. He wants a young guy who he can mold in his image. He can mold in his likeness. But for everybody else in the field, give me guys who know what they're doing, that can just go out there and read the script and not play street ball, which is what he said Wilson was playing, right? Russell Wilson.
I've thought it forever. Like, most coaches are like this. They are biased towards the veteran guy because the veteran guy is not going to make stupid mistakes typically. And that's where you kind of lean towards, especially when you have a team that has a defense that is going to be as good as the Broncos are going to be. Your biggest detail is, like, just don't make a mistake. Don't do something stupid that's going to put us at risk. And that's where I think he got upset with Russell Wilson because he hung onto the ball a little too much and would improvise too much in the middle of a play. Like, that's a perfect example of guy is not running what I've called. And I think that's part of the reason why he got so frustrated with Russell Wilson all the time. But on top of that, you're totally right. I've thought he's like a Micah Malone sort of disciple in that sense. Not a disciple, but they're cut from the same cloth in that sense. I thought about it forever. Like, Sean Payton has a very, very quick trigger when it comes to young guys who make mistakes. And the reasoning is, I don't trust them. And that's a familiar theme to what Michael Malone had. Why do you not play the young guys more? Because he didn't trust them. And what's funny is Russell Westbrook would make far graver mistakes than a rookie would, but Russell Westbrook was a veteran. And that mattered to him. He's played in big moments before. I think Sean Payton's the exact same way. He is just looking for guys that he trusts. But that start to camp yesterday, a lot more physical than we've seen in the past, and maybe that's just part of being here at camp day after day after day, seeing the same guy over and over again. You get a little bit more juiced up. I'm sure they can't wait for a week from now when they'll be doing joint practice against another team in San Francisco. By the way, the NFL season officially starts tonight with the Hall of Fame game, with the Chargers and Detroit playing. So we're here. We have arrived to the moment of you're going to have football now up until February, up until the Super Bowl.
Do you believe?
So congratulations, everybody. You've made it. I'm very proud of you. I'm glad you got through the summer, these dog days of baseball season. But we're here. And a lot more to get to with this, especially with some audio. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. So I do want to get a little bit more into the running backs. It's going to have my peak attention and fascination throughout the course of camp, because there's two guys that are definitely on this team, and I think maybe it's three now. But if they get the opportunity to go somewhere else, I wonder, do they? So we'll get to that in just a little bit. On top of that, there's a few things I would like to discuss regarding age. We did this with the Broncos roster, and I just want to know, do you see this, what the article from yesterday that Moser brought up, the 25 and under team that the Broncos finished dead last on according to ESPN, does that have you concerned? Or are you okay with all of this? So we'll get there in a couple of minutes. Nelly back at the Backus and Schenker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. We'll get to it next.
Denver's new home for Thursday night football, Sunday night football, Monday night football, the NFL playoffs, and the Super Bowl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yo. I got goosebumps when I heard that.
It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Something about that voice. I'm telling you, especially like if you guys aren't wearing headsets, if you're just in your car, it feels like he's talking directly into my brain. See, that's one voice I can't do. I can't do that one. Do you think Westwood would let me do my Spanish guy as one of their promos? That's the closest I can get to that. Again, I heard that guy was like 5'4", and that makes no sense to me. Nelly, I want to hear that again. Do it again.
With or without the epic music?
No, just the raw cut.
Denver's new home for Thursday night football, Sunday night football, Monday night football, the NFL playoffs, and the Super Bowl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
remember what I said the other day that cigarettes, I think, are performance-enhancing drugs for radio hosts? That guy, he sounds like there was a heater in his mouth that he just took out. He was in the middle of this little grungy dive bar, nothing but neon lights, took the cigarette out of his mouth. He's like, you got a microphone? I'm ready.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Yeah. I love it. That's right. If you guys missed it yesterday, we are now your home for all of the NFL, Thursday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, the playoffs, the Super Bowl, all of it can be heard right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So, here's what I wanted to get to. Age. The Broncos are not an old team, I don't think. But at the same time, when ESPN yesterday had an article of the top teams with young talent under the age of 25, the Broncos were dead last on the list. And I started looking through it. I was like, but they don't have a lot of guys who are 30 or older on this team. Yeah. That still doesn't mean that the Broncos are old. So here's kind of where this stacks up. If you want to put it just to average age of NFL starters by team, this is what's pretty crazy. Did you know that, all right, hang on, 27 of the NFL teams in the league fall somewhere in the average age of 25 point something for starters. The starters on their team are all around the age of 25. The Broncos, by the way, when you break it down to average age of a starter, are somewhere right in the middle. So it looks like, hang on, let me do the quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so 32 minus 13 is, Nelly, hit me. They're 19th.
You're asking me? Putting me on the spot?
Well, I don't want to be the only guy doing math this morning. They're 19th in the NFL in average age for their starter. They aren't an old team, okay? They aren't. But I guess what I didn't realize was how quickly this was all shifting to everybody is going pure youth movement. The only team that's the outlier, really, the Washington Commanders are by far the oldest team. Their average age of a starter is 27.13. The Steelers are second at 26.37. So it's almost a full year older on average for the Washington Commanders. The youngest team, by the way, is the Green Bay Packers. They aren't even an average age of 25 yet. So, again, the Broncos aren't old, but here's the good thing about this. When you want to be a contender, typically you can't have a team that's super young. When you look at the teams that are going to be competitive and trying to vie for Super Bowls here, most of them are at the midway point through the older half of where the league is. The exceptions here, the Eagles are super young. They're like the third youngest team in the league. The Chiefs are down there at like number 8. But you see up at the top here, the Bills are right next to the Broncos. The Lions are up near the top of the oldest on the list. The Commanders obviously made the NFC Championship game, are the oldest. The Pittsburgh Steelers are the second oldest. The Niners are the third. The Houston Texans are fifth. Like, when you're looking to compete for Super Bowls, you're usually needing some sort of veteran presence on that team. But especially in what we just talked about in the first segment with Sean Payton. Sean Payton has you got to really earn it if you're a rookie, the trust of the head coach. And I just think he's not willing to throw that out there and just be like, yeah, let's see what happens. And if he makes a mistake, he makes a mistake. He doesn't want mistakes. You know, I think it's a major reason why Audric Estime just kind of disappeared last year. He fumbled a couple of times, and then he got put into the I can't trust you pile. And once that happens, you find it really hard to break your way out. So I don't think that the Broncos and them being last on that list of blue chip players under the age of 25, it's not a big deal because most of their guys are like 25, 26, 27. And when you're in that boat, you can roll with that for like 4 years. Obviously filling in the cracks and the holes as you go along, but you're fine. You know, where it is a concern, where you get too old, this blew me away when I saw this yesterday. So we all feel really great about the Nuggets offseason. We like what they've done. The Nuggets are getting to be an older team now. You know, Jokic is 30 and Jamal's in his upper 20s, and your backups now were veterans in the league like Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway and Jonas Valanciunas. The average age of a team that everybody thinks, not me, but everybody else, thinks will be a contender. Did you see the Clippers? The average age of the Clippers is 33.2 years old. That surpassed the 2000-2001 Utah Jazz for fielding the oldest team ever, according to Tom Haberstroh and Dan Devine of Yahoo Sports. That Jazz team, by the way, they had 8 players over the age of 30. They won 53 games, but they were eliminated in the first round. Here's what the Clippers lineup looks like. Chris Paul, who's 40. James Harden, who's 36. Nick Batum, who's 36. Kawhi, who's 34. And Brook Lopez, who's 37. The team that just won the title last year, the OKC Thunder, were young as hell. And I think there's a mix that you need to find between veteran depth and veteran players and then also younger guys, because you just can't tax people that age that often. It just typically doesn't work that well, especially in the NBA. And so that's what the Clippers are looking at right now, is an average age of 33.2 years old. So 303-504-0925. Nelly, I had news yesterday, and I've had a realization. I didn't share it on the show, but I had to because I was like, you know when you get frustrated during the course of a day and then you take it out on somebody that probably doesn't deserve it? I felt like I've been doing this for a couple of years now. I've had this long-standing feud with one Tyler Kinley in the Rockies bullpen. And then I started to realize it's not his fault that a team keeps trotting him out there to do poorly. It's their fault. It's the team's fault for continuing to bring him back and giving him playing time over others. Well, now that's not a possibility. I'm actually shocked by this. I couldn't believe the Rockies pulled off a move to trade Tyler Kinley over to Atlanta and get something in return. I thought it'd be one of those like cash considerations, or what do they say when it's a future prospect? What do they call that? A player to be named later or something like that?
Yeah, something weird and corporate sounding.
I thought that's what the return would be, and it wasn't. It's an actual guy. Now, he's an 18th round pick in 2021, and he's got a career ERA of 5 across 100-plus innings pitched. That, according to Christian says of DNVR. But I don't care. The fact that they got anything out of it is remarkable, because I didn't think it was even possible. Now, I think that they have a few more moves that they need to make. When you look around and you see guys like Jake Bird, who's decided, hey, it's around the trade deadline, I'll have an ERA of $1 billion. Like, that's going to make it a little bit more difficult than earlier in the year. But I think there is him. You could look at guys like Halverson or Vodnik or Agnos. You could look at guys like Freeland, Marquez, Senzatella, Gomber,
Kevin Freeland,
whoever. I just think it should be time just to offload some dudes and just see what happens. You know, I'm kind of iffy on the Halverson and Vodnik stuff because those guys are under team control for a long time and they got good stuff. But you could potentially, like, feasibly, the Rockies could trade about 6 more guys, and I think all of that would be great. Now, will they? I don't know. They've been typically quiet near the deadline, but they've made a couple of moves already, so at least I'm a little bit hopeful towards it. Going back to the running backs, I think they're going to have my focus. They're going to be the thing I watch the most. You know, I want to see, and I have seen, between J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey, a different level of explosiveness than was here last year. But the Jaleel and Audric Estime stuff is really fascinating. I didn't see Audric Estime getting a lot of run with the ones the other day. I saw a lot of J.K., I saw a lot of R.J. Harvey, obviously, and a lot of Jaleel was being mixed in. And I think if you had to bet right now, just a few days into camp before any preseason games, you're going to find a pretty difficult way of Audric Estime making the team. It feels like he's on the outside looking in right now. Now, it doesn't mean it can't change. Doesn't mean I'm right. I'm just kind of judging off of who's getting reps and who's not. But you just really need some sort of dynamic playmaker in the backfield, and I think they've got it. I have been so impressed with R.J. Harvey and just his ability to put his foot in the ground, and I mean haul ass upfield. It's one of those noticeable things on how different it looks. Like, it looks sort of it looks NFL level. And the great thing about running backs is that they can do that immediately out of the gates. Once they get on the football field in the NFL, there isn't really a learning curve outside of some pass protection stuff. But when you're talking about pure running, they run. Think about, I challenge you. In fact, textures, if you got a name that I'm not thinking of, I would love to hear it, but help me. Can you think of a running back who didn't have a good rookie year in the NFL and then became good? It just doesn't happen. It's just, once you get in the league, your prime starts immediately. Because once you're running back and you're looking for that second contract, everybody kind of looks at you like, yeah, I think that you're about 3 more snaps away from not being able to run anymore. A leg's going to blow up, or there's just going to be too many miles on the tires and you just can't do it. You know, we all talk about in the MLB a pitcher who is on a pitch count. You don't want to overtax him because you don't want to do the arm thing, and you don't want to have him going through Tommy John. And then people are like, well, what happened back in the day? Nolan Ryan used to pitch all the time, and Bob Gibson used to throw complete games every other day. So what's different? And the answer is, I don't know. But you can have that same sort of discussion with running backs. Remember, running backs used to be guys in this league that they would be here for like 12 years if you were good. Remember? Remember your Emmitt Smiths and Barry Sanders and all these different dudes? As long as back in that day they didn't have a major injury, they'd be on the field forever. The latest example is Frank Gore. Frank Gore played for like 14 years and was still productive for pretty much all of them. But there is something that when you talk about guys at that position and how quickly they kind of break down, it is a very interesting watch. Todd Gurley was on top of the world, and he was out of the league at 26. Texture gives a good example here. I was looking for a running back that wasn't good in year one and sort of popped off in year two. Well, guess what? Arian Foster, now he only played in 6 games in his rookie year, but he had 54 carries for 257 yards. The next year he ran for 1,600. Now, was that an injury? Is that why he missed his rookie year? Because he was productive. He averaged 4.8 yards per carry. Now, if it is an injury, it doesn't count. If not, that's a really good pull. But outside of that, it's just like these guys, if they step on the field, they should be able to play immediately. And if they can't, there isn't sort of incubating a running back and making sure that he starts to get it. I was talking about this with Berto last week, but there's a couple positions in football that there's a lot of them actually. But there's a couple that really takes time for you to understand. Quarterback is obviously one. Cornerback is super difficult to get when you first step in the league because you have so many more responsibilities than you did in college. But there's some positions like running back, wide receiver, edge rusher, that when you step in the league, you should just be able to be productive. And I'm not saying be at your peak because you're going to continue to learn and grow as a player. T.J. Watt or Myles Garrett, they weren't the peak forms of themselves or rookie seasons, but the point was you watched them and were like, yeah, they can play. Very quickly you can do that. And the good news is in at least a few days of camp, I've noticed some of that with R.J. Harvey. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com as we are out here at camp again today. And all training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm of Broncos country. Jeff Laywald's going to join us right here in person at Broncos camp at 9 o'clock this morning. Stick around. Every day at this time, we get to see Brandon Jones barefoot in boxer briefs is what it looks like. I don't know what those pants are. They're things I could not wear is the way I would put it. A tradition unlike any other. They got to sign him to a lifetime contract. Just if I'm going to be out here every morning, I need like one. We don't see anybody until like 9:30 when the show's almost done. This is our only sort of like preview to what we're going to get for the rest of the day. But again, Brandon Jones doing his laps around the field. I might have to start this not start it, but join this barefoot trend. I think I'm going to have to. But it feels like they'll be really cold on my toes today. A little brisk this morning.
Soft.
Yeah, I am soft. Do you think that he has what if it's like 35 degrees in the morning? Do you think he's still barefoot out here? You do? He's just tougher than I am? I mean, well, that's obvious. I understand that. Now, I am a baby when it comes to the cold. I really am. But there you go. Your 6:45 update, Brandon Jones doing walks around the stadium, and he's heading to the locker room right now. I'm glad we got that. I was yelling during the break, Spataro, spit it out. We need to get the Cupid Shuffle in.
And you actually, when you said spit it out, you gave me a couple of these.
Huck to it.
Yeah, I did. Spit it out. Hey, do you guys remember when Josh McDaniels was here? There is, hang on, actually, I didn't know that there was audio to this. Nelly, I'm going to send this to you because I want to hear it. Devontae Adams, remember, he played for Vegas the last couple of years. He did so with Jimmy Garoppolo and Josh McDaniels. He didn't like it there. I don't think many did. And so they confused that. We confused that with Devontae Adams doesn't like Jimmy Garoppolo. And he was asked this. This is on ESPN Los Angeles at training camp. They were kind of asked about him reuniting with Jimmy Garoppolo because now Jimmy is the backup to Matthew Stafford on the Rams and how he feels about it. Now, I don't think there's nobody in football more happy than the guy who leaves Josh McDaniels' team. That's been a tried and true fact for like a decade and a half. No matter what happens with Josh McDaniels, the second you leave, there's nobody happier than the guy who just bounces out of that place. But Nelly, let me know when you're ready to play this audio. Devontae Adams was like, hey, you're with Jimmy Garoppolo again. You guys, it felt like your relationship wasn't all that great in Vegas. If you remember, there was it the quarterback series or it was something where Devontae was mic'd up and he just got lit up over the middle, and he said to his teammates on the sideline, somebody's got to get me the bleep out of here. Mid-game, he said that. But here's what he told ESPN LA.
It's amazing. I love Jimmy, and it was never a personal thing, and I was hoping we didn't have to have these kind of – I'm surprised this is the first time it's been brought up, but it's been amazing. We got to, catch up and get on the right page, and obviously that was just a dark moment in all of our lives. I think all of us were pretty miserable.
And then my video froze. But I think you got the point. And also to your previous question, I think there was a series called Receiver. It wasn't
Receiver, that's right. Yeah.
Quarterback went away for a season, and it was Receiver. And that was when he was on the sideline saying, like, I'm getting bleep and killed out here. Right. Somebody's got to get me out of here.
I mean, he said, imagine somebody saying this about you. Okay? You're in charge of a business. That's what the head coach does. And somebody who worked for you in that business leaves to go somewhere else, is incredibly happy. You know what? That happens sometimes. You don't like one job, you like another, but other people might like that job. But they say it was a dark time in all of our lives where we were miserable. And it happens multiple times. Somebody explain what you have to do and who you have to be to have everyone seemingly that you work for say that. I have worked at jobs that I did not like. I have worked for people I did not like. I've never seen universal bleep that guy energy than what people have for Josh McDaniels. Never seen it.
And yet he still keeps getting jobs.
Well, I was just wondering, where's he at now?
Isn't he back? Is he back with the Patriots? Isn't he their offensive coordinator under Vrabel?
Oh, man, you're right. Vrabel hired him back. So here's what his career looks like, just so you guys are aware. He was a grad assistant at Michigan State in 1999. Then he was with the Patriots in various roles up until 2008. He then took the Broncos head coaching gig. He was the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach for a year in St. Louis after that. He then went back to the Patriots to be the OC and quarterbacks coach for the next 10 years. He then was the coach of the Raiders for 2, and then he went back to New England this year. I need to figure out what the hell's going on here. Like, how can you be someone that is this universally disliked? How is that possible? I mean, you don't have to be a player's coach, okay? You don't have to be that. There are guys that will get on their players. There are guys that will treat this as a more I'm the boss, you're the employee sort of relationship as opposed to seeing yourselves as equals. Plenty have done that in the past. But to have universally, it feels like people hating you is such a hard thing to do. I almost think, is that harder than having everybody like you? I mean, I guess not. There's people that have been widely hated. I think it's easier. I don't know if Jesse likes me or not, but I could make Jesse not like me in a hurry. Making somebody like you, I guess, is a little bit harder. What's up, Four Eyes? You just start throwing that stuff out there. I mean, you do that enough, they'll start to hate you. But I'm just like, it's crazy that Josh McDaniels, and it's only this. Like, if he didn't have, what if the NFL made a rule and said, Josh McDaniels, sorry, but you are not allowed to work for the Patriots anymore? Would he be hired by somebody else? Oh, no!
I was going to say he must have some blackmail on Robert Kraft or something, but that guy, I think everybody has blackmail on that guy. I think his private life hasn't been that private for a while, but it seems like he's disliked in a different way because there are head coaches that are absolute a-holes, but they get results, right? Like Belichick, and maybe that's just their public-facing persona, guys like Nick Saban and Bill Belichick and Greg Popovich.
I think one exists here. Like, I think the persona he puts out publicly versus the relationship that Sean Payton has with his players is completely different.
Like, was it – I don't think it was Hard Knocks, but do you remember there was that video where Randy Moss convinced Bill Belichick to show up to his Halloween party, and Belichick actually showed up?
Yeah.
So maybe the difference is some of these guys that are mean to the media and publicly and in practice, behind the scenes, they're nicer, so that's how they can get away with it. I don't understand what the difference is with Josh McDaniels because he is hated on another level that goes beyond all of these guys.
Well, and he had, thank you, Texas, for reminding me that he took the Colts head coaching job and then, like, a couple days later said no thank you. Remember that?
I'd forgotten about that. That's right.
And he didn't just back out of that to take another head coaching gig. He backed out of it to go back to the Patriots. That was bizarre. But, yeah, I was looking through, like, his resume. He's only been, outside of his head coaching stints here and then in Vegas, he spent 1 year in St. Louis with the Rams in 2011 as their OC. And that's the only time he's had a gig outside of New England. Gosh, that's crazy.
That's one of my favorite traditions, by the way. Whenever DMac and Scotty bring up Josh McDaniels and they get Tyler Polumbus to tell McDaniels, I think he's just making that stuff up. Like, some of those stories can't be real. That can't be a real person. That's crazy.
I think we have enough evidence now to prove it's very real.
That's so hard to believe that he's actually that prickly and stupid behind the scenes.
I don't even know if it's prickly is the right word. I think you might have added a couple other letters that you shouldn't have. We're out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. All training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. So, again, another day at camp. Yesterday, at the beginning of camp, it was a little bit more pad popping and exciting than in previous practices. And so we'll relay to you what happened at the beginning in just a few minutes. Reminder that Jeff Legwald is going to join us right here at the desk today, get his early thoughts on what's going on at training camp as the Broncos get ready for next week, first preseason game, but the Hall of Fame game starts tonight. Football's back, baby. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
You're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that.
Marvin, speaking of that defense, chirping today when that's out of the ball, kind of get you guys going on the offense.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Malcolm Roach. I mean, I sit next to him in the locker room. The guy doesn't shut up. He's talking crap to receivers. It's like, dude, like, you're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that. Leave me alone. But, no, we're always going back and forth. But with him, it's just a whole nother deal.
Another candidate for quote of camp? I mean, as much as we loved, gosh, you guys in your little internet shows, I think that one from Marvin Mims,
You're a fat
it's
guy.
up there.
Like, go worry about that.
Yeah, let's hear that whole thing again, please, Nelly, just the whole quote.
Marvin, speaking of that defense, chirping today when that's out of the ball, kind of get you guys going on the offense.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Malcolm Roach. I mean, I sit next to him in the locker room. The guy doesn't shut up. He's talking crap to receivers. It's like, dude, like, you're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that. Leave me alone. But, no, we're always going back and forth. But with him, it's just a whole nother deal.
I'll tell you why that happened. The beginning of camp yesterday.
Hold on a second. Is it more? Do you get more offended as a human? I'm just curious. I'm going to go into human offenses.
Okay.
Do you get more offended if I call you fat guy versus you calling me little guy? Like if you say, hey, fat guy, hey, fatty, that's considered mean, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why isn't it mean when you say, hey, little one, hey, little boy?
Because it's funny.
Well, why is it not funny for me to say, hey, fatty?
You're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that.
Hey, fatty.
It's hilarious. You just turned straight to your left. Didn't break eye contact. Moser, speak. Okay? Here's what Moser said when he walked in here. I go, why are you sitting over there? And he goes, I'm tired of being the butt. I'm going to sit over here, and I'm just going to chill out today. What does chill out mean? You're doing a radio show. Speak.
I'm just going to chill out over here. You guys can be next to each
Speak up,
other.
fat boy.
Do your little tickle fight, your little touchy touch. I'm just going to chill over here. Plus, right now, I'm sort of having a conversation with God.
About?
I almost got wasted on the way in.
What happened?
I'm at the light coming this way, right? I'm coming down Broncos Parkway this way. I'd already crossed that way, coming this way. Cars are making right turns. I got the green light, and I got the little walk guy, and I'm going in this. If anybody knows a sandy blonde-haired woman in a white BMW SUV comes screaming around the corner making a right and almost took me out. I had to dive backwards. She almost smoked me. I mean, near-death experience.
Oh, you mean like you were
walking
across the crosswalk?
I'm coming across the crosswalk, and she just had a green light to turn right, and she just is flooring it around the corner and almost wasted me.
Did you say anything? Did you?
How could I? She's doing 50, and then she took off down Potomac. White BMW SUV with a sandy blonde-haired woman. I can see her sunglasses in my brain right now.
I would like
fatty.
Well, you know what? You said, did you say anything? She's driving away. I'm gonna get you. Like what? What do you?
I had
say?
my coffee cup, and I thought about trying to throw it down the road at her, but it would never get there.
That's scary.
You know, Moj, for about 4 straight weeks, you have been asking for an asteroid to take you out, and maybe God was hearing you.
Because I'm requesting an asteroid, not a blonde girl in a BMW. Okay, that's not any way for a man to go out.
What about
meteorite?
Asteroid.
Meteorite in the middle of Broncos, in the middle of the field here, right? Totally fine.
Anyway, the reason Marvin Mims called Malcolm Roach a fatty yesterday, it was all in fun, all in jest. It's all stuff you say in the locker room. You know, he sits next to him in the locker room. They got into it. Somebody said, hey, there's a lot of talking, a lot of chirping on the field today. And Marvin Mims talked it down. It wasn't that big a deal. It's just Malcolm Roach being Malcolm Roach.
Yeah. The reason for that is because at the beginning of camp yesterday, there was actually a couple of surprisingly big hits that I wasn't used to seeing. The first play yesterday during 1v1s, team drills, J.K. Dobbins runs it up the middle, and Dre Greenlaw obliterates J.K. Dobbins to the point where he stumbles, runs into somebody else, falls down, and then people fell on top of him To which J.K. Dobbins started saying, I thought you said no MF and tackling. Like he was mad, like legit mad that people were falling on top of him. But it all was spurred on by the initial hit from Greenlaw, where if he was able to wrap him up, it would have been even worse.
I thought it was awesome. The first 2 days of pads, it was sort of like,
yeah.
But yesterday, like the first 2 days were, football. Yesterday was football.
Mm-hmm. And then
you know the difference.
2 days later, the reason why they brought up Malcolm Roach is 2 plays later after that. So it was like really run heavy in this drill. Malcolm Roach just blows up a play in the backfield, does the same thing, big hit, guy falls down, and then he ripped his helmet off and chucked it at all of the people that were standing right here and talking trash. And he happened to be right in the face of the wideouts. But that was actually like, you're right, Vic, it felt more like football.
It was fun. Yesterday was fun. I mean,
the reason for it? There's a reason for it. Because we're a week and a half into camp.
Yeah.
These guys are trained and have been trained for an awfully long time to hit. They've been trained to tackle. They've been trained to snarl. They've been trained to be mean. They've been trained to try and take the head off the guy that's across from you. Mm-hmm. They're not allowed to do that. They're not allowed to do their job right now. Because when the bullets start flying for real out there, these guys, Dre Greenlaw is going to explode on people. So you get to the point a little bit where you're sort of like a cooped-up tiger, right?
You have to let it go.
You want to amp it up a little bit. Yeah. I think that's just a natural reaction. Same with like hockey camp. You know what I mean? Are you really blowing guys up in the neutral zone? No, you're not doing any of that kind of stuff. Are you battling in the corner? Sure, but these guys, they're trained to go into the corners and hit and smoke dudes and that kind of thing. And there comes a time when you want to do that. It's just natural.
Well, again, yesterday was a welcome sight because both sides were intense, both sides were active, and you could see the smile on Sean Payton's face afterwards because nothing got out of hand either. Right. Nothing got out of hand. No injuries. Nobody got into big brawls. It's just, hardcore football. And we'll see what we get today. Maybe they ratcheted down a couple notches today.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll see.
It's funny you were talking about nothing getting out of hand. We just discussed when Emmanuel Sanders punched Cortland Sutton in the face, and then he was at camp yesterday checking things out. I was wondering if he wanted to finish the conversation from a few years ago.
So was he here? He addressed the team. Was he hyping them up? I wonder what he said.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. He addressed the team afterwards. He got in a little circle and
I'm sure
said
it's
some things.
Hey, you guys are supposed to be good this year. I was on some good teams. Here's how we were good, that sort of thing.
So when I see his ass in that land, I'm going to beat his ass.
Yeah, I don't think it was quite that. Tell you what, though. Dre Greenlaw is fun to watch.
He's active.
He's
intense. He reminds me, just the way his body type and the way he moves, he reminds me a little bit Moser of Al Wilson.
Yeah, he certainly does because he's not the tallest linebacker in the world, but he's thick and he moves well. And he's kind of like a rabid dog, and he hits like a freight train. Al Wilson's one of my all-time favorite Broncos.
Oh God,
yeah. That guy was such a player, unbelievable.
And the relationship between Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, in between plays, just dapping it up, getting energized. The two San Francisco guys, they were into it.
That's got to be really cool, by the way, that you have – it's not just a teammate of yours, but a really, really good player that also played on your side of the football that you get to kind of like link arms going to a new place together so you got somebody you can bounce stuff off of. Like, it's got to be – we've all done this before. I've moved to a town where I knew nobody there. You've done it, Vic. You've done it, Moj. Like – it is a little bit of an isolating feeling as you're trying to feel your way through it, but having somebody like that with you, it's got to help. Especially knowing that you can trust that guy behind you if you're Dre Greenlaw.
Why don't you bring your little buddy from Omaha?
Well, from everything I hear, guys, it was sort of a package deal. Once one decided to come, the other did too.
Yeah.
And it's one of the reasons San Francisco tried to pry Greenlaw back, and they couldn't because Hufanga already committed to Denver.
Yep.
So they're good friends, and they make a hell of a tandem back there. I can't wait to watch them.
Tonight, by the way.
Football.
The wait's over. Yeah, you're going to have football every single week up until the Super Bowl now. The week before the Super Bowl, I should say. But the Hall of Fame game is tonight between the Chargers and Lions. Trey Lance is getting the start. we're here. We have arrived. We have made it all the way to the first football game of the season, and we're going to have that for the next however handful of months that we got. We're out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, and all training camp coverage that you hear right here on Altitude Sports Radio is brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country.
You think about the San Francisco 49ers and how really lucky they got. They got really lucky.
With Purdy or what?
Yeah, because they trade up to take Trey Lance, third overall. He doesn't pan out. They draft Purdy with the very last pick in the draft, and he turns out to be, well, I think he's pretty good, Brett. I know you're still waiting for more. He just got paid big-time money. But that pick should have killed them. That miss should have really
It
set
should have
them
lost
back.
John Lynch's job, to
Absolutely,
be honest.
but it didn't because he found Purdy, and all is well with the 49ers in that regard. But it should have really cost him the way it did the Broncos.
All right, take me back to my original comment that kicked off this show when Marvin Mims called Malcolm Roach a fat guy.
Yeah.
Is that an offensive term?
You're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that.
I mean,
No,
yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, he is a fat guy. That's what those guys are in the trenches. They're fat guys.
Okay. I just want to establish that.
If Marvin Mims said that to somebody in front of him at King Soopers, then yeah, it's probably offensive.
Yeah.
But that's his teammate.
So why is it not offensive for you to call me little guy?
Because you're my teammate.
Oh, okay.
But if I say small guy, if I say, hey, the big man in the middle, is that offensive? Oh, well, you're saying I'm a giant, or I mean,
I just want to draw the line.
I called Jesse Four Eyes earlier.
I want to know where it is.
But he does look dumb with his
There's
glasses.
so many rules. Let's get the rules laid out.
Is there a rule?
I don't know.
For us?
Let's put it this way.
I mean, this man chomped 10 straight donut holes yesterday in 30 seconds.
I talked about
that
eating
video
a
was
quiche.
so funny. That video, if you didn't see the video yet, it's on Twitter. It is so funny.
I watched it 50 times.
Admit it.
It's so funny. It's just hysterical.
When you were watching yourself just
it's really funny.
go down one at one. I mean, just go down and
really
down and down. What
super duper funny.
You didn't find that?
It was like watching, Caddyshack. Yeah, it was really funny.
Did you feel shame? What did you feel?
I didn't feel anything. I felt full. Felt great.
You're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that.
So here's the thing: if the fat guys call themselves a fat guy, right? Would Malcolm Roach say, "Yeah, I'm a fat guy. That's what my job. I'm a big defensive lineman, and I like to throw I got to throw my weight around. I got to be a big old guy in the middle there."
Yeah, it's part of. Yeah, it's his job description is to be fat. He has to.
It's funny.
Yeah, but
because
you're saying but if you're at the Home Depot. And you got
hey fatty, you need a 2x4.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the difference? But what's the difference?
The difference is you don't know that person.
Yeah, but that doesn't change what they are. Hey, Red. Hey, Powder.
Yeah,
that's offensive to you.
No, it's not. Like, you can't offend me with redheaded ginger. I've heard them all. Okay, I am unoffended by all of it.
All right. Just want to establish that as we start the show. Later in the show, I want to discuss, because we haven't discussed it yet, and it happened a couple days ago, and you conveniently forgot about it yesterday. I want Bryce Harper suspended.
Oh, please.
I want him suspended for disrespect.
I don't think that's a rule.
I want a rule established for disrespect. I want Bryce Harper. I want him to pay a price for what he said.
Be gone! Okay, well, Look, we'll get to it in a second. I disagree with you.
That's fine.
I think that's crazy.
That's fine.
Crazy.
Okay.
If you guys missed it, we'll explain what happened with Bryce Harper in just a little bit.
Would you admit, though, that he's a punk?
He's a total punk.
He's a punk.
He's always been that way.
Yeah,
well, he's a punk.
You don't do that to someone that's considered your superior.
He's a punk.
You don't do that.
I wouldn't suspend
no matter how
him,
much you hate somebody.
But he's a punk.
No matter how much you hate somebody. There's a lot of people I hate. You don't do that publicly to somebody. That's ridiculous.
All right, calm down, short stuff. We'll get to it in just a second. 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, another day at Broncos camp. A little chill in the air this morning. A little bite to it.
It's not a little bite. It's perfect.
Feels great. It does. Feels outstanding. It's what we need more of.
I had a near-death experience this morning.
Yeah, he's weird.
Do you want me to get to a parka?
I feel great.
You want a banky?
I feel great. I think there is a little bite to the air this morning. I like it, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Are you just angry that the world saw your eating habits yesterday and you don't know how to react to it? Is that what it is?
Doesn't bother me at all.
Okay, well then you're acting very snippy this morning.
I'm not saying that I wanted that sandy blonde-haired woman in that BMW to actually finish the job.
Right.
What I'm saying is keep going along this line.
Yeah.
Just keep happens.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll take the rest of the shoe off and just walk back and forth through that crosswalk. And we'll see if there's anybody else.
Don't wait for the signs.
No.
Just go.
See if there's anybody else who wants to floor it in their white BMW SUV.
Hey, Vic wants to talk about it. That's fine. Bryce Harper, who has been, I think, the same person since he was 15. I think since 15 years old, Bryce Harper has been the exact same guy and hasn't changed. Rob Manfred has talked about to many owners across the league, including the one right here in town, Dick Monfort, about the idea of putting a salary cap in on baseball. Players don't want this because players like to get $750 million contracts.
Well, especially a player in Bryce Harper's position.
Exactly. So Rob Manfred does what a commissioner does, I guess, regularly in the MLB, which is he makes trips to all 30 different MLB teams. He spends time in the locker room. He talks to the guys about just different sort of issues.
And now remember, he is the commissioner of your sport. Now, you don't have to like the commissioner of your sport. Nobody says you have to like them. That's fine. You're right. Most players don't. But you treat someone in that position with a level of respect. Do you not? Yes or no?
You should.
Do you not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you should treat everybody with respect, whether it's
All right.
him or a janitor.
That's fine. Exactly.
But Manfred was talking. He didn't say the word salary cap, I guess, in particular, but he alluded to something around that.
Well, let me read Passon from Jeff Passon from ESPN. Manfred was in the middle of the room, of the clubhouse. He started talking about the game's economics.
Yeah.
Okay? At that point, Harper stood up, walked toward the middle, faced up to Manfred, and said, if you want to speak about that, you can get the F out of our clubhouse. According to sources, Manfred responded that he's not going to get the F out of here, saying it was important to talk about threats to MLB's business and ways to grow the game. And apparently it got even more heated from there, and Harper looks like a child.
He does.
Well, Nick Castellanos stepped in and sort of like asked more questions to get it back on track.
Hey, little kid, let the adults run the business. You're just a child. You're making a lot of money. You don't understand how this affects the business of baseball. Let the adults handle this. Just like you let your wife handle your insurance premiums.
Yeah.
Let the adults in the room handle the business. You go play a little baseball game.
Harper's not a child anymore.
He's acting like a child.
Well, you might think he's acting like one. He's actually pretty old.
Moses, is he acting like a child?
Absolutely. To stand up, can you imagine somebody doing that to Roger Goodell in the middle of an NFL locker room? Could you imagine that kind of thing?
It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing to him to do that. Like he's some sort of, battle-hardened veteran for every other player in Major League Baseball and so on. And look, baseball's union has always been the strongest union in all of professional sports. I'm going to go on record right now as saying this. Baseball, and I have and I will again, baseball needs a salary cap.
Well, you know what baseball's going to have before a salary cap? They're going to have a work stoppage.
What they should do, and I'm not kidding you, what baseball should do if they want to save the game and they want to make it as healthy as possible, the NHL paid a huge price. They lost an entire season.
Yeah.
Baseball should be willing to lose an entire season.
I 100% agree with you.
Because the inequities,
100%.
The inequities in baseball, teams that can do things that other teams cannot do, your league cannot survive long-term that way. It's a joke. It's ridiculous. I understand you don't want your salary capped. And I wouldn't want my salary capped, although it is obviously by my company. They say take it or leave it. But what I'm saying to you is that baseball has to survive. And he can't see the forest through the trees.
Well,
I don't care about
the other
Bryce
thing
Harper.
he can't see, the haves and the have-nots in the game, the disparities in salaries in the game. He's one of the haves, right?
Yeah.
Where's the middle class and the low class in the baseball ranks, and where does he lie?
And in all
He's
honesty,
very selfish.
Yeah, in all other sports are like that too.
Baseball, if you've been in the league for a second, you're probably getting paid decent money. They have a little bit of a middle class. I mean, Ryan McMahon's contract isn't something astronomical, but it feels like right down the middle. Castellanos.
Did he have a walk-off last night?
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Castellanos, by the way, he said why the players were frustrated was because of Manfred's language and approach. So per Castellanos, Manfred talked about a possible lockout once the current CBA expires after the 2026 season, and he took issue with that too. He said, that's not something you throw around. That's the same thing as me saying in a marriage, I think divorce is a possibility. It's probably going to happen.
Okay.
You don't say those things.
Fine.
That's what he said.
Fine. You don't go up to the commissioner of baseball and tell him to F and get out of the room. You just don't do that.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
I don't care what he said. I don't care if he walked in naked. I don't care. You don't do that. And at the core of this is Bryce Harper thinking or acting like a child. He's a child.
I mean, have a little decorum is what I'm saying. Have a little decorum, at least for the position. You may not like the guy personally. You may not like what he has to say, even though Rob Manfred he actually has the guts. Look, I've never been a big fan of baseball commissioners ever since Bart Giamatti died. I thought there's been a lot of Nimrods through the game.
Bud Selig had it rolling for a minute, though.
Well, dude, don't even start it with me about Bud Selig.
Why? No rules. Let's go.
The fact of the matter is that Rob Manfred has had the guts to even bring this topic up, talking about cap, which they absolutely need. I mean, it's a joke what the Dodgers can do, what the Yankees and Red Sox can do, and other teams cannot do, and I don't want to hear anything else about it. Well, hey man, the Diamondbacks were in the World Series. Hey man, the Royals won a World. I get that. It's not long-term sustainability. It just isn't.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I would agree. I don't think that you yell at the commissioner to get the bleep out of your clubhouse. I don't think that's right. I also don't know, it feels like a weird time to bring that up. And maybe it was. I don't know. This feels like something that you talk about with union reps, the player representatives. It doesn't sound like something you walk into a locker room and you're like, hey, guys, just so we know, you're probably going to get your pay cut. Like, that seems like a weird way to approach it, too.
It's funny because
what do you mean you're probably going to get your pay cut?
Let me ask you this.
Why would they get the pay cut?
Here's another childlike response. Have you ever been in a business situation before? I have. I know Moser has. Where the climate of your business is not good. And you are told there are probably going to be some pay decreases.
Yeah.
You ever been in that situation,
Sure.
Moj?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever walk into your boss's office and say, get the F out of here?
Of course not. But
okay.
Manfred,
that's just the way it works,
essentially
man.
isn't
That's
his
life.
Manfred essentially isn't his boss.
I understand. But he's also in a position of authority.
Correct.
Yeah. Again, I don't disagree with you guys. I don't. Yeah, if you guys missed it, by the way, Ryan McMahon had a walk-off yesterday. For my own purposes, I did some self-reflection recently, and it's why I haven't brought this up in a while. My Tyler Kinley problem that I've had, I realized it's not about Tyler Kinley.
Yeah.
It's about the Rockies continuing to play Tyler Kinley. And I was like, why am I being so mean to this one guy when he might go out there, blow a save, be bad, but it's not his fault. They keep trotting him out there. That's not on him anymore. That's on the team. So I kind of stopped. Well, now I don't got to worry about it at all.
Well, he found a home.
Tyler Kinley plays for the Braves, and I am shocked that they found, look, is this like a great prospect they got in return for him? No.
But they got something.
Which blew me away.
And I wonder how many more moves before – when is the deadline?
It's soon. It's in a couple days.
Yeah, how many more moves might they make? Because there are plenty of other players on the docket.
It's today.
So today?
Yes. Today at 4 o'clock.
I could think of 4 or 5 other players that could get moved today if they really wanted to, if they wanted to be aggressive about it.
Oh, if they wanted to, I think, well, it depends on finding a taker, I suppose. Like the ones that could be that I would put on the chopping block, I would say every starter outside of Dollander.
Agreed.
All of them.
Agreed.
All of them. You can have all of them.
Available.
Jake Bird. I really wish Jake Bird didn't decide to have an ERA of $1 billion in the last month, because then he would have been even more in demand. But Jake Bird is the obvious one. I think guys like the ones that I'm iffy on, The Vodniks and Halversons.
Yeah, hold on a second. You're saying that Doyle, Tovar, you're all these guys can go.
Not Tovar.
No.
I wouldn't get rid of Tovar.
Okay, well, you said every. You're talking about every. They were talking about every.
I said everybody in the starting rotation outside of Dolan.
I thought I confused that with anybody who's on the field in the primary in their position.
Tovar cannot go.
You know, if you could find a way to move off of Chris Bryant's contract, which is impossible.
Oh, bro.
It would be as miraculous as the Nuggets moving off of Dario Saric and getting value in return.
It really
Think about what the Nuggets
full
did
season
there.
of KB.
The Nuggets moved off a guy who played 16 games, who was virtually unplayable, and actually got value in return.
Yeah, they certainly did.
If they can do that with Chris Bryant, it would be the biggest theft in the history of baseball.
How do you possibly?
It won't happen.
How much is he still owed? $100 million? How much is he still owed?
I don't know.
Somewhere around there.
I don't know, but it's not going to happen.
He can't play the game anymore. His back is gone. He can't swing. No, he can't run, right? He can swing a bat, but he can't run. Is that it, Brett? He can't run.
No, I don't think he can do anything, Moj.
Okay.
I think nothing.
You are stuck with Chris Bryant forever. That's.
We're hoping that veteran sluggers Bryant.
If he retires for injury purposes, can't they enact some clause? Can't they trigger some sort of insurance clause that pays him, and yet the Rockies aren't liable for that? I mean, there's got to be a way.
I don't know how baseball works, dude. I don't know how that works.
Right? That happens in other sports.
Yeah, but there's no cap in baseball, so you don't need relief from it. I don't know how that works, Vic.
So he's got 3 years and $78 million left on his contract.
Okay, 78 left. There you go.
By the way, Vic, he has a full no-trade clause. Just in case you're wondering.
Just to put a capper on it, right?
Yeah, so even if you found some sort of taker, he could be like, no. No, thank you.
Is that the worst contract in the history of Denver sports?
Yeah. Dude, I don't know if he's played I can never say this word. Cumulatively? I don't know if he's played a full season in 4 years.
He has not.
Let me just check and see.
There's no way that he has.
You can't say that Russell Wilson's worst contract because he actually won some games and played.
Russ was – look, it was bad, but he played. So Chris Bryant has played in Colorado. So 80 games in 42 – or 42 and then 80, so that's 122 plus 37, 159, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then 11 games this year, so just a shade over a
season.
Yeah.
And he's already got $100 million in his pocket.
Yes.
That's $100 million a year. That's a pretty good baseball contract.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not criticizing Chris Bryant. I'm not saying it's his fault. Okay? There's no doubt in my mind the guy's back is completely jacked up. What I'm saying is this is a disaster for the franchise.
But has there ever been something that's happened before, like a major move like that, where almost everyone immediately called it saying, that's dumb.
Yeah.
That's not going to work. I mean, everybody.
I don't remember it being that
I do.
blatant. Do you?
Oh, yeah.
I remember in my head thinking, this is good. This is terrible. Yes.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah,
Did you think it was more of a reactionary move after losing?
It was reactionary because
it didn't make sense. It just didn't make sense. Now, let me clarify something. I didn't think that Chris Bryant would be physically incapable of playing baseball anymore. I just knew the move didn't make sense for where they were at as a franchise. I'm like, what's the point in this when you're going to be bad?
And not only that, but they acted like it was a shiny new toy that it was going to be help save everything. I mean, at least I remember that news conference sitting there when they're on their little director's chairs and all that. And I thought to myself, Vic, watching that news conference going, this is not going to be what they think it's going to be. The guy was already in decline before he even got here. I'm sorry.
Yep.
That's just the way it is. Cubs are right on the money.
So could you argue that until they relieve themselves of that contract, it's really impossible to build what you want to build? Don't you have to relieve yourself of that? I mean, you can make some inroads, but you're never going to get to where you want to go unless that's out of your system.
Yeah, there's just a lot of things that look. The Rockies' payroll over the years has been middle of the pack, no problem, even approaching top 10 at times, which is unbelievable as well. I mean, they've spent money in the past. It's just that it's been so poorly done. You know, I was listening to Nate and Andy talk a couple days ago about Nick Kurtz of the Oakland A's, right? And his 6 for 6 night. Remember we talked about it earlier that day, his 6 for 6 outing with 4 jacks and a double and a single and so on and so forth. And he was one pick after the Rockies picked. That kid who's with the yard goats, not even hitting his weight, and a couple dongs and who knows what else. I mean, there's more problems than Chris Bryant, and I'll leave it at that.
Texter asks, what's KB's money earned per home run in this contract? $10.5 million per homer. He has 17.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Hey, I brought you
Pretty
that
good.
from Cartel Golf, and you said it wasn't going to fit. It fits perfectly.
It does, thank you.
Have you worn yours?
I haven't yet.
Oh.
It's actually still in that wrapping.
Oh, way to make use of it.
I'm sure I'll wear it at some point.
You squeeze in an XL now, or? Because you said it was going to be too big.
What are you talking about?
Actually, looks pretty snug.
All right.
What?
Play your little games.
I'm not playing games. I handed it to you. Go, that's not going to fit. I go, yeah, it will. Fits perfectly.
I weighed myself yesterday. What do you think I weigh?
264?
90 kilograms.
188.1.
Okay.
Is that bad for a guy who's 5'11"? Is that bad?
Nobody's saying anything, Mo.
You're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that.
I didn't say a word. Did you say anything?
I didn't say anything.
Is Raj bringing donuts today?
Sure hope so.
Oh, wait a minute. Where's my food?
You were offered a beautiful. You were time out. You were offered a beautiful, tasty quiche, and you declined.
I said I would be more than happy to eat that quiche. That's what I told you yesterday.
You said you would eat that quiche.
You heard me say that.
Vic, you wouldn't eat that quiche, would you?
I would eat the hell out of that quiche.
Yeah. Well,
but Moj,
you were offered a delectable with mushrooms and spinach and a beautiful quiche, and you all said no. The only one who said yes was Jesse, but that's going to be too much quiche.
He's a garbage disposal.
No. Here's what I said. I would love to eat that quiche, but it's not the Bears' responsibility to make up for your sins. Mm-hmm. You had to run somewhere this morning that had a drive-through and pick something up for everyone.
That is not correct. Because
I have 3 witnesses here.
All he would take is fruit. He said bananas and fruit.
So what? So get bananas and fruit.
At McDonald's?
They have apples.
My
daughter's eaten them before.
Okay. That ain't happening.
Hey, when we come back, guys, you know how I always tell you, don't worry about Joker's future in Denver. Don't let people scare you, right? Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's not going anywhere. Well, a story is starting to get carried away with this story. And I'm not going to lie to you. It's scaring me a little bit about his future in Denver.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You
I'm
fear-mongering?
I'm not fear-mongering. I'm just being honest. I'm asking questions. And I want to ask this question openly when we come back.
I want that quiche now.
Great.
You don't get no quiche. Think about what summer should be, guys. Relaxed, romantic, unforgettable. But are you dealing with any kind of erectile dysfunction? Don't worry. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has got you hooked up. They are going to take care of you. Don't let ED keep you from making the most of this summer. And it's easy to get help. Also, don't be embarrassed by it. Don't slough it off. Don't say, it's no big deal, because you know it is. You want to get back to being you. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic's treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. And they've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if you're dealing with any form of ED, do something about it. And do it today. Give them a call at 720-440-7900. The initial visit, only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, the TPSA test, and if advised, to test those in the office. It's going to work for you. Again, that number, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, back here at Broncos Park, as we are every day that we're available to, at least, until next Wednesday.
I want to focus on our football team, and I know you want to get to your Joker thing, Vic, and all this kind of thing. But are you guys paying attention to the rest of the NFL at all right now, storylines around the rest of the league, specifically the AFC West? Did you see your boy Nick Wrong come out with another prediction the other day?
Yeah.
That guy is –
What did he say?
He said he thinks the Broncos are going to finish dead last in the division and miss the playoffs. This guy – and we know he's a Kansas City Hawk, but this guy, he's just a click guy. That's all he is. He's an antagonistic – yeah, he's an antagonistic click guy.
It just doesn't make any sense in what you see.
It's ridiculous. But I'll tell you this, though. The Broncos, if you look around, and I know that it's recency bias because Rossini and Daniels were here, and Jay, what's his face?
Jay Glazer
was here. And
like he owned the place?
Yeah, and Cowherd is friends with Payton.
DMac.
I get all that. But I'll tell you what. The Broncos are a very sexy little pick right now. It's going around the league. So I pay attention to what else is going around the league, and outside of Nick Wrong, people are in on this football team.
Sorry. Vic talked to Justin Gaethje yesterday, and I'm just watching his knockouts because he's my favorite guy to watch in the UFC. He just stands up and hits people. Sorry. I was paying attention, though. Jay Glazer, DMac mentioned this. That he's just in the locker room. He gets to use the weights.
He's like a coach.
I know. And DMac says he does that everywhere. Everywhere that he visits during training camp, they're like, yeah, go ahead, use the weight room. And he said, is that weird? And I think that is kind of weird.
How do you get that kind of access?
I don't know.
Well, he works for Fox, right? I mean,
yeah.
he's a Fox NFL guy.
But who are you married to in that scenario? If you get access to every single, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How does that work? You're an insider. How do you navigate those relationships and spew the truth?
I don't know. You mean you're saying because he's using people's workout facilities, his credibility is in question?
No.
I asked Emma here if I could just walk barefoot with Brandon Jones around the field this morning, and she said, I'll take your credential if you try.
I about got tasered because I took a shortcut to get to the 10th this morning.
Yeah.
And this guy's showering with Sean Payton.
It's true.
Hey, man.
It's exactly what he's doing.
I mean, status has its privileges.
No, I mean, I have no problem with it. I get it. I just, that's whatever. Hey, I was a bit, I'm not going to say scared. I was a bit curious at a story that's emerging now because it's getting hot and heavy every day. We all saw the photo of LeBron James on that boat in Europe. I don't know, was it the Mediterranean? I don't know where they were. They were somewhere in Europe. He was on a boat with Maverick Carter and Nikola Jokic's agent, whose name is hard for me to pronounce, therefore I will not go there.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon.
His agent is seated between LeBron James and Maverick Carter. And Misko Rastanovic is his name.
Cool, good name.
And on the social media post, Misko writes, the summer of 2025 is the perfect time to make big plans for the fall of 2026.
Yeah.
And everybody's talking about what those plans might be. And we've deduced that it has everything to do with the World Basketball League that's being thought up now. Maverick Carter's running the operation. Obviously, a lot of financial support from his friend LeBron of a new an international basketball league that is not intended to compete against the NBA, but sort of a corollary, sort of a, here's something else to offer if you're not
like
full
sort
NBA.
of NFL Europe.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like the competitive NBA. It's more of a league that's going to go to each city like Formula One, right? So you go to Formula One and then you play some games. And then you come out to see these players play games.
Well,
So
how
it's-
many teams would you possibly have?
I don't know. I don't know all the details, but that's the way they're laying this out. It's a league that goes around the world to play. It's not headquartered naturally in one country like the NBA is. It goes around the world.
That's a lot of cost.
Okay,
to be shipping multiple teams from day to day, week to week, city to city.
How's Formula One doing?
Well, that's totally different.
Well,
though.
what's different about it?
Because that's the best in the world.
Well, I'm
the
just
NBA
saying
is the
those
best
are
in the world.
cars.
Okay, understood. But I don't think they'll have trouble making money in China, in the Philippines, in Australia, in South America. Have you seen the popularity of the NBA across the globe? Have you seen how many people come out to watch these players every time they make an appearance?
What about this makes you nervous about Joker?
Here's why I'm nervous. They're going to throw some big money at some big names to get this league off the ground.
They can't get Jokic-type money.
I'm just curious as to what it would take if he wanted to ease his schedule. Let's say he wins another title in Denver. Let's say that this year the Nuggets win a championship.
Okay.
And he's like, all right, I've made my money. I'm not going to make as much money with this World League, but I guarantee they're going to get 4 or 5 big-name players of that ilk and trot them out there as sort of the guys everybody else orbits around.
Yeah, and then who else?
But they can't – but hang on. They can't match $70 million a year for a player. They can't do that.
Well, I'm going to give you a model. They're going to use, I guarantee, the MLS model. Everybody says MLS can't afford to pay for the best soccer players. Well, they've gotten a bunch of big names here by paying them a lot more than most of the players.
They got
big names late in their
career. Like 2 years before they're
done.
So
where's LeBron in his career?
Well, yeah, he's
where would Joker
be
be in 3 years?
30,
after his career's up.
33.
What do you mean? You'd be 33. He's got plenty of time if he
later
wants to.
in their careers. I'm just laying it out there in case. That's the only thing that would worry me. Nothing worries me about Joker in the NBA. He's not going to another team in the NBA. He's married to Denver. Trust me on that one. I've got some inside information on that one. Just trust me.
So you're telling me that he wants
Listen
to travel the globe?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm telling Nuggets fans right now, you have no worry in the world for Nikola Jokic ever leaving the Nuggets for another team on his volition. It would never happen, okay? The only thing I could see him doing, if it occurred to him, is the opportunity to shorten the season and do something like this World League if it made sense financially.
He doesn't want to go from China to the Philippines to
I
Australia.
don't know how do you know what he wants to do?
I wouldn't want to do that. To me, that's just a lot. That's a hassle. That's a hassle. To me, this is for guys like Russell Westbrook right now who can't find a job, and you could throw a name out there to play in the Philippines and then travel to China a week later
Older
and play
guy,
there.
twilight of his career. Maybe he's got a year or two still left where he can really bring something.
I hope you're right. Listen, they said the same thing about the Live. The Live is not watched by anybody, but it still exists.
Vic, if the Live had to live on its own, it wouldn't exist. If the Live had to live on its
live
own,
on its own.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Well, I have no idea what you're talking about.
If it had to live on its revenues and its interest and its TV deal and all that, it wouldn't exist.
It's living on deep pockets, which is
they're losing money hand over
fist. So Moser, hold on.
on.
What's to stop this basketball league from going to those same deep pockets and saying, money me money?
Saudi?
Yeah.
Saudi
What's
money.
to stop? Yeah, exactly.
They could.
Well, why couldn't they?
But here's the thing. This is what I think you underestimate about this.
Yeah.
Jokic does basketball because basketball pays the bills.
Yes.
What pays the most bills? The NBA.
Yes.
I don't see any scenario in which this league pays more than $70 or $80 million a year, which a max contract is going to get
How
him.
do you know it won't pay that much for select players? Again, in MLS, look at some select players and see how much money they're making. Select players.
But I guess what I'm getting at is Jokic is – hang on. Jokic is comfortable here. He's making a boatload of money. And when he's done with basketball, he's done with basketball, and then it's horse time. You know what I mean? Like I don't think there's like what Jokic is going to transfer to a different league that they don't know if it's even going to be viable or not, as opposed to the comfort of being in the NBA and being potentially, hopefully, another champion.
I'm not trying to milk this for – I'm not trying to be a doomsayer here. I'm not.
No, I get where you're coming from.
I'm just saying – it's a possibility that exists that I just want to put on your radar only because there's a way. Oh, yeah, what is
the hell's a doomsayer? Doomsdayer?
Doomsdayer. I want to put it out there only because it exists, all right? And if I see people talking about it, it's going to happen.
No, I understand. I know where you're coming from. I just think that what they would need –
money.
They
can get money.
Let's even say
they
go to the Saudis and they say, we need $2 billion just to spend on payroll. I still think the appeal of playing in the NBA, if you're a really good player who's making a max contract, I don't even know what you'd have to offer.
Well,
like, the difference in the live, I guarantee you, if all of those guys on the live tour right now were offered a similar amount of money, what did Mickelson get? Let's say it's $100 million. If he was offered 80, I bet he'd stay in the PGA.
But it's not going
to
happen.
I'm just asking for an 8-ball and $2 million.
What all of you are overlooking is this. All of you. You're overlooking how popular this sport is in remote areas of the globe. And if you take the sport with marquee names, not all of them, just some, if you take it to other parts of the globe, the money will come.
But what I'm asking is, what's the appeal for Joker unless it is like 5 times the amount of money that he's making here? What's the appeal?
What if I tell you it's a shortened season with the same money? Fewer games. Instead of an 82-game grueling season, you're paying half. You're playing half the amount of games.
One time you're in Helsinki, the next time you're
saying,
in Berlin.
What if I told you
Then you're on your way to Adelaide, Australia. Then you're going to the Philippines.
Listen, I would not watch a league like that. It sounds stupid. A league that goes to each city and they play the same teams. It's like the
I'm
Live
sure
Tour.
it's great in Europe.
It sounds stupid, right? It sounds stupid to us. We're about competition. We're about, may the best team win. This makes no sense. I don't understand how Live operates with these teams, and it's all dumb to me. But it pays.
No, but this is what the Live does that's actually really smart. Live books their tournaments at places that don't get PGA tournaments, so it gives those people the opportunity to see them.
Exactly.
But they also paid more money than the PGA could pay any other player, and that's how they got the dudes. That's all I'm saying. And when you got people making borderline $80 million on these new maxes coming up, how much more can you really afford to give them is what I'm asking.
Was Happy Gilmore 2 basically a metaphor for the Live versus PGA?
Yeah, I was actually surprised how many Live guys were in that, considering they were making they were making so much fun.
And they were playing for the PGA Tour team.
Yeah, like Maxey was the Live thing, and Brooks Koepka and Bryson DeChambeau were like, "Sure, I'll make fun of that other league."
I can't believe how. Anyway, the final scenes of that show were ridiculous.
Yeah, insane. 303-504-0925. Get some more audio from practice, Broncos, and the thing that's going to have my eye for the rest of camp next.
Denver's new home for Thursday night football, Sunday night football, Monday night football, the NFL playoffs, and the Super Bowl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I mean, is that not the most amazing voice?
Shockey, if you don't have that dude do a promo for our show using our names, then you're not doing it right.
All right.
It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Shockey, if you're listening, we need to have that guy. Remember how we had a whole bunch of the Avs players last year say some weird stuff?
Yes.
I need to hear him say, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
100%.
Like, I need all of that stuff.
Dude.
We need introductions for drunk takes, all of our segments.
And can we also get him to say, double dipperoo?
Yeah.
I don't think he's just a clown. That you
Yes,
can just,
he is.
You just you put a carrot in front of his face and make him say whatever you want to say.
Actually, Mo, that's his exact job.
Here's
a script.
His
Read
job
it.
is read this.
His name is David Lee. He's a professional reader guy.
His job is to read things.
He probably will do it for some bread. You want to pony up some bread? He doesn't just say things like a clown on command.
Well, you do. Here, read this.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
We quite literally, at my old station in Lincoln, so our voice guy was the same guy who did the Dan Patrick show. And I would send things to him every week, stupid things for him to read. And he'd send them back with a note that said, I bleeping love doing these. That's what he said.
All right, here.
So he's a clown, but David Lee's not.
Let me make it very easy for you.
I think you underestimate maybe David Lee's a cool guy who wants to do that stuff.
Let me make it very easy for you. If any of you out there listening want Mark Moser to read something, write it down, send it to him. He'll read it for a small fee. What's your fee?
$100.
Well, that's the whole idea.
10 donut holes.
10 donut holes does it every time.
That's the whole idea of what Cameo is, right?
Yeah, here's what Vic wants it, though.
Isabella, get your ass back to school.
Yeah. I mean, whatever it takes.
I mean, you just at your beck and call, whatever you want.
We hired this guy. He is the voice of Westwood One. That's not unreasonable to ask him to do some promo spots for us.
I agree with you.
It's not a big deal.
Hey, what are you? You said you've got a theme going on from this point on in camp, or what is it?
Here's what's funny.
What's your thing?
I kind of spent the first few days out here like there was not something specific when camp started that I was truly looking for. And I was like, I'm sure it'll come to me as these days kind of go along. Because usually, I mentioned this the first day we were here, there's always kind of a theme to training camp, which is it's a quarterback battle or it's how's the first-round pick looking or something. And there's not a lot of that. I didn't have that feeling going in, so I was like, okay, so what is it?
Even the new guys, even like a Hufanga or Greenlaw, I know what you're going to get out of them.
I figured it out.
Yeah.
I figured it out for me. I'm just locked in on the running backs. I'm totally in tune in a way that I'm usually not. You know, the running game is always kind of something where you're like, oh, they'll figure it out, or no matter who your backfield is, somebody will take over, get the bulk of the carries. I am incredibly intrigued by a couple of different things. Number one, I don't know if you guys have noticed, Audric Estime's getting like nothing with that first team. Nothing. I have seen yesterday – I saw more Blake Watson than I saw Audric Estime with that first team. So I'm curious on that stuff. And obviously I'm just intrigued by the idea of what Harvey and Dobbins, that sort of duo, can be in the backfield. Because I think both of them, they're built really similar. Like they're shorter guys, but big, thick, stocky quads. Jaleel had a really nice run yesterday, by the way. Hit open space, took it up the sideline, bounced it outside for a big run. I was skeptical on Jaleel, and I think did we talk about this yesterday? Where I'm like, when you're a professional player, you need to have a superpower. Okay, when you're a professional athlete, you have something that you do that's really high end. Mose, you could say it for probably every guy in the Avs, and let's just, for example, let's do it. What is Arturi Lekkonen's superpower? Would you say as a hockey player?
He's an incredibly heady player, and he's also incredibly courageous for his size. He pays the price in really dirty areas. A lot of guys won't do what he does.
Vic, what is Christian Brown's superpower as a basketball player?
He goes to the hole like few can.
What's Jaleel McLaughlin's superpower? That's what always bothered me. Like, I didn't know he's not exceptionally fast. He's obviously not very big. And I was just like, what does he do better than anybody else?
Is he a bouncer? He can bounce?
I don't know.
Is it his lateral movement, his ability to bounce
That
outside?
that could be it. But there's a couple things that
He's not a between the tackles guy.
No.
We know that.
But that's what bothered me with Jaleel. It's like if you don't have one of those things, then what is it that keeps you on the roster? Because everybody else, we can like Cortland Sutton's superpowers. I jump over you and I get the football.
100%.
That's what I do, and you can kind of do that for everybody down the line. But Jaleel has been, I don't know. I just don't know what it is about him. Because you can't put him in there on third down to pass protect. I remember 2 years ago, actually. To his credit, it was when Russell Wilson was still here. They had a free blitzer up the middle, untouched.
Mm-hmm.
Jaleel was the last line of defense so that Russell Wilson didn't get smoked. And Jaleel jumped in front of Russell Wilson and got obliterated.
Wow.
But it kept the guy from getting to Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson actually completed a pass. And I go, kudos to you.
I got some news for you. That happens to everybody. R.J. Harvey had a couple instances yesterday where he's dealing with some of those rushers, I should say, and he got killed.
Yep.
I mean, backside.
Keeled?
Yes.
Keeled.
Or killed.
And you know what?
Got killed.
You know,
to
that
death.
was one of the, when they drafted R.J. Harvey, one of the questions is, would he be able to hold up in pass block?
Yeah.
Would he be able to hold up in that situation? He's learning on the job, man.
Yep.
Because yesterday, I think it was Jonathan Cooper, somebody just devoured him. That's fine, though. This is why it's training camp. You do it now.
And it's what you kind of – you have to just be willing, first of all, to stick your nose in there. You just have to be able to get in the way. But, like, that's what I'm locked in on. I mean, what about –
I mean, if Khalil Mack – let's say Khalil Mack's bearing down on Bo Nix, right?
Yeah.
You got to be able to
slow him down.
Anything. You got to be able to stand in there and absorb that kind of punishment because it's coming. That punishment is going to be coming. It takes a lot of courage, man. It takes some intestinal fortitude to be a guy that will, when you're not touching the football and you're in pass protect, to be able to take that abuse.
How much do you think they play Harvey over the course of the preseason? Like in game one, do you think he starts? Or because I doubt Dobbins is going to be it.
I don't think you need to see much of J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah.
Given his injury history, I wouldn't play him much.
I wouldn't either.
I think you would minimize his play. But Harvey, you got to see. You got to see what you got. So I wouldn't be surprised if he played game one. Not one bit.
I hope so.
And if he doesn't, if he doesn't play game one, it tells me they've already seen enough.
Yeah.
So it's a good sign.
That one's like, it's funny, Vic, in Summer League, you try and play the same type of game, but it's almost like when somebody's playing in a preseason game, and even if they play well, you're like, but he's playing, which tells you that he's towards the back end of the roster, if not off it right now.
You mentioned Estime. I thought he had his best run at camp yesterday. He ran over, I don't know what linebacker he ran over, but he just flattened a dude in the open field. It was linebacker versus running back, and that backer had no chance against 230-pound Audric Estime.
Isn't that the intrigue, though, when you look at Audric Estime, you're like,
Jordan Turner, undrafted rookie Jordan Turner, who tried to fill a gap on Estime, and bam, backside.
I want Estime to work so badly. It feels like such a waste to have somebody that big not work. Because, Vic, how many different guys can do, just from a pure size standpoint, how many different guys can do that, what you just mentioned on this roster? There's not a lot. He's just huge.
Okay, he did that a lot in college because, say what you want, college athletes are not as nimble and big as NFL athletes.
Yeah.
It's a different level here.
Mm-hmm.
What he got away with in college, I don't know if you can do that here. That superpower may not exist at the NFL. I mean, he's not Derrick Henry.
Just
like
being
if you look at him,
strength and
he's not Derrick Henry.
No. What do you mean, like size-wise?
Size and speed.
Yeah, Derrick Henry's like 6'4".
Who is? Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why he's special.
Yeah.
Dude, Derrick Henry. I love that guy. I love everything about him. We love his hair. That guy's a dude, man. He's just a total dude.
How tall is Derrick Henry?
He's like 6'4". He's big. He's a giant. He throws people where, Brett?
He's fast.
And he's fast. What does he do with people, Brett?
He puts them in the crust of the earth.
He puts them into the crust of the earth.
Yeah,
that is correct.
6'3".
6'3"? Okay. He puts them. He takes people, Vic, with one hand, and he throws them into the core of the earth. They become core samples. It's unbelievable, this guy. There's nobody, but that's the point, is that in today's National Football League, guys like that are so few and far between that I mean.
Hold on a second. So I just Googled Derrick Henry. This is his Alabama bio. Back when he was a freshman. When he was a freshman, he was 6'3", 240 pounds.
Jeez.
As a freshman running back in college.
18
as an
years old?
18-year-old.
Well, look at his high school numbers, and you'll know why.
You think Nick Saban was happy to have him? I mean,
well, see, that's the thing. When you
Louise.
look out on the field and you look at the Broncos running backs, does Audric Estime stand out like, oh my God, look at that Hulk? He doesn't, right?
No.
He fits right in, and that's the difference between the college game and the pro game.
Yep.
That's the difference.
I'm very curious as to why he was not a factor in the postseason last year either. Why he did? Yeah, I don't know. I'd like some truth serum in Sean Payton to really get his deep thoughts about Audric Estime.
Oh, it's trust. I think that's
it. Very well could be. But what I'm telling you, with Dobbins coming in, you draft a running back. Bidet, I think, is probably your bounce down the practice squad guy and third, fourth stringer guy, and Jaleel, right? I mean, it comes down to probably Jaleel and Estime on who's going to make this team and who's going to be gone.
Or if it comes down to that, I think Jaleel's going to take it. I mean, they had an issue, if you remember, the Estime stuff and him kind of being in the doghouse last year started with fumbles. And me and Nelly were talking about this earlier. Sean Payton is a lot like Micah Malone, I think. He is much more willing to let the veteran who doesn't have the higher ceiling go out there because he trusts them. Like I have a theory on what could happen this year. There was a guy last year on the Broncos offense that played a lot that pissed people off because he was taking the playing time of a younger player. Little Jordan Humphrey was playing a lot over Troy Franklin. And the reason why Little Jordan Humphrey played is because, you mentioned this yesterday, Vic, what does Sean Payton want in his offense? Somebody who will be in the right spot. Just be in the right spot.
Somebody who will block.
Yes. Little Jordan Humphrey was not uber talented. He wasn't. And I think that guy might be Trent Sherfield this year, who they signed as a special teamer. He actually looks pretty good in a lot of these drills. But I'm like, if there's a veteran player.
Is he number 5?
Yes.
Yeah, he stands out.
He looks pretty good.
Out, yeah.
He has no numbers to his career.
Yeah.
He had 1 year where he was really a wideout. But he does. He looks pretty good, right? And I'm like, man, is he going to be the new Little Jordan Humphrey, which is the veteran wideout that takes the playing time of younger guys that's going to drive people nuts? Like, he's 28 years old. I think that he's had something like 80 catches in his career.
Okay. I guess my question to you in that regard then is, when does Sean Payton – look, he wants to win. I was reading the Bo Nix comments on the NFL Network from yesterday, and there's higher expectations. Well, it is that way for everybody. So where do you weigh all right, if the veteran is going to give you more of an opportunity and more sure-handed, you can't sit around and wait for these kids to quote.
But I don't
develop.
think
you can't. I don't care if you're mad that this guy's taking somebody else's playing time. If he gives you the better opportunity to win, you play that guy.
It's not even more of an opportunity to win. It's less of an opportunity of a mistake.
Okay, fine. Isn't that the same thing?
Doesn't have to be.
Well, he turned the ball over.
I mean,
you're
there's
gonna die.
Jameis Winston, there's Teddy Bridgewater. Like, who do you take for a shot to win? You know what I mean?
Well, honestly, oh man, Jameis is so intriguing because he can throw 5 picks.
No kidding.
5 touchdowns. It's insane. He's so intriguing, that guy.
When he played the Broncos last year, it was the most Jameis game he's ever Jameised in his life. It was 400 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 3 picks, and 1 killer, and all that different stuff. Anyway, get back to this in a little bit. Again, out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. And all training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Jeff Legwold will sit down at the table with us in 45 minutes, discuss his thoughts on camp so far. Back after this.
Right.
sings this?
Right.
I don't know who does
Right.
this. Who is this?
This is Pompeii by Bastille.
I like it.
Yeah, it sounds dumb. Hey,
Wait. Play it up a little bit. Let me hear it, Nelly. Thank you.
What's that big drum that they hit? What's that thing called?
That's a floor tom, baby.
A floor tom?
Really
like a
hammering
dork
those
tom.
toms.
Hey, guys, I'm
Oh yeah,
there.
that thing. I want to hit that thing.
You want to hit a floor tom?
Yeah, I want to hit that.
All right. I'm sure Nelly can hook you up. He's got guys with drums all over the place. Boys, I was walking back from taking a little squirt, and it's in me now. And it happens every year. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just the way life goes with me. And I hope that you guys will understand that I'm officially to the point where I need a Broncos preseason game. All right? This is day 4 of us being out here doing the show. Actually, Brett, for you, it's day 6.
Yeah.
I think. Something
Day
like that.
6.
Day 6. I need some I always get to the point where, okay, I'm excited to be at camp. Okay, a week into camp, I'm like, I need a preseason game. And then once they play the Niners, I'm going to be like, let's friggin' get to the start of the regular season already. I get impatient, boys. I get the because in the NHL, here's what you do.
It's fast.
You report to camp. You know what you do? You skate for a couple, 3 days, and you know what you do? You play preseason hockey, and you're off and running.
Yeah.
And you play preseason hockey every other day, then the regular season rolls around, and you go. It's done to this dilly-dally for weeks. Every single dude out here is in shape. Every dude came in looking good except the fat guy in Tampa, the 450-pound rookie.
But he was fat beforehand.
That's my point. But the deal is that it's like it takes so long to get the goods. Okay, it's like getting pregnant and you gotta wait 9 months to have a baby. Are you kidding me? Let's get to preseason football. Let's play some preseason football and let's go. You don't need 2 weeks of training camp before you play a damn game.
Are you advocating for instant baby making?
But a little like stork
Like
delivery,
instant?
like I'll order them online on Amazon,
Amazon
baby.
Prime stork delivery.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. No, my point is that these guys, OTAs, mini camps, blah, 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 they know what they're doing, okay? And the people know what they're doing. Let's play football. Am I the only one that thinks that way, or are you content just waiting another month before we jerk around and kick the ball off?
I think that Sean Payton would disagree with your evaluation.
Well, of course, coaches always want more coaching. They always want more prep for their team. I get that, but I mean, let's not overdo it here, boys.
Moser, it takes time to install an offense and, frankly, a defense
Understood.
and special teams calls. I mean, you don't do that overnight. I mean, this isn't pickup football. This isn't flag football. You don't show up at the park 10 minutes before game time and say, here, run this route. That's a lot of learning that's happening out there, and that's why Bo Nix feels so much more confident this season. Last year, he spent most of the year just memorizing plays.
Yeah, he just was trying to learn plays for a lot of training camp.
I dig that. My point is that how many years ago was it the Broncos played the Hall of Fame game and had 5 preseason games?
I mean, that was excessive, and the NFL agreed, and that's why they cut
it
down.
And so that was the day they cut it down to 3 preseason games was maybe one of the happiest days of my life.
Well, you might get your wish even more, Moshe. They might cut it down to 2 here coming up.
Sounds good.
In a couple of years.
Says Moser
Boys,
has
I was
the
walking
attention
back
span
from
taking a little squirt, and it's in me now. And Moser has the attention span of a toddler. No, man, I just want football. Okay, they're 0-1-3-5. I just
want
it
tonight.
You don't. Yep, a bunch of scrubs from the Lions and the Chargers.
Yeah.
Dorking around.
Yeah.
Look, Trey Lance. You know the backup is in I almost said San Diego. God, can you believe I almost said San Diego?
I'm still in that San Diego
Do you know who the backup is to Justin Herbert?
Who?
Brett's boy.
Which boy is Brett's boy?
Who's my boy?
Taylor Heineke.
Oh, yeah, I like Taylor
Trey
Heineke.
Lance is 3rd on the depth chart right now, for crying out loud, and he's getting the start. Am I going to watch? You're damn right I'm going to watch football tonight, but I want the Broncos to start hitting people. I want to see people on the ground. I want to hear clacks and crashes and bangs.
Hang on. I have a question about 2 former Broncos, one player and another coach. Former Broncos first-round pick Noah Fant is expected to sign with the Cincinnati Bengals, according to Adam Schefter, because he was released by Seattle a couple of weeks ago. I still can't believe that out of the last, I think it's 4 highly coveted Iowa tight ends that have been drafted, you got the only one that seems to not work. I mean, because the others are like Kittle, Laporta, and T.J. Hawkinson, all of them pretty good.
Those are pretty good dudes.
The only one that didn't work.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. I found some audio from ESPN Los Angeles yesterday. So they're out there at Rams camp, and if you guys remember, Davante Adams is a L.A. Ram now. And his backup quarterback, the backup in L.A. to Matthew Stafford is Jimmy Garoppolo.
It's Jimmy Garoppolo,
It's
right?
Jimmy
G.
G.
Yeah,
Jimmy G.
G's down there, yep.
And if you guys remember, Jimmy G, Davante Adams were both on the Raiders. Was it last year or 2 years ago? Can't remember.
I think it was
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
2 years ago. And there seemed to be a rift between Jimmy G and Davante Adams. And if you watch the show Receiver on Netflix, there was that scene where Davante got absolutely obliterated like twice in the same series.
I've been fascinated by the Netflix series Punter. I mean, it's really a good look at legs and thighs.
Listen. You saw the clip, though, from a couple years ago. We played it. Davante Adams gets rocked twice because Jimmy Garoppolo threw him into traffic. Mm-hmm. And he went to the sideline, sat down, took his helmet off, and said, I got to get the bleep out of here. You remember that?
Yes.
So he was asked about reuniting with Jimmy G. And here's what he said.
Little did we know that you'd be playing with Jimmy G again, right, based on that series. Mm-hmm. How's that?
It's amazing. I love Jimmy, and it was never a personal thing, and I was hoping we didn't have to have these kind of – I'm surprised this is the first time it's been brought up, but it's been amazing. We got to, catch up and get on the right page, and obviously that was just a dark moment in all of our lives. I think all of us were pretty miserable over there, and we kind of caught up and laughed about it.
He's talking about playing under Josh McDaniels, and I have a question. Have you ever heard a player, or I guess most players who've played in some form or fashion under head coach Josh McDaniels that have all spoken that way? Is it the most remarkable thing in the world?
Yeah. Well, that's Tyler Polumbus. Polumbus says his most miserable experience as a player was under him.
But how is it even possible to have that many people hate you that much? We know hard-nosed coaches. Sean Payton's a pretty hard-nosed coach. These players don't hate Sean Payton.
Here's the difference. Because I happen to know Josh McDaniels fairly well. We did the coaches show with him.
Yeah. The
difference with him is he ran hard, he ran hot, but he didn't have any empathy toward the locker room and the player. There was a disconnect there.
Yeah.
I think Sean has a connection with a lot of the locker room.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it shows. There's a connection there. There's something there. It wasn't there with Josh. He failed to materialize that. It was just, here's what we're doing. Here's how you do it. Do your job, the famous words. And if you don't, you're screwed.
Do you know what Josh McDaniels is doing now, by the way?
He's the offensive coordinator for the New England Patriots.
Again, under Mike Vrabel.
How many
now.
different times is he going to take on that role?
Well, there has to be at least somebody in the history of the Patriots who likes him. I mean, he's back there for, the third flipping time, right? I mean,
clearly Kraft likes him.
Well, Robert Kraft can like whoever he wants to like, but I'm saying that guy doesn't keep getting rehired if he doesn't have somebody who appreciates what he does offensively. I don't know.
Well, he's got one team. Do you know what's interesting about Josh McDaniels? He has been coaching since 1999, where he was a graduate assistant under Nick Saban at Michigan State.
Yeah.
The next year he got a job with the Patriots. Worked his way up all the way to 2008 to be the offensive coordinator for a few years, and then he took over for Denver. Fired from that job. He's had one other job. Do you guys know what this is, by the way? Outside of his head coaching stints with the Broncos and the Raiders.
He got offered the job. He took the job in Indianapolis and then resigned or never took it or whatever.
That's not what I'm talking about. He took one other job in his career. He 1 year he coached somewhere that wasn't New England.
I was going to say, Norm Pizza Delivery Boy Pompano.
Where was it?
He was the OC for the St. Louis Rams in 2011.
That's right.
For 1 year.
Why do I forget about that?
He was.
And then he was gone.
It was right after the Broncos mess. I remember that. Yeah.
Yep.
I remember that.
But I'm like, how is it even possible for that many people to talk about you like that?
Maybe he's a great interviewer. Maybe he's great in those sessions. Maybe when he sits down. I just saw Miles, the mascot, walk by every day, and he comes by with his skateboard.
Yeah.
Right?
No, it's a
skateboard.
Electric surfboard.
An electric surfboard.
Did you see, and thanks to our curator Liam for sending me this, did you see the L.A. Sparks mascot last night and what happened to the mascot?
No.
So
got to tell you, I missed that one.
Okay.
I can't say as I.
One of the dancers.
Dude, a meteor could have hit that game, and I wouldn't know.
one of the dancers was doing backflips up and look what happened to the mascot. Okay. Take a look. We're looking at it right now. Backflips. And knocked the mascot in the head. Knocked the mascot out cold.
So doing what are those called? Back handsprings?
Back handsprings. And ran into the mascot. And this isn't just a knockout. This is one of those, you see it in the NFL where a guy's knocked out and they're frozen. Their arms, their limbs are frozen. This mascot's limbs are frozen. I mean, that is a KO like no other right there.
What is that mascot? It looks like a lion or something.
I have no idea what the hell the Sparks mascot is.
So he's doing the back handsprings, and the mascot's just standing there, and when the guy jumps onto his hands and is doing the flip,
oh my God,
leg came by right in the kisser. Bam.
Make room, everybody.
Yeah, I don't think I could be a mascot. Couldn't do it. Seems weird.
It's a lot of hard work to sit inside that damn hot costume.
You get those. Wait. What's the mascot that does the push-ups going up the
BYU.
tables?
BYU. He's the baddest.
That's unbelievable.
He is BMF. He is the BMF of college
football. So if
football.
you're going to but when that guy graduates on, right, because they're only in school, right? I mean,
I don't know if they
what's
hire
going to be 40 years old being the BYU mascot?
If it pays well, why not?
Well, I don't know if that's the case, but the next dude's going to have to be able to do some serious push-ups up the ladder, up the tables, right?
Yeah,
tables.
you've set the bar now too high for the next guy coming in.
Pretty much.
Hey, Vic, speaking of BMF, you talked to a guy who is the BAMF of the UFC, Justin Gaethje, last night.
It was a little fireside chat at Ravenna Country Club.
That stands for Bad A Mother, you fill in the rest. So it was just a chat with a local celeb athlete thing, or what?
He lives here in Lakewood and trains out of several gyms here, looking for his next fight. And if you know Justin Gaethje and you've watched him fight, he had that classic finish with Max Holloway.
Yeah.
Remember that? That was just crazy. I asked him about that last night, too, and he was like, yeah, I just wasn't properly prepared because he wasn't in my weight class, and I didn't put the effort into preparing and training. But it turned into a freaking crazy night. I mean, they just – what was it, the final 20 seconds? They go to the center of the ring and say, let's go. Let's go. Just bam, bam,
he
bam.
Is, I think, my favorite fighter to watch in the UFC because he's the kind of guy. And look, I know there's an art to like the go into the ground, submissions, holds, all that stuff. I don't understand it, so I like the guys who just stand up and hit each other, and he does that.
You just mentioned what is Justin's superpower? And these guys are all these guys to be in the UFC and to be able to fight like that and enter a ring. I said, do you ever get nervous? And he goes, not really. He goes, I've lost my ability to become emotional, which is why he's a good golfer. He's a 7 handicap.
Yeah.
Plays all the time.
I played in his – how did I get into that tournament? Somebody invited me to play in his tournament last year at Arrowhead. I had a great time, and he's a super nice dude.
He's a great dude.
Yeah.
And he's not very barbaric. He doesn't get in fights out of the ring. But he told me he does not get emotional. He lost his ability to get adrenaline rushes. He just goes.
Yeah.
He does his job. But his superpower, you know what it is? And you may not consider this one. I do. The ability to take a punch.
Dude, it's huge. It's huge. In that sport, hell yeah.
The ability to get popped in the face and say, I got it. I'll wear it. Here, I'll wear it. Hit me another one. I got it. I'm coming at you still. That's what he can do. And you've seen him in many, many fights. Just nothing phases him.
He is, by the way, he's the Adam Dunn of the UFC world, by the way. Every punch that he throws, he wants to put your skull through a wall.
Yeah.
I thought this should just be highlights. This is the most brutal fight I've ever seen. It was him versus Tony Ferguson about 3 years ago. And what he did... And this fight lasted a long time, but they just stood and they banged around.
He said Ferguson was talking trash, too.
Well, he gets Ferguson. He busts his nose so badly at the end of this that he put one more on him, and Ferguson just decided to back off. Yeah. So look at his face right now.
My goodness.
Yeah. It's
a brutal sport.
He lives up to his name. The Bamf? Yeah, that is Justin Gaethje for sure. But you said he's a 7 handicap?
Yeah, he plays a lot of golf. He said he's played 200 rounds of golf this year.
200?
Yeah. Plays every day.
Oh, my
He
gosh.
just goes around. I said, let's play, man. We're always looking for partners.
Yeah, we'll play
Let's
anytime,
go.
yeah.
He can get on courses, too.
It's
Please.
his happy place. It's his happy place.
I'm sure it is.
It's a little less physical than his actual sport.
So, 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. If you guys did miss it, by the way, Ryan McMahon hit a walk-off for the New York Yankees yesterday. He is 6 for 17 with 4 RBI since going over to the Yanks. I told you guys, I talked to somebody that is in the Rockies organization, and I was told he was so over it. So over it. And I'm sure there's a couple other guys like that. The trade deadline today at 4 o'clock, and I hope the Rocks make a couple of more moves. The ones that they made so far is obviously McMahon to the Yankees. They traded Tyler Kinley yesterday to the Atlanta Braves. So
What if Kinley comes out of their bullpen and just starts dealing? I mean, just starts dealing.
Here's the problem with Kinley. Kinley doesn't
painting the corners. I mean, what if he just – that'd be crazy.
Here's the problem. Tyler Kinley doesn't have bad stuff. That's why he stayed on this roster.
Why didn't it work?
Because Tyler Kinley gets down 2-0 every single count. And then you're either working your way back or you got to groove one that somebody puts 400 feet the opposite direction. It's always been his problem. He gets behind in counts. And so, yeah, if he goes to Atlanta and then all of a sudden starts painting corners, yeah, it would frustrate me greatly.
More work to do. Trade deadline is what time today? 4 o'clock,
4
did you say?
Mountain.
4 p.m. Let's see how many more players the Rockies can deal. Because I think we're all in agreement dealing is good, right?
Yes.
Deal.
Yes. Please,
Well,
for the love of God, do it.
It can't get any worse. I mean, what do you want from me?
What do you mean? What can't get worse? What do you mean? Oh, you're saying trade guys away? And
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What do you care? Who cares? Trade them. Done.
I agree with you. Every starting pitcher outside of Dollander should be on the market.
Yep.
It's just, Kyle Freeland might be.
Actively shopped on the market.
Kyle Freeland's got to be.
Yeah, I love Kyle. I think I'm kind of done with the Kyle experiment.
Well, I think it's frustrated for him, too. He's frustrated. This is his hometown. He loves it here. He's invested
That's
so
what I'm
much.
saying.
He wants to win so badly. He's gone public. I mean, I feel for the dude. I love the dude.
Yep.
But it's probably better off for him to
I
go
agree.
elsewhere.
So we'll get back to that in a little bit. I got a question surrounding age. Mose, you brought up that article yesterday for the ESPN top teams with talent under 25. And the Broncos were dead last on the list.
Dead last in the NFL, 32.
Yeah, I got another comparison I want to make about that next.
Hey. Hey, it's Moser. You know I've been partners with Silterhart Motors in Broomfield for quite a while. Greg Larson and his staff are absolutely awesome, and you want to hear something even more awesome? 0 down, 0 payments for 3 months on your new purchase. Plus, they've got 0% financing on almost all new Fords, Lincolns, and Mazdas up there at Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield. Silterhart Motors has got over 1,100 vehicles on the lot right now. And take advantage. You're not going to pay up front or anything for 90 days. Go get that rig that's going to take you through the fall and the winter months. You know you're going to want to upgrade, something that's going to be able to handle the road. So do it now in the summertime and set yourself up in style. Get the 0 online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Or again, Highway 36 in Wadsworth, it's Silterhart. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Another day out here at Broncos training camp. We'll talk to Jeff Legwald in 15 minutes. In the meantime, age. It's just a number.
It makes cowards of us all.
I was kind of shocked yesterday. We were going through different rosters. Remember, this is like 90-man rosters right now for each team in the league. And the amount of teams that had like 5, 4, 2 guys that were 30 or older in the NFL was pretty shocking. Now, I looked up average ages of the starters per NFL team. So if you thought the Broncos were old, coming off that ESPN article of the top talents under the age of 25 and they were dead last, the Broncos rank by average NFL starter age 19th in the league.
Middle of the pack.
Middle of the pack, yeah. The team that is by far the oldest is the Washington Commanders.
That's interesting.
At the average age of 27.
Is it really?
But it's 27, and the next team is the Pittsburgh Steelers that are about a full year younger than them.
Considering they started a rookie quarterback last year, it just gives you the impression they're younger than what they really are.
But if you remember, they had an offseason where they signed like Eckler and Bobby Wagner. Like, they signed some veteran guys. But I will say, like, if you have veterans, that's typically because your team, you feel like you're ready to compete. Young teams are the ones that are trying to build their way up. Now, there are some exceptions to this. The Eagles and the Ravens are really young on this list. The Chiefs are still relatively young on this list. But you need vets to kind of fill in the cracks. But let me make a comparison, Vic. The Nuggets were once a very, very young team. They're still younger, but they aren't the youngest in the league anymore.
No.
And they filled that out with veterans like Valanciunas and Tim Hardaway and Bruce Brown. They've gotten older because of that. How would you feel if your team was seen as a championship contender, but also considered the oldest team in NBA history?
The LA Clippers?
The Los Angeles Clippers are the oldest average age of a team in the history of the league. They average 33.2 years old.
That's nuts.
Their starting roster is Chris Paul, who's 40, James Harden, who's 36, Nick Batum, who's 36, Kawhi Leonard, who's the youngest of them all at 34, and Brook Lopez, who's 37.
That's not their starting unit. That's just their oldest guys.
Their oldest guys.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. Their oldest guys. That's what that looks like.
That is aged.
Yes.
That is aged.
Sounds like a lot of, what do you call it, maintenance days coming up?
That's
Something
what,
like that.
I'm not high. I mean, everybody's so up on the Clippers and, look at all the I just think at some point one of those, two of those guys will break down. A tough 7-game series in the playoffs. Everybody thought that the Clippers would beat the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Remember that? And they were close.
I thought the Clippers beat the Nuggets.
They were close, but they didn't. They didn't do it. And you know what? Harden a year later, Kawhi a year later, I'm over it.
I'm too.
I don't fear the Clippers one iota.
Can you guys name the previous oldest team in NBA history?
The 1983 Boston Celtics.
It's 2000 to 2001.
Miami Heat.
I don't know.
Cleveland Cavaliers.
The Utah Jazz back in 2000 and 2001.
Stockton and Malone, all those guys at the very end of their...
Yeah. And just for the record, that team had 8 players over the age of 30. They won 53 games, but they were eliminated in the first round.
Well, I mean, that's what makes Oklahoma City scary, is because not only are they damn good and deep, is they're so youthful.
Yeah.
And that's just what a combination. Now, we'll see if they have the same will next year, right? That's the thing. Do you have the same hunger, desire? Are you going to go on the crazy streak during the regular season? Will you win? Well, how many games did they win? 68? What'd they win?
68?
Yeah. Can they do what they did in the regular season again? We'll find out, because winning a championship changes you, whether you like it or not.
By the way, just a couple other highlights from this article I was reading about the average age of NFL teams. So 27 of these teams are 25-point-something. 27 teams in the NFL average the age of 25.
Point whatever. Okay, so they're all 27 teams are virtually the same.
So the average age of an NFL starter is 25 years old?
It's pretty amazing.
Isn't that
young
weird?
man's game, baby.
Yeah. Well, there are 2 guys who just retired One was 24, and one was the offensive lineman. Just a couple days ago, you guys are retiring at 24, so I'm done. 27 years old, I'm out of here. I don't want to play football anymore.
So, by age, the youngest position on offense is running back, which shouldn't be that big of a surprise.
That's not a surprise at all as quickly as they're recycled, right?
The oldest is quarterback, which should also not be a surprise. What do you think the youngest age is on defense, on average?
Youngest age player, is it somewhere on the defensive line?
Corner.
Really?
Yeah.
That surprises me, too, because usually it takes time for a corner to learn that position.
To get up to speed in the National Football League.
But I guess that their speed is the first thing to go, and then they can't be a corner anymore.
Yeah, good point.
Then they become a safety.
Good point.
The oldest is defensive tackle. The average age on defense by position for defensive tackle is 28. That's old.
Yeah. I just can't get over how much younger pro sports are getting. And I think it's a result of better training earlier in life, right? Better training, maybe more injuries. I don't know.
Yeah.
But they're getting younger. Whatever happened to the old days when our athletic peak came at 46? Now it's 23.
Well, somebody's I was scrolling through Twitter yesterday. Somebody put up a picture of Nate Thurmond.
Former basketball player?
At 25 years old. He had a hairline that started at the back of his head already.
Yeah.
And you're like, what happened there?
Look at Ken Stabler in his last few years.
Yeah.
He looked like he was 60 years old.
Yeah, he certainly did.
By the way, kids, you want an effective NFL career that will keep you around forever? The average age of a special teamer, a long snapper, kicker, punter, almost 32 years old. You want to stay in the league? Yeah. You pick up that football and you start snapping. Be around for a while.
It's a young man's game, and if you don't build yourself with enough depth, this is what happens. I think the Broncos are they have young players who are not too young, and they have some veterans who have been around and done that, and they added more of those veterans. I think they're in perfect mode to win now. Perfect mode. The next 2 or 3 years.
I know what I'm doing today. I'm going around to every beat writer who's here covering the Broncos and asking their age and putting an average out there.
Well, we've got
what that is.
The problem is we've got one guy who's going to kind of skew it. He's going to be the Aaron Rodgers of quarterback type of thing.
What age were you at your athletic peak?
I'm still at 20. How
about you, Moser?
21.
8?
Yeah, probably 8, 9, right around there. Yeah. Hey, man, I can still pop it 3 bills down the middle. So you want to go?
You're asking
you want
me
some?
again.
You want some?
Brett, can you please intercede here?
Mose, you cannot keep saying that to people you lose to, and that includes me. You get obliterated by Vic, like blown out of the water.
Bull crud.
To the point you were about to drive off the course.
Bull crud. That's what
is wrong with
Your
you?
wallet says differently.
That's Coach problem is that's bull junk. That's all. Every piece of that is bull junk. By the way,
I don't like to talk about it because I have feelings for him.
I know we're going to talk to Leggy coming up here
You
just
have
a little
feelings for Moser, is what you just said?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that.
Quiche?
You could have had it, and you wanted it. You
By the
could
way,
have had it.
did you guys see? I like these two dudes.
Good.
So Kreckman's walking over to the facility yesterday, and he says, "Look at this." And he shows me this picture. These two guys are just standing on the street corner waiting to get in, and they just got Modelo tall boys that they're just crushing on the side of the street before they get in here. Just two fans, yeah. 2 fans hanging out to get in. 10 a.m. I mean, that's how you should be, Rock.
If you're taking the day off from work to come see Broncos camp, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's the only day you get a ticket because I think it's very hard to get tickets. I mean, it was very hard. And why not make a vacation day out of it? Why not hit Tall Boys at 10 a.m. and then come watch some practice?
That's what I'm saying.
What is the problem with that?
I don't have any problems with it. I have respect for it. I think it's how you should handle things. It's football. Don't you guys understand? Football's on tonight.
Thank goodness, man.
Lions and Chargers, what time's that game? And where can we find it? See, the other question you have to start asking is where
do
can
we
you
find it?
it?
Yeah, where do we find the damn game?
Hold. Hall of Fame game tonight.
6 o'clock on
Chargers.
NBC Peacock.
Tonight.
So it's on the Peacock.
No, it's on NBC and The Peacock.
It's on NBC.
Oh, so it's you can.
Yeah,
you don't have to.
You don't
have,
think they're putting that on national TV?
I don't have
please?
the Peacock.
What? Sometimes
I don't have the Peacock.
They hide it behind the Peacock, so you have to go get the Peacock. So at least this was. Are you sure it's on NBC?
It says
Channel 9?
NBC.
Okay.
I think it's done by NBC, but I'm sure it's only on the Peacock. NBC
No,
is
it's on
NBC.
KUSA Channel 9.
It is?
Listen to me.
6 p.m.
Why are you arguing when I'm telling you something?
Praise the Lord.
So it's on NBC. 6 o'clock tonight. We have some real football. But coming up next, a man who can talk about some real football, who knows a thing or two, whose average age has ballooned this beat reporter media scrum. Jeff Legwall joins us next. I'm pretty sure Jeff Legald was listening to this exact song on the way to the stadium today. This exact one.
You'd be stunned.
What do you listen to when you're in your car?
You'd be stunned.
Well, obviously our show.
No.
Jeez.
No.
Come out and say it.
Not even for a second?
Sometimes.
Okay.
All right, so stun us.
If I'm going to be on, I want to be
All right,
surprised.
stun us. What are you listening to?
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Yeah, I listen to my own little internet shows. No, I mean, I listen to what my kids listen to.
So do I.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like Dua Lipa?
I'll do any of that stuff. If I show you my playlist, I once won a bet with. I was walking through the Titans locker room one time, and they were all busting my chops for a variety of things, and they were like, "Who's your favorite rapper?" You know, the typical old dude joke.
Yeah.
And I said Chuck D, and they were like, "Oh, bullshit!" You know, they were yelling at me. And,
Hey, whoa.
yeah, I'm sorry, I almost went live there, didn't I? So I had to show him on my phone.
Little Chuck D came out here.
Sorry, I got all excited. No, then he was like, he wanted to pay me, but I said, no, I can't take your money.
All right, man.
Jeff Legald, ESPN.com.
Sorry, I almost cussed, but I cuss too much anyway. You guys all know this.
No, you had a good catch, though. But, Jeff, this is sort of the question I've had when we first got to camp, which is...
Why you put me on the air? I have no idea.
No, I love talking to you, Jeff. Come on now. It's that there isn't really a theme to the camp, at least heading into it, which is weird. There's always been like, what's the quarterback battle look like? How's the first round
for a lot
pick
of years.
look? Yeah, so what is it to you? Like, what is your main question of camp?
I don't have a question. My theme is the head coach thinks this team's pretty good.
Yeah.
So that's your theme. And that's going to be the theme. And I think, the players better be ready for that.
You could tell.
Because when a guy like him thinks his team is good, the screws will be tightened.
Oh, yeah.
What are they going to do, or how are they going to use Evan Ingram? Because he's not a conventional tight end. He doesn't look like he can block.
To me, somebody, a GM from another team asked me the other day, and I said I think he's essentially WR2 for this team.
I agree.
And, I think he'll be all over the formation. He blocks well enough you can play him in line and not be giving up your, not be tipping your hand by, you're running these sets of plays because he's in the slot. You're running these. They won't have that problem. He can play the position well enough, but he's going to get a lot of. And we've seen it out here. That's a spot on the field they have not had impact in the passing game for a pretty long time.
Yeah, I'm curious about that, Jeff, and I'm not going to give away anything so that I don't get reprimanded and in trouble, but he's been where he's going to line up on any given play is going to be different, I think, right? So it's like a new toy for Sean Payton. I guess my question is, how much does the offense change with that sort of weapon and that sort of new toy all over the formation as opposed to what we've seen, the clunkiness of the tight end position the last several years?
Well, I think it just enables Nix to have a bigger variety of where he can go, because this year for Bo Nix will be about what everyone is trying to take away from you. Last year, everyone's just sort of learning him, what you like, what you don't like, how far will you develop in your rookie season, all of those things. This year will be far more what his career will be moving forward, which is this week we are not going to let you do these four things. Ingram and Sutton, they now you can do things with those guys to force defenses to have to respond. I did not talk to one defensive coach last year who believed they had to give up a lot of resources to handle the Broncos tight end. They just didn't think,
not a threat.
They didn't have to do anything special or even worry about it. I mean, the stat I've told everyone is that their tight Lucas Kroll leads the tight ends last year with 19 catches.
Right.
There were 16 teams that had 2 tight ends with more catches than that.
That's crazy.
And there was one with 3 tight ends with more catches than that. That you can't, in today's NFL against nickel defenses across the board, you cannot have that limited of production from the tight end. That's the matchup you can win consistently.
One of the things that I want to go back to, because you said your theme is the head coach thinks this team is pretty good, and I think that's obvious. What I think is interesting, though, is I know they improved the running back room. They went out and they got Evan Ingram. But they invested all of their highest-end capital in both free agency and the draft in defense. Do you think Sean Payton just kind of thinks to himself, my scheme in my mind is good enough that I can make this work with whoever?
Exactly what
I
he
don't
thinks.
need to go out and get high-priced guys?
Yeah, and I wouldn't say not get high. I mean, they gave Sutton. That's a pretty good deal. I mean, they're going to pay people what they think they need to pay people. But an offensive coach, Mike Shanahan thought that way. I mean, offensive coaches think that way. But I also think it showed a pretty good awareness of, look, are you going to win the AFC West if your strategy is our quarterback will be better than –
That ain't going to happen.
Than the guy in Kansas City?
Ain't gonna
happen. You know, are you consistently going to be better in the 2-minute drill than they are?
Ain't going to happen.
So I think it showed a really good awareness
Smart.
on their part to say, all right, you know, we'll win the 24-20 game because the defense gets a stop.
And they should have won last year in Kansas City playing that exact style.
And if they have this defense, who's to say? I mean, Greenlaw changes everything. If they somehow keep him healthy and they get good fortune.
Is it just me, or does he just drip intensity when he's out there? Him and Hufanga? My goodness.
The first snap of the run series yesterday, he craters the guy. The whole drill has changed for the entire rest of the time.
Reminds me of Al Wilson sort of
I was just going to say that they haven't had that kind of sizzle in the middle, as it were, since Al.
Back to the offense. Quick question regarding, do you think with Dobbins and Harvey and what he sees now, do you think Payton will make more of a commitment to the run game, and how do you see that commitment unfold?
You know, he wants to. Now, when the play sheet's in his hand and the game's going, we don't know that answer yet because he kept saying it last year. And he
wrote it down.
He kept drifting away. Even in the game, he wrote it down. I think that's why he was so mad we all saw it, is because I think they had like 6 carries.
He wrote it pretty big, Jeff.
Yeah.
I mean, the space shuttle, the space station with a camera.
I told him that, you know, if we can see it from the International Space Station, it's a good bet. We're going to be able to, you know, they're going to see it on TV. But I think they want to. I think he thinks it needs to happen. Because I think ultimately it's like, you know, Mike Shanahan, there's probably no bigger believer in play action than Mike Shanahan, but Sean understands with this quarterback, play action is a really, really good RPOs.
Yeah.
But they don't work really. I mean, play action gets a reaction from the defense, even if you stink at running the ball. But its real impact is if you can really run the ball. And again, a lot of their free agency bets are if a guy is healthy. Well, if Dobbins is healthy, he changes the offense a little bit.
We had an interesting discussion yesterday about the Broncos offense and about Sean Payton. And basically his confidence in his playbook and his confidence in himself to call the right plays, and that's what he wants. Run the play, correct? I mean, you run the play that I call and run it effectively, and it's going to work. And we look around the offense, Jeff, and is there any player on the Broncos offense who's the best at his position in the AFC West? I don't know. I mean,
I think
Meinertz maybe.
I was about to say your guard.
Okay, so your Pro Bowl guard. Okay,
left guard.
Okay. But in terms of skill position, you know, we were talking about that. And
where's Cortland?
Yeah,
Cortland's at least in the discussion.
He's
for
probably
receiver, right?
He's probably up there, but you can't make a definitive case that this guy is the best. So I guess my question is, do you believe that too? That you don't need all this flashiness and all of this high end talent on the offensive side, at least supreme high end, to make this thing work and have the quarterback be able to run it effectively and be very good.
Yeah, I mean, you need talent. I'm never going to say any coach.
And they have talent, don't get me wrong.
They're a talented team.
Yeah.
I think this is the most talented team we've seen, potentially, again, if everyone's healthy and all that. But there's the most talent, 1 to 53 on this team that we've seen in a long time. So, do they have the all-pro level of guy? Maybe 1 or 2 spots. I think Cortland's underrated, as a player because he does more than catch the ball and he does things maybe people don't care about, but it's important in the offense. But, Meinertz is probably their elite level talent. And, if a guard is your elite level talent, is that, confetti cannon time? I don't think so. But, it's still, you still got to have good players nobody's going to coach their way into the playoffs anymore. Maybe that happened when I first started covering the league a little bit, but
players win.
Analytics, scouting, everything, coaching staff, the size of coaching staffs now, the ability to evaluate the available video. You're not going to coach mid-level talent to high-level wins.
But one little thing, too. Quinn Meinerz, how does a guy from Wisconsin, Whitewater, come in and a couple, 3 years later, he's a pro?
Because it's a great draft pick.
I mean, it was a great draft pick, but how does a guy like that go to Wisconsin and Whitewater, of all places?
Well, linemen, you see it a lot. He was one of those guys at the Senior Bowl from the smaller school who goes down and shows everybody, hey. But maybe they weren't that big when they were high school seniors. Some guys, especially linemen, you see in the draft process a lot. Most often, the small school guys at the Senior Bowl, the Shrine Game, are offensive linemen because they had I grew, 4 inches taller and I got a lot bigger in a weight room. Maybe they went to a rural school. There's just linemen that seems to happen to a lot.
I am so excited about this defense, Jeff Legwold, because they have all the complementary pieces. Defensive line is as solid as it gets. They've got edge rushers. The linebackers have improved now with Greenlaw. The secondary, you can't say enough about the secondary. I'm looking at Jahdae Barron. And the first thing that came to my mind when I saw him out, he is smaller than I thought. How will they utilize him out there?
Well, I think initially it'll probably just be outside corner nickel. But as the season goes on, I bet we see him in a lot more things. He'll be in the dime. He can play deep safety. Maybe he looks smaller, but he was one of the best tacklers on the draft board. I had a couple people call me before the draft just to ask me about him. Where you got him? What do you think? And I told everybody at that time, even in March, I said, in all the years, this is my 40th draft, all the years I've been doing this, I couldn't remember another guy I didn't chart with a missed tackle, and I did not have him for one
missed tackle. Does he remind you of anybody?
No, he is a modern player. This is a modern safety / nickel corner.
So they didn't make those back in the day.
I was not evaluating this kind of player in 1990 or even 2000. He is the where it's going in the secondary. You can't include Surtain in the discussion because they made one of him.
Yeah.
Forever. Not since Rod Woodson have I seen a guy with that combination.
How about Brian Branch? He does a little bit of that, doesn't he?
That's the position. That's the star. A lot of college coordinators call it Saban especially call it the star position. Safety corner, dime linebacker, all in one. Run a 4-4. Tackle. Do everything.
What do you think? It's funny, we were talking about how everybody's got when you're dating, people have a type. Sean Payton has a type for wide receiver, and everybody looks the same. They're all 6'3", 6'4", same guys.
No, he's if you're going to be a smaller receiver for Sean Payton, you better show him a lot of tenacity and a lot of don't put the ball on the ground and all of those things.
That feels like a really crowded room, though, before they added some of these undrafted guys and other people to camp.
I think that'll be the hardest spot for a surprise. Yeah. That's what I've told people. I think Sherfield's probably the last receiver who makes it because of special teams.
Does that mean they carry 6?
I think it'll be 6.
Yeah.
But
But at the running back spot, that means
probably 4.
We've been wondering about
somebody's going.
Yeah.
Tell us about Estime.
Yeah.
What have you seen? What have you not seen?
I think, and again, coaches love to tell me I'm wrong a lot, but I'm hoping they give him the look he deserves because I think that is a good player. And Sean Payton always talks about you don't want somebody else to find out you got rid of a good player, and I think there's a lot of potential for that there with Estime. I think he was unlucky, made a mistake or whatever. He puts 2 fumbles on the ground
early,
and if there's one thing some people have a hard time forgetting, it's putting the ball on the ground.
Yeah.
And this coaching staff is, they have a hard time forgiving that.
Hey, how are you with losing things? Like I
don't have a lot of things. That's how I deal with it.
Okay, like these glasses, Jeff. These glasses I've had. This is a world record for me. These are prescriptions.
A week and a half, or
but you've had those shades for an awfully long those
How do you
Oakleys
know-
for a
how do
long
you
time.
notice this?
Because he's got the little V on the side.
I'm a man of consistency.
Yeah, how long is that? Just the same pair? You've lost other ones or broke them, or is that this? I mean, is that?
No, these are new for me, which means they're only a few years old.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Well, I lost my shades. You know those shades that we got at the golf
Hey,
tournament
you know
last
what?
year? Gone.
I got a pair.
Gone.
I'll give you my pair. I got the same ones. I found them. I'll
Yes,
give them to you.
please.
Yeah, I'll bring them tomorrow.
I need some.
You got it.
Yeah.
Jeff, last couple of questions for you.
I have some old shoes if you want them.
Wow.
No, that's okay.
You're a shoe guy.
I got a quiche.
You are a shoe
What's a quiche?
Last couple of things
There's a
for
big
you,
rumor
Jeff.
about donut holes going around.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a rumor. It's on
the
tape.
video. No, I saw the video.
It's how Quinn Miners got so big.
Yeah. You were wondering.
Maybe I should transfer to Wisconsin Whitewater.
Yeah.
What about around the league? You know, it's funny. We look at the offensive skill position talent, and we say, okay, there's not, like, names that really pop. It doesn't feel like the AFC West has a lot of those in general. Like, there's some guys that you think, okay, Brock Bowers is a really good tight end, and obviously Travis Kelce. But if I'm just looking wide receiver, running back, who do you think are the elites in this division?
Well, that's a good question.
Well,
now that you say that.
Genty could possibly
yeah,
be
Genty
that.
might be.
What about Hampton? I mean, what's his story?
I did not have him rated as highly as where they took him, but he was the big back in this draft. He was the guy that, Harbaugh was going to like.
Perfect Harbaugh.
Harbaugh was going to like that back no matter
Harbaugh
what.
back.
But there really doesn't seem like there's too many, right?
Well, I'll give you a good clue to that. I mean, how often did people say, "Oh, the Patriots don't have elite wide receiver"? Well, look who's throwing the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, if the better you are at throwing the ball, the more you're going to make roster building concessions more about how a player fits rather than what's his ultimate talent level. And that's always the question of scouting. What's the most important, the fit or the talent? You get both. That's the ultimate.
Sure.
I think
Tom Brady,
you
Randy
can,
Moss here?
I think you can say that because the quarterbacks.
Sure.
You have the man. Herbert's really good. Bo is accurate.
Yeah.
So when you have an accurate quarterback, it's.
But you think about wideouts, it's what? It's
that's right.
Cortland, it's Rashee Rice, it's McConkey.
That's where these teams have made their decisions.
Yeah.
They've got elite quarterbacks. Bowers is an elite tight end. Kelce has been an elite tight end for a long time. So that's where the talent. They chose in those schemes to be that fit.
Jeff, do you keep tabs on the rest of the AFC West with your fellow colleagues? I mean, do you know how those camps are going? And that's what I try not to worry too much about the rest of the division, but I'm trying to think of where the Broncos are going to slot in. And from what I read,
be a cat fight. I mean, you got
it seems like everybody's kind of happy. Even Raiders people are kind of happy outside that stupid Wilkins distraction. Everybody's kind of happy with how things are going with their team.
Well, I think the thing in this division now, Broncos make the playoffs last year because Sean runs roughshod over the NFC South.
Right, right.
Overmatched, coached better than they did, whatever. You're not going to have that in the AFC West. You got 4 coaches who all know what they're doing. They've all been to the Super Bowl. You're not going to get a cheap afternoon in the AFC West. So I think that's, to me, is what strikes me. And I think Pete Carroll going to the Raiders is like when John Fox got here. Even if their talent level's the same, they'll play better than the team that did the year before.
30 seconds. Maybe you can't answer.
I can't answer anything in 30 seconds. You know this.
What the hell's going on with Christian Wilkins stuff in Vegas?
Pretty nutty.
What is that about?
No, it's I'm not sure I've seen a grievance for a kiss on the head.
Yeah. There feels like, who was it? Was it
but
Florio?
That looks to me like, his representatives are going to chant, you can't release an injured player. Man, that's just the bottom line.
Yeah.
They're going to say you released an injured player.
Yeah. Anyway, okay.
Next time we have you on, we don't have time. I want to talk Hall of Fame this upcoming year in Mike Shanahan because I know you have a big hand in Hall of Fame.
He's got to get in.
And if he doesn't get in this upcoming season, my goodness, I've been waiting.
They put the coaches back in the deeper pool. That's the problem.
Well,
and
some of
us argued for that, but anyway.
It's Mike Shanahan. Look at his. Look at the entire resume from day one, including the 2 Super Bowls. But look at everything else. The coordinator jobs and everything else he did. For crying out loud!
No,
this guy's damn.
I'm the
Jeff.
choir,
damn good.
I got a pretty good up close look at him. Just in
Yeah,
case.
I guess you did.
I like. I appreciate you telling me.
I know, but it just you know me.
You're talking to the guy who is advocating
I know,
for Mike
Jeff.
Shanahan every year.
I get frustrated, Jeff.
Thanks
you know
for that pep talk there,
I get
Moser.
frustrated. He needs to be in now.
I feel like I'm in the grocery store now. I get hit up when
Look, you might not know about this. John Elway was a hell of a player, though.
I'm
know
gonna
if
write
you're
that down.
aware of
This is why I
Yeah.
carry my notepad because I
please.
write stuff down. When,
God.
like sometimes Vic will tell me stuff and then I write it down.
Underrated, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff, always
Kids
appreciate
got a chance, as they used to say.
Yeah,
back in
exactly
the day.
right. Jeff Legwell, ESPN.com. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, fellas.
Leggy usually joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. But he joins us here in person. And all conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Back after this. Big thanks to Jeff Legwald joining us on location at Broncos camp.
I say we all talk like the Westwood One announcer.
Westwood One. Hey, that's pretty close, to be fair. It's better than I thought I would do.
Westwood One.
Go ahead, Moser, your turn.
Westwood One.
It's got to be longer.
Westwood One.
The NFL on Westwood One.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
So if you, I mean, David Lee does not look like you'd think he'd look.
Does he look like Jesse?
No, I'll show you. In fact, Kevin Shockey, there's a picture. If you Google David Lee.
How old is he? I mean, the impression I get, he's like an old dude, maybe 64 years old. He's got a Marlboro on the side of his mouth.
One of them is a deal with him and Shockey. Look right there. That's the dude right there.
No way, that's him.
That's the dude right there.
That is not him.
That is dude.
Yeah, I told you.
That's the dude.
Oh, my God. That does not look like him.
Is
I would never think
And
that.
look, here's a picture of David Lee with David Lee Roth.
Oh, that's great.
No, that's
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Home run.
Damn right we do.
Home run.
See right there? That's what the dude looks like right there.
Okay. Well, describe that to the people listening.
He's a dude sitting next to a stuffed deer head.
Like, who would he look like, though? Give me somebody he looks like.
He looks like think of a bassist in a cover band for like an old 70s 80s cover band at a bar.
Yeah, something like that, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, that's the dude, but we're happy to have the whole package, man. It's going to be killer. It's going to be awesome. You got it, Jesse? Showing everybody what he looks like?
Thanks,
Okay.
Jesse.
Yeah. Okay. That was pretty blurry.
Actually, the more I look at him, the more I get to see that out of him. Like, what do you think that voice is? Like, picture the guy you thought that voice would come from.
That's not who I thought it would come from.
I agree.
The kind of guy that Marvin Mims would describe.
You know,
Big
always
fat guy.
It's always like, when is Hard Knocks back on? Is that next week? Probably is the first episode. How Liev Schreiber is the one who does the voiceover stuff, and I had no idea it was him for the longest time. No idea.
Ray Donovan.
That's right.
We didn't know until he was on. Didn't he take a helicopter to the Raiders or something?
No,
to
the Jets because he talked to Aaron
right.
Rodgers when he was there. Yeah.
David Lee kind of looks like Joel Osteen, but with way less plastic surgery.
Yeah,
wow, that's a great one,
Yep,
Nelly. Good call.
Good one.
Yeah, that's
Super good.
money. Did you guys hear what Nelly? Did I send this to you? I can't remember. Cam Ward on the Titans. He was asked how the offense is doing. Remember Cam Ward, the number 1 overall pick in the draft.
It's pretty interesting. This guy really in his humanistic nature as honest as I think he is?
Well, I remember there was a quote from him when he was asked about, hey, your fellow quarterback, Will Levis, is having season-ending surgery, and he goes, yep, I'm just focused on Cam Ward right now. And it's like, whoa. Whoa.
Can you recall another number 1 overall quarterback selection that has flown under the radar as much as Cam Ward?
You're so right.
Oh, no, look at this. Look at Super Agent in a boot.
He's injured. We have our first victim of training camp. But Cam Ward, it's not like – in years past, if you're a number 1 overall quarterback, you are wall-to-wall coverage.
It's like homeboy who was drafted first in the NBA draft last year, Crevassier or whatever his name is. What's his name?
Zachary Resache.
Resache, the French guy.
The fact that I didn't even know his name, pretty under the radar. But it's the same thing. I agree with you with Cam Ward. Do you have the audio here, Nelly? All right, let's hear this. This is him on the state of the Titans offense right now.
I just think we're very mid right now, from my position to up front to the receiver's position. But at the end of the day, it all starts with me. I just don't think we're at where we need to be. But we got a little bit of time, and so every day we get better as a whole. We're a young team, but that's no excuse. At the end of the day, we got to come with the right mindset every day and come to work.
I guess that's a win week 1, right? I mean, if we're sitting here at the end of July, almost August, and you got him in week 1, that's a dub.
I give him credit. I give him credit.
I do too.
He's just like, I'm gonna be honest.
I just think we're very mid right now.
I like it.
If you were his agent, if you were a super agent.
Yeah, if you were a super agent.
And he's coming on out and he's going, hey, man, we lost the camera. Oh, man, Jesse, we lost the camera.
It's back. We're good.
All right, cool. And we and he comes out, yeah, I'm pretty mid right now. It all starts with me. How would you react to that?
Well, we are joined now by one Peter Schaefer, who obviously, that awful trend in the NBA with all the Achilles injuries. It's spread to the agent business now.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's dealing with an Achilles. When did you tear yours?
No idea.
You have no idea. Yeah, he called me up one day. He goes, I guess I tore my Achilles. I was running and it was hurting. You ran on it after you tore it?
Ran on it the day of surgery.
What? All right, so how does that work?
So yours didn't explode. It was just torn in there.
Oh,
right?
look at Moser trying to be like, well, yours wasn't like mine because no, not mine.
Pulled pork right here, Jack.
Yeah.
No. I played through it.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
How many months removed, weeks removed?
5 weeks removed.
5 weeks, and you're moving around? Hell, 5 weeks removed, Moser was still in bed.
My butt. I walked all over Paris, and you know that.
Paris?
Yeah.
Why do you think all these Achilles injuries are happening, just from your perspective?
In basketball?
Yeah, in sports.
Well, I just think that there's so much pressure, and Mose knows, on the Achilles that – and these guys are just so athletic. Certainly not our issue, but and it's one of those things. And they're just stronger.
I think the muscles have overgrown the bodies.
Absolutely.
And the tendons can't hold on anymore. You've mentioned that several times.
Well, I mean, connective tissue. It's just connective tissue. You can make the muscles gigantic, but the connective tissue is going to be the
Grandpa.
same.
Let's get you to bed.
Okay.
But I will tell you this. So from an agent's perspective, the first week of training camp, you sit there on your phones and boom, ACL in Cleveland, Achilles in Miami.
Yeah.
It's just like you just sit there and hope for practice to end, and then if 90 guys go on, 90 guys go off.
Super Agent Peter Schaefer with us. Now, I don't know who you're representing on the Broncos right now.
Do you have anybody?
Do you have anybody?
Not right now. No.
Okay. So can I ask you a question? A guy like Nick Benito's a very curious case. Let's just say you were Nick Benito's agent for a minute, okay?
Right.
He had this great year last year. He's an all-pro. He's had one really great year. He had an okay year in year two. He's due for an extension soon. I'm sure he wants top-of-the-line edge rusher money. Is that what you're asking for? Or right now would you be looking more like a reasonable price with long-term security?
So with 1 year left, right, he's got a lottery ticket. There's no doubt. The way this money is right now, if you're talking $30 million a year, $90 million guaranteed, that's a lottery. You know, all the billboards.
Yep.
What's the Powerball? $90 million right now. And so the question is, as a lawyer, if you came to my office and said, I've got this lottery ticket, my job is to get you to the lottery office without getting hit by a bus.
Yes.
The problem is now the buses come in 17 weeks, and their nicknames are Bubba and Von. And
yeah.
And you got to get them through. So the question is, how much, like if the Broncos offer 20, you want 30, $50 million guaranteed, that's life-altering, family-altering money. And then you have the risk of, 17 buses.
Yeah.
And so where does that converge? Where do you get into? Because, like I said, he's got the lottery ticket. He played well enough to have life-altering money. Vic Lombardi type money.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly right.
But I always say, man, if I was the Broncos, if I was George Payton, I'd be going, can you give me one more? I mean, if I'm going to commit that kind of money, and we believe in you, we think you're very good, but, don't be a flash in the pan. Can you give me just one more of that? I'm going to pay you like crazy.
Well, I think the other thing about the Broncos is with their 3-4 defense and Vance Joseph as defense coordinator, they're growing these guys, right? They don't need a 6'5", 290-pound defensive end. They can find these hybrid college linebackers who are 6'3", 6'4", and then BJ just rolls them right in. And then who hasn't had 15 sacks, 10 sacks at playing at the position here?
Peter, how impressed are you with what George Payton has been able to do navigating the waters of that dead Russell Wilson money and still put together this kind of roster?
Well, I think that with George, not only does he do that, but he's very humble about it, right? I mean, he's not coming through.
He's a good dude.
Great dude. But he also is he doesn't panic. And the great GMs right now, and there was just a list out today on one of the million websites who the great GMs are, the John Schneiders, the Brett Beach. There's no panic. They're the same freaking guy every year. They build through when they sit there and say we are going to build through the draft, they build through the draft. The two things they did this year, those two defensive players, Greenlaw and the safety.
Yeah.
Tufanga, those are great pickups.
Yeah, I think George Payton and Sean Payton have made a great combo platter, right? We didn't know if they'd work well together. We had no idea what was going to happen when Sean Payton arrived, but I think one is the yin to the other's yang, and I think it works perfectly in this dynamic.
Who's who?
Well, I think you know that.
That's right.
Yeah.
But, no, I do, and I think that Sean is a high energy guy, and he needs someone who's going to sort of just always be even keel every day, and they do work well together. I'll tell you something. This is the year, in the AFC West, how good are the Raiders going to be? How good are the Chargers going to be? This is the year.
I think this is a year that it's gettable. I think the AFC, I've said that. I think the Broncos have a chance to win the division. Why not?
Well, the other thing is when you have a quarterback on a rookie deal, it used to be quarterbacks making 15, 18 million, big deal. Now the quarterbacks, 50, as we knew with Russ Wilson, $55, $60 million a year.
Yeah.
And if you're paying your guy $4 million, that's $56 million that you could put in at a guard. You could afford another guard. You could afford a Greenlaw. You could afford that's $54 million. What's their quarterback room right now? $10 million.
Cheap. Yeah, cheap.
The whole
Stidham's
room.
$8 million.
Do you want to include the extra $30 million that is still on the dead cap
money.
from Russell?
Yeah.
I mean,
Now you could dead money is overblown. It's cash.
okay.
If you have $30 million in dead room, and I got Moser making $30 million, I just give him a signing bonus of $28 million, $2 million base, and boom, that dead money.
Do these owners have problems with cash?
Not these owners.
Not these owners. Some of us might, but not these owners.
Super Agent Peter Schaefer with us. Let's just take a quick break. Stick with us, Pete.
Yeah, why are you here? Yeah, what are you doing? Crunching around with your bad leg.
70 degrees. You can always come on the one day the weather's nice.
That's right. That's right. I got a question for you regarding contracts, and from the agent/player perspective, the security of getting your money, but knowing if you wait a little bit for some other guys to get paid, you can get more. I want to get to that next. All right, back here, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, and training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. What do you want to say, Vic?
And MLB trade deadline at 4 o'clock today. A big one already came through. The Padres acquiring Mason Miller, the hard baller. What does he throw, 100 every time he touches the ball? I mean, he throws it.
Yeah,
he hits triple digits every time.
Why would the A's trade that kid?
Well, because they want some prospects, and they got 3 pitching prospects that are supposed to be studs. 3 of them. So the reason it brings it up is, Raj mentioned it. What are the Rockies going to do today with their pitching staff, with their starters, their relievers? They got to get some of this.
Got to.
There's goodness out there be got.
They aren't going to get that return, but who cares?
Of course
get
not.
some sort of return.
I mean,
something.
The kid hit 104.1. The fastest thrown in the bigs this year, and the A's are saying, it's all right. Okay, go away.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Super Agent Peter Schaefer.
Wait, hold on. So that was your obligatory 30 seconds of baseball.
That's Brett's.
That's all we got
that's
right
my
now.
job. That's what I do. Yeah.
So we're good now. We check the box.
Now we check the box. We can move on. I have a question for you. It's for a guy like Pat Surtain. I've always wondered this. Pat Surtain signed his contract. Was it last year at this time? Right before the season started last year?
Yep, highest paid corner in football at the time.
At the time, and then 3 surpassed him, right?
No, there's
more.
I think there's 5, maybe 6 now that are making more per year than him. When you're Pat Surtain, you know you're getting money. They're like, there's no negotiation. Like, he's going to be a franchise player.
Correct.
Would you almost advise him to wait until other people get paid first or not?
Well, the thing you have to do is you have to anticipate the market. And so the way to anticipate the market is you got to figure out where the salary cap's going. And the cap went up $30 million last year.
Yeah.
And so a good agent would sit there and say, okay, it's going to go up 10%. And so the number shouldn't be 30, it should be 33. And then everybody piles on underneath them.
Right.
I think they mistimed the market, and they did not realize how much the salary cap was going up.
Because at the time he got paid, I think it was $3 million more than the next highest paid
27
corner.
to 30, I think.
But now people are getting paid $5 million more than he is per year, and I'm like, that seems like a big contrast. Where it's great for the Broncos, but it feels like Surtain missed out on some stuff.
At some point, if Patrick continues to play the way he is, the Broncos will have to adjust.
Yeah.
And that's what you do with the great players. And then the precedent always is, you hear it from the agent's perspective, they always say, well, we can't negotiate with 2 years left on a contract. We don't want to set that precedent. And then my response is, well, if my guy is, the precedent of my guy's the defensive player of the year, best corner in football, I think that's the bar. And you sit there and tell anybody who wants to renegotiate with 2 years left, you check those 2 boxes, we'll deal it.
Yeah, what if my guy is unprecedented? What about that? A 6'4" corner who looks like he's going to be the best player in the league for a while now.
The great line with Joe DiMaggio from the agent lore is, they asked Joe DiMaggio, what greatest living ball player of all time, when and they said, if you were a free agent now, what would you ask the Yankees for? And he said, I would go into George Steinbrenner and say, you and I are about to become partners.
I love that. That's great.
And you know what? That's God's honest truth. God's honest truth.
Well, Peter, he's too modest to say. Tomorrow night, I'm going to attend. There's a lacrosse game at DU between the Outlaws and who are they playing?
The Denver Outlaws and the Carolina Chaos.
All right. At halftime of that game, our friend Peter Schaefer here is going to be inducted into the Colorado Lacrosse Hall of Fame.
Wow.
Congratulations, my friend.
He's our own version of Jim Brown.
Well, not quite, but good enough. You're going to be in there with Trevor Baptiste, who is the greatest face-off man this state has ever seen, and probably the sport, would you say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. University of Denver, yep.
And right behind you is Chris Kavanaugh. Chris,
come on in here.
Grab that mic real quick. I want to ask you a quick question. Chris Kavanaugh of Notre Dame fame. If there's a Notre Dame guy here, he's going to be interviewed.
Chris, here's the thing, man. If a Notre Dame guy is within like a 2-mile radius, he's getting on.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Automatically. So I don't know if you guys know his story. Chris, are you the youngest of the Kavanaughs?
Yeah.
There's like 18 Kavanaughs in his family that all played high-level lacrosse. And who do you play for now?
The California Redwoods.
Okay, and when you come out to practice, is this your first training camp you've ever attended?
I actually went to the Ravens camp 2 years ago.
Did you ever play football?
No, my dad didn't let me. Only hockey.
Okay, hold on a second. Your dad didn't let you play football, but he let you play lacrosse?
Yeah, I don't know. You thought I was going to get too many head injuries, but it turns out I've gotten a lot.
Dude,
I was going to say that.
I do hockey. It's brutal. I mean, it can be brutal, obviously.
Yeah.
Lacrosse can be brutal.
Yeah.
No football.
Yeah. He's a hell of an attack. If you play football, what position do you think you'd play?
I don't know. Maybe safety? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Smaller guy.
Yeah, well, you've got that small, hitter's mentality, but
Yeah.
you're also very skilled at shooting the lacrosse ball. So
Yeah.
I'd be very eager. I think lacrosse players and football players are the same people.
Jim
I
Brown
really
is the best
do.
of all time.
Yeah, I really do. Well, what are you in town for? Are you playing this weekend? Or
Yeah, we got a game Saturday.
Who do you play? The Outlaws?
No, we play Maryland Whipsnakes.
Okay,
So we got to keep winning to make the playoffs. We got 2 more games left.
I got you. And you're going to see Peter get inducted tomorrow night, so that should be special. That's why you're really in town.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to talk to you.
Yeah,
Represent
thanks for having
Notre
me
Dame. I was the first Notre Dame lacrosse SID. So I like to say I made that program what it is today.
For love of
Lord Almighty.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Chris.
Good to see you, Chris.
What do you mean? What do you guys? That's the truth.
I'm very important.
You have to look at me.
I'm not saying look at me. I mean, I wrote the first media guide.
Hey there, professional athlete. I used to be the FID. You and me are the same.
Well, no, you didn't. Back then, you used AI, right?
I didn't know a damn thing about lacrosse.
You used AI back then.
Oh, yeah. I used AI, all right. I had a guy help me do it. That's with my AI. Peter, the training camps around the league, what's the storyline you're looking at? What's the biggest storyline that's emerged?
Well,
Stuff in Vegas with Wilkins? What?
Clearly, with Wilkins, here's the highest paid free agent last year. Persona non grata, probably doesn't play again this year with a broken foot. But I think that the one thing about the NFL that's pretty cool is that all 32 teams are telling their fans, it's not like the Rockies, we have no chance. But all 32 teams are telling their fans, we have a chance for the playoffs. And you look at Washington last year, second worst team in football the year before, NFC Championship game. And I think that, they say spring, whatever the word about spring, being everybody gets a new feeling. Training camp is that same way. Everybody really feels we have a championship.
Hope springs eternal.
There you go.
There's one team I would disagree with that on, because I heard their owner and GM, when asked the question, do you believe this team can make it to the Super Bowl, they had a 5-second pause. They go, that's always the goal. It's always the goal. That was the Tennessee Titans. And then their quarterback yesterday, Cam Ward, just goes, to be honest, our offense is pretty mid right now. And I'm like, I think they got perspective on where they're at.
Simple question. The team you put on the field tomorrow, can that team win the Super Bowl?
1, 2, 3.
Listen, that's always the goal every year. We also realize we have a lot of work to do.
That's true. What's going on in Cleveland with quarterbacks, and does Shedeur Sanders have a chance to make that team?
Shedeur Sanders, all draft choices are making the team now just because the money involved.
Okay.
They're so cheap. It's cheap labor. I would think that they're waiting to see if a quarterback goes down and maybe they could trade a Kenny Pickett. Somebody's going to need a backup quarterback if gets injured. There's a huge difference. You talk about Cam Ward, learning curve. Bo Nix sort of passed that learning curve last year, but going from college football to pro football and the reads, and my guys in Cleveland say you throw a few defensive wrinkles at these freshmen.
Freak out a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, here's what's weird to me. I wonder how this would hit an agent's ear. Jimmy Haslam, 2 days ago, came out. They asked him about Shedeur, and he said, what did he say?
He said, that wasn't my idea. That was
wasn't
Andrew
my
Berry.
idea. That was Andrew Berry's pick. Like, he came out and said, I didn't think we were going to take him, and then Andrew Berry, the GM, took him, which is a weird thing for an owner to say about one of his players.
Well,
and draft picks.
Except for the fact that it is the GM who makes the picks, but then all of a sudden you hear the stories about Jimmy and how influence and how he's got his fingers on everything that he basically just admitted.
Yeah. But it would be a weird thing, like if I'm representing a player and I hear the owner go like, I didn't even want this guy and he just took him. It's like a weird thing just to say out loud for an owner, isn't it?
Well, at the same time, though, that was a long, 72 hours.
Yeah, it's a long wait.
And so I would say, and I use this all the time, and people probably, say, just be an agent. But that's why you want to have an agent. He didn't have an agent, and so the agent really manages expectations, especially on the draft. And I've had so many guys sit there and say, well, I want to get an Airbnb and have a party for the draft day. I was like, which day?
Yeah.
Thursday? No, that's a hard no. Friday, around 2 and 3, let's not spend too much on the Airbnb, but Saturday we're good. Let's go all in.
Yeah.
Shador didn't have an agent, had that big party Thursday night, and I probably would have said, let's pump the brakes on a Thursday night party.
Those cutaways are brutal.
Yeah, it's super. But the guy's got talent. We know that. I'm just curious as to what they think his deficiencies are. I don't know.
I don't think they're deficiency. I'm telling you right now, the three of you great athletes, you go out in the field and try to play quarterback when defenses are throwing this and throwing this and throwing this at you. No, things happen pretty damn fast.
Is it as complex as the lawyer league flag football?
Yes, but a lot less, not as physical.
I played with Peter in the lawyer league flag football as a pseudo lawyer, and I'm going to tell you, man, they come at you from all angles.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Yeah.
What do you mean a pseudo lawyer?
Well, I mean, I wasn't an official lawyer. I mean,
you could either be a lawyer or paralegal. He was my paralegal. But the greatest part, though, is when you play, and then, of course, he brings his brothers. Our audible system was just speaking in Italian.
That's all it was.
Manja.
And we all got kicked out of the league.
Imagine that.
Every single one of us.
Because you got in a fight, I'm sure.
Well, it wasn't a fight, but we just got kicked out. Yeah. Put it that way.
They were asked not to come back.
Right.
Really?
Yes, and that request came from the referees.
Yes.
I'm sure it did.
Yes, we're competitive.
So,
don't you ever get competitive?
You're insane.
No, he's competitive. All right, so Broncos go to the playoffs?
I think this Broncos team wins the division.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
It's the first time you said that.
I've said they have this division is up for grabs.
You said it's up for grabs. You said you think they win.
I think they can win the division.
See, I come here.
Wait. You said I think they will, not they can.
Okay,
you said
let
will.
me amend that. They can win the division. I think it's very much.
I like what you said the first time.
Okay.
Say it with your chest.
Well, I mean, that's what I really believe. I think the division is up for grabs, and this team. You saw Sean Payton. You've talked to him. Hell, Jeff Legwold. Sean Payton is pretty confident about his team.
Yes.
And if the coach is confident, usually these coaches are, they play that Lou Holtz game. He's not doing that with this team.
That's what Legwold said earlier. I go, what's the theme of camp? He goes, the theme is this coach thinks this team is really good.
Well, you have a defense that was a top 5 defense last year that got better.
Yeah.
You bring the linebacker in, you bring Tufang in, they got better. If those two stay healthy, they got better.
Yep.
You got a young quarterback who is, what's the expression? The best thing about a rookie is they become second-year guys?
Yeah.
He's a second-year guy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, enjoy camp, my friend. Limp around. We've got chairs here for you if you need to sit down.
Appreciate that.
All right.
I need a handicap parking sticker for my car.
Yeah.
Moj, you got
mine are all gone. Yeah, they're all gone.
Wait, Moj, I want to hear about Vic in Italy. Is he the same guy?
God, no. Well, yeah, but with more wine in him.
Oh, that Saturday got a little out of control.
Got
a little out of control, Peter.
He got banged up?
Pretty dang good.
Vic got so what's Vic like banged up?
Pretty much the same, like football, Vic.
He's kind of goofy. He's kind of a goofy son of a gun, to be honest with you.
But still, is he like the tallest guy in the country?
Oh, absolutely. He dunked on it. He was posting everybody up the entire time.
So, like in America, he's playing the 1, maybe the 2.
Correct.
Over there, he's a 4 or 5.
He's a 4-5. Yeah, he's a power forward big time.
Say stretch 4. A little stretch 4.
Never been called a stretch 4 in my life.
Pete, always good to talk to you. Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate it, guys. You guys do a great job.
Thank you. You can find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast. Just search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Remember, still out at camp today, tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, before the Broncos take off for San Francisco for joint practices, and all camp coverage is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Have a wonderful Thursday. Morning Sprint coming your way next. Love you all very much. Goodbye.
You're a fat guy. Go worry about that.
That's right. We have preseason football tonight. The Hall of Fame game live on NBC. Chargers and Lions going at it tonight at 6 p.m. You can watch it on Peacock or on NBC. Football is back. Again, out here at Broncos Park, the morning sprint. Alex Ranemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. The pads have been taken off, so we're in shells. We're in spiders today. Nothing crazy, but we have heard a rumor, maybe a lot of red zone activity today without the pads on. Coach, you actually have live football to watch tonight.
We sure do, and I agree with John Gruden right there in that beautiful opening montage that he released this morning. I woke up this morning to John Gruden saying, "Wake up, Jason! Wake up, Mike! It's football!" And I'd say this to you, Alex. Alex, you need to wake up, all right? I'm not feeling your energy today because football season is back. It's here, man. It really is. We get our gal today. What's our gal's name that sings the song for NBC Thursday Night Football? Underwood. Carrie Underwood, yeah. I forgot her first name.
She does Thursday nights now?
I don't know. Whatever NBC's stuff is. She's the NBC
I thought Carrie
person.
Underwood was Sunday night. But if NBC's doing the game on a Thursday night, I suppose she gets to do Thursday night.
Yeah, you're
too?
right. Thursday night during the regular season is Amazon Prime.
Right. And do they
but
have a
tonight,
singer?
No. I don't think
Bezos isn't
so.
shelling out cash for that thing?
It might be an aspiring female, future female of his because he's going through
He
some
doesn't
things,
get like
apparently.
Camila Cabello to do it?
Nah, sure,
no,
why
Dua
not?
Lipa
Yeah.
to do a Thursday
I'll tell
night?
you what, man. Bezos can afford it. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I'm just excited.
Kate McRae on Thursday Night Football?
I'm fired up, Raj, to be able to see just football being played. We know that tonight isn't going to be a marquee matchup of Jared Goff versus Justin Herbert. Neither of them are going to play, clearly.
No, but you'll see Trey Lance.
We do get to see potentially a reinvigorated Trey Lance, who's had a chance to be around the quarterback whisperer himself, Jim Harbaugh.
Did you know that Trey Lance was a Charger like 2 days ago?
I did.
I had no clue.
Yeah,
when I saw that tweet come across that Trey Lance is starting the Hall of Fame game, I saw that on Tuesday afternoon. I went, oh, that's where he is.
Having been a part of Jim Harbaugh's staff, Jim Harbaugh loves, and I think a lot of coaches are built this way. I think Sean Payton's built this way. He loves getting somebody else's scraps or a walk-on in the case of college football and trying to reestablish who they are as a player or put them on the map because of him.
Proving I can do way better with this piece of talent than you ever did.
Yeah, and so tonight will be fun.
That was the Zach Wilson experiment last year. And it didn't really turn into anything.
No,
he got another contract.
It was fun.
In
It was
another
cute.
place, but
a lot of us here on the side watching the quarterback play, and I've been fairly impressed with Sam Ehlinger. But as you watch over the course of the last 7, 8, 9 days of training camp, Sam Ehlinger is not going to be accused of having the arm talent of Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson was otherworldly throwing the football last year at training camp. He actually stood out as the three quarterbacks a year ago, Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham, and obviously Zach Wilson. He looked like the guy that had serious arm talent. There's no doubting who your quarterback is this year. It's not even close. And yesterday, while the defense was dominant yet again, there was a nice finish to the day for the first-string offense against the best defense, at least that I can see in the National Football League right now, in a 3rd and 10 period where Bo Nix completed 2 of 4 of 3rd down 10 conversions that were well past the sticks. The first one to Cortland Sutton on a deep over route. Great step up in the pocket. Bo's pocket mechanics looked phenomenal. And then the second one is to a name that we keep talking about, special teams demon, Trent Sherfield. He was working with the ones again and had 2 of the bigger plays all day yesterday offensively at the receiver position.
You do need to see incremental gains by the offense. It doesn't have to be a dominant day after a day that you kind of get your asses handed to you 2 days in a row, honestly, with pads by this defense. It doesn't have to be the offense carries the day. You do have to see those little things. And what you mentioned is the pocket mechanics from Bo Nix. That has been something that even though the offense hasn't been firing on all cylinders, it hasn't been these big firework wow moments, you have noticed Bo Nix with a propensity to start climbing the pocket as early and as often as possible. I love that for a guy who I don't think he surprised himself last year with his feet. But it is now a piece of that toolbox that he knows he can use in this league.
That's the question.
And he's not relying on it.
Because a lot of people think of Bo Nix and they just see him. He just looks like a run-of-the-mill standard quarterback.
Right.
The guy was the number one dual-threat quarterback in high school football in America. In America. When he came out, I guess it was like 17 years ago when he was recruited to Auburn. It feels like it. It was, 8 years ago? Was it not?
2015.
He's 25 currently. I think it's 2017. 8 years ago sounds right. But number one dual-threat quarterback in America by Rivals.com. 247, I think, had him as a top 3 dual-threat quarterback. The dude has wheels. He can move. We've all known that. But you don't know what you have athletically with the comparison of the speed in the National Football League. And I would say this, man, Bo Nix has that in the National Football League as somebody that can really go. Yesterday I was watching one of the defensive players was pursuing Bo Nix on the edge in that third down period. Bo Nix gets to the edge, kind of ends up throwing the ball away. And it was one of the defensive linemen. It was 94, the Air Force Academy graduate. 94 is it's Jordan Jackson. Jordan Jackson is just hauling ever-living tail to try to catch Bo Nix and set the edge. Bo Nix gets to the edge but has to throw the ball away. Jordan Jackson right in front of me. He goes, man, that guy's got wheels. That dude's got wheels.
That dude's fast as hell. What's going on?
That guy's going.
If we do, in fact, get a red zone period today, again, no pads. They've finally taken them off. Maybe expect them back to be padded on Friday and Saturday. Again, you get 16 padded practices during training camp, and they've utilized 3 of those already. It's really tough to get all the way to that number 16. I expect there to be more at the end of this week. If it happens to be red zone, what are your main goals that you need accomplished today by the offense? I don't care about the defense. They're going to be fine.
Well, red zone non-padded day. The emphasis is going to be on the red zone passing game. That's the bottom line. And while Bo Nix ended up being top 5, top 7 in terms of red zone touchdown passing efficiency inside of the 20-yard line, he can take the next right step with the drop-back pass game. I thought Sean Payton did a really nice job a year ago of utilizing some of the play action, the naked bootleg type of opportunities to get Bo Nix some easy layered concepts that he can read. Those movement throws are oftentimes it's find your short guy, you're underneath, slam flat. That's number 1 in your progression. If he's wide open, bang it to him right now. Sometimes that's the ultimate cheap freebie touchdown that you can have. And if he's not open, 2 is typically your over drag, your shallow cross, intermediate cross coming from the backside. And then a lot of times, guess who's number 3? Your legs, your feet, taking off and tucking it and running it. You're not going to see as much of that today because you're not in pads, so you're not going to get the physical banging and the play action off of the run game. So you're going to see a lot more drop back situational football inside the red zone. So think 3rd down and 8 at the 15-yard line. And I think those are the types of situations that can take a guy like Bo Nix from 29 touchdowns to 36 touchdowns, is those inside the red zone throwing opportunities from the pocket. Because I'd say that was good last year, but not great.
I do think we can guarantee that we're going to see some red zone opportunities here through pre-practice walkthroughs. The ones are about 25 yards, 30 yards in front of us right now going through red zone progressions. We can expect to see when they go full speed. Again, they're not hitting today. They just have the spires, the shells on, but we will see some non-padded red zone today. You heard at the beginning of the show Marvin Mims talking about the Roach situation. There was a lot of jawing going back and forth in yesterday's practice session that the defense just absolutely dominated up until 3rd and 10 period at the end. Do you see what's happening in Dallas?
Yeah, 3 fistfights apparently. It appears that in Dallas, maybe because the ownership group, well, really the owner, the dictator himself, Jera,
settle down just a little bit,
saying some insane things at his opening press conference of training camp about Dak Prescott being not exactly what you wanted out of him. He's not available, and after you pay him this huge contract, almost throwing some shade about Micah Parsons. I don't understand exactly what's going on there in Dallas, but it does appear that the players are on edge. Everybody is on edge, and not in a good way. Not in a way that's on edge like we are going to prove that we are who we think we are. It's more that we're on edge. Almost, it feels like the inmates are running the asylum a little bit.
It does, and 3 fights yesterday out at Cowboys camp, and we said there was some heat yesterday. There was like a little bit of snarl, a little bit of bite to the defense, and J.K. Dobbins was getting up multiple times, and John back in the defense, Dre Greenlaw, and Talanoa Hufanga were firing each other up before the first actual thuds of the day, and I think that carried the energy throughout the practice yesterday. They're not stepping over the line. That is the type of physicality and energy that you want to see in a camp. It's testing Brian Schottenheimer, who, when you mention Jerry Jones saying the wrong things, it started off in that press conference going, well, this guy to my right here is the biggest chance I could ever take as an owner. And
does it seem like Brian Schottenheimer was hired by Jera with the sole purpose of Jera being able to fire him after a year or two?
Well, I suppose, but
that's what
like
it feels like to me.
He's being forced into this situation of like, I have to prove myself immediately to this team because nobody cares. Micah Parsons is pissed off. Dak Prescott is having to hear about how his owner regrets giving him $60 million a year. That is a nightmare that's happening in Dallas, and it makes me way more excited that Denver has them on the schedule.
100%. 2 of my best friends in coaching, guys that I played with at Boise State, are actually got hired in their first NFL opportunities as coordinators or receiver coaches.
Have fun.
In fact, Troy Franklin's wide receiver coach from the University of Oregon is now the wide receiver coach with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, and I'm sitting there like, how are you going to manage all of that?
All of our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. He's Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. You guys are listening to Denver's #1 for sports talk. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Back out here live at Broncos Park. The coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy, hanging out with you guys up until noon. Broncos are going through their walkthroughs. It should be a red zone heavy day today. The pads have come off. We're wearing shells, but red zone heavy. Hopefully we'll see a lot of touchdowns today. Coach, you've been able to see as the team is 25 yards in front of us right now, an unobstructed view. We're not looking at, 75 asses in front of us right now. We can actually see everything. What are some of the installs that you're seeing right now with the ones?
Yeah, the general feel, especially in the high red zone, even some would call it the red zone fringe between the 15 and 22-yard line, is a good amount of RPO. So shotgun-based run-pass option where Bo does put the ball in the belly of the tailback. In this case, right now R.J. Harvey is lined up, actually under center behind Bo Nix. But some of the install that I saw was basic RPO where you're putting a defender, think nickel, Jaquan McMillan, Jahdae Barron. Are they going to be a run player at the snap when you put the ball in the running back's gut? Are they fitting a run gap, or are they going to drop out into pass coverage? And it makes the decision very easy for Bo Nix to throw, a glance post, which is basically a longer slant pattern. It's a 5-step version of a slant as opposed to a standard slant, which is 3 steps. And it kind of allows that receiver on that 45-degree angle, post break, to get into the soft spot of the defense if you're seeing zone. One of the plays that I saw, and it was awesome, I was like, I like that design, that play design. I'm like, oh, wait, I installed that last Friday right before our scrimmage. Just didn't call it because I was chicken to call something I just installed. I call the concept trailer, and it's based off of an RPO look. You put the ball in the belly of the running back. You end up having a bubble. In this case, it was Marvin Mims Jr. on the bubble. You had, I think it was Patty Bryant was on a glance post, so it looks like RPO. And then Troy Franklin actually runs a bit of a stutter, like he's blocking for the bubble. He's the lead blocker, the escort guy, and then he stutters and runs a wheel. It was just a beautiful concept. I love the play design. I've run that play a lot out in the open field. I haven't run it in the red zone fringe, so I learned something myself today. I'm going to take back with me to the boys.
Love to hear it. Again, Red Zone Day coming up. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Shop Mazda text line. Watch the program, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. You can also watch us on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe today so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily podcast, as well as the Training Camp Recap podcast every single night, 8:30, with yourself and DMac. That's powered by the Ramos Law Firm. Make sure you guys don't miss that. It's
been a lot of fun.
It's a super fun, 45 minutes. It's condensed. You get to kind of go into your nose-picking nerd. This is what I saw today. It's my favorite thing about it. DMac will give you the bird's eye view, and then you get into the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, it's fun. In fact, during the break, you're like, hey, man, get kind of weird here, really talk about the install in depth, man. I think you're getting a little jealous because I'm doing that a little bit more in the nighttime version. You're getting a little bit more of Sanford ball coach after dark, getting a little nerdy, whereas here I get a little too corporate for you.
Yeah, I need some attention at night. 8:30, what do you think I'm doing in bed? I'm popping on YouTube. I'm looking for Coach. He's going to give me the attention. I'm not getting that right now.
Hey, I'm looking over here at P.J. Locke. Terrific story. He's back healthy. He's starting safety a year ago. Most likely going to be a reserve safety, but the next man up in the safety room. He looks like he's in great shape. Comes off this back fusion surgery, which is wild. He looks like he's in shape, but then he's got this weird apparatus or something on his stomach that makes him look like he has a massive gut at the safety position. There's no way that's got to be a pad or is it some type of monitor potentially?
It's got to be one of those two.
Should we ask him? He's right in front of us right now.
What are you wearing?
What is that on your stomach?
USA Today came out with their NFL power rankings heading into our first preseason game tonight. We've got football back.
I haven't seen it. I'm guessing the Denver Broncos are 11th.
No, USA Today is high as hell on these Denver Broncos. There's a few people who don't think they're any good. Not quite.
Okay.
Not quite, but certainly in the top 10. There's a few people like Fox Sports and Nick Wright. Nick Wright has them I think they're going to finish 4th, and then the Raiders are somehow going to make the playoffs. There's a lot of people that think there's a lot of variance with the Broncos. They can either be, a win better than they were last year, or they could drop down into being a sub-500 team. We haven't seen that. With a defense that's this dynamic, you can't take that big of a step back. Right? It's not like remember we were talking 2 years ago about the Browns and how damn good that defense was. The offense was such a question mark because of what is Deshaun Watson? Will he play? Won't he play? He ends up not playing. Therefore, they're a nightmare. Like, you're not looking at a bottom 5 offense this year. You're looking at either a 1, 2, or 3 defense and a top 12 offense this season.
Top 12. So my general horseback observation at the end of yesterday's practice, watching some of the frustrations of an offense that doesn't look like they're out of sync. It doesn't look like Bo Nix is taking any type of step back. It just looks like this defense is that dang good that they're going to frustrate you and give you very little free completions or very few free opportunities in the run game to find an edge or to be able to find a gap that's unaccounted for in between the A, B, and C gap as we see Bo Nix take off in a red zone walk-through play, but sees everybody's covered. He takes off and runs.
I love the cheers on the walkthrough when we're going 25% and Bo gets into the end zone. We're cheering touchdowns. It's awesome. It's my favorite thing ever. All right, this
one thing of note that I'm looking at right now, the first string offense is out there. I don't know if this is by design, but it's almost like they've intentionally created some new offensive line like almost a mismatch. So you got starting right tackle Mike McGlinchey, and then Luke Wattenberg, who's your standard starter at center, and then starting left tackle, of course, is Garrett Bowles. But then you have Matthew Pert playing left guard and Alex Palczewski playing right guard. So Ben Powers, Quinn Miners, not a part of this today, whether they're a little bit banged up. It could be a veteran day of rest. Or sometimes you practice the unfortunate and sometimes likely event that you're going to see different iterations of an offensive line as the season progresses because the season is so long.
I thought I'd seen Miners
They were out
here at one point. I saw the
Miners
belly.
and Powers were out here when I walked. I always walk right through the pre-practice individual period of the offensive line. I saw both Miners. This could be completely by design to work through various offensive line tandems so you get the communication. If this is the case, and you're working on this in day 9 of training camp, that's some next level foresight from the offensive line coach Zach Streif and also potentially from Sean Payton. If you're truly working through this to get guys used to communicating with each other so that it's not a shock to the system when you do have an offensive line injury, which you did last year, right? Remember Mike McGlinchey was down for 2-3 games. Alex Palczewski, he filled in very admirably. I think Garrett Bowles was down for just a little bit, and Matthew Pert filled in there admirably. So
Matthew Pert is a
great
large human
player,
being. 6'7", 315, 320. He
very
is
athletic
huge.
looking too. You look at his lower half. He's almost his lower body at 315 almost looks like he's built to be like a power forward in basketball.
I was going to say his lower body looks like an edge rusher lower.
100%. Yeah, which are kind of what you're looking for right there.
Right, kind of similar.
Power forward, edge rusher.
Could you see LeBron at 6'8", 240 coming off the edge?
So yeah, this is a bit of an interesting development. I like it. I think it's really smart from this offensive coaching staff to work through contingencies. That's what it is. You're working through the contingencies of knowing that the likelihood of your offensive line staying completely intact, 5 across, same lineup for 17 games is probably very slim.
Looking at this power ranking from USA Today, they've got the Broncos firmly inside the top 10. Shockingly, ahead of my pick out of the NFC, the Detroit Lions, to make the Super Bowl this year. The Lions at 9, the Broncos all the way up at 8. They sit between Detroit and Washington at 7 and 9, respectively. The Green Bay Packers at 6. Getting into your top 5, the LA Rams. The Rams are an really interesting
That's
team.
actually
I picked
them as my Super Bowl dark horse this year to win it. They could win it this year.
One injury, like 3 games missed by Matthew Stafford, and that season is off the rails.
Probably right on that. Is Stetson Bennett still the backup quarterback there in Los Angeles with the Rams? Or is he kind of more that third guy now?
Your depth chart for the LA Rams, as my Wi-Fi decides to be very, very slow for me right now. Bear with me. Jimmy Garoppolo is the 2.
Oh, that's right. So this is a really interesting
Davante
story.
Adams,
yes. Yeah. Davante Adams, who 2 years ago it was wide receiver, the documentary. I think it came out last offseason, but it was about 2 seasons ago. Davante Adams looked like he was just lost and miserable in Las Vegas in the Raiders organization, and he's on the sideline like, I'm gonna die. My life is going to be over because of these hospital balls that Jimmy G's throwing. Well, guess where Davante Adams ends up, and so does Jimmy Garoppolo. And Matthew Stafford banged up right now, and he's missed multiple days of training camp this year. So far as this training camp started, and now all is fine, and Davante Adams is made up with this guy Jimmy G, and it was just a really dark place in our life, is what he said when Jimmy G and actually when Davante Adams was interviewed about Jimmy G.
Well, yeah, it's not fun playing for Josh McDaniels. We know that. We've heard that firsthand from Tyler Polumbus. Everyone hates playing for that guy.
So one of the most media obsessed, like just love affairs with a head coach that I don't quite understand. The media loves Mike Vrabel. They think Mike Vrabel is like this dude, this ball coach. He's amazing. What has he really done? What did he really do at the Tennessee Titans? I mean, he made the playoffs. What's the quarterback that was playing?
Ryan Tannehill. He made the playoffs with a subpar quarterback. Let's be honest, a very average roster, if not sub-average roster. That's the reason why you look at Vrabel and you go, well, if you can do that with crap talent, what can you do if New England, drafts like they did in the Belichick years?
I know that Robert Kraft has to be slightly jaded about Josh McDaniel as an offensive coordinator because of the success that Tom Brady and McDaniel achieved together under Bill Belichick. But if you look at Josh McDaniel, has he had success ever outside of calling plays for Tom Brady?
He was the OC with St. Louis for a year, and I don't know how great they were that season.
Was that what's the guy's the OU? Sam Bradford, was he the quarterback? Here's when I talk about Josh McDaniels.
He was the OC in 2011 with St. Louis. They went 2-14 under Steve Spagnuolo. Holy smokes, they were bad.
Okay.
Sam Bradford went 1-9. They had A.J. Feely and Kellen Clemens as their other quarterbacks that started games that season. Holy smokes.
So look at his track record.
Former Bronco Brandon Lloyd threw passes that season for the Rams.
Yeah, it's not what you're looking for. Look at his track record when he's not associated with Tom Brady, and he has the role of OC.
I mean, as the head coach here in Denver, it started off awesome. It ended terribly, obviously, halfway through that season, and then into the second one with his firing. If you move on from New England, he's always been the offensive coordinator in New England with Tom Brady. Like the years he left, right? We just mentioned that one season in 2011 with St. Louis. They went 2-14. They were absolutely terrible. Your passing offense.
2020 though was without Tom Brady, correct?
Was that the year that he got hurt, or the year that he left
in Tampa? Wasn't he the Super Bowl winning quarterback in 2020, or was that 21?
31st in passing touchdowns, 30th in passing yards that season. Rushing offense, they were top 10 bona fide back in 2020.
And 2021.
I mean, the answer that you're looking for is no. He has not been successful anywhere outside of being the offensive coordinator in New England with Tom Brady.
So
it's been a failure everywhere.
If you're Mike Vrabel and that's who you hire as your offensive coordinator at the New England Patriots, would you be concerned as a fan of the Patriots that you're taking away any positive growth and any goodwill that Drake May was able to exhibit in his first year? Now he's going to be playing for a guy that's notorious for not even really being a human being, just being a grinder, a blamer, negative.
So why did he stick around so long in New England?
Tom Brady.
Tom wants to have that guy around him?
Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, those two quarterbacks, they love when they have coordinators that they can ultimately control, that they can make the calls at the line of scrimmage. That was Peyton Manning. I talked to a lot of people about his time in Indianapolis. Tom Moore was a tremendous football coach. Tom Moore wasn't calling plays at the line of scrimmage. Peyton Manning was. And Tom Moore was the perfect play caller because it allowed Peyton Manning to be himself at the line of scrimmage, and he wasn't trying to micromanage him. For whatever reason, Josh McDaniels, when Tom Brady was in New England, was not micromanaging Tom Brady. But when he left and he was at Denver, and then he was the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. McDaniels was trying to prove to the world it was about me, not about Tom. And guess what? It played out in real time. It was all Tom. It was not you.
Vrabel has to have he's got to have the latitude to be able to look at McDaniels after a year or two and go, this isn't working with Drake May, and we got to get you out of here.
But then he'd be year 3 in Drake May. No, there's not that time.
And three coordinators.
That's kind of my point.
You no longer have the time in the NFL this year.
Why would you hire Josh freaking McDaniels with his track record? You're asking for Drake May to end up being what I think is going to happen, and this was my early prediction. I think the 2 worst quarterbacks in the draft class that Bo Nix was a part of, when it's all said and done, are going to be Caleb Williams and Drake May.
Who's better out of the 2?
I think that Drake May is a more serious quarterback, whereas I think Caleb Williams is a lot of times he's fixated on things that aren't important and don't matter. And if you look at the Caleb Williams arc in his collegiate career from Oklahoma to USC, he never won anything of major consequence. And I think that's a problem at that position when you're number 1 overall. You know who's another player that never won anything of major significance or consequence? Cam Ward. The highlight plays were great. There were some great moments, but he never really won.
We'll put a pin in that. Cam Ward, the quarterback of the Tennessee Titans, the Broncos,
the opening
we'll
game.
see in Week 1.
Week 1.
He had some not so nice things to say about his own team. He also got hammered in the Madden rankings. We'll get into that next. We've been talking about the over-under on interceptions thrown in Week 1 against the Broncos by Cam Ward. We've ballooned to 2.5. Do we need to continue to go higher? We'll talk about it next.
I just think we're very mid right now. From my position to up front to the receiver's position, but at the end of the day, it all starts with me. I just don't think we're at where we need to be, but we got a little bit of time, and so every day we get better as a whole. We're a young team, but that's no excuse. At the end of the day, we got to come with the right mindset every day and come to work.
Cam Ward talking about the mid-Tennessee Titans offense that the Broncos will face in Week 1 of the 2025 season. I think that is a very cushy landing spot for Bo Nix and the Broncos to be able to ease into the season. They've been struggling, reports coming out of Tennessee. Madden gives Cam Ward like the lowest overall rating of any number one.
Was he a 72?
It was a 71.
71.
RG3's pissed off.
So Cam Ward's a 71 Madden ranking, and Cam Scadaboo, who was drafted where?
In the 5th round?
He's a 74 or 75?
Like a 73, something like that.
Yeah, he's higher than the first overall pick in the draft. And when you hear Cam Ward, and we're getting behind enemy lines of the opening game for the Denver Broncos against the Tennessee Titans, you're talking about an offense. Cam Ward is the quarterback. I'm not excited about his trajectory as a starting quarterback in the National Football League, especially with where he was selected. It felt like a bit of a Hail Mary selection for Brian Callahan.
We're here. We have to choose a quarterback.
Yes. And Brian Callahan, a good friend of mine, a guy that I grew up in the coaching ranks with. He's a tremendous person, son of Bill Callahan, one of the best offensive line coaches in the history of the game in my book. And Bill Callahan will be coaching the offensive line. It's a Nepo daddy, if you will. If you're the dad for your son that's coaching the offensive line, it's a little bit weird.
I don't love that term.
Yeah, Nepo daddy, baby. That's what's happening there in Tennessee. But you're starting offense that Cam Ward called mid. It's Cam Ward at quarterback, Tony Pollard at running back. He's above mid.
I like Tony Pollard.
He was good at the Dallas Cowboys.
Dallas letting go of Tony Pollard was a big mistake.
A little bit of news here, injury news of note. An absence from yesterday's practice was Devon Vele. He's had a bit of an up and down offseason of health. He does have a sleeve on it appears to be his left leg. So he has some type of compression sleeve, but he is out here and practicing and going through individual drills, which is good news for a player that I have high hopes for and see a lot of potential in. But Cam Ward, Tony Pollard, your running back, your wide receiver crew, Calvin Ridley, paid the same, almost identical to Courtland Sutton's new deal. Van Jefferson, Tyler Lockett, aging Tyler Lockett. Not bad.
Not bad.
Tight end, Chig Okonkwo.
No idea who that guy is.
Josh Weil, not good. They did draft Gunnar Helm, the Cherry Creek product, who's listed
as the Texas kid?
Yep, the third tight end on their group. And then offensive line, Dan Moore Jr., Peter Skoronsky, Lloyd Cushenberry, a familiar name around these parts, Kevin Zeitler, who's questionable at right now. Lloyd Cushenberry's out at training camp, and then right tackle J.C. Latham. Doesn't look like an offense that's going to be approaching the upper half of the NFL.
No, if this defense looks half as good as they have against this offense here at Broncos Park in Week 1 against the Tennessee Titans, it's a bloodbath. Like, it is a, do you worry about taking Cam Ward out halfway through that game because he's been hit so much?
And there might be some of that. I mean, Van Jefferson, who had a little run with the one good season in 2021 with the LA Rams, 50 catches, 802 yards, and 6 touchdowns. Outside of that, Van Jefferson's been kind of a middle-tier wide receiver. I think that the Cam Ward experience is going to be it's going to be interesting. Will Levis not going to be a part of the early season.
Shoulder surgery?
Yeah, did you see that he posted a picture of his shoulder?
Gross.
And it looked almost phallic, like there was something phallic that was poking out of near his, kind of like right before the shoulder joint.
It looked like his clavicle was poking out between his shoulder blade and where his collarbone actually should be. It looked as though his shoulder was like 3 inches off center. It was gross.
Kamaje Granderson, I have some breaking cultural news for you here live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Do you want it?
Oh, God.
Let's do it.
The players the Denver Broncos players are bobbing their heads right now as our girl, Glorilla of Memphis, Tennessee, is being played over the loudspeakers here at Broncos Park.
Yeah.
We got some glow today, boy. It's going to be a nice day. It's
I
going
don't
to be
know
a
who that
good day.
is. Who is that? Who's that person?
KJ, help us out.
I couldn't
Give me
tell
some
you
glow.
who that person
Tell
is.
me a little bit about Glorilla.
Glorilla, I'm talking about, she's one of the hottest spitters of fire right now in the game of rap, right? We talking about when you listen to her, all you can do is just bob your head because she just be,
There's a lot
it
of
just come out like that.
I thought that was like Doechii.
No, Doechie's mid. Doechie's like the Tennessee Titans offense
just
compared to Glow.
Grammys. What are we talking about?
Yeah, but Grammys always they reward very mid artists because they're quote artistic. You know what Glorilla does? She drops bangers, and she also apparently might be dating Xavier Leggett, friend of the program, one of our guys.
Oh, we can't be playing music of an opponent at practice. You can't be doing that.
Xavier Leggett, we're not playing the Panthers this year, are we?
I haven't heard any Sierra out at practice this year.
Sierra's music stinks. It ain't Glow.
Are you
Nice
raccoon?
day, man. 7 p.m. Friday. It's 95 degrees. Feeling me, KJ? Feeling me.
Hey,
I'm feeling it.
You were talking, Coach, about as the referees are out here ready for a little bit of
feels like football.
Non-padded red zone action is what we're expecting today. You were talking about what has this quarterback done in his past that makes you think he's going to be successful.
And there were a couple of
in the NFL.
A couple players that I cited that I am not all that hopeful for with regards to what they're going to do. And two of them were from Bo Nix's draft class. And those two, for me, Caleb Williams, what did you really do in terms of winning championships in college football? And then the other one is Drake May. I actually thought the North Carolina program regressed offensively and as a football team under Drake May when he took over as a starting quarterback.
So he never won anything team-wise, right? Like USC always felt like they underperformed with him, but he did walk away with a Heisman Trophy. Like Jaden Daniels never won anything in college. He did walk away with the Heisman Trophy.
Caleb Williams, to be fair, 23-10 as a starting quarterback, and he was at two programs that just seemed to – they historically just win games. At the University of Oklahoma and at USC, and he ends up his final season at USC, ended up, a 7-win team? For a USC team that obviously had a ton of issues. See, the difference between Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams is at USC in 2023, Caleb Williams' final year as a starting quarterback, USC had major defensive problems. I mean, I'm talking major defensive issues. Caleb Williams wasn't good enough to cover that multitude of sins on the other side of the football in a 7-win season. Jaden Daniels was, because LSU was historically bad on the defensive side of the ball. Won 9-10 games, competitive even in the end of the season, threatening against when Alabama still had Nick Saban. Kirby had unbelievable amounts of talent at Georgia. And you had Jaden Daniels in the Southeast Conference doing a lot of really good things.
Here are your quarterbacks in the NFL right now with a college football title. Joe Burrow.
Really good.
Really good, if not, it depends who you ask. You could say best quarterback in the league, right? Trevor Lawrence. Book is still unwritten on Trevor Lawrence.
This is going to be I think this is the defining year for Trevor Lawrence.
Completely agree.
For where the trajectory is going.
I mean, Jacksonville paid him for it. Like he's going to be in Jacksonville.
2 years ago, you and I are having this exact same conversation where we are speaking very glowingly about Trevor Lawrence.
Jalen Hurts,
big time.
Yeah,
big time. And you know what? Anybody who wants to say that Jalen Hurts is not an elite quarterback, I'll tell you this. Being elite at the quarterback position is doing whatever your football team needs you to do at the position to win championships. And there's nobody who is better at turning 3 points inside the 20-yard line, which we're gonna watch today. We're going to see that. There's nobody that was better at turning 3 points into 6 than Jalen Hurts because of what he does with his legs and decision-making as somebody that can score touchdowns with his feet.
We talked about Stetson Bennett, the third stringer in L.A. Like he's not a guy who should really see any action this year,
and those were Georgia teams that had basically a quarter of the NFL front 7 starters played at Georgia in that era
elite
defensively.
outside threats. Yeah, it's terrifying.
Inside linebackers, outside linebackers, D
Brock
tackles,
Bowers.
D ends. Brock Bowers, yep, he's pretty good.
And then the other one that we have not seen play a single game in the NFL, who's the only other quarterback in the league that has a college football national title.
J.J. McCarthy.
J.J. McCarthy.
And he is going to be very good for the Minnesota
I saw
Vikings.
some video out of him in Minnesota camp. Speaking about guys who you go way faster than I thought he was.
The dude can run.
That guy can motor.
He can, and he's got a howitzer. I did not know how strong his arm was because his college film was all wide open guys off play action because they ran the ball so dang well in Jim Harbaugh's system that you saw wide open throws and the ball kind of just getting there because he didn't want to overthrow completely wide open players. J.J. McCarthy at the Combine, stupid arm talent. Stupid.
All this conversation about collegiate success leading to NFL success. What did Bo Nix ever win?
Nothing. And that's always been my good to great or great to elite thought process. And there are plenty of examples in the National Football League that can talk me off the ledge here.
Patrick Mahomes
namely the
never
best
won
quarterback
anything.
in the NFL.
Aaron Rodgers never won anything.
Bo Nix as a college quarterback.
Did Matthew Stafford ever win an SEC title with Georgia?
No, it was a different era of Georgia. I think didn't that precede Kirby Smart in the bag?
Yes.
The bag that came with Kirby Smart from Alabama to Georgia to land the best recruits was a real thing. Bo Nix in his time as a 61 game starter in college football, split between the University of Auburn and
he
the
won a
University of
big-time
Oregon.
game. Like he won an Iron Bowl he was not supposed to win as a true freshman. As an 18-year-old, he went up against Alabama, and if I'm correct, beat them in Alabama as an 18-year-old. So, I'm not saying that equates to a BCS national title or a college football playoff national championship, but that's a huge win as an 18-year-old. If we're trying to find feathers to put into his cap, that's a feather that should be in there.
So we talked about it was 23-10 was the record for Caleb Williams between USC and Oklahoma as the starting quarterback. Bo Nix's record as a starter at Auburn, 22-13. A little bit unimpressive. Auburn's program hasn't been very good for the last 15 years, really since Gus Malzahn and Cam Newton. So we'd say 12 years ago was when Auburn's program had a little hype.
Bo was supposed to be the savior of the program after Newton had been gone for a couple of years.
Transfers to Oregon, started all 27 games for the Oregon Ducks, combined record of 20-7. So Bo Nix 42 career wins at the University of Oregon and Auburn combined, but 20 losses, 0 conference championships. So this team, we know this team can be a playoff contender. We know that this team has the ability to be in position to make a run in the postseason. I believe that wholeheartedly. What is going to take this team from great to elite is the development of Bo Nix, and can he win those games? Because the defense isn't going to be enough in and of itself to defeat one of these 4 offenses. Kansas City Chiefs, Cincinnati Bengals and Burrow, Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Bo Nix is going to have to outplay one of those 4 starting quarterbacks in order for this team to go where it wants to go in the next 2 to 5 years.
Bo and the offense going through their final route progressions right now up against air before we anticipate seeing a red zone session between offense and defense. Again, pads have come off today. We just have the shells on, but red zone heavy expected as we see zebras. We see referees. We have a Hall of Fame game coming up tonight on NBC. Football is back, baby.
You have woken up.
Mike
The
Sanford.
man woke up. Alex Radnam, ready for the return of real, tangible football.
I was asleep in hour number 1, awake for hour number 2. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Rolling into hour number 2, it's the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, as we've opened up one-on-ones before Red Zone session today at Broncos Park. Can't wait to see live Red Zone. Shoulder pads have come off. Shells have gone back on.
We have shells.
We're
not shells today.
Sorry, we're in
helmets. Helmets and spider pads.
Spiders is what they
Yep.
are. In spider pads, in helmets, with the Guardian caps. We have live football tonight, the Hall of Fame game between the Chargers and the Lions. It is back in full force. One-on-ones, Coach.
One-on-ones everywhere. So you got Red Zone one-on-ones happening. Troy Franklin goes up. Oh, man, that's the one he's got to make right there. Troy Franklin on Riley Moss. Nice little release in Red Zone fade. It gets in the back corner of the end zone. A perfect throw from Bo Nix. And another one that goes through the hands of freaking Troy Franklin. Beautiful wheel route just right now in front of us. R.J. Harvey, tremendous route runner. Great speed and acceleration. For such a compact player of R.J. Harvey's dimensions, dude's got really good ball skills and really good catch radius. For a guy that looks like he's just pretty buffed up, pretty short. R.J. Harvey, great route runner.
When you go through one-on-one, so we obviously saw had his hands on it.
Yep.
We obviously saw the offense going through their walkthroughs, going through their route progressions. When you go to one-on-one drills before you go live in the red zone, are these one-on-one routes directly correlated to what you walked through?
Yes.
Or is it just simply beat your guy?
No, there's a part of the installation that you put in, which is a compilation of various individual routes. That's a great throw and catch right there. We just saw on a fade from Bo Nix to rookie wide receiver Pat Bryant on the fade, and he's working against the reserve corner there, number 35. Who is not going to be.
Reese
Taylor was a part of this team a year ago, played a little bit on special teams, but you're going to see some routes that are predominantly part of the installation. So you're isolating some of those routes you can work on making those man-to-man beater throws.
So that wheel route that you just mentioned, R.J. Harvey had a nice 40-yard reception on. Again, it's one-on-ones. They were starting to install that wheel route on something that you love in the red zone, certainly from 10 yards in mesh rail.
Mesh rail, we call it the cross concept, which is two shallow crosses, routes coming together shoulder to shoulder, creating a natural traffic jam instead of a pick, because picks are illegal, so we don't even speak that into existence as coaches. We call them natural traffic incidents. And Cortland Sutton was coming on that shallow underneath those other two shallow crosses. But the first read, as we see, Jalil McLaughlin gets wide open down the field again. Number 47 is getting toasted, that linebacker.
Kareem Reed, inside linebacker out of Utah, undrafted rookie free agent.
He's the one who gave up the wheel route, wide open wheel route to R.J. Harvey, and just gets beat on a seam route right up there. That was a great route. That was really good to see from Audric Estime. I want to see more Audric Estime. I want to see this guy get opportunities because right there he looked looser and more fluid and more explosive in and out of cuts than what you've seen probably of more of the bulky downhill type of a runner.
They have the running backs working against a whole bunch of undrafted rookie free agents.
You know why? Who are they working against right now? The inside linebacker group who's missing multiple players. Alex Singleton out.
Drew Sanders out.
Greenlaw, why even play him in this?
No reason.
No. Why risk though? Here's Lavelle Bailey. Okay, Lavelle Bailey.
You got to get your head around.
Oh, missed throw. Lavelle, actually a good route right there.
Those are some. I was going to say some good wheels out of the fullback.
Yeah, that was a really good route.
Speaking of those running backs and Michael Burton, who we expect certainly to make the team, Sean Payton's going to have his fullback on this roster. Now they played with the practice squad a lot with Burton last year because a lot of teams aren't going to try and snipe that player from you. Not many teams in the league employ that position full time. How many running backs, including Burton, are on this team?
4. I think it's going to be 4. Gosh, including Burton. Man, I'll tell you what I would do. I love Nate Atkins because he's more the joker to me in this offense than Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram's a guy that can catch passes and block. That's a normal tight end.
We heard Leggy talking with the morning show about Evan Ingram, and no, he's not your typical tight end body type. We haven't seen him doing many blocking drills with the rest of the tight ends. And Leggy went, you know who I think he is? I think he's wide receiver 2.
That's probably accurate. I think that's what we've seen so far is that Bo Nix is excited to have Evan Ingram as part of this wide receiver group. Even when we watch the one-on-ones, there's times where he is working as a outside wide receiver against corners, and we're talking about Evan Ingram. That was a good one-on-one period. Raj, your sneaky pick for undrafted free agent wide receiver out of North Carolina Central, a man number 80, Joaquin Davis. Just had a one-on-one rep against Riley Moss.
He's my dude.
Jarrett Stidham puts up a perfect pass, like a 50-50. I call him it's a peripheral perimeter type throw, and he mossed him.
He's my dude. He
was
levitates.
So excited too. I mean, it was like, this is a moment for me to make a name against an NFL starter, and he did it.
He levitates. It's going to be tough to make this team for
almost every position.
Almost every position.
For an undrafted free agent rookie.
Dude, especially at wide receiver, man. Well, inside linebacker should be easier to make.
I think that's the one position that if somebody emerges, I don't know if there's a really good inside linebacker not named Lavelle Bailey, and he's not an undrafted free agent this year.
Lavelle Bailey's your darling so far of camp. Yeah, it's him and then Trent Sherfield's been your two guys.
Sherfield had a pretty rough one-on-one, which is a little disappointing because his arrow's been up. He's really good when you get into an 11-on-11 situation. Appears the Broncos are going to be working on the other field in a red zone 7-on-7 compete drill, good on good. It'll be first-string offense versus first-string defense without the offense and defensive lines. Looking forward to watching that as well.
Speaking of those linebackers, Dre Greenlaw did walk off into the locker room. He jogged off into the locker room after pulling out of a one-on-one route with J.K. Dobbins. Cliss just reported that a couple of minutes ago. I don't know how that maybe I was just blinded by our tent here.
We also had
on the
three
south
different
side of the
one-on-ones
stands.
going on at the same time. It's hard to watch each one individually.
Yeah, Greenlaw's the guy that let's cool it on the one-on-ones. I don't need to see you in coverage downfield.
We know you can do it.
At the end of July, I'll be okay without that.
The importance of Dre Greenlaw to this football team cannot be overstated. I can't begin to tell you the energy that he brings to this defensive unit, the swagger. I've been to a Super Bowl. Great throw down the field. Marvin Mims from Bo Nix on the wheel route. We talked about that exact scheme. Bubble, it was run the wheel route, a stutter wheel, and a great throw just about halfway through the end zone. It's a great start for Bo Nix. And that's a question that I brought up yesterday, and I interviewed Marvin Mims. How can your season start faster on the offensive side of the ball at the receiver position?
Tell my head coach to force touches into my hands?
Frankly, that's the answer I was looking for. I wanted to hear him go Keyshawn Johnson and say, just give me the damn ball and give me some at-bats to run vertically down the field.
Give me more than 3 touches a game.
But he just talked about, his answer yesterday. Marvin Mims talked specifically about that's something that our entire offense is really focused on, is just starting the season out faster. And today's a good response day so far from the offense. Watching this 7-on-7 period and what Bo and Marvin were able to connect on in the first rep of competitive drill work.
Man, it's such a prayer to look at the injury history of Greenlaw and look at the injury history of this inside linebacking core. If Singleton isn't fully healthy by the time the start of the season rolls around, we heard from Sean Payton yesterday that he went through surgery. It's that tip of that thumb. He should be in a cast for 6-ish weeks. He's going to miss a week and then come back with a little bit of the club as we're being hounded by lacrosse players at Broncos camp. What is happening to our right over here? The Denver Outlaws.
The Denver Outlaws, man. There's some gnarly looking physical cats with some pretty impressive
Well, that's
beards,
a psychopath sport. Have you ever played lacrosse?
I haven't. I have been pelted by lacrosse balls at practice because I didn't know so much about lacrosse until I got my new job.
Psychopath sport.
It's an awesome sport.
Like having no repercussions for taking full swings at my wrists the entire game is insane to me.
Hockey guy and lacrosse guy they're similar.
They're similar dudes. Similar dudes. We get along well.
They're both okay. Being a little grimy, a little stinky. Beards get a little nasty. Their pads oftentimes are a little stank.
Lacrosse gloves are disgusting.
Yep.
Hockey gloves, disgusting. Elbow pads, kind of disgusting. Yeah, all of those things. But at least in hockey, if I get slashed on the wrist, I've got a 2-minute power play coming up.
Really?
In lacrosse, it's just the same thing. You just keep doing it day in and day out. Back to those inside linebackers. It's a prayer to have to beg for health for Dre Greenlaw right now. If Singleton isn't back and healthy, if Dre Greenlaw is at any point injured this season,
Drew Sanders.
With the injury to Drew Sanders early on in camp, you get thin really quickly. Like, you're then looking at Sternad, Lavelle Bailey, and then a bunch of rookie free agents after that. That is, if you can send up a prayer, the one position group that needs to be healthy this year.
And we talked about that in the offseason, that you're banking on two players that have had recent trends of injuries in Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw as your two starters. And then you get even further now, Drew Sanders, who's had injury problems, and where does he fit defensively? Is he an outside edge player? Is he an inside linebacker? So his development has been hampered by just a lack of real identity in a defensive structure here for Vance Joseph. They're Justin Sternad, Lavelle Bailey right now. Those are your two starting inside linebackers today at practice with those three players that we mentioned. Singleton's out. Dre Greenlaw's out. We'll find out more information on him. And then, of course, we know that Drew Sanders is going to be out for at least 6 weeks, it sounds like.
Well on our way into hour number 2. Coming up on the other side, KJ's NFL Notes will bring you through the biggest stories around the National Football League. All of our training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. You guys will have PhD coming up next from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy taking you guys home from 3 to 6 p.m. Again, do not miss it every single day the Broncos are out here at camp. You will have the training camp recap podcast with DMac and Coach Mike Sanford at 8:30 on Altitude Sports Radio's YouTube channel. Don't miss it. Subscribe today. Do we just deco?
Hey.
Jesse.
Jesse.
Think we just disconnected.
Well, we're working to get the boys back here as they are experiencing some technical difficulties down at camp. And we just want to say thank you guys so much for riding along with us here for training camp coverage here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And Raj, can you hear me?
KJ, we got you, my friend. All right, we are back out here live at Broncos Park. Just checked in with Scotty Hastings, who's about to sit down. Broncos great. Eddie McCaffrey, just 5 feet to our right. Congratulations to Christian McCaffrey. Just welcomed their first daughter, Colette. So congratulations to the McCaffrey clan there. Quarterbacks are going through one of my favorite things in all of training camp is the deep corner. I wouldn't say deep corner balls, but the corner of the end zone balls that are in the tilted nets. It's like my favorite thing to watch.
Yeah, this is a smorgasbord of nets right now that are happening.
We have a lot of tools.
I'm a net guy.
A lot of toys.
I'm going through a little bit of net overload. There's a lot of nets, a lot of bags. It's a red zone drill. It's pretty sweet right there. So they're using one of the nets as a screen to throw a backline ball there to Evan Ingram, who's in a stationary target. Cool drill. I might have to steal this one and use it.
Every single day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
Well, the pendulum has swung for the Denver Broncos because the national narrative surrounding the Broncos this week has been Super Bowl talk. Could the Broncos be on the verge of a potential Super Bowl run in 2025? Well, Diana Rossini and Mike Florio are all in on making sure that everyone knows the Broncos stand firmly in contender conversations right now.
And I got to tell you, they are not afraid to talk Super Bowl. You know, sometimes you go to these teams, it's like, oh, we gotta just focus on today. You know, like we gotta make sure we get our lunch in and you know, we get through this walkthrough. Like this team's like, we want the Super Bowl. Which tells me that they've got the confidence because they're seeing it.
Would you call the Broncos a Super Bowl contender coming into this year, Mike? Yeah.
Yes, the Broncos are legit. The AFC West is scary. It's the best collection of coaching talent, top to bottom, that any division has ever had, team by team. 4 teams, this division, the 4 coaches, the talent they have. The Raiders, the poor Raiders, if they were in any other division, they'd maybe be a wild card contender. But the Broncos, the Chargers, the Chiefs, I think the Broncos are legitimate. The defense is better than it was last year. They didn't lose Vance Joseph to a head coaching job, which allows Sean Payton to entrust that side of the ball to him. The offense is going to be better. They signed Cortland Sutton. They've got J.K. Dobbins, who when healthy is as good as any running back in the NFL. They've added R.J. Harvey. I mean, they are feeling good, quietly, confidently good about what they've got going into the season. And they could stir things up with the Kansas City Chiefs when it's time to play the game.
Well, the Denver Broncos glazing season is officially upon us for the national narrative. Is this a good thing? I think it is. I like expectations. You didn't hire Sean Payton to be a one-and-done postseason head coach. Sean Payton, we talked about yesterday, he's coaching for his legacy. He is actually writing his legacy as a head coach, and that requires that you are a team that pushes in year 3 to make some noise in the postseason. Super Bowl contending team? I don't know. I don't see that. I don't see it because the offense doesn't look explosive and dynamic enough. If this is a repeat of, say, the 2015 Denver Broncos or the Trent Dilfer.
There was a different brain under center.
Baltimore Ravens. I just don't see that happening very often. This is a team that is trending in the right direction. I like the pressure. I like the narrative that this team needs to deliver the goods because, frankly, I think it should deliver some goods. And that, to me, is a playoff win. If you don't win a playoff game this year, and also if you don't emerge out of the AFC West as at least team number 2, I would call this season a failure.
You and I are in lockstep there. I firmly believe they're still a year away from being true Super Bowl contenders. Could you label them as a dark horse if everything goes right? Of course. But I also think everything going right means there's probably a big-time injury or 2 to a couple of those other AFC contenders. And I'm talking about Buffalo, Kansas City, Baltimore, among the top 3 there. I don't think it's this year. I think they're ready to take a step forward. I think the expectation has to be at least a playoff win. But Super Bowl contenders, man, we're getting way too far ahead of ourselves for July 31st, man. Way too far ahead of ourselves. You mentioned it's year 3. It's not really year 3.
But it is.
It's year 2.
I mean, I would have loved to have had somebody tell me at Western Kentucky it wasn't year 2. Oh, it was year 2, all right, and I got freaking fired. So anybody that says it's not year 2 when it's year 2, sometimes actually year 2 feels like year 3 nowadays. So if you're giving Sean Payton the benefit of the doubt, Sean freaking Payton, who's making dang near $20 million a year to coach this football team, and you're lowering the expectations.
I'm not lowering the expectations.
What in the world are we doing here?
I'm saying, for me, it's truly year 2 because you have your quarterback. You're in your second full season with him. The first year was, can you make chicken salad out of chicken you know what? And he kind of did with Russell Wilson. But for me, that was kind of a throwaway year. There were no expectations there. It's year 2 for me. KJ, keep it going.
You're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that. Leave me alone.
NFL Network stopped by the Broncos training camp on yesterday, and Courtland Sutton was one of the many players that they interviewed, and he was asked about his new contract, and he made sure to acknowledge that other people around him are in line to get paid, so it was always going to be a little bit of a waiting game.
They were very upfront with me that they wanted me to be here. It was going to take some time to get the language and stuff figured out, and they knew that I was very realistic in understanding that yes, that I would like to be taken care of. However, there's a lot of guys in that locker room that are due, and a lot of guys that have performed very, very well that are chasing their second contract. And I want those guys to get taken care of, and to be able to get mine taken care of and get that out of the way gives us that flexibility in that room to get the rest of those guys taken care of. Man, we got a really good team. A lot of guys that are hungry, that are up and coming. We got a lot of guys that went out and performed the past year and the past 2 years that it's their turn to go get their money in. So, my biggest thing was us being able to keep this team together as long as we possibly can so that we can continue to chase this ultimate goal of being a championship team. And, in order to do that, you got to keep the right guys around.
Courtland Sutton is the face of the culture that we continue to feel and see, and on a daily basis, 2 years in a row, we just can tell that there is no drama in this Broncos training camp. There aren't very many me guys. Doesn't seem like there's maybe outside of Malcolm Roach just talking that mess, which I love. I'm all about it. This is a team that's very, very tied together, very interconnected, and I love what he's talking about with regards to the next man up, the next couple men up to get their contract and the right next contract.
$23 million, man. I know it's a pay bump. It's still team friendly.
100%, man. He's paid.
Like, who needs to look at that contract, man? And I obviously, just being the hockey guy I am, like Marty Nate, just take a look at that contract, swallow it, sign something, get in town. Cale McCarr's taking less. You need to take less because Courtland Sutton took less.
I agree, and perform in the postseason too, Marty. Thank you. Before you start asking for 11.
There's your 15 seconds of hockey talk on July 31st. KJ, keep it going.
You're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that. Leave me alone.
Titans quarterback Cam Ward stepped up to the podium recently and was brutally honest about where things are with the Titans offense right now. For what would be considered a quiet offseason for Cam Ward, his words spoke pretty loud this week.
I just think we're very mid right now. From my position to up front to the receiver's position, but at the end of the day, it all starts with me. I just don't think we're at where we need to be, but we got a little bit of time, and so every day we get better as a whole. We're a young team, but that's no excuse. At the end of the day, we got to come with the right mindset every day and come to work.
Mid. Titans are mid. That might be an oversell on who the Titans are going to be this year, because mid would be they're the 15th or 16th best offense in the National Football League. I think they're going to be in the bottom 2 or 3 in the National Football League offensively, and they're going to start their season out at elevation. They're, about 120 feet above sea level in Nashville, Tennessee. They're going to start out against the number 1 defense talent-wise and belief-wise, insofar as this Broncos inside linebacker core can get back out there and get healthy. This is going to be a rude awakening for the Titans and Cam Ward in his rookie season.
7.5 points is what that line has ballooned to over the course of the offseason. When we saw it first open up when the NFL schedule was released, I saw a few books that had it down at 6, one that even had it at 5.5. Now, the number at 5.5 wasn't anything that you'd want to put money on, but 7.5, I would still look at that game and go, Denver should win that thing by 12 to 14 points. They're a way better team, dominant defense. You should feast on a rookie quarterback, and I expect this offense to be. I'm not saying hitting on all cylinders in week 1, but they're going to look better than they have over the last 2 days at camp.
Yeah, right now, just an update from training camp here at Broncos Park. The Denver Broncos offense is running scripted plays, 11 on 11, once again, not in full pads, not even in shoulder pads, just helmets, spider pads, which are basically the pads underneath what you wear in shoulder pads. And offensively, it looks like it's been fairly stagnant. Looks like the defense has done a good job keeping the lid on the coverage. Haven't seen a ton from the first offense in this move the ball 11 on 11 period, but did just see Audric Estime take an inside zone or duo handoff and make a great cut, get north and south. Audric Estime, who's had a fairly slow start to his camp, seems to be coming alive and getting more opportunities.
We'll have more updates as the minutes go by. KJ, keep it rolling.
You're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that. Leave me alone.
Devontae Adams signed with the LA Rams this offseason, and he was recently teamed up with star quarterback Matthew Stafford and frenemy, if we can use that word, Jimmy G. Devontae was asked about their relationship, and here's exactly what he had to say.
Little did we know that you'd be playing with Jimmy G again, right,
yeah.
Based on that series.
Mm-hmm.
How's that?
It's amazing. I love Jimmy, and it was never a personal thing, and I was hoping we didn't have to have these kind of – I'm surprised this is the first time it's been brought up, but it's been amazing. We got to, catch up and get on the right page, and obviously that was just a dark moment in all of our lives. I think all of us were pretty miserable over there, and we kind of caught up and laughed about it.
I expect L.A. to be quite good this year. But if we're talking about Devontae Adams and Jimmy Garoppolo having a meaningful connection this season, my feelings about the LA Rams being a true contender in the NFC, well, those go by the wayside. It lives and dies with Matthew Stafford. He's talking about the hellish experience that he and Garoppolo had under Josh McDaniels, former Broncos head coach here in Denver, when both of those guys were in Vegas with the Raiders. Everyone hated their time there. Devontae wanted to go there to play with Carr. McDaniels happens to be the head coach. He ruins it for everyone. And now all three of those players are either one, out of the league, or two, no longer with the Raiders. The head coach as well, the OC in New England yet again.
Yeah, and Mike Vrabel, your first decision is to bring those exact same dark moments in the lives of football players. You're bringing that dark cloud into your franchise up in New England. Josh McDaniels, he's going to do exactly what he's been doing the last 5-10 years of his career as a coach, and he's just going to continue to make everybody's lives completely miserable, including Drake May.
KJ, keep it going.
You're a fat guy. Like, go worry about that. Leave me alone.
Baltimore Ravens head coach John Harbaugh believes Lamar Jackson should rank among the all-time greats in throwing the ball, according to his appearance on Kevin Clark's This Is Football. Quote, he is a historically good passer, and that's really quite a statement because of the narrative that's been surrounding him ever since the beginning. Lamar Jackson can throw the football. He can throw it every kind of way. He can make every kind of throw any kind of way you want. He's as good as any passer that's ever been, and I think now the numbers are proving that, end quote. Do you guys agree with John Harbaugh in regards to the trajectory Lamar Jackson should be talked about in regards to his passing acumen?
Yeah, Lamar Jackson's turned into an incredible passer of the football, and anybody who can't identify that doesn't understand both basic analytics of the passing metrics that you can put out there, and also advanced analytics. Lamar Jackson, the Broncos learned the hard way this past season. Probably their darkest day in the 2024 season was the trip to Baltimore. And if you want to play a ton of zone coverage and keep Lamar Jackson bottled up as a running threat, he will dice you apart. And that's what he did to the Denver Broncos. And I hated that particular defensive game plan from Vance Joseph. He was more concerned with the legs and the feet of Lamar Jackson. Therefore, Lamar Jackson had a perfect passer rating against a ton of cover 4 cover 2 and cover 6, which we all know all of those are shell coverages, which got away from the identity of who these Denver Broncos are defensively, and that is up in your face, smelling your breath, playing tightly contested man coverage.
16 of 19, 280 yards, 3 touchdowns in that game for a quarterback rating of 158.3. Without a doubt, the ugliest game of the year last season for the Broncos. Bo was, I guess, okay in that game.
19 to 33, 223 yards, no touchdowns, and an interception. Four sacks. Didn't love that.
Meh.
Yeah, I mean, you know what that sounds like? It sounds like a game that you got beat 41 to 10.
Sure does.
Against a team that's a legitimate contender. Now, the question for Lamar Jackson remains. He's developed his passing acumen. Check. He has been an MVP. What, is he now a two-time MVP?
Two-time MVP.
Check. Can he win an AFC championship, and can he win a Super Bowl? I don't know.
If he doesn't win an AFC championship game this year, that narrative is already one of the loudest in the league. It becomes the biggest story. I don't know. Is it him or Josh Allen? Who needs to win an AFC championship more this season?
Yes.
You got to choose one.
Yes. They both are in desperate need of winning an AFC championship. Desperate need for their legacy. Both have the MVP under their belt. Both of them have done incredible things. They're human highlight reels. My gosh. Did you see Lamar Jackson's touchdown to interception ratio last year?
He had 40 touchdown passes.
41.
I don't know how. Okay, 41. I don't know how many picks he threw. I'd say 8, 7?
4.
Damn, man. That's a heck of a season. That is a hell of a season. And that dude didn't win MVP?
I actually think he was. If it's a regular season award, it was criminal that he didn't win the MVP.
4,000 yards, 41 touchdowns, 4 picks for a team that was a Super Bowl contender the entire season. That's a season.
The wildest thing about Lamar Jackson is the big dip that he had in his career stats was rushing touchdowns were down to 4, whereas Josh Allen had a massive. His what he did in the red zone. I think what did he end up having? 11 rushing touchdowns.
I think it was 12.
12 rushing touchdowns. That ended up being, I guess, the decision maker. But 41 touchdowns to 4 freaking interceptions for a guy that is known primarily as a runner. Get out of here with that narrative.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. More updates from Broncos training camp coming up on the other side. You're listening to the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Preseason football tonight, 6 p.m. You can watch it on NBC. The Hall of Fame game, Detroit and the Los Angeles Chargers. Football is back. The final day. Last week was the final week that we're not going to have either college or NFL football on our televisions, which is it's unbelievable. It always feels like the beginning part of summer. It's going to be another 2 years before you get to see actual live football.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Football's back.
It's back.
And we've had some unfortunate injury news here so far. It appears that Dre Greenlaw with a soft tissue injury, most likely, it was a one-on-one rep where he was defending a seam route, a kind of a stutter seam route that J.K. Dobbins ran. Looked like he pulled up trailing him, which typically that mechanism is a hamstring strain. The good news, Barrage, you put this in the universe.
Go away.
Yeah, we don't need to see you in training camp.
Go away.
We don't need to see you in one preseason game.
Sure don't.
What I've seen out of Dre Greenlaw is he is the straw that stirs the drink of the Broncos defense, the edge, the thumper, the presence. All you need is to get him healthy to week 1.
When is that third preseason game? That's when I need to see you. Maybe a couple of live reps there? No, not even. We'll see you week 1 against the Titans.
Dre, I believe in you.
Go away.
You're doing great. Just go away. Just keep learning this. He seems like he knows the system inside and out already. He doesn't look like a guy that's
it's a
learning
dominant
a system.
day yesterday.
The guy's a baller, man, and he's got so much presence, and he's a vocal leader. Even today, I was walking onto the practice field at the same time he came out of the locker room. Oh, Bo Nix throwing the ball down the field, a great catch to Pat Bryant. Creates some separation. Looks like he was dropped in coverage on a 3rd down and 5. So 2 days in a row, we're seeing Bo Nix come alive later.
Yeah, at
practice.
the end of practice, right? Maybe that's what you need to see. The offense has to rev the engines just a little bit throughout the first hour until you get into this second, full team period of the day.
A little bit more, I'd say, injury updates of the good variety. Devon Vele, who missed yesterday, was not even seen on the practice field. Not only has been out here with the sleeve on that leg, but he's also now participating in competitive 11-on-11 reps. And Evan Ingram just catches a ball and converts another 3rd down and 5. So Bo Nix, very efficient so far here in this 3rd down. It appears to be a move the ball, all different types of 3rd down situations. Next one's going to be a 3rd and 7.
Tell me about what you saw out of my dude. My wide receiver, Joaquin Davis, just about 15 minutes ago.
Somehow, some way, you've got to find a way to stash Joaquin Davis.
I'll be so upset.
Number 80, when you come out here and you're one of the 800 randomly selected Broncos fans that get to sit here at Broncos Park. Number 80, Joaquin Davis, is listed at 6'4", 195 pounds. For whatever reason, he looks bigger, he plays bigger, and he was phenomenal inside the red zone in 1-on-1s and in 7-on-7. Had 3 touchdown catches, I believe, between the red zone 1-on-1 and the 7-on-7. He was doing it against very, very high-level starting-type players, including Riley Moss of the Broncos defensive starting unit.
Just a quick check-in on Major League Baseball and their trade deadline today. Massive trade comes down between the Athletics and the Padres. Mason Miller, the fireball right-hander, goes to San Diego in exchange for 4 prospects, including 3 of San Diego's top 10 prospects and the number 3 overall prospect in Major League Baseball. The Blue Jays trade for Shane Bieber, former AL Cy Young Award winner from the Cleveland Guardians. Eugenio Suarez, who was the bell of the ball at the trade deadline.
Big move.
The Mariners, who let go of Eugenio Suarez, have now reacquired Eugenio Suarez.
And now they have are they the 2 leaders in Major League Baseball of home runs?
Him and then Aaron. I know Judge has been injured. But
Cal Raleigh and Eugenio Suarez on the same team now?
There's a lot of home runs between those 2.
I think it's north of 70, is it not?
I think. Yeah, it's got to be north of 70, 75-ish right now, off the top of my head.
From the angle that I just saw, I saw the defense celebrating on Bo Nix's final 3rd down pass attempt of his rack of, I believe it was 4 plays, either an interception or a pass breakup. The defense was celebrating. We'll check the socials to see. It looks like there was another potential defensive interception or play made. I think that was Damari Mathis.
I saw a flag thrown, though.
Got there a little early, apparently.
Well, defensive pass interference, a holding call.
Okay.
It feels way more real when I get to see zebras out here.
I like the zebras. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Yeah, Vic Lombardi was here, watched the mechanism, and just updated that he pulled up an obvious frustration, and I agree with Vic that it's good news on the Dre Greenlaw injury front, that it's good news that it happened on July 31st as opposed to happening more, in August 15th, August 17th, the days that you're starting to count up against opening day for the Broncos.
And again, for a team that is, while they're not as close to a title as the Nuggets are, as the Avalanche are, they are nipping on the heels of those two franchises. If this were to happen in camp for the Avs or for the Nuggets, that a player with as much importance as Dre Greenlaw has to this defense, like he's not Nathan McKinnon, he's not Nikola Jokic, but for the defense, is he Jamal Murray?
For the defense, what I've seen so far in training camp, he's Aaron Gordon.
Okay, just as important.
Energy, identity, Mr. Nugget. I can see Dre Greenlaw, if he's blessed with health over his tenure as a Denver Bronco linebacker, becoming Mr. Bronco.
What would you say if Aaron Gordon looked a little lame in the first couple of weeks of camp for the Nuggets?
Uh-oh.
You'd say uh-oh, and you'd also go, leave, we'll see you in the middle of October.
Get healthy.
Go away.
Yeah, we don't need you right
I
now.
would say the same thing.
We want to see Deron Holmes.
No doubt. If Devon Taves looks like he toe picks and his knee looks a little weird during camp for the Avalanche, you know what I say to Devon Taves? Go away. I'll see you October 7th at LA. Dre Greenlaw has to be met with the same kid hands or kid gloves right now. You cannot rush that player back.
Yeah, and he still hasn't come back from the training room, so we'll find out. Hopefully, an update after practice. Most likely, probably won't have the information yet. We'll probably get that information tomorrow on a Friday.
The questions will be asked, and it'll be, he has to see the doctors. You know, it
being
was
evaluated for a lower body injury.
That's exactly what it is.
An LBI.
Yeah, take a hockey term.
No,
out to Broncos.
Wouldn't that be great if Sean Payton just drops the LBI? Just like, yeah, I don't know, LBI. Next question.
Yeah, it's a lower body injury. Don't ask my.
It's so funny how that's only used in hockey.
It's funny
but you guys don't go UBIs.
No, you do.
Really?
Oh yeah, upper body injuries. But upper body injuries are everything from the waist up, including the head. So like an upper body injury could be a torn rotator cuff, and it can also be a mild concussion.
So if you have a male anatomy issue, is it UBI or LBI?
That's below the waistline. That's an LBI.
Does it depend on how blessed you are?
I mean, or how aroused you are?
Either one.
Yeah.
One or the other. Oh, gosh.
You know what? Men's clinic,
as John Gruden pointed out this morning, today is the type of day where you can go from
might be a UBI for you today.
You can go from 6 to noon pretty quickly here because football is so back, man.
Do you see that? Like it's super bad where the 6 to midnight comes from. It's like 15 years old or 20 years old.
It still feels like a brand new term, does it not? Oh, you know what I did last night? I watched Happy Gilmore 2. I loved it.
Okay, there we go. You were entertained.
It was great because I watched it with – I'm probably bad parenting, but we watched it with the entire family. It was kind of like everybody's laughing at all the stupid humor.
The dumb cameos.
We have one of my best friend's wives is visiting. She's a football widow because her husband is now reporting back to training camp at Kent State as the offensive coordinator. So she wanted to kind of come around the Sanford household, be around the Sanford kids.
Put things in
boxes. And so it was just one of those perfect, it's like kind of a party movie. Like, if you watch it by yourself, it's probably not funny, but if you can share in stupidity and laughter, it's a great film.
It's the movie that is enjoyable because you get to point out all the cameos. Like when Reggie Bush came on the screen, I was like, that's Reggie Bush, isn't it? And everyone around me was like, no, it can't be Reggie Bush. And I was like, that's Reggie freaking Bush.
Good or bad? I was the only person in our group of 7 that was able to identify that the Dick's Sporting Goods employee
Paige Spiranek
was Paige Spiranek.
Good for you.
Yep.
Good for you.
Were you able to identify?
Sure was. I think your boys need another 2 years.
Hopefully like 10 years. I'm going to start monitoring what they're watching on their Xbox Live accounts. And their YouTubes.
That's how all of us got to. It's the PlayStation Portables is how we got around that thing. Just find a Wi-Fi connection.
No doubt.
Other moves from around Major League Baseball, the Mets trade for right-handed reliever Ryan Helsley, who had 40-some-odd saves last year for the Cardinals. They gave up – and the reason why I'm saying this about all these relief pitchers, the Mets gave up like 3 big-time prospects for a rental relief pitcher. And that's why I go back to the Rockies side. If they don't trade Jake Bird today, all of the goodwill that they got from moving on from Ryan McMahon goes out the window.
Between now and 4 o'clock, who has to be traded?
Jake Bird, and that's it.
Is that the only one?
For me, that's kind of it. Like, if someone comes calling for Mickey Moniak, I'll go, sure, if you can get the number 17 prospect, 15 prospect.
Does the success of Ryan McMahon and the uptick in efficiency offensively in the New York Yankees, is that make Rockies players more appetizing for other franchises? Because they're like, it's been widely reported that Ryan McMahon was beyond frustrated and just tired of the entirety of being a Colorado Rocky.
Why not?
So do you think there's a world that exists where Kyle Freeland is no longer a Rocky and you can get something?
The starting pitching's been so atrocious this year. Between Marquez and Senzatella and Freeland, I would say Freeland's got the best chance because he's the younger guy and he's a lefty. And you could always slot him in as like a middle relief left-hander or a long relief lefty in the playoffs. There's a possibility Freeland could go away. He has a high pedigree on him. But my must trade, because of how crazy the market is for the relief pitchers right now, teams are overpaying out the wazoo.
Yeah.
Get rid of Jake Bird before. He has to go before 4 p.m. Final thoughts on what you've seen in front of you before we hand things off to PhD here today, Coach.
Non-padded practice coming off of 3 days of wearing the pads. And it's been about what you would think. Situational football, some third down, some red zone. These are days where the offense really has to seize on the opportunities to gain some confidence. And that's exactly what the offense has done. Being efficient in the red zone. Bo Nix with his very first attempt in 7-on-7 throws a beautiful touchdown on a stutter wheel route to Marvin Mims Jr. Not quite in the corner of the end zone, but right on the sideline, halfway down the end zone. And then I think the third down period was generally a win for Bo Nix and the offense. It feels like when this is a full padded practice, defense has a massive advantage right now because the pass rush is real, the run-stopping ability is real. The one downside of today, did not like seeing Dre Greenlaw run off the field.
That'll do it for us today. PhD will have the rest of your updates, including the latest on Dre Greenlaw and what's going on with his lower body injury. Hopefully it's not a hamstring. PhD next, Scotty Hastings, Tyler Polumbus out here live at Broncos camp. All of our coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. For KJ back at the studios, Jesse Trujillo, Coach Sanford, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. Be good. Don't go anywhere. PhD's next.
Yeah, we certainly thank Ramos Law, the official injury law firm, partner of Broncos Country. You're straight out to the tent with Tyler Polumbus and maybe Scott Hastings, maybe not. I'm not sure. But Tyler, maybe we should just address what appears to be the story of the day, and that's Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, not ideal, man. Now the inside linebacker room that we felt pretty strong about. I've been telling you guys, watch out. That thing can get dangerously thin very, very quickly. Look, we've been told to not speculate, but we can report what happened, and it was a one-on-one period. It was going up. I didn't actually see it. I think Scott, did you see the rep?
The rep, no, I don't think. However, I saw him walking by. It felt like he was kind of limping.
Mm-hmm.
Started to walk back to the field and then turned around and kind of went back to the locker room area. Did jog the last few steps, and he had some training medical / people follow. One member of the Muggle group over there speculated it looked like he started getting cramps.
Well, he was going up against J.K. Dobbins in a one-on-one period. I guess J.K. beat him over the top. He was chasing from behind. So without me speculating, most people can speculate what that would be when you're chasing something from behind. And we'll see if it's bad or not.
Okay, so what's your concern level?
Well, it's not ideal. I mean, soft tissue stuff is you just don't know until you know. Most times with soft tissue, sometimes it's not a big deal at all, and other times it can linger for an entire season.
Scott,
I don't have much. I think if it's something like a hamstring, it's early enough in camp, and like I said, he was still moving okay. So you got time. He'll be all right. If it's a guy coming in from San Francisco and isn't used to altitude and he's cramping up because he's not hydrated enough, he just learned something.
Well, cramps would be best case scenario. Yeah. So everybody should cross your fingers and hope that it's just cramps.
Yeah.
Well, tell us.
Tell your wife that.
Okay.
Hey, babe, it's just cramps. What?
Welcome to the show. In Shells today, Tyler.
Yeah, out there in Shells, I'll be just totally transparent before you ask a million questions. Not a lot of takeaways today. First off, they're on the other field. I'm just going to tell you it's really, really hard to see. It's really challenging to see what's going on out there. They are in Shells. The tempo is much slower. At one point, Scott told me it looked like Bo Nix looked lackadaisical, and I said, yeah, I think that's it's natural. It's human instinct. When you take the pads off after 3 straight days, those things happen. There's not a lot of work so far. I think they've had 2 team periods, 1 7-on-7 period.
They're doing something now, too.
And, yeah, now we can't see it again, but they are still on the field.
Okay.
For me, here's one of the interesting takes I had. Yeah, I thought Bo was just kind of there today early, and not seeing in the team drills, but there was a lot of one-on-one stuff, right? There was a lot of one-on-one stuff today. They had Bo on one half of the field working with wide receivers. You had Stinkham on the same field, other direction, working with the tight ends. And then you had Ellinger over here working with the wide receivers. What I found interesting, what do they run, those 15, 20 minutes maybe? Those drills, something like that?
Yeah, that's on the high side. But
it seemed like 15. It seemed like they did a lot, both sides. But anyway, Sean Payton spent his whole time near us with Ellinger and the running backs.
Okay.
So I asked Leggy, I said, why do you think that is? He goes, well, he's an old running backs coach, and he has ties in there. And I think some coaches love to get back and get involved. Plus, he said, I think he also knows with the offense and what they want to turn into, that this has got to be a viable outlet that's just not dump off, because they're working on up and ins, up and outs, up and crosses. I mean, they were working on a lot of different, patterns. They're making these guys run.
Well, you're right. There definitely was an emphasis on running back, linebacker, one-on-ones at one point. And usually that is a bit more of an abbreviated period, and that was more elongated than usual.
Yeah, I was shocked. I did say, and I think it'll be one of the guys that get their head cuts off, but R.J. Harvey went pop, pop. And all of a sudden, in fact, I think you and I were sitting there, and you go, oh, he got beat.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That was on Justin Strnad.
Oh, was that Strnad?
Yeah,
Oh,
that was on Strnad. I mean, look, Michael Burton roasted somebody, so those linebackers were struggling out there in coverage today.
But it was kind of cool to watch. It was kind of, and like you said, I said this even last year, especially compared to year one. It's fun. I have fun watching coaches coach.
Yeah.
I enjoy that. And, I mean, he's going in. One time, I think it was with Bidet, and he's got Bidet and Ellinger, and he's sitting there, and you can see the fingers. He's sitting there going like this, and I guarantee he's, like drawing, like we used to draw in the dirt. Here's the play.
Yep.
You go down here, take 5 years, go blah, blah, blah. And so that, to me, was
Schoolyard.
fun. Yeah, fun. Now, I'll say this. The greatest catch I've seen today was Pat Bryant.
Okay,
well,
nice.
I actually 2 catches. Sherfield and Pat Bryant. Sherfield on the one-on-nones where they just running patterns. Bo overthrew him and to the wrong side, and he pulled one of those, turned the body the wrong way, reached up one hand and came down one-handed. Sherfield did, which was a fabulous catch. And then I'm not sure who threw the ball. I don't know if I'm assuming it's Bo Nix, but Pat Bryant kind of in between the safeties and over the corners, none of the safeties, just a good pass.
Yeah, that was like a 25-yarder too.
Really
right?
nice,
Yeah.
right on the sideline nearest us, right?
Good looking pass from Bo Nix to Pat Bryant.
Yeah, and those are probably the 2 best.
Bo had to scramble out on that one too. Offensive line's doing a better job today, but they aren't in pads, so it's they should be doing a better job. But
It's quieter today.
Oh, it's very quiet.
There's
no trash talk going on today.
No fat guy talk? No
fat guy talk.
Nothing like that? All right.
They also are on another field, though, so we can't exactly hear it.
So is Sherfield making a kind of an interesting argument for himself, Tyler?
He's going to be in the rotation for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Sean Payton is he loves packages. He uses a lot of personnel, and he'll be rotated in and out. The one thing that I've always been told, I knew a couple Minnesota coaches when we signed Sherfield. I called up one of them, and the one thing that he told me is just tremendous in the running game. So he's a guy that you want out there in base packages because whether it's play action or whether you're actually running the football, he'll get open a lot on play action because he's so effective when he's actually run blocking.
How demanding is a 4th practice in a row like this without a day off in camp? And they have 2 more to go, by the way. This isn't the end of it.
Today kind of looks like a day off. They're out there, but it more or less looks like a day off to me.
This is Monday in Shells.
Yeah.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
It's definitely not demanding.
And I'll be honest, it's bright and sunny, but it's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like a beat down. Like Monday was a beat down hot day. And it's just a sunny day, blue skies out here, but it's not a beat down hot. You can find relief from it. Now these guys are never in any shade, but
it's not a short day either. They're not going short. They're still on the field now.
I told you guys this yesterday, and seriously, all sports are the same. But that 3rd or 4th straight day of going, there ain't nothing on your body don't feel good. Your feet ain't used to your cleats, your knees, you're bending them different. You're running. Tyler was talking with Coach Sanford about just coaching. The coach is saying about just standing up for 2.5 straight hours. That wears you out, man.
It does. I was telling these guys, I'm freaking white before the show began just from standing out here.
All right.
One other just quick note. Bo Nix, to my knowledge, has not thrown an interception yet in training camp. Should have had one today. Pat Surtain dropped one that the defense was all hooting and hollering.
Hit his chest, yeah.
Yep, hit his chest. Pat definitely should have caught that sucker. Should have been the first interception of training camp.
I thought he threw one in the corner over here because so I don't know who's quarterback, so I'm not going to say. I thought it was Bo, but it might not have been. But it was the back of the end zone, and there was a big hoot, and it was an orange guy with the football. So I'm like, well, somebody did.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But then Bo, it wasn't soon after that. I mean, he hit the defender right in the chest.
Yep.
Is there anybody who you're surprised you're not mentioning their name?
That's a good question. No, I don't think so. On offense, we've talked about him. I mean, Troy Franklin's had his moments. We haven't really had a big moment from Marvin Mims yet, I guess.
Vele back today?
Yep, Vele's out there.
Okay. Anybody else standing out, or is it just kind of just the same olds? for the most part.
Like I said, I don't want to overhype this practice. It's tough. I mean, there's just not a lot going on.
The taking snaps, running back, what I saw, starts with Dobbins. R.J. Harvey's was second, Estime was third, and Bidet was fourth.
Okay.
So just keep that in mind. I thought that number of people, in fact, Tyler talked to Sean yesterday, who said the same thing. That there's a spot on this team for Andre Estime. He's got to go earn it, though.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tough, Scott. If you asked me to put $5 on it today, I would definitely bet that he gets cut.
Let's bet a coffee. All right, because you've never.
Hey,
wow,
you and I have never had a bet.
All right.
You must be feeling pretty good about this one.
All right.
I'll take it just for the action.
I'm thinking Audrey Estime makes this team.
All right.
So, that means Jaleel McLaughlin gets cut.
See, that's my issue. Keep in mind, you're going to carry Michael Burton. Okay.
Yes.
So you got Michael Burton, you got R.J. Harvey, you've got J.K. Dobbins. That's three already, and to carry you probably will carry a fourth. Would be my guess, but there's no guarantee of a fourth. I just think that Jaleel is just got something special to him, that he's just got a skill set that you look at and you're like, I like that. I don't know how to.
And we know Sean likes
it.
Yeah.
Yep. And,
but he's also
Audrey Estime. I'm just like, I just don't. Where's the special?
I don't know,
well, but he's your one big pounding back, isn't he?
Well, RJ's built just like him, I think.
Yeah, but he's got more wiggle. I was going to say if you decide that McLaughlin, you can do away with him, it's not because of Estime, it's because of R.J. Harvey. And you think he's got a little wiggle for the size he's got.
That makes sense. I mean, I understand what you're saying, because if R.J. can do what Jaleel already does, then it's a little bit redundant.
I mean, that could be the case, but you're right. They're going to keep a fullback. Sean Payton's going to do that, and it's going to be Burton. Golly, man. I mean, there's just four guys on the 53. I mean, the third guy barely will play. Fourth guy will just never play, and you can always carry a dude on practice squad.
Well, I guarantee you there'll be what was there last year? Two running backs on the practice squad.
Sure.
Because Bidet and Watson both started
that's
on the practice
right.
squad, didn't they?
Correct.
Does that count as making the team?
Practice squad?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say so. No, I think this is all just the 53.
That definitely does not count.
You get per diem.
well,
nowadays practice squad is getting a whole lot more than per diem. I think they get like $250,000.
Well, let's look at the size of your running backs. Dobbins 217, McMillan 180. That's not his cornerback. Harvey 208. What number is Estime? 38. What? No, McLaughlin 183. What's Estime?
Oh, he's got to be over 200.
He's the biggest one at 227.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a load. No doubt about it. Hey, listen, man, these are good problems to have.
I think he makes the team, man. I really do.
Hey, that's no problem if that's so the coffee bet is whether Estime makes the team or not?
Yeah. That's why I tried to say
okay, practice squad does not count. No, that does not count.
No.
No. We're talking about the 53 out of camp, right? I mean, that's the conversation.
Did Bidet make the team last year?
No, I mean, eventually. He was on the team eventually.
So, I owe you coffee to start, and then week 7 you got to buy me a coffee?
No.
Is that how it goes?
No. We're talking about day one here, buddy.
I kind of agree with Tyler on this one.
Yeah, I mean, by the time you've got injuries and whatever else, that don't count.
But
we're talking about the choices that they make.
Believe me, we have seen 10 million times things that were set in camp are not, even like week 2 or week 3 change very quickly.
How many outs are you looking for on this $5 coffee?
I don't bet. I don't bet. All right, and Audrey Estime will be on a roster to start this season.
What are you doing?
I don't know. That's a totally. You're moving the goalposts now.
Oh my goodness, what are we doing here? Do you want the coffee bet or not? I'll let you out of it if you don't want to do it.
Estime will be
clearly you're doubting yourself.
Audrey Estime will be on a 53-man roster before the season starts.
Okay, I'm sure you'll be right.
All right.
No, I'll take it on the Broncos.
All right, we are looking for practice is still going. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll cover it as it goes. Sean Payton didn't talk yesterday. We probably will hear from him today. We'll see who else they put up at the podium. I don't know if it's going to be good as Hey, fat guy, do your thing over there. That was awesome. But we're here for you. And you can listen to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com, willhitewins.com. A reminder, we are your home for Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League beginning week 1. We love our football. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction, it's terrible. Sorry, getting choked up. It's just like bums you out, and maybe it happened the first time, you laughed it off, second time, or third time, and you're just not doing anything about it. Change your life or get your life back. Maybe that's a better way to put it at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. They've got treatment rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. That causes stress, ED, anxiety, depression. Man's partner could even blame themselves. So get rid of this bad situation with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Schedule a consult. It's $99, not too bad. You get a medical consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. And they're up and down I-25. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Well, the expectations are definitely higher, but we like that. That means you're a good football team. That means you have something to play for. And, we've put together a really good football team. We've added some pieces on both sides of the football. We really feel like in all three phases of the game, we've got better this offseason. So we're excited to really start playing, other teams. And it's fun to compete against each other at practice, but you never really know until you start the season. But the expectations are definitely higher. But that's a good thing. That means you're doing something right.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. How would you guys evaluate, as we wait for Sean Payton for today, and we'll get to Zach Allen in a second, but overall, how would you rate Bo Nix a week through camp?
He's been fine. He's done nothing wrong for sure. He's been running for his life, so it's tough to properly evaluate him whenever quarterback gets moved off the spot as many times as he has been in this training camp. But I also think that he's had a trend of not starting fast but finishing strong, which is okay. Again, not something I'm down on. I like the fact that he's been finishing strong. Scott and I couldn't see this last period, but I'm just reading all the tweets from other Broncos reporters, and everybody's saying that he had a great final period of practice today.
What you did yesterday, right?
Yep, had multiple touchdown passes and finished out strong today.
Scott, you believer?
No.
All right.
I ain't not a Bo hater. You got to give me some games, dog. Hey, listen.
So nothing has moved the needle for you this training camp?
No, not one way or the either. I'm not down on him. Listen, I told you, he's an NFL quarterback. He took the field that first day, and I went, dude, he's just carrying himself different. You can see that he's carrying himself different. Now we'll see also, I think it's important because they're throwing a lot of balls again, and him going, what was the guy's name, Houston, that he was working out, the arm guy?
Tom House.
House.
Yes. You see him doing that towel drill?
I haven't yet.
Well, that is a big-time baseball drill that, House has converted over to quarterbacks. But that is like a classic. You just get a towel, and it just simulates the reps and gets your arm going, because snapping the towel is enough resistance so it doesn't really hurt your arm, but it does the same sort of thing. And I've seen Bo work on that. I've seen a lot of baseball guys work on that, and Tom Brady and those guys too. He's definitely trying to improve himself.
Yeah. I think he's trying to make sure that arm doesn't get fatigued by the end of the year. And listen, and how much you throw going up to it, and then you throw a lot. This first 2 weeks you're going to throw a lot. Just on the sideline doing the show in front of us was talking about throwing them into the nets. You're throwing 20 balls in that drill. Yeah. So it's just good to keep him healthy, upright, and his arm in a good place. But yeah, we got to get some action now. It's too bad you'll have the practice session with Arizona here, but the one in San Francisco, that'd be a good one to be at.
That'd be fun. That'd be really fun.
Yeah. So I want to see him going against somebody besides these orange guys, because these orange guys are playing real well right now.
Do you think going against San Francisco would be easier? It might. I don't know.
It might be. Listen, if you got a top 3 defense, 29 other teams you go against going to be easy.
Is right? That well? I mean, there's a way to adjust that. You can just put the number 2 defense out there, Tyler. You don't have to go against the number 1s all the time.
Well, why would you do that?
Well, I don't know.
And I'm being serious. I mean, why wouldn't you want him going up against the best defense in the NFL every day?
It's fine by me, but I'm just saying if the offense is stalled, if they're not – well, all right, you tell me. Have they been productive against the number 1? I mean, I get it. The defense has been winning, but are they getting their right work in? Or has it just been stymied so much that it's kind of holding them back?
No, I mean, I think that there's been enough encouraging moments, and especially over the last 2 days in particular, finishing practice strong. That's a big deal. You never want to have a practice entirely dominated by one side of the ball, and as long as they've got their moments throughout practice where they look good, they finish strong, then, yeah, you're okay.
All right. You guys play the Madden? You're into the Madden or not?
No.
I do not.
Okay.
I played it a long time ago, got every Madden when it came out, and then when they did the quarterback vision stuff, they lost me.
Well, maybe I'm asking the wrong question. Dan's raising his hand. Dan, you play the Madden?
Oh, yeah.
You're into the Madden?
Oh,
All right.
yeah.
Tyler, how much do the Madden rankings matter inside the locker room?
Oh, they're talked about for sure. Everybody knows exactly what their rating is, and everybody takes a little bit of pride or a little bit of jealousy in what their locker mate is, and it's well talked about.
Okay, because a bunch of that stuff is coming out, and let me see. Well, to nobody's surprise, you've got Pat Surtain at a 98. Dan, you might have to coach me up through this.
Pat Surtain's a 98?
97. But what's interesting about this, guys, is he was a 97 in Madden 25. He's a 97 in 26 after winning Defensive Player of the Year.
Wow.
How does that happen?
I mean, listen, I don't know how many 99s they passed out, but if he's not a 99, I don't know what there is.
He is not a 99. That's right, Dan, right? I gotta is 99 the top score? You can't have 100?
Yes.
All right, 99 is the top. All right. Can you guys, well, a little game here. You win nothing. I got two quarterbacks that have 99s. Who are they?
Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow.
Wrong on both.
Really?
Yep.
Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen.
Correct, my friend. Burrow's the 97. Mahomes is the 95. Jaden Daniels is in the top 10.
Joe Burrow, well, that's the BS. I mean, Joe Burrow, the season he had last year, Joe Burrow's got a very good case right now that he's just flat out the best quarterback in the NFL.
Right.
Just plain and simple.
Well, he's third in the Madden rankings at a 97, so.
But I'm telling you, that's how it goes in the locker room, man. I mean, guys
Right?
get upset about little things like that.
Okay.
So let me ask you guys a question. If you're Baltimore, would you trade Lamar Jackson for Joe Burrow?
No, I mean, of course not. No.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you got Dan Marino or John Elway. You like your guy.
Right. Jim Kelly or John Elway.
Again, you're the GM. You're going to trade Joe Burrow for Lamar Jackson.
No way. No way.
If you're Baltimore. Tyler, the GM.
Well, me? I mean, you know who I'd prefer to have.
Okay. My point being is I think Baltimore would be more apt to make that trade than Cincinnati would.
Yeah.
All right. I got two receivers that are 99s. Care to take a guess?
Chase.
Yep.
Justin Jefferson.
Yes. You got him. Right. Boom, boom, boom. You got St. Brown at a 96, CeeDee Lamb at a 95, Tyreek Hill at 95, and it kind of goes from there. Our guy, Cortland Sutton, is not on the list. Top offensive lineman, Tyler. We got a 99. Can you guess who it is?
Minor.
Jordan Mailata. I don't know.
Lane Johnson.
Lane Johnson. Okay.
And they got.
Oh, I thought you said we. I thought you meant us.
No. The Broncos?
You said we. We got a 99 offensive
Sorry
lineman.
about that. I was talking about us as a collective, as human beings.
Quinn Miners has got to be our highest rated O-lineman.
I
right?
don't. He might be, but he's not in the top 10. He's a 90. Oh, wait, then he is on the list. Oh, he is on the list. My bad. Totally my bad. He is on the list at a 95. Is that right? Is Quinn Miners our best offensive lineman?
Yeah. Yes.
They're nailing that one.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of cool for Quinn Miners, right? Good moment for him. Surtain is the number one corner, but like I told you, he is not a 99. He's a 97, but that is the number one
How many
corner.
tests you take a 97?
You'd be fine. Then you got Christian Gonzalez, Sauce Gardner, Trent McDuffie, Jalen Ramsey, and it kind of goes down from there.
Ramsey's about 50 years old.
I know.
Yeah.
He's still getting paid, too.
And we have a top 10 tight end in Evan Engram. He checks in at number 10 at 85. So with George Kittle having the top rating just over Travis Kelce.
Do you have all the Broncos players, or are you just looking at the top?
I'm just looking at the top 10s. So I don't have it'd be fun to find everybody.
Yeah, we should do this again a little bit later and just do the Broncos players and guess where the Broncos players are at.
Where is the 10th player in the quarterbacks? What is he?
Okay, give me a second.
And who
Let me
is
find
he?
that for you. That is Jaden Daniels with an 85. Baker Mayfield has an 85. So I guess Baker Mayfield and Jaden Daniels are tied for that 9th spot, 9th, 10th, whatever. So
Bo probably comes in at like an 80, I'd guess. I don't know.
Well,
82.
that'd be a fun question too to these guys, right? Hey, here's your Madden ranking. What do you think? One way or the other. But anyways, those are out, and
I mean, we used to call up the guy. We knew who did the ratings, right? A local kid went to CSU.
Oh, really?
Rosenberg. Yeah, he was my teammate out in Washington.
Oh.
So whenever guys had beef with their ratings, they'd call him up and they'd offer him season tickets, send him out some gloves, send him out some team gear, whatever. They were bribing him all over the place.
That is a riot.
And they do make adjustments for sure. So those grades can't change.
Yeah, they do in season adjustments.
Yep.
So why? All right, Tyler. Why do you guys care?
I don't know.
Ego.
It's because it's Madden.
Okay, but that's it. It's just an ego thing. It's a fun thing to talk about.
Do you care about our show ratings?
I care about that. Yeah. Well, but
there you go.
that could be tied into compensation. These guys don't have bonuses, do they?
Madden ratings ain't getting you paid anymore.
That'd be funny if it was.
They didn't call EA Sports and go, hey, what are you going to put Surtain at? Because before we offer him this contract.
Hold on. Didn't we have that rumor about the Jets GM or somebody last year that his son was telling him not to get him because the Madden rating?
No way.
Yeah.
I had not heard that story. That's hysterical.
Yeah.
Well, that's out. Yeah, if you're what team is that? The Jets?
I think so.
Yeah, that actually
there was definitely a storyline last year with one of those dumb teams.
All right. Oh, we have. Oh, is this it?
It might have been Woody Johnson.
Dude,
like Dan. Maybe.
I got the entire Broncos. If you want their Madden rating,
Let's do it.
Well, Dan, you're gonna have to help me out here. Overall, oh, I see. All right, who do you want?
All right, I mean, let's start on the old line. I'll just be curious there. So what did you say Quinn came in at, 95?
Yeah, 85.
85. Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on, Dan. Hold on. All right, so this is the latest rating, Dan. Okay. Dan had what's your question there, Dan? This might be last year's.
Well, it says Madden 26, but it's got minors as a 91, so I'm trying to figure out if this is accurate.
Okay, well, maybe I got that wrong. But I got a list in front of me.
I think, honestly, DMac, I think you probably did. I mean, if he was rated
you've
as
never
a top
played a
5
video
offensive
game,
lineman, he's not going to be in the 80s.
Okay. All right. Well, who else are you curious about? Boy, this is an order from highest to lowest, by the way. So it's not by position; it's just highest to lowest.
So
period.
highest to lowest. Okay.
How's your left
so
tackle?
we got Pat Surtain's at number 1. We got Quinn Miners at number 2. We've got who's
tight end? Ingram will be 3.
Ingram at 3. I don't know. You don't think nobody else on defense? You don't think Benito or?
I bet you Greenlaw's higher.
Dan, you didn't print up the top 10 guy.
D-Mac's just letting us talk into the ether right now.
I know. Well, because Dan's giving me the sheet, but he didn't print out the top 10 dudes for the Broncos. I don't actually have the top 10 guys, Dan.
Well, you're the one that said you had it.
What's that?
Nothing.
Anyways,
I've got the top 10 back here if you need them.
Okay, Dan. What are the top 10 Broncos?
Pat Surtain, 97. Miners says a 91, but I swear I saw a 95 today.
Okay.
Garrett Bowles, 3rd at an 89.
Oh, interesting.
Dre Greenlaw, 4th at an 87.
Injured.
There you go, Scott.
5th, Evan Ingram, 86.
Yeah.
6th is Cortland Sutton at an 85. 7th, tied for 6th, is Nick Benito, also at an 85. Talanoa Hufunga at 8 at an 84. 9 is Brandon Jones, 84, and 10 is Zach Allen, 84. Okay. Here's your top 10.
There you go. And then after that, it goes in order without the numbers. Dobbins, McGlinchey, Cooper, John Franklin, Myers, Singleton, and kind of goes down from there.
The only one I'd have a little bit of what number did you say Zach Allen came in at?
Number 10 at an 84.
Yeah, Zach Allen should be a top 5 player on this team, for sure.
It's got Bo Nix as a 77. Mims as a 77, too.
You know what that says?
What's that?
EA Sports aren't Bo Leavers.
Maybe not. Let's go to the podium right now and join Sean Payton.
No, I think he's fine. We in the one-on-one period, he felt it got tight, different area, and so we'll know more. We'll go ahead and have all the precautionary work done, but I think he'll be all right.
When you have to dial it back, I guess by league rule and just good after 3 days. What are you looking for to get out of this? Because
So it needs to be just as much instructional, situational. We spent a lot of time. We spent probably half an hour, maybe 20 minutes on certain cadences, third down cadences, tight red cadences. Still getting the work done. Today was a red zone install, and we'll be back at it tomorrow with the same installation. But we'll have a walkthrough this evening, and it becomes, it's a little bit more the tempo like, our OTAs if you're watching when you're not in the pads.
You were watching the one-on-ones running backs against the linebackers. What are you looking to see from the running backs in those drills as they develop it?
So when you get into that, it's a 2 times a week type of drill, and you want to make it as realistic as possible, and you're giving them basically 4 to 5 routes that they would be running. It's man-to-man, so there's some routes the back might run versus zone. You wouldn't work on that. So you're just separation, suddenness, awareness, timing. And the linebackers the same way are working on their leverage. Your H choices, your pirate. There's like I said, probably 4 routes that you're working on, and it's technique and then the separation the same way for the linebackers. Playing their leverage the right way. It's an 8-minute period that. Next week we'll go to the same locations and we'll work a pass protection drill, where they're rushing and we're protecting. And so it's call it a technique period.
Coach, with a lot of injuries inside linebackers so far, a lot of younger guys have got more.
I don't think, I say this respectfully. I read somewhere where, it was like injury plague. Alex is back here in 6 days. So I think, obviously, other guys step up and get those reps. But knock on wood, fortunately, we've been good here during this camp. And but it gives us a chance to evaluate other players. And so you're seeing Bailey, you're seeing the reps of, Sternad's obviously had a ton of work. But you do get a chance, and throughout these drills, we're trying to rotate it enough to where getting the proper evaluation on these younger players is important. Our biggest fear would be someone leaves here and ends up excelling somewhere else. And so we want to make sure we don't let that happen.
More from Sean Payton, more from Broncos training camp, as coverage is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law partner of Broncos country, is PhD on 92.5. We'll get to Sean Payton here in a little bit as Scott and Tyler head back from training camp. Our coverage powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Appreciate it. And don't forget, we've got football from Westwood One for you whenever you want. All the NFL games, Monday Night Football, Thursday night, the International Series, Thanksgiving Day tripleheader, Christmas Day, every playoff game, Super Bowl 60. That's our partnership with Westwood One, and that's, awesome. Bo Nix, this is kind of a fun thing. He was on with the NFL Network stuff, and like I said, we'll get to Sean Payton, what he had to say today. And we're also keeping tabs on Zach Allen, as when there were rumors about Courtland Sutton having a new deal being done soon, that is currently vibe-wise happening with Zach Allen too.
Is he their number one priority now that Sutton's done? Do you think? Apparently, from what the rumors are and what the vibe is and that sort of thing. Now, I mean, anything can happen. But if you were reading the tea leaves, like what was going on with Sutton, those same type of little things are coming out right now about Zach Allen. So we'll see. Fun thing, though, for Bo Nix, this is pretty interesting. He was asked, what he did in the offseason. I think Bo Nix and a lot of college players, especially quarterbacks, are just extremely fatigued when they get done with their rookie year because their season really never stops. It goes from your college season in preparation for the combine up until the draft. You get drafted, you're at rookie minicamp, and a lot of these guys just keep training through the summer before they get through the first training camp. So a significant break happened with Bo. And when he's training with Tom House and he's working with the towel drill, for example, and probably working with heavy balls, doing all these mechanics you would see baseball pitchers do, it's a way to keep your arm fresh without just throwing too much, which is smart. Also, taking a break and relaxing, having a vacation is smart too. But he did do something with his wife that I thought was remarkable.
When I got away from football, me and my wife, we got to take our parents to Italy this offseason. That was our first time going to Europe, so that was a fun trip, not one that you get all the time. It was really our first offseason together to where we had time to travel, and it was just us, so it was fun. And looking forward to this season. The offseason, it draws out, goes a long time, and then you realize that football is just around the corner. So between the training and the OTAs and summer, it's finally here, and it feels like football season again.
He took his parents and his wife's parents on a vacation together. That is amazing. I think the last time, and I've been married going on 31 years, had to think about it for a second, together for 38, maybe, I don't know, something like that. I think my parents and my in-laws, who we both love, have been together once. I believe it was my wedding 31 years ago. The thought of going on vacation together is, but good for you, Bo Nix. You're a better person than all of us. Meanwhile, Bo is happy with the new weapons he has.
Well, you're exactly right. I mean, every name you just named was, an added bonus for us. We got better at, the guys. Like the guys you bring in, you don't want them to be knuckleheads, and those guys are good teammates. Those guys are good players. They add something more than just talent to our team. They add, that form of leadership. The veteran leadership that you need for each offense. And then they just add, a spark. And Evan, like you said, he's going to add a dynamic to the tight end room that we didn't necessarily have. The two running backs got some juice. They're going to be really good on the field. And then just overall, we were able to get better within a year. We didn't lose anybody. So the other guys were allowed to just grow and develop in our scheme. And, it's nice playing with the same guys each year.
Training camp recap with myself and Coach Sanford tonight, right around 8:30, 9 o'clock, right in there. So if you want the latest and the greatest and a whole bunch of fun, check out the YouTube channel. Make sure you like and subscribe. That'll get you the best coverage of the Broncos training camp. All right, let's pick it up with Sean Payton and hear from the coach about how things went today and how things are going.
This running back group behind Harvey and Dobbins, what do you think factors most into the guys like Audric and Blake that have had a couple really good days?
Yeah, they had a real good day yesterday. And good question. I mean, look, a lot will go into it. You know, how many are you keeping? Practice squad. Bidet, has had some real good work, and obviously Jaleel. So I think I said this at the start of camp. From experience, a lot of that stuff will sort itself out. And I think you guys, I think I said this, when we finish playing New Orleans, we'll have a better idea of how that's going. And you will have seen more evidence in the games, the joint practices. We're beginning to, all of this stuff matters. Yesterday was one of the better days for some of those guys. And you brought up two of them. And Blake, had 2 or 3 exceptional runs. Audric, stacked a couple of days. So, it'll be the body of work.
Sean, big picture, we see some teams, they do 1s versus 2s or 1s versus 3s. You do a lot of 1s versus 1s.
We're 1s, 2s, 3s right now. Saturday, if you recall, a year ago on this Saturday, we set up a much different type practice, and it's kind of a scrimmage format, and yet we'll mix who's going against who. And even within the rotations, if you're really watching, these receivers might be taking reps with the second wave, and they may be taking reps with the first wave just based on the routes that were just run and getting. So it's a little bit easier to keep track of if you're looking at the offensive line or if you're looking at the defensive front. But we'll try to mix that up, and Saturday will be a day where you'll see that change a little.
I guess you'd say like a true evaluation when it's best first, best goes.
Yeah, well, I think I'm always used to starting off. I think when teams scrimmage, a lot of times they'll mix it up with 1s on 2s, and but I thought yesterday, particularly with the physical practice, we've done a good job of working with each other still, staying off the ground, and not getting, past the point where it becomes, more of a health risk. And I thought they did a good job practicing yesterday.
Sean, you've been on the field 8 of the last 9 days. How pleased are you with the energy, and does the focus match the energy?
Yeah, I just said this to them. There are certain goals you have, and as a team, and there appears to be the right mix of youth and then some veteran leadership, and all 32 teams start the season with the same aspirations and goals, and so what separates yourself from those other teams? And I think it's those ingredients, and it gets back to who we're bringing in, who we've drafted, and you're finding guys that want to play at a high level, and they understand that it's not easy to do. We can write down our goals and dreams, and we can recite them, and then you have to live them. And I think I've been encouraged relative to the leadership and the direction following last season. A lot of young guys played, and I've said this before, I like this team.
How is the vision for Jaleel McLaughlin evolving based on his body of work over the last 2 years?
Yeah, well, look, I think, he continues to work on the passing game element relative to what he does. I think he's a change of pace runner. He's got really good quickness and agility. You don't get to appreciate him until you know it's tackle, and then you appreciate him because he didn't get tackled. It's a little harder because I can remember the first time in San Francisco where, we're thinking this is going to be a good young practice squad developmental back, and 100 and some yards later, he's not going to get to any practice squad. So I think you appreciate, and it gets back to that position, you get to see a little bit more when it's tackle and their yards after contact, how do they go down, all those other things.
All right, that's Sean Payton. Write down your goals and dreams, then you have to live them. Dan, when was the last time you wrote down your goals and dreams?
When was I in first grade?
This is PhD on 92.5. Well, if you caught that, Saturday appears to be the day to be out there for Broncos training camp, as Sean Payton said they will have a scrimmage format. Not to downplay things if you're going there tomorrow or you're just returning from the practice today. But like last year, and they've done that on this Saturday. If you remember, they've had practices at the stadium, which were kind of cool. They haven't done that for a few years, but they will have a scrimmage type of format on Saturday. And we'll see if they tackle to the ground there. It usually gets pretty physical. So should be fun. On Saturday, it'll definitely be a move the ball sort of thing. And Sean Payton said they may mix it up in terms of who's going against who. So there you go, man. Mark your calendar. Saturday, August 2nd. You get a nice taste of everything that they've been working on, and they have the day off. Then a couple days here at home before they're off to San Francisco next week. So the Broncos are actually not here a lot next week, and we'll be covering it top to bottom the best that we can, no doubt about it. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law partner of Broncos country. Reminder, tonight, myself and Mike Sanford do training camp recap on the digitals. So if you want to know what's going on, not only can you listen here, listen all day, but you can catch up on things later at night too. So look forward to that. Okay, how about this? DJ Jones at the podium. Let's catch up with DJ Jones, see what the big man has to say.
Question that he told Malcolm that they're essentially worried about being the fat guys.
I mean, he can keep talking as long as he's backing it up. He's good at backing it up, so yeah.
I just asked Coach about the fact that, all the chirpiness isn't really rolling over into, scuffles or fights or anything like that. Is that a testament on the player side to, look, we're going to chirp, we're going to do all that, but we're not going to let it roll over because we mean business. We want to take advantage of these reps because you guys want to contend this year.
Yeah, of course. We're a brotherhood. We gonna chirp. I mean, if we weren't chirping, then it should raise some eyebrows. But we're competing. That's all it is. A bunch of alpha males competing.
What makes Zach Allen so difficult to try to block? Is it his versatility, playing multiple positions? Is it his motor?
All the above, to be honest. He's got wiggle that not many people of his stature have. He's going to continue to keep rushing no matter what position you have him in. Like you said, motor. He's special, man. He's a different cat.
He also seems to understand when they slide stuff to him, and he knows that there's going to be four hands on him, that he's just going to occupy to set somebody else up. Do you see that on film?
Oh yeah, he's smart. That just comes with the IQ of the game. He's probably watching film right now. So
really,
seriously.
Is he the one you said you learned from?
Of course, 100%. Yeah, he teaches. We all learn from each other, but just watching him, you can learn a lot.
DJ, you obviously came from a place that won a bunch of games. How different does this team feel from the other teams you've been on here with raised expectations? Because Sean's talked about not being scared of talking about Super Bowl.
No, right. I feel like with teams that I've been on that have been successful later in the year, early in the year, I mean, you can feel it in OTAs, and I did, and it's fell over into now. So I feel like we keep stacking, we stay healthy, we'll be a dangerous team.
That's DJ Jones. So the chirping is, I'm kind of dying to hear from Malcolm Roach, to be honest with you, as he sent a signal out to Marvin Mims, a one-finger salute.
You're a fat guy, like, go worry about that.
So apparently they're all getting along. And we have not heard of any fights so far out with the Broncos. Everybody seems to be getting along so far.
You're a fat guy, like, go worry about that.
Not worried about our little internet radio shows.
Did you see what happened in Dallas at Cowboys
They
camp?
can't keep it together.
Dude, they had to go run sprints because they couldn't stop fighting.
They fought like 3 different times. Dallas seems to be a mess
Got
right
the owners fighting with players over contracts.
The crowd is chanting against ownership. You're fighting on the field. World of misery. By the way, in other training camp news, Shadur took snaps against the ones defense for the first time. So Shedeur is getting in the mix just a little bit. We'll see how that goes. Travis Hunter's doing great. They're trying to figure out how many times he's going to play both offense and defense. He's having fun with that. Other than that, any other, am I missing any big training camp things, Dan? Is there anything else that's standing out to you?
I just saw a bunch of the Cowboys stuff this morning. I mean, it's just what's going on out there as well. Oh, one more thing. Our guy Trey Hendrickson with the Bengals has ended his holdout.
Yeah.
And he said he was being selfish.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he said he was being it was a selfish holdout, which was surprising to hear.
Okay. Well, tonight there is football as well, and you want to just talk about how crazy things are. You go from Trey Lance being all the hype and everything that was going on with Trey Lance when he was drafted. He will be starting in the Hall of Fame game, which is tonight. So we've got football tonight. But you want to talk about a wild sort of turn. You go from the high expectations of being a high draft pick to starting in the Hall of Fame game. I mean, it's about as far as you can go while still in terms of a low regarded position and actually still be in the NFL. From first round to starting in the Hall of Fame game. We'll see what happens, but, football rolls on tonight. 303-504-0925. I see on the text here, just a quick baseball note before Tyler and Scott get back. The Rockies traded Tyler Kinley. Can you believe it? I was stunned that they could get anything for Tyler Kinley, who's actually pitched relatively well recently, but has been kind of a disaster more times than not. And they got a minor leaguer, this kid Austin Smith. He had Tommy John that made him miss 2 seasons, and he's only been a minor league player. So I think the highest he's ever pitched is in Double-A baseball, and he hasn't even pitched well really there. So this was just a salary dump, and the fact that you got anything for Kinley is remarkable. But meanwhile, Ryan McMahon has been, since he's been since he's gone to the Yankees, he's hitting .363. His OPS is .927. He's got a few RBIs, and he had a walk-off yesterday in the 11th inning.
0-1. This should do it. Fly ball, DeLuca. He'll let it go over his head, and the Yankees win. Jazz Chisholm will score. McMahon with the walk-off single, and the Yankees in a wild game wins this one in 11 innings by a score of 5-4.
Did you feel happy for him, Dan, when you saw that?
No, I never root for former Colorado athletes when they go to different teams. I don't care how much I loved them when they were here. It's the same thing as the Mikko Rantanen discussion we had earlier this year. Same exact thing. Did you feel happy for him?
Nah, not really. I mean, because, I don't know, man. It's like kind of whatever. It doesn't surprise me. I think he fits in great with the Yankees. A left-handed bat. Perfect for what they have there. Above average third baseman. They really didn't have a third baseman at all. So it's no surprise that he's doing well. And you can tell how I mean, I don't know. I guess I kind of feel happy for him because he's a good dude overall, and now he's competing at the highest level. So there you go. There's your baseball update. It is the trade deadline today, so we'll see if the Rockies can get value for anybody else. If they can get rid of Jake Bird, that'd be fine. I wouldn't get rid of Halverson. They had a pathetic performance, got shut out last night, 5-0. Paul Skeens pitches on Saturday, and that'll probably sell out the crowd. Meanwhile, the big fellas are back here in town and back from training camp. Sort of a long day, though. I mean, it wasn't a short day, even though it wasn't very eventful, right?
No, it was full practice in terms of the amount of time that they're out there on the field. But a lot of times coaches will do that. They'll actually extend practice intentionally when they know that they take the pads off because it's a good opportunity to work a lot of special teams.
Okay, and that's what was going on today. They were working on that sort of stuff.
Yep.
Sean said Saturday is going to be a scrimmage format. So before they face another team, apparently they'll get after it on Saturday, and then they have the day off after that.
Good for them.
Okay. You like the routine that they're going through right now? Is this the right rhythm? Is this the right amount of time to amp up to start hitting people and tackling people?
This is a different year than, and I told Andy I was going to bring this up to you guys last night. The 8-9 season year, what do we call it? Do we just refer to that era as the drought? He calls it the Oregon Trail because people were dying of rattlesnake bites and starvation, dysentery, whatever you want to call that drought area time. They haven't had, going into a season since probably 2016. 16, there was still hope, right? Going into the 2006, after the Super Bowl in 15, still had hope. But there ain't been no hope since then.
No.
I mean, it's all been phony and false narratives by people on the radio that were saying how great it was going to be. But now there's hope, and so to me, it's a different mindset practice. The whole practicing is it was almost comical the last few years. Now it's like, okay, this is a team that kind of has a mission. They kind of have a ramped up goal where they want to be and what they want to do. And it's just, it's a different mindset than I've seen really over the last, even Sean's first year. It's different. Just different.
What was the most comical moment to you then from the past?
Quarterback competition last year, when we look back, is very comical.
Comical, yeah.
Thinking that half the quarterbacks coming in here was going to be any good was comical.
Thinking that Will Ferrell was going to be good as a head coach.
Yeah. Thinking that the Will Ferrell Hackett was going to be any good, that Fangio was going to be. And I like Vic. You didn't like him. I liked him because I
like Vic too. I still like Vic.
Yeah, I do too. But he wasn't a great head coach, been a great defensive coordinator. In fact, Sean Payton, rumors were, tried to get him to come back to be a defensive coordinator here. It's just been a comedy of errors. I'm waiting for Buster Keaton, during the drought. I'm waiting for Buster Keaton to come out and do his little potato dance with the forks.
Have you guys seen anything that kind of stands out? Like, why are they doing that? Like, what's going on out at camp this year?
No, I definitely have not. I mean, it feels like just a normal training camp. But every year that goes by, and this is not just Sean Payton, the reps just get fewer and fewer. Coach and I were talking about at Sanford. We were talking about it right before the show began, and the amount of reps these guys get, it's crazy. There are just not a lot of opportunities out there. I mean, there were probably 4 team periods today, I believe, and the rotation is you go 4 with the 1s, you go 4 with the 2s, and then I think it's 3 with the 3s, or maybe it's 4, I can't tell. But then the first group doesn't even get that second rack. And I'm accustomed to the first group more times than not, and it will get like this in a week or two, I would guess. But more times than not, you kind of go 4 reps with the 1s, you might go 3 reps with the 2s, you might go 2 reps with the 3s, and then the first group would get another rack. And they're just not doing that second rack. So there's just not a lot of reps.
We'll give you the news of the day, and it surrounds Dre Greenlaw. It's PhD here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, let's go to this is a little bit earlier, but there were reports about Dre Greenlaw walking off the field. Here's what Sean Payton said about Dre Greenlaw.
Any questions here after we were out of pads today? We had a pretty good go of it yesterday.
Any concern with Dre?
No, I think he's fine. We in the one-on-one period, he felt it got tight, different area, and so we'll know more. We'll go ahead and have all the precautionary work done, but I think he'll be all right.
Okay, you guys concerned about what was the vibe out there? What did we see about Dre Greenlaw? We worried, not worried. Sean Payton doesn't seem to be too worried.
Well, then I guess I'm not worried.
Okay, good enough. Do we know what happened?
I mean, they were doing one-on-ones, running backs versus linebackers. So he said what Sean said, just kind of felt tight. I don't think it was there was no big collision or anything like that.
No, he got toasted by J.K. Dobbins from the reports. I did not see it, but I read a bunch of people talking about it, and they all just said that he got beat by J.K. Dobbins and he was chasing him down from behind, and he pulled up a little bit lame. A lot of people were speculating about a hamstring, but now I'm seeing people talk about a quad.
Jeez. Okay. I'm a little concerned about it.
Should we go ahead and speculate about a calf, and that way we can have
That's right. I mean, here's
the whole leg covered.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you got Achilles. You also got ligaments in the foot. What else you got? Toes.
But he's got funny.
He's got a big toe. I know that.
He was walking funny left, and I was sitting by. Who was that? Was it you when I was standing by? And I said something about. I said Greenlaw's limping a little bit, and he kept walking. Then he kind of jogged to the thing, so he was jogging, and then all of a sudden saw three dudes kind of falling back in the training room. So, and he never came back out.
Sean got a little sensitive when they were asking him about, well, is there an issue at inside linebacker with health? And he was like, Alex will be back.
Well, that's how I feel about Alex. I mean, a broken thumb, I know it's not my thumb, as Scott always says. It's never a big deal when it's not your thumb, right. But it's really not a big deal, especially the position that he plays. Throw a club on that sucker, and if it was regular season, he probably wouldn't have missed a single day.
Wasn't there a tight end, like in the last couple of years, played in a game with a club?
A tight end?
That would be a little bit tough.
That's what I'm thinking, but it seemed like there was a tight end that even came in a game and played with a little bit of
Well, if you're a big blocker, even in blocking would be a little difficult, don't you think?
Well, it depends how, have the official check. And we had a guy who used to do that. He'd get his hand, and he'd get a check by the officials for the game in this high school. And then as soon as the thing he had a knife, slit, metal plate in the floor, back in the forearm plate. Yeah. He was a linebacker.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
stabbing people.
Well, I got a scar. I can still see it.
He's carrying a knife.
See it? I have a scar right there, right there.
Yeah.
I was, for some reason, I was carrying the ball. We're doing, drills where you got to go through the thing, get hit by a guy, whatever, boom, boom, boom. So I'm carrying it, boom, hit, bam, tackles me. God dang, I look down, my arm's leaving. Well, I turned and found out he also had the same guy. He was a nutbag.
He belongs in jail.
Well, you know what? Now that you say that, he may have spent some time there, after high school. But those screws, he had the face mask, they're screwed in.
Right.
He would unscrew it a little bit and bend it down.
Oh, God.
Yeah. And so he'd hit
high school?
High school.
Psycho.
Yeah. You know what he was? He had a relationship. Do you remember Officer and a Gentleman?
Sure, I do. Richard Gere.
It was like Richard Gere and his dad relationship. His dad was a Navy guy like that forever. And so this guy was like,
that's vicious.
At 16 was like 26 type dude, right? As far as worldly. Yeah. So he put stuff in his thing.
We haven't talked to you much about your football life in high school. I didn't even
look. I still got a scar.
I get it. You're showing off scars from high school football. What position were you playing?
Well, I was
option QB.
I was the veer. We called it the veer back then. I was the veer quarterback all through junior high.
Okay.
And we only had 3-year high school, sophomore, junior, senior. But ninth grade, which was in junior high, would do whatever the high school's running, kind of one of those feeder programs. So whatever offense the coaches wanted to put in. So they're putting in a new offense. I'd run veer 7th and 8th grade. Back when kids actually played games with their schools, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I went for 2-a-days with the high school as a 9th grader, quarterback, just getting blown up. I mean, it was the hardest 2 weeks I've ever spent in my life. In Kansas sun, hot and nasty. got one water break at practice.
Weren't you a good basketball player by then?
I was okay. Yeah, I was pretty good.
Yeah, I would guess.
That's pretty good. But so I go to the.
And you were playing baseball too, but you decided to do this.
Well, I always played football.
Okay.
We used to play, kids used to play everything.
We come from a background of playing everything. I know you're Mr. Specialized, but we're pretty big advocates of playing every sport possible.
I played 3 sports through high school.
So anyway,
but I wasn't like a good basketball. I didn't have something else that I was that good at.
I go through 2 days with the high school team, getting killed because I'm getting killed. To also I get back there, and one of my good friends was the coach's son, and like I said, I spent the whole time in there. And Greg goes, I don't know why you worked out with those guys for the last 2 weeks. My dad said he's never going to let you play quarterback. And so
you were in tackling, though.
I said, fine. So I quit.
Okay, so that was.
I after 2 weeks there, I said, I'm not going to tell my dad that. No, you aren't. I go, well, he told me I can't. He said, I don't care.
No.
He said, you go talk to coach. He said, if you want to quit at the end of the season, don't ever play. That's fine. But you've already started this. You're finished.
Dude, can I tell you this?
So I went back and played, and then I moved to wide receiver, I think.
I got to tell you this because the exact same conversation happened with my dad. The first time I was begging my dad to play football, begging him because he played football at CU. I always wanted to play. He didn't let me play until 7th grade, made me play soccer, everything else. My first 3 practices, I just got my butt whipped. I was coming home literally crying because I was getting my butt whipped. I said, Dad, I don't want to do this anymore. I quit. He said, son, you don't quit something you start, but you don't have to play next year. So you're finishing out the season. You got 2 choices. We can go in the backyard. You can get better. Or you can come home crying every day, but you're not quitting this year. That's
got out of been.
It's the exact same conversation.
Well, so I had to go and eat crow as a 9th grader to the football coach at lunch and said to him, Mr. Kelly, and I think it was the backup quarterback, but I was wide receiver and safety. I played safety. And then I go my freshman year. I'm a wide receiver, but they had me run a scout quarterback. Now we had a team that had, let's see, one of the interior linemen went to K-State, one of the linebackers went to KU, a couple of guys went to Wichita State. We had dudes. We had dudes for this high school team. They lost 2 games all year, and they lost by 1 and lost by 2. They were fantastic. But they just beat the heck out of me. And then my junior year, led the team in receptions, was a receiver. And then finally, my senior year, I went, this ain't.
Right.
This ain't. Now I've gone.
Now you're really good at basketball.
I went from 6'3" as a freshman to 6'6" as a sophomore.
Yeah.
To 6'9" starting my senior year.
Yeah.
And so the best thing for me, so I was a statistician. I actually took stats for the high school coach. I traveled with the team, and I kept all the.
You were a 6'9" nerd?
I kept all the books for them.
Wow.
Because they're all my boys.
Okay, that's kind of fun. High school with them.
But I would, instead of having to go to football practice, I went up to the junior college, and I'm playing basketball and practices with them all fall.
Wow.
And they had guys that went to UCLA, KU, University of Hawaii, all these guys. They won the national championship back-to-back years. So I'm practicing basketball going into my freshman year with – adults, young adults anyway.
Yeah. The future was clear,
and
clearer.
And when I went in and dunked on this 7-foot dude that was going to go to KU, I went. Okay. And the guy that's doing the pass and is high-fiving me, because, I dunked on him.
Yeah.
And the guy's name was Rennie Kelly, who just committed to UCLA.
Okay, nice moment.
And he's like, fiving me. He's like, unbelievable. Yeah. He's like, and that was when I went, oh, okay.
Football's over.
Maybe I got something going with this basketball thing. Maybe I might be able to do this basketball thing.
Did you play basketball your senior year of high school?
I did. Yep.
You went through the.
I played all 4 years.
Yeah, that's awesome. By the way, did you see what happened with Cherry Creek the other day?
I did. Voted the best overall sports program of any high school in the country.
How about that?
It's pretty wild. That's a hell of an honor.
That is congratulations.
You think about
to
all
Creek.
those schools down south, and but if you talk about
everything, every sport, they're great at everything.
Because there's some Florida teams that got good football and basketball.
The bar lowered a little bit, I guess, when you were there.
Yeah, I lowered the standard.
But yeah, it's obviously the big sports. But lacrosse, they're great at tennis, they're great at swimming, they're great. I mean, they're great at everything.
Well, haven't they won between tennis and baseball? Haven't they won $1 million? Wasn't there a streak?
They probably have
a streak in tennis where they won 15 straight years the state title or something like that.
It was at least every other year.
Yeah, they were crushing it.
And they got back-to-back baseball championships as well as football state. I mean, they're incredible. So that's cool, man.
That's a public school.
That is a public school. You wouldn't know it when you walk around it, that's for sure. But it's just it's a public school in the Cherry Creek School District. So congrats to them. So.
That's cool. Best in the whole nation.
Best in the country.
Wow.
Yeah. I think those are the same thing.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's listen, saying it's the best high school in Colorado, okay, whatever.
Right.
But the country, whew,
something else.
That's pretty good.
Sean Payton said that he was asked about energy. And we know from your conversation with him yesterday that he was thrilled with the energy. So perhaps that somebody was listening to our radio program when they asked that question, which is obviously fine. And then he said you should write down your goals and dreams and then live them.
Okay.
Have you ever written down your goals and dreams? Is he literally talking about writing them down? Is that an effective thing for these guys to do?
I did that as a high schooler. Yeah. I mean, I didn't necessarily do it as I got older, but that was the thing that I did in high school, put it on my wall and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that an effective tool for pros to do, or is that a little
I had Michael Irvin come in the studio one time. He did about an hour and a half when we were over the F word. And he said one of the greatest things I've ever heard. And this is Michael Irvin. Now, if you go back, Michael, this is a Hall of Fame wide receiver, 3-time champion. I think Dallas won 3 championships, didn't they? I mean, he was phenomenal. He also had a little cocaine issue and a little philandering issue. I mean, he did a whole lot of stuff too.
He was good at it all.
But he's good at all. But he said, I asked my kids one time, what are your dreams? What are your dreams? And his kid said, I want to be boom, 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 boom. He said, okay, now how are your goals to get there? He said, dreams without goals to achieve those dreams are just fantasy. But until you put a goal or how you're going to get there to that dream, they don't mean anything. And I was like, whoa, that's blown away. That blew me away. I thought that was fantastic.
It feels like Bo Nix is like one of those guys who has literally sketched out every single day of his life, writing it down, what I have to do to get better today. And the coach and the football teams do this too. They schedule everything out to a degree. Like Sean was talking about today. Well, here we're going to do this, then we're going to do that.
Oh, it's all scripted.
It's all scripted,
well,
right?
And here's what I told you this when we did our little segment out there. I love watching coaches coach. I really do. I don't care if it's high school. I went when I was a high school coach. I went and saw Mike Dunlap, and I watched him coach Metro State team. I watched the DU women's team. I like to watch coaches coach.
Sure.
I really, really do. But when he said in the presser today, they asked him about it, and we talked about it, Tyler and I, because it was right in front of us, the quarterbacks throwing it to patterns against the running backs against linebackers. Boom, 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 boom. He goes, what is that? And he goes, well, that's this. Next week we'll come back in one day a week, and we'll put in blockers in front of it. And so what you heard there, if you're paying attention, is, okay, this is what this. They're trying to get the patterns down. What we said, but it's a progression because now we're going to put the team behind it and with it. And now see how it looks with blocking in front of it too. I just think, and that's a week away. So when you say it's scripted, he just told you one of the practice next week, here's what's going to happen.
Right.
I bet they got a folder somewhere with every single day, every single minute for the rest of this training camp scheduled in already.
Oh, there's no question about it. I mean, you base everything based off the install. And honestly, quite frankly, once these guys have done it 5 or 6 years, they got a routine that they probably just go back to every single year, and that's what they're going to do during training camp. So they really don't recreate the wheel. But it's all planned for sure, including the amount of padded practices, what days they're going to get those. You get 16 of them. They've already done 3. So, yep, they plan it out, the whole thing.
That I'll never forget. Vaughn, this is when Fangio was running things. I don't know if you guys remember this comment, but he said every time they would play a game and things would go poorly, they would all of a sudden adjust everything they were doing in practice. And sometimes I think once you get to the season, if you haven't been doing the things the right way all along, it's just kind of too late. Like if you're going to adjust anything or work on something, it might be too late right now. Who knows? I mean, you gotta figure it out and get it done. That's like a throwing technique, a throwing motion. I mean, the biggest joke was when Tebow got here. I mean, you can't fix that. There's no time to fix that. You got to get ready for a game.
That's why I loved OTAs. It was my favorite part of the year. Number one, stress was low. That definitely helps a little bit. But you go out there, it's the only time of the year that you truly can experiment with your craft because you've got time, you've got space, you've got a lot of individual work. It's not a huge deal if you get beat. If you get beat, so what? Come back. I'll try again tomorrow. But even in training camp, it gets tough because every week that goes by, you experiment a little bit less. By the time you get to the regular season, you've got your routine down. You've got 8 minutes of individual every single practice. You're at a phase right now where guys can still work their craft a little bit, but you run out of time real quick.
Well, that must be, as a rookie, God, that's got to feel unbelievably anxious. That if you're just not keeping up with things, where do you have the time to get better?
Yep.
Where's that?
Well,
that's got to be kind of scary.
But go back, we talked about that the Nuggets season all the time. That once you get down into the season, especially games 40 and beyond, you ain't practicing. So if you got issues, how are you fixing them? And that's they talk about shortening the season.
You have minor league basketball,
but that's as an individual.
Oh, all right.
But I'm talking about as a team. We aren't doing this rotation right. We ain't practicing. You can show it up on a film. Malone probably got fired for it at that Portland game. We got guys say they watch film. I don't think they are. I mean, he went nuts.
There were some awesome moments like that.
But in fact, I had a guy tell me the other day.
There were some great moments
when
like
I
that.
saw that, I go, "Oh, he's done. He's done." But you can't, man. This right now for the Broncos is when you get done. Now they got 5 days in between. But let me ask you, what's your body feeling like, Tyler, in week 3?
Not too different than you're feeling in week 15, quite frankly.
So it's not good, though.
No.
You're icing, you're doing shit. I mean, so how much practicing are you really getting to do? You're not doing much live hitting or anything during the week, are you?
Usually do about one padded practice a week. Yep.
Football
is unique, though, because you think of it, and if you really think about it, of all the professional leagues, you get by far the most practice time. I mean, it's not even close. You've got a full week that you practice every single week, but it's not what you think. I mean, if you go out there and you watch these practices, you realize how few reps there are in any given practice.
Right. So when you see how unorganized it was, with Hackett, that was
a waste of 3 weeks.
And they even started 2-1. It's not like the wins were all right. But it was it just looked like a disaster out there, and you quickly realized that we're in trouble. There's nothing we can do.
Started 2-1 and should have been 3-0.
What can you say? He got lucky, I guess. But, I mean, there were some obvious signs. But there are no signs like that for the Broncos. Everything does seem to be fluid. There aren't those crazy moments. And even the injuries, and I feel bad for Drew Sanders, but we expect Greenlaw to be okay, according to Sean, and Singleton will be back. We're not even suffering from major catastrophes like that. So far, so good, and they'll be out scrimmaging on Saturday. No dumb questions coming up next. Hell, that he's got the voice. Holy cow. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And I don't know if you have a voice like that, but if your life is just kind of foggy, the workouts aren't there, if the relationship just isn't what it should be, all right, hey, it might be low T. It could be as simple as that. Listen, to find out the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, you just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take that low T quiz on their website. It's 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. Schedule that consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood and have the result within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and you can make the decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment's only $99, It includes that consult, a T and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, they've treated tens of thousands of men for all sorts of men's health issues. So call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
All right, we're wide open here. So if you got something stupid on your brain, wide open, 303-504-0925. We see you on Twitch. We got you on YouTube. Whatever you want to do. A reminder, training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. I'll put it out to you guys first. I always got something in my back pocket, but...
Well, I'm watching that Hall of Fame stuff again.
Yeah.
Why are commissioners or stuff like that put into Hall of Fames?
Fair question.
General managers?
I think general managers should. I think there's a spot for them, but a commissioner, no. I mean, what do you really do? Just say yes, sir, to the owners and do whatever they ask you to do?
Well, they're honoring Paul Tagliabue. Nice guy, wonderful guy, I guess. Why do you put him in the Hall of Fame?
I don't know, man.
Okay.
Is that Paul Tagliabue?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So, all right. Along these same lines about commissioners, I saw Vic Lombardi, an old man, get off my lawn about Bryce Harper. I don't know if you guys saw his.
The story's great.
His tweet or not, but so Bryce Harper, when the commissioner came into their locker room after the game, told the commissioner to get the F out of there, right? And Vic's tweet was like, I don't care what's going on in the negotiations. That's the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen. You don't say that to any commissioner. How do you guys feel about that?
It is disrespectful.
Yes.
I mean, he just told the guy to get the F out of his locker room. But I found myself just being blown away that there's athletes that have that much security and power in life that they can actually do that. So there's part of me that was like, I thought that was kind of cool that Bryce Harper did that.
Well, and he's also, wouldn't you say, of all the commissioners, maybe the least liked?
No? I have no idea. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, the superstars in Major League Baseball make ungodly amounts of money.
Well, that's why they don't like him right now, because they're trying to change that. They're trying to go to the salary cap. Well, Bryce Harper's like, screw you. I'm taking all my money.
But again, what you said a while ago, the commissioners, what they get in the Hall of Fame for doing whatever the owners tell them. That's all he's doing.
I'm going to just tell you this. I think it's stupid, and I know that DMac told me the other day that he does it with every team. He meets with every team in the locker room at some point over the course of the season.
Yeah.
I think it's stupid that he just walks into a team's locker room. Like, hey, that is our space. That's our space. If you want to have a meeting with us, we will set up that time and place and when we want to do that. But after a game, no, that's our time. That's our space to digest.
So you agree with Bryce Harper then? You think that's a fine thing for him to do?
Well,
we can always be respectful.
Balls.
Yeah. Maybe grab him, but Bryce Harper's kind of been
supposedly the end of that story is they shook hands and they resolved things and everything was hunky-dory. But, the story is the story. It did happen. I thought it was a crazy story, man, because I'm trying to think of the other leagues that, how would this ever happen? But you're right, too, Tyler. I've never heard of commissioners going into clubhouses, locker rooms.
I mean, after a game is not the time that we want to hear from you. I'll just tell you that as a player. Like after a game, I want to get in that cold tub, I want to get in that shower, and I want to get the hell out of Dodge. That's what I want to do.
I would say that even for after a practice, wouldn't you?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
I'm looking at Twitch, and No Dumb Question, will PhD ever answer Twitch's No Dumb Questions?
Oh, here we go. What is
it? But then there's not a question. So that's the question.
But is there another one on Twitch maybe if you scroll up?
I'm looking for one. It's just a lot of people talking to each other.
The
most part.
Conversations you guys end up watching actually become like their own little conversation place.
They end up talking about politics nonstop at Twitch. I'm like, you guys don't even talk about the show.
I don't even do that stuff.
The one day you pay attention to Twitch. Untrue. We look at Twitch every day. Twitch is up constantly.
I don't.
You don't?
No, I look at the cameras. I got a screen up there. I can see you. I can see Tyler. I can see me.
Scott can't read and talk at the same time.
No.
No Dumb Question. Who on PhD can eat the most donut holes?
I I'm pretty confident I'm going to do well in that.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if I'm winning, but I feel pretty confident about my abilities.
Yeah.
I think Tyler would absolutely destroy us if he set his mind to it.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're taking away a lot of
You think you could beat Tyler in a donut hole eating competition?
a lot of fat guy years you're putting behind me.
You think? All right, I'll
listen. I ain't going to because I'm trying not to do sugar right now.
I feel like you're excluding yourself here a little bit. I think you might have had a donut play or two over the course of your life.
I'm not arguing that, but it's just the
So all right,
volume.
sitting down right now at 151, and we say we all had 36 donut holes between now and 2 o'clock, 9 minutes. Of those 36 holes, how many would be left?
We each had 36 in front of us.
36 in front of us.
I don't think that's enough. I think we would all three polish them off if we set our minds to it.
In 9 minutes?
Yeah, easily.
I think so.
I mean, what's one donut? I mean, I'm going to say it's about 10 donut holes for a donut, right? Maybe 8 donut holes is the equivalent of a regular donut.
Oh, for a regular donut.
Yeah. I stopped at Lamar's this morning, by the way. Got myself 2 glazed donuts.
Yeah, I would say 8 probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, although what Moser did was really...
Yeah, that was 11.
was impressive.
That was 11 in a minute 15.
That was something else, man.
Yeah, that's pretty good. But, yeah.
Listen, I don't know. After about
like
5 donut holes, I'm, getting a little stuffed.
I will say this. I came out of church Sunday, and they always have, coffee and donut holes waiting out. They have a little ice cream machine for the kids. They can go and make ice cream.
Oh, that's fun.
So I'm sitting there talking to somebody, and I grabbed 2.
Yeah.
2, boom.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about now. And it's I went to second service, so what's left over is going to be left over. So I'm like, so now I don't want people to see me go back again. So now the next batch I grab, I pinch 2 as 1. And put them in like this. Oh, I just got 1.
Yeah.
So I probably down 6 and.
See, I feel like the only difference between us on this show, I'm the only one that doesn't have shame about my game. Like, I don't hide my eating.
No.
Like when
I just call myself a fat guy.
Like if I'm going to eat 6 donuts, I'm going to eat 6 donuts, and I'm going to tell you I ate 6 donuts. I'm not afraid to tell you I ate 6 donuts, but I don't believe for a second that you two aren't eating 6 donuts.
I am not now currently.
Especially DMac, yeah, especially him.
Think I'm sneaking him in?
He never will do it in front of us. But come on, keep it real here.
I'm getting it somewhere.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Those are
not to.
Never mind.
They're what?
Never mind. that was gonna be mean.
Yeah, I'm trying not to do sugar right now.
How's that going?
Oh, it's good. I'm 5 days in.
Actually,
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 4 days in.
Despite my donut obsession, I really don't eat a lot of sugar. And when you don't do that, and when you have the sugar,
then you're dead.
It makes you sick. Like it literally makes you nauseous.
I don't do this. We got candy in these candy jars. Those really nice little unwrap it, and it's a chocolate. And someday has a little soft chocolate inside it, and there's dark, and there's milk, and boom, boom, unbelievable. So we still got those. So I went like 2 weeks no sugar. My daughter threw one. Here, Dad. I said, no, just have one with me. So I ate one. Next thing I know, I'm in about 8 trips to that because they're only about the size of a donut hole. Wow. I can go forever not eating sugar, but when I do, I'm done.
On the text line here, Wyoming guy here. How's Frank Crum doing?
He's I'm not watching a ton of Frank Crum throughout training camp practice here, but I know that he's very well respected. I know that when he's had an opportunity, he's generally done pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
By the time you get to that number 2 and number 3 offensive line, I'm not overly dialed in on him, but I think he's very well respected backup tackle.
But Palczewski is the number. He looks like to be the swing guy right now, right? Like
probably.
Yeah. Trying to think where he Pert's one of them.
Is Crum not the guy?
To be honest, I thought all of our backup offensive linemen that had to play, I thought they all did a very respectable job.
What were you saying, Scott?
Is Frank Crum the guy that's Bo's boy?
Yeah, he's the big curly-haired guy.
He's Bo's boy.
Yeah, he's Bo's guy.
He's fine.
Yeah.
He's going to be fine.
Well,
it's like him and Stinkum. Some Crum and a Stinkum is going to be fine.
Gargiulo's like one of Bo's boy, too. He was palling around with him a ton in the offseason, too, and I don't know how he's going to fare either. I don't think Bo has that kind of influence. I don't know if you're just being snarky or not.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
I don't think Bo was deciding backup offensive linemen.
But there's no doubt Crum was like, Well, I mean, he was his buddy, man. He went everywhere with
They went
them,
on
like in
vacation
Denver.
together, doing
Yeah.
stuff like that. The coach is going to say it's between Crum and Polumbus. Well, Bill really likes Crum.
I think it's going to be tough for Frank Crum this year. We'll see. It seems like a nice enough guy and everything.
Go ahead and get rid of the Wyoming guy.
He got a year last year. They kept him around for sure. I mean, how long, Tyler, do you keep backup offensive lineman around as backup offensive lineman before you sort of move on to the next guy? Like,
I don't know. I mean,
Depends
how much you get to play.
I think backups can stick around a long time.
I
mean, you'll see backups on the offensive line for 5-6 years sometimes.
All right, well, we'll have the latest update with what is going on at camp today as they took the pads off, but that doesn't mean there wasn't news out there. The latest from training camp coming up next year on PhD.
I think when teams scrimmage, a lot of times they'll mix it up with ones on twos, and but I thought yesterday, particularly with the physical practice, we've done a good job of working with each other still, staying off the ground. and not getting, past the point where it becomes, more of a health risk. And I thought they did a good job practicing yesterday.
Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Today, Dre Greenlaw went off the field, but Sean Payton downplayed that. They're in shells today. Sean said we're going to scrimmage format on Saturday. What were your other big takeaways from today?
I didn't have any huge takeaways, to be totally honest with you. It was a slow practice. They were in shells. The tempo was way down. The energy was way down. It's human nature, man. You go 3 straight days of pads. You take those pads off. You feel like you're on vacation when you go out there with shells on. So that's what it looked like to me. There were a couple good moments. Bo Nix had a strong finish to practice, which was good to see. He's now done that a couple days in a row. Pat Surtain should have had an interception off Bo Nix at one point. But for the most part, it was a watered down practice.
Scott?
There was a couple wide or players. What's our number 5 guy that they came over?
Trent Sherfield.
I think he could be more than just a special team guy. I think a lot of people had him penciled in as just a special team guy.
The reason why he'll make it into base packages, Scott, is, well, first off, he's just way better than any of us expected him to be. And he's been this year's Vele. And by the way, Vele hasn't done anything.
He was out, though, yesterday, right? He didn't practice.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. He was back today, though, right?
He's missed some time for sure. But he's this year's Vele, where just every practice he's popping to you. So he's better than what we expected as a wide receiver, but he's going to make it into base packages because he's such a good run blocker that he can be utilized very well in play action as well.
And we said it earlier, Pat Bryant made the catch of the day, one of them, at least with coverage, right, with somebody on him.
Probably 25-yard throw from Bo Nix.
Yeah. And Andy's kind of pulled to my attention. He goes, and I talked to Leggy about it too. He said, listen, he doesn't have top end speed. But he said today to me, an elite, little move to get separation. Problem is he doesn't have the speed to keep the separation. So he said he's going to be the kind of guy that when he gets open, boom, you got to give him the rock. Which I said, great. So third down situations, red zone situations, he might be the guy. But he's got grippers. He made this catch look easy that wasn't easy, and he put 2 hands up on it. And, it was like – he was squeezing the life out of it.
What does the first scrimmage sort of thing, move the ball, that sort of thing, how does that change things in training camp? That's what they're going to do on Saturday.
Well, I don't think it changes anything other than it just puts you in a lot of situational football, which is good from a coach's perspective. It's really good from a quarterback perspective because it makes you think. You'll do a backed up period. You'll probably do a goal line period. You'll do a sudden change period after turnovers where you're going to take a shot down the field. So it puts you into situational football, which is that's how you win and lose football games. Is do you know how to handle the different situations? And it's different snap counts that you want to utilize. And we heard Sean talking about that a little bit today. It was interesting to hear that because I mentioned yesterday that I did not like the snap counts yesterday.
Okay.
And they were indeed working on new snap counts. That's what Sean said after practice.
Okay.
So the guys were not in rhythm with it yet. But you do use different snap counts in different situations of the football field.
What do you think the point was to work on a different type of snap count?
Because we're going to be in third down, and they're going to send people at us, and we want to get a first down or two, calling people offside.
You think that's it?
So on third down in particular, you're usually not going on 2 very often, but you'll use a dummy count. So that means you'll go through the full cadence. Hey, set up, wide 80, set up. All right, easy. You give a couple checks. You talk to the wide receivers. You reset it, set up, wide 80, set up, and now we're going, right? Rather than a hard count, which is on 2, and you're trying to get him to jump off sides. On third down, more times than not, what you're trying to do is give your quarterback time to process the coverage, see if they're going to disguise anything or reveal anything.
All right, so Saturday should be kind of fun. Who will get an opportunity on Saturday that really hasn't had much of an opportunity right now? Who will we get a better idea about come Saturday?
I don't know.
Well, all your backups, I'm sure they're going to still have first-team offense, second-team offense, but it's going to be scrimmage. If you're going to let them scrimmage live, you're going to get a lot more consistent snaps from the second unit, won't you?
Second unit, probably. If anything, though, I would actually think that you're going to get less reps for those guys.
Is it an advantage for the offense, though, that it's not quite as predictable as things have been?
Depends on how situational it is.
Yeah.
I mean, if you go 1st and 10, we're going to move the ball. That's your favorite period of practice as an offense because now you're going unscripted. The defense doesn't know what you're doing. They literally don't have – there's a piece of paper, by the way, that the defensive coaches have that has got the offensive play call on it. So when you talk about scripted, it's literally scripted. They know exactly what's coming, and you don't have that. But the rest of the situations, no, that now the defense still knows the situation that you're in.
I would think maybe running backs, maybe. You're allowed to tackle running backs, right?
No.
You're not?
No.
But if you give them a certain sort of,
no
shoulder or a thump, they're going to go down.
Well, I guess, but I mean, anytime someone's on the ground, you're going to hear about 15 coaches yelling, "Hey, get off the ground!"
So we won't see any really live tackling in the Saturday scrimmage.
I'd be shocked if we see live tackling ever.
Okay, so we wait till
bump and grind.
Usually there's a guy gets thudded or thumped and he falls down.
I mean, that
things
always
happen.
happens. There's always somebody that will hit somebody too hard. The Dre Greenlaw yesterday with J.K. Dobbins, something like that. But no, listen, Dan Campbell was the one psycho that was going full tackling. The Cleveland Browns went full tackling yesterday. And that was a big story because Kevin Stefanski has never done that over the course of his career. So you never know, but I would be very, very surprised if, as progressive as Sean Payton has been in injury prevention, if we get a full tackling period, I'd be shocked.
The Cleveland Browns are really interesting. They're letting people shoot video and report on them and do all sorts of things.
What?
They're like a big open book out there.
You mean
in Cleveland.
trying to get into the community and create interest?
It looks like that's probably what's going on. Like, we'll give you as much access as we can. I saw a cool thing about Joe Flacco the other day. It's funny. When I see video of Joe just being like a normal dude, he seems like a cool guy, and he was talking about the question was, how many can you name your 10 playoff wins? Can you name the 10 quarterbacks that you beat? And he beat Brady twice. And he goes through, beat Peyton Manning, obviously. He goes through the guy and he was stuck on a dude. He couldn't remember who he beat with the Texans. He calls his dad, and his dad goes, Yates. I was like, oh, yeah, thanks, Dad. And there's just moments with Joe that I'm like, maybe Joe is a little bit of a mentor out there or a good backup sort of guy, like a good guy to have around.
Or Kyle Orton.
Kyle Orton was, I don't know. Did you have any relationship with Kyle Orton?
Yeah.
Did you like Kyle?
I did.
Okay.
I like Kyle a lot. Yeah.
Kyle.
You don't.
No, it's not that.
Why?
I actually did like Kyle. He wasn't like Cutler. He was just, you didn't like Kyle?
No.
I mean, what are you asking me right now? Are you asking me, was he the best quarterback in the world?
No. I thought Kyle came here at a ridiculous, impossible time with Tebow.
Well, I would agree with that.
Kyle was like a Jake Plummer. Like he was in with the O-line. He was just a dude's dude.
Yeah.
He was about as cool of a cucumber as you're going to get.
Yeah, I actually...
With no arm.
Well, now we're talking about different things.
I don't know how much passion he had for football.
That's what I took from him.
But on the same vein, it was hard to analyze that because the Tebow stuff with Kyle was ridiculous. I don't know if I've ever seen another pro athlete have to deal with the crap that he had to deal with when he was so much better of a player than Tim Tebow. It was kind of ridiculous. But they weren't good with Kyle. They was kind of lousy.
And he would say it too, though. I mean, he had some kind of outbursts of saying we suck, and
it was. I don't know if anything is standing out at camp as obvious as how bad Tim Tebow was a thrower of the football compared to the other quarterbacks in camp. I don't know if I've ever seen anything as obvious as that in my life.
The problem was you traded Cutler, which I think the fans kind of liked. Right? Yep. And did he have some bonehead games? Absolutely. Did he do some stupid things? Absolutely. But there's never a question about his talent. And then you bring in Vanilla Ice in here with Kyle Orton, and you're like, really?
If you want to go through some of the dumbest moves in NFL history, this guy for that guy and what happened afterwards, the firing of Mike Shanahan to hire Josh McDaniels to get rid of Jay Cutler for Matt Castle, whatever happened, to eventually bring in Kyle Orton, had to be one of the to draft Tim Tebow had to be, in terms of dominoes,
to move up to get Tim Tebow.
It had to be one of the dumbest things of all time from one guy to another, Tyler.
Oh, you guys are forgetting some along the way, though. I mean, we had the youngest, most talented offense in the NFL. It wasn't even a question. We got rid of Brandon Marshall, the wide receiver. We got rid of Tony Scheffler.
These are all anti-McDaniels.
We got rid of Jay Cutler.
Yeah.
I mean, the list just went on and on.
For McDaniels, because of McDaniels.
Because of McDaniels. And then Josh gets rid of Jay, and he's got a team meeting, and he says, don't worry, boys, I can turn a high school quarterback into an all-pro.
The morning show was talking about you today. It was pretty funny.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because they were ripping on McDaniels. They were just saying, like, which is unbelievable, because if it wasn't for the Patriots, there's no way Josh would have another job. I don't think. But they said the funniest thing is whenever we tee you up just to have you talk about Josh McDaniels, period.
It gets me going pretty quick. Blood pressure starts rising. PTSD starts coming back.
Didn't they get rid of Cutler to Chicago for Orton? Because Orton,
I don't know where the Matt Castle thing came from.
That's who Josh wanted to bring here, and he basically told Cutler. I mean, there was this whole confrontation. It was all ridiculous. He couldn't get it done. He wanted to bring Castle here.
I'm sure he did.
He couldn't get it done, and while he was doing that, he ostracized Cutler, which was the stupidest thing you could have ever done, because he didn't have the Castle deal done. And it was insanely stupid, because Cutler, it was really dumb. They should never have fired Mike. Firing Mike, who had drafted Jay and had groomed him to a certain degree to where, okay, maybe now, after what we've done, this will be the right time. We spent the right time together. And then you just blow it all up. Like, after you spend all the time doing what you should do with a first-round guy.
Now, the one guy that Josh didn't have a choice but to trade was Brandon Marshall.
Well, yeah.
Brandon definitely forced his way out of town on that one.
When that punt the ball up in the fans
Brandon had
practice.
Were
you on the field then?
Yes. It was the wildest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, you guys were locker mates, weren't you?
Brandon and I were literal locker mates. Yeah. We're very good friends. I love Brandon. I know him in a way that a lot of people do not. And he did not know anything about his mental health at that period. Right. I'm giving him a lot of excuses, but he really did evolve, and he did a lot of cool things later in life with mental health and all that, right? Yeah. But he did not have it figured out at this point. But that day, that week, was the wildest thing I've ever seen. It started out kind of innocent, right? It started out with things like ball gets thrown his way. I just don't put any effort in, right? Next time the ball comes his way, you know what? I'm actually going to swat that thing like I'm playing defense in basketball. I'm just going to swat that sucker down. You know what? Actually, the third time, after I swat that thing, I'm going to go pick up that ball, and then I'm going to punt the ball onto Peoria. I'm going to punt it over the wall onto Peoria. And this went on for days. I mean, for days this is going on. And they're playing this game of chicken, him and Josh McDaniels. And listen, I mean, a dude starts doing that, you don't have a choice but to get rid of him at that point.
What did that do to practice?
But was it?
We were all just laughing. And you know what we were really doing? We were really saying, hell yeah. That's what we were really doing. Like, if you're being honest.
And yet you guys started 6-0 that year.
I understand. And we were prepared, Scott. And that training camp was a grind. And there's a reason why we came out good, because we were working harder than anybody else. And there's a reason why the wheels fell off, because our legs broke in half. And we had nothing left in the tank, right? But if we're really being honest, nobody was mad at Brandon. Nobody was.
Because McDaniels is such a tool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many Josh McDaniels stories.
Brandon Stokely might have been the one guy that was mad at him.
At Brandon Marshall?
Yeah. Well, I just remember, I shouldn't say it like that. I just remember Brandon doing a lot to try to mentor him, and he was really trying to calm the situation down.
Well, Stokely had one of the most famous moments of all time. After Marshall scores a touchdown, he's about to whip out a white glove and a black glove to show unity. Stokely's over there. Stop. Like, during a game, like, stop the celebration. Like, he knew what was about to go on, because it probably would have been some sort of penalty. That was a wild time, bro. That was crazy. That was a wild time.
Brandon used to always talk to me about his pre-planned touchdown celebrations, and one that he was super proud of. He was like, "Hey, this week I'm putting a Sharpie in my sock." I'm like, "What do you mean you're putting a Sharpie? Why are you putting a Sharpie in your sock?" He says, "Because after I score, I'm going to sign the football, and then I'm going to throw it in the stands. What do you think?" Actually, that's a pretty cool idea.
I'm glad Brandon. Can you believe he never went to the playoffs ever?
No.
For that long of a career?
I think he played 15 years.
Is that unbelievable?
And for as talented as
Can I just tell you this?
He had unbelievable talent.
I'm not saying he's the best wide receiver in Broncos history. I'm not saying that. He is the most talented wide receiver in Broncos history.
You could be right.
He was fabulous.
He was unreal. His size, speed, strength. We think a lot of like that with Cortland. Brandon Marshall was better than Cortland's son.
He was bigger. He was taller. He was faster. He was all of it.
And you think of Demarius. He was, you might be right. Talent-wise, Brandon Marshall may talent-wise be the best receiver the Broncos have ever had.
Yeah.
There's really nobody like him. We do have some breaking baseball news. It is the trade deadline. The Rockies have made a trade.
Oh, here, good.
Another one. They traded Tyler Kinley yesterday. We didn't even mention it.
Hey, by the way, how's McMahon doing in New York?
He's killing it. He had a walk-off in the 11th inning last night. A walk-off hit. He's hitting 363. His OPS is 927. He is killing it, and he's playing great defensively. There was a commentator, because the shortstop there has been struggling, and they said, can Ryan McMahon just take care of the entire left side of the infield? He's doing great. The Rockies figured out how to trade Jake Bird to the Yankees. And I do not know what they got for him. I know they got a minor leaguer, this kid, Aiden Smith. Not even a kid, he's 26. He had Tommy John. He's a lifer minor leaguer who probably will never be in the majors. It's a salary dump. That was to the Braves, Tyler Kinley, yesterday. Jake Bird now goes to the Yankees.
Well, they hit a home run on the first trade with the Yankees. The Yankees feeling, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a good depth piece for the Yankees. Jake Bird, a good depth piece for the Braves, but they're really not going anywhere. The Rockies are receiving the Yankees' number 10 and number 28 ranked prospects, left-hand pitcher Ben Shields and second baseman Rock Riggio. That's an awesome name. Ben Shields and Rock Riggio.
What was the one pitcher that was great, whose last name was Shields? What was his first name? Is that relation?
Was it Steve Shields?
No.
Iron Shields?
Well, Iron Sheik. But wasn't there a Shields that was a great pitcher for a bunch of years?
Maybe. Yes. Don't know.
I'm going to give you his name.
So the Rockies are collecting all these minor leaguers, pitchers, support players. They are trading the guys they should trade. So believe it or not, this is a good deal for the Rockies. And I can't believe they got anything for Tyler Kinley. So that's the latest and greatest with the Rockies, who were 3-hit yesterday in a 5-0 loss to Cleveland. All right, Let's Football Go comes up next.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go check out the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, the best prices, and the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Longford. I've been a customer for life ever since my rookie year. Bought my first car there, and I keep going back every time I need a new vehicle because I always have a great experience, guys. They get me in, they get me out, they respect me, they give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer who walks in the door over at Phil Longford. And you're going to love the inventory, guys. It's one-stop shopping. Don't have to drive all over the state. Just go to Phil Longford. They've got over 1,000 vehicles on the lot right this minute. Whether you're looking for new, you're looking for pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Longford. Cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, commercial fleet vehicles. They've got it all. They've also got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Longford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let him know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check him out online at phillongford.com.
Thank you, mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com. Camp has been good for one thing. Talk about eating donut holes, as inspired by
I mean, I'm just
Mark
proud
Moser.
to be out of the closet with my donut eating, unlike you two, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
I definitely keep it in the
Is
closet.
there anything else you want to get out of there with?
That's it.
Let's football go, Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner.
All right, let's hear from Sean Payton from today, guys. So new rule on the kickoff this year. Last year it went out on touchbacks. It went out to the 30. This year it's moving to the 35-yard line if it's a touchback on the kickoffs. Here's Sean Payton's thoughts on the ball moving to the 35.
Yeah, I think I was in favor of the 35. And because I think there were teams still taking the approach, we'll defend the 30-yard line as a start point. The kickoffs and the play itself and the returns spike way up regardless. Yeah, I think that, it's hard as a coach to say I'm comfortable with them starting on the 35-yard line. I'm going to want to defend that field position. And I think it benefits us based on our talent, our returners, our coaching. We feel like we'll benefit from that. And we're all a little bit smarter or more experienced relative to how those returns begin to look from this time last year.
Do you guys like that it's going out to the 35? What do you think of Sean Payton's comments there?
I mean, I do, because I thought last year we were going to see more of those like line drive kickoffs to make things kind of squirrely, because there's no reason to not do that. Because
other than if it goes out of bounds, then it goes to the 40.
Well, now that's just a 5-yard difference. I mean, wouldn't you take a chance that you'd, get a return or you tackle them inside of the 20? I hope it does make things more interesting, Tyler, because right now it just
Well, I have no idea if the returns are going to be more interesting. I still hate it. It's just awkward. It's still awkward to look at. It's just ugly. The whole thing is just ugly.
It's stupid.
But I will say it is going to prevent teams from doing touchbacks. That's for sure. I mean, listen, 35-yard line, that's no joke. The 40-yard line is definitely no joke. Teams are not going to want teams to start on the 35-yard line.
I think it's going to press teams to kick that saucer line drive kick like right down the middle of the field, and then just, try to converge on that and tackle the guy inside of the 20 or something like that. I think it will force more returns.
Now,
we'll see what happens.
If it lands past the 20, but then happens to roll into the end zone, that ain't putting it out to the 35, right?
No.
Oh, for like a touch, like you kneel down on the ball?
Yeah. Actually, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, Scott.
I don't know that either.
Because in theory, the returning team could still take a knee.
Right.
I don't know.
Risky play though.
Which that might discourage the line drives.
Yeah, I mean, just to let the ball go. I mean, what if it doesn't make it into the end zone? Then it's a live ball.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if it lands on the, I don't know, say the 10,
yeah,
you just see what the hell's going to happen.
I don't know, man. I don't know what they're doing.
That is an interesting loophole, though.
Right? I mean, take the chance that we might get it on the 40.
This is all the save kickoffs, by the way.
Yeah.
Can you now do like an onside kick whenever you want, as long as you're trailing?
You just have to announce it.
Right. And do you still have to be trailing in the game?
Yes.
Are we just killing ourselves on this? Can we ever let go of kickoffs?
So then let me ask this. Teams letting it go into the end zone, hits on the 10. Now it's dribble. They're going to let it go so they can get to 4. Kicking team recovers at the 1. Is their ball? They didn't.
Yes. Oh, yeah. That's a live
They didn't declare onside kick.
That's not an onside kick.
That's different.
They didn't declare an onside kick.
That's different.
They got a whole thing about the landing zone, and it's
a live football. The second that ball is live.
But it's got to make it to the landing zone area, because if if it doesn't, it's a dead ball. If you don't get it in the air to the landing zone area.
Can't you punt?
The whole thing is kind of ridiculous. What's that?
Can you not punt it as a kickoff, or do you have to kick it off?
You have to kick it. Unless it's a safety.
I thought you could punt it.
Only on a safety.
You can fair catch a kickoff.
How long have you been watching football?
How long they've been having these stupid ass rules?
It's trust me, I don't blame you for not understanding everything that's going on.
I'm just trying to save kickoffs. Just don't make it a kickoff, make it a punt.
Fine by me. It's 4th and 15 at your own 25-yard line. Go. Most teams will punt.
I don't hate that idea, but make it a punt. That way, you can control it. You got these guys are better at controlling distance than kickers.
I don't know. I think you'd get more fair catches than anything with that.
Well, good. Fair catch at the 20. You save 15 yards.
We'd be killing ourselves trying to figure out how to make this thing better.
Yeah, just put it back.
But the thing to make it better, if we're working this hard to make the stupid kickoffs better, you know what you do?
How about this?
You get rid of the kickoffs.
Put it back to normal. Kick position.
And just have guys get concussions and kill themselves?
No.
Worked well.
With the same rules.
What do you mean back to normal with the same rules? What does that mean?
You have the guys on the 40s, whatever, kick it.
Yeah.
If the ball goes in the end zone, they get it back at the 40. But if not, you kick it short. Now we got to run back.
But there's other elements here. Like the whole safety thing was the big motivator of this thing in the first place.
I got the answer to your question. If it lands in the landing zone and rolls into the end zone and they take a knee, if it's touchback there, it is different. In that scenario, the team takes the ball on the 20-yard line.
Oh, so
that's what you want to do. You want that thing to dribble in and get to the end zone, but hit into the zone.
They are trying to encourage teams to return the stupid football, by hook or by crook. So Tyler's right. If it lands at the 5 and scoots in, and they want you to take it back. They're telling you you don't have a big advantage here. Take it back, and they're saying, "Way to go, team! You kicked the ball not in the end zone. Do whatever you want to do, but do not kick that ball in the end zone." This is so
I'm still
stupid.
surprised they haven't tried to develop a big athletic tackle or tight end to kick off.
Well, Kansas City did that last year with the safety, right?
It's not a bad idea because they don't want you to kick it through the end zone.
No, they don't want a guy that kicks it 80 yards.
So all you need is to kick it to the landing zone.
Yeah, like a 35-yard. I have my earphones up, by the way. All you want is 35 yards.
You're kind of right. If you had a linebacker, somebody who could thud, who could also just kick you only have to kick the ball 30 yards in the air.
Kansas City literally did this.
Chiefs did that in the 60s or 70s where they had to kick a big old dude kicking off and just run down trying to kill people.
If you had somebody who could saucer kick the ball 35 yards in the air, whatever it is, you'd be in good shape. We'll see if anybody they're just going to be kicking in the end zone, starting at the 35. Next story, Dan.
All right, here's Bo Nix on NFL Network yesterday talking about his new weapons on offense.
They just add, a spark. And Evan, like you said, he's going to add a dynamic to the tight end room that we didn't necessarily have. The two running backs got some juice. They're going to be really good on the field. And then just overall, we were able to get better within a year. We didn't lose anybody. So the other guys were allowed to just grow and develop in our scheme. And, it's nice playing with the same guys each year.
So of the new weapons, we'll count the two rookies in here as well. Evan Ingram, Pat Bryant, J.K. Dobbins, and R.J. Harvey. Who of those four do you guys think will have the biggest impact on offense for the Broncos this season?
Well, it'd be really cool if it was R.J. Harvey. That would be awesome. And I think it probably will be R.J. Harvey. Early on, it's probably Evan Ingram, and then by the time you get later into the season, hopefully R.J. Harvey's taking over as the primary running back, and that would be the way it's designed to be.
I think you hope that Dobbins and Harvey have outstanding, stellar first years.
Yeah, and for the record, I got no issue with J.K. Dobbins holding on to the starting role all season long. I mean, he's a good running back.
See that catch he made? He made a nice diving catch in those one-on-ones.
Did you know J.K. Dobbins had that kind of personality?
I didn't know anything about him, no.
No, I didn't either. How's R.J. Harvey? Is he just kind of keeping his mouth shut for the most part, can you tell? Or are there any rookies that are having any kind of lip out there?
No. You know what I'll say about R.J. Harvey, and Tyler pointed this out Tuesday. And he had another run on
this could be a good point, whatever it is.
Well, he had another run today on the outside that they're going to try to get him outside because he has got a freaking motor turning that corner.
And it's his comfort zone. It's what he's done his entire career. He's been an outside zone runner.
Well,
on Saturday, they were doing red zone, no pads, but still, and it was an outside thing in the red zone that on a running play got in the end zone, which doesn't happen all the time.
If he gets the corner, he's going to be a problem for teams.
I think he's going to be a problem we'll see what they do with him on kickoffs. But dude, he's probably
kickoffs.
Yeah, they were having him take off some kickoffs.
He ain't returning kicks.
Okay.
I'd be
hey, if it's not
Marvin Mims no longer a Pro Bowler?
I don't know why you would change that. Would you change that? No. Oh no, I mean on kickoffs, not on punts.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was punts. No, that's Mims territory all day. I would expect. No, man. I don't know what they're going to do on kickoffs. R.J. Harvey was amongst 4 or 5 guys.
I'll
doing
say
kickoffs.
this:
he looked good though.
If you're planning on more returns on kickoffs, a guy with a little bang in his butt and some speed.
I mean, Mims does kickoff return also.
I don't even recall that. Was he doing that too?
Yeah.
But there's, I don't even
he's,
remember.
He's your return man.
Okay. Listen, whatever you want to do is fine. He's a Pro Bowl returner. Mims has been great. I'm just telling you, I saw Harvey look pretty interesting too. And I know he did that in college as well and was really effective with it. It is interesting if you can.
I mean, he's got 4.4 speed, so it's not an insane thought. And there are definitely a lot of teams that do take that approach on kickoff, that you want the more stout guy than on punt return.
It is weird on kickoffs. If you can find that seam, that it does look like you can break some kickoffs if you can figure it out. Like, because, your line, I don't know. All right, we should stop talking about kickoffs. Next story, Dan.
Lastly, Lamar Jackson solidified himself as the best running quarterback last season when he surpassed Michael Vick for the most career rushing yards at the position. But Ravens head coach John Harbaugh believes that Lamar Jackson should also rank amongst the all-time greats in throwing the ball. Also, he says he's a historically great passer. So in Lamar's career passing the football, he's got a 65% completion percentage, just over 20,000 passing yards, 166 passing touchdowns, and only 49 interceptions with a 102 passer rating in his 7-year NFL career. Would you guys consider Lamar Jackson on a trajectory of being an all-time great passer of the football?
With no numbers in front of me, visually, I'd say no. But I do think he throws it better than a lot of people give him credit for.
Oh, heck yeah. I mean, he proved that 5 years ago. This is not a secret anymore. Lamar Jackson can play quarterback.
He's a two-time MVP, man.
Yeah,
I mean, what are we doing here?
Well, he's always been viewed as a running quarterback.
But to put him in the category of all-time great passer, no, that's stupid. He's not an all-time great passer.
Not yet.
The dude can play quarterback at a really, really good level.
What are we looking at here, Dan? Like his numbers?
65%
here's his passing
completion.
numbers.
He's got 4,000-yard season.
That is kind of crazy.
It's actually a bunch of pretty pedestrian years passing the ball.
I mean, look at last year, though. 41 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That was insane.
And 915 yards rushing.
Bunch of 2,000 yards in there also.
Yep.
But Josh Allen won the MVP. Those are bonkers numbers. What were Allen's numbers compared to that? I don't know if you can draw that up really quick. Those are incredible numbers. But, I think Burrow had numbers that were better than that.
That is nuts. 41 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. That's nuts.
It's incredible.
Passer rating of 119.6.
I think Burrow, though, was kind of similar. And Allen was this Allen? Or who we got here? Who are you doing next? Dan kind of figures out. Josh Allen. What do we got? Touchdowns. 28-6. 3,700 yards, way less. Still good. But they were clown hammering teams, too. They were, he wasn't even playing sometimes. They had such big leads on teams, he wouldn't even need to play sometimes.
Now put Burrows up there.
Burrow was trailing in almost every game. Burrow's numbers are probably more impressive than both those guys. But again, he kind of had to do it because they just didn't have as good of a team. So Burrow's numbers are going to be really impressive. I mean, the Burrow's numbers probably are the most impressive. The AFC
41-4 is pretty good, though.
Oh, it's unbelievable. But those numbers from Allen won him the MVP. Completion percentage by Lamar Jackson was better than Allen. Total yards was better. Touchdowns was way more. Touchdowns to interception ratio was way better. Yards rushing, if we go down rushing,
400 more.
Golly, man, that is crazy. How did Lamar Jackson not win the MVP last year?
Well, again, put Joe Burrow's numbers up there. The only thing Joe Burrows doesn't do is run. Right? Compared to these two.
Joe Burrow.
5,000 yards.
All right. Burrow's
43 touchdowns.
And 70% completion. 71. How'd he not win MVP?
Because they didn't make the playoffs.
They didn't make the playoffs.
Listen, to be fair, it is pretty hard to pass out MVP to a team that doesn't make the playoffs.
Actually,
a player on a team.
I agree. And you know what? The 5,000 yards, but they're always losing. They were always trying to. But look at the completion percentage, 70.6. That is sick.
Joe Burrow's he's got 3 years of over 4,000 yards, of over 4,500 yards.
And the one that's in between, he only played 10. In fact, the 2 years that he didn't go 4,000, he only played 10 games.
Right.
And then the better quarterback in the AFC may be Patrick Mahomes, better than all those guys.
I don't know. I'm
Again, we go back to argument. Are you judging on winning and championships and all that stuff
I don't
only?
know,
Then your answer is yes. But eye test, give me Joe Burrows.
Dude, the AFC is sick.
Your eye test quarterback. Who you taking?
Yeah, I said it on the first segment of the show today. I'm not so convinced Joe Burrow. He's just not the best quarterback in the NFL. Just plain and simple.
Right.
Just the best.
Here's Patrick Mahomes now.
Yeah, his numbers probably aren't as impressive.
I mean,
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah. It's down though.
Yeah, but come on, look at it. But look at what he's done over the course of his career.
5,000,
1,
4,000,
2, 3, 4,
4,000,
5, 6, 7 years of 4,000 yards or more.
Oh, it's slam. He's a dynasty slam dunk. Everything. He's in the argument for best of all time.
And 2 of those over 5,000.
Right.
Yeah.
God, do you think the Bengals can actually get their act together to really win though?
I don't know.
Their organization is so bad. I don't know. Can you just win with a crappy owner? Can you do it?
Yeah, it's hard, but
the Chiefs have kind of crappy owners, right? They kind of figured it out.
I don't know if the owners are crappy, but they're cheap, aren't they?
Well, they're rated like the worst owners in the NFL by their own team. Their facilities blow. The team doesn't they like Andy Reid. They like Andy Reid, but they don't like the ownership.
Yeah, but the Chiefs haven't had the same issues. Like Cincinnati's got a rep for not wanting to pay players.
Yeah, Cincinnati's the worst.
It's an entirely different animal.
But they got the best quarterback.
Yep.
Arguably. So Bo Nix just has to be better than those 4 guys.
And Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
And Trevor Lawrence with Travis Hunter now.
And Herbert had a down year last year compared to his first 3. Yeah, he's just got to be better than him.
Yeah.
Good thing he's got to win in a Super Bowl.
He's got to be better than a 99 and 98 and 97 and a 96.
This is why I'm convinced DMac doesn't think these things through when he starts talking about Super Bowls. I'm like, do you see these dudes?
2026. I don't know. The defense for the Broncos is so good. Bo Nix, hey man, I don't know. I don't know if Bo Nix will ever be better than the 15th or 16th best quarterback in the league. Seriously. But is that good enough? It might be.
Yes, it can be.
Trent Dilfer says hello.
Yeah, I mean, it could be.
It definitely ain't good enough for a dynasty, but it's good enough for a one-off.
It's PHC at 92.5. Thanks to Revitalized Health. You can visit them at revitalized-health.com. They'll make you feel better. Thank you, Revitalized Health. Just talking about the the watching of practice and how grinding it can be, and like
it's a tough life we live. It's not for everyone.
I know it probably sounds like a bunch of babies complaining about it, but
complaining on air is probably not the best one.
probably not, because
we got to go watch football practice today.
I know.
As we got thousands of folks lining up to sit in the 1,000-degree sun on those metal bleachers.
I walked out there with the dad and his two sons. They were there. Dad looked roasted. He said, he said, it wasn't too hot up there, but you could tell he got some sun.
Yeah, poor us.
Then I met Cameron at a coffee shop this morning. Cameron said he listens to the show all the time, so shout out to Cameron.
Thank you, Cameron. Yeah, sad sportscasters, sad sports tacos. Oh, doesn't everybody feel bad for us? We're watching football practice. It's funny because the fans, though, you watch those stands, Tyler.
They're excited.
For a while. You watched it closely. Even that thins out a little bit. They're always excited in the beginning, and then they see special teams periods, and they're instantly slows down.
Everybody takes a quick little cat nap during that.
I will say this. I walked out to use the restroom where the fans are.
Oh, is that where you go? Is that so?
Well, I don't. No one's told me no, but
so that's where you hit.
That's where I go. It's
it's a good spot. It's
But I did see right in the middle of practice it was about 11:45, and there was like 8 people playing bags, cornhole, whatever it's called, and tons of people shopping, and I'm like,
what do you guys think is the best thing for fans? Like, what do you legitimately say? All right, that was cool if you saw that as a fan at training camp.
I'd say go next year when they have the heel back.
Yeah, I was honestly about to say that. I don't think you can pay me money to go this year.
Well, I was going to say,
and I'm not trying to knock it because the Broncos have done the best they possibly can.
They've done a great job,
They've
yes.
spent a lot of money for a very temporary thing that's going to be solved next year. They've done a great job with it, but I don't think you can pay me enough money to go sit in those hot-ass bleachers.
Yeah, that's tremendous. I'm talking like a drill or like, a period or whatever. Like, what would you consider the most exciting, interesting, entertaining thing to watch?
It probably depends on how educated you are. I mean, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but I mean, I personally think 9-on-7 is the most exciting period of practice. Now, a lot of fans probably would find that boring. I don't know.
Yeah, because there's no passing.
Right, because there's no passing. But I mean, are you kidding me? You got an offense going versus defense. You got testosterone brewing. That's when all the trash talk is going down. I think that's the most fun period of the entire day.
I can see that. That's good. Now, if you want the passing side of it, whenever you see one-on-ones.
I think one-on-ones are pretty cool, too.
Yeah, I like it.
Fans love one-on-ones.
Yeah.
Love it.
Because you got a better chance for a big play one way or the other.
I mean, when you see Cortland Sutton lining up against Pat Surtain, kind of, it's kind of like, all right.
Cortland goes back, doesn't have a catch, and we can see the next guy.
Well, the one-on-ones are weird because, the ball's coming to both guys, or both guys know, but it's fun. It's competitive.
One-on-ones between wide receivers and defensive back is definitely an offensive drill. One-on-ones between an O-line, D-line is definitely a defensive drill.
Okay. I kind of just like red zone periods in general. But
we got that today, but there weren't pads on, so it just didn't feel thrilling.
That's where things can get a little goofy. We're like, Bo Nix threw for like 5 touchdowns today. Like, all right.
Well, he had 12 attempts from the 10-yard line.
Right. But I remember at training camp, one time it was actually pretty remarkable. It was with Russell Wilson. I don't know if you guys remember this, but it was definitely a period set up for the offense. We're going from like the 10-yard line and in, right? And the defense stopped the offense 12 straight times.
Ooh.
Which was, you okay?
I don't know. That's a good one.
I got you right there. Coach Sanford, what's going on? Yeah, we're set up for you. You coming in?
Yeah.
The first one in?
Where do I go?
Hold on. Are we adding another freaking body to this hot mess?
I don't know. I guess so.
This hot mess of DMac's idea that it's taken us 6 months
Oh,
to
do it,
figure
gentlemen.
it out.
Oh,
We're adding another body to this?
This has grown far beyond DMac's idea at this point.
Oh,
but,
good Lord. Don't you dismiss yourself from this.
Well, I don't know.
Is this what crosstalk looks like?
Yeah.
This is the optics of crosstalk?
Yeah. Crosstalk is we hang around till 15 after, and they show up at 5 after.
That's right. That's right.
You guys put in an extra 15 minutes of work for them to put 5 minutes less of work in.
Yeah, probably.
We were playing the sad music again.
Yeah.
My God, they got to talk for an extra 10 minutes.
Can I just tell you guys one thing? I haven't listened to the show.
Thank you.
Recently.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate
it. First time.
All I can say
you
is,
can't hear me, can you?
Just how
I know, rookie here. If you're going to do this, you got to put some headphones on so you can hear Tyler.
I gave him some.
Oh, all right.
All I can say is that I'm
what?
I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be out at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, to watch football.
DIC.
Like, I wish it was hotter.
Hotter?
I wish there was less
shade,
coverage from
less
the sun.
shade, less shade.
Less shade.
Don't you wish you could park further away?
I wish there were more special teams periods.
Oh.
I wish there were more walkthroughs.
Ball coach right there.
More walkthroughs.
Hey, but you have to admit
More
there,
walkthroughs.
compared to the energy from yesterday's practice today, it was a little down.
It was down.
Yeah.
It was down.
It happens. What are you going to do? Balls to the wall for like 6 straight days? You can't do that, right?
PJ Fleck used to talk about Prefontaine pace.
Was he wearing a tie?
He was wearing a tie, and he talked about our football team.
Prefontaine, I know Prefontaine ran 6-minute miles, whether he was going 5 miles or he's going 20 miles.
Is that even if you're running a marathon,
he would go the same
you're
pace.
essentially sprinting a marathon.
He would not. That was the Steve Prefontaine thing.
For how many miles?
For you name it. This guy was one of the world-class runners. He would go 30 miles at the same pace he would go for 3 miles.
Wow.
Yeah, but he wouldn't speed up the 3 miles, and he wouldn't go shorter on the 30 miles. Yeah, it's Steve Prefontaine. He's a legend.
And he drove an MG.
Well,
one time too many.
Oh, dude. Wow.
Too soon?
Wow.
Is that too soon? Too soon?
He got in a car accident and died.
I think in an MG.
Yeah, Scott's making a car death jokes.
Anybody that gets in an accident in an MG is likely to die.
Okay.
Those are great movies, though. They how about this? How big you are to make a movie after you got to be pretty big? They made two movies off the guy in 1 year.
They did?
Was it the biopic was Jared Leto played Steve Prefontaine?
I believe you're right.
It's a pretty good film.
I believe you're right.
Am I taking over somebody's crosstalk
yes,
space?
You are.
You're going to be. Hey, where you're going to be.
Yes, you are.
This is actually
Slide over here,
amazing.
Coach.
Hey, Scott, actually, you know what just happened? I think Mike Sanford just officially got us out of crosstalk forever.
You might have.
Just depends on if the gatekeeper, Nate Kreckman, allows me to hang out with him or not. That's what I have to get through. There's no doubt.
We'll see.
Well, he's putting that in Nate's capable hands, I guess.
DMac, do you got Rock Regio fever?
I got KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. You're talking about the second baseman, number 28 prospect of the New York Yankees, who is now in the Colorado Rockies minor league system.
MLB?
Hell yeah, I do.
Pipeline had him at 10 in the Yankee system. Rock Regio.
I thought the other guy was at 10.
The pitcher?
I thought the pitcher was at 10.
No.
Am I wrong on that?
I think you might have it backwards.
I got
think
it backwards?
Shields was 29.
Oh, okay.
And Regio was number 10.
Wow, my excitement level is even higher.
Currently playing at AA Somerset.
Well,
Okay,
I'm
I know he's an Iron Pig recently as well.
Yes.
Lehigh Valley Iron Pig.
I'm trying to get over my excitement of Austin Smith, who's missed 2 years because of Tommy John surgery.
You know what,
for
though?
Tyler Kinley.
That's good, though. You want a guy after Tommy John.
That is true.
That's the time to get him. So you're kind of, you're buying low on a guy where hopefully he's recovering and getting to the good spot. I actually at first number one, I was like, what the hell are the Braves doing? Why are they doing this trade? You're 17 games under 500. Kinley's got a team option for next year.
Yeah, $5 million.
So they can take a look at him and be like, well, we hope to be healthy next year and contend again. So if you're good, you can stick around. Today they get Rock Regio. As far as I know, no relation to Craig Biggio, but Rock Regio. First rock in Rockies history, by the way, I believe.
That is
huge.
Dude, is that right?
It's got to be.
Who are some of your favorite rocks in the history of the name?
The
Big Rock Hudson guy.
Big Rock Hudson guy.
Yeah. You like the
The
Rock.
Rock.
So, as do I.
The
would have been one of the first guys I would have gone to.
Slightly on the new and the new Sex and the City remake. The daughter of Charlotte is now chosen to go by the name Rock. She's up there.
Chris
Pretty
Rock
strong is a good one.
Had a Rockies logo behind him in one of his early stand-up specials.
You know what's funny? The Rockies, believe it or not, have actually traded the 3 guys that they should have traded.
Yeah.
Like, I did not want them to trade Halverson or Vodnik. I really didn't. They really have done a good job at the trade deadline so far for what they needed to do.
I legitimately would not have been mad if they moved literally anybody on the team. But yeah, no, they got rid of Jake Bird, even with as terrible as he's been in the last month. By the way, worst bullpen in baseball the last month have the Rockies been. You know the team that was right above them? The Yankees. That was why they went and got Jake Bird here today.
You saw Rymack hit the walk-off,
How do
right?
we not play the Yankees every time it's said from Tommy Boy?
I
How
know.
does it not happen?
It's, again, we're doing our best this week, okay?
No, but Spring doesn't do it either. I'm not calling out Alan Baca. He just got here.
Somebody get Andy a button,
The
all right?
Yankees. Yeah, remember in the day, the carts? You're probably too young now.
I didn't
You
even
remember.
Of
I didn't
course.
have
You could
carts.
play your own
my
thing,
whole
huh?
life was putting
Did you have
carts
a
away.
rack of carts?
Yes, I had it all.
I was digital guy. I've only
Well,
ever
look
known
who's
the digital.
Is that
better than
right?
us.
You've only been digital?
2004, when I
Oh,
took
wow.
over as a producer, it was already I was already living the next gen life by then.
Wow.
Have you not ever cut tape, like actually
did.
cut the
Oh,
tape?
Never
I was
did.
a whiz on that.
You're a
Here's
producer or a Coke dealer.
Here's a fun story. I became proficient, incredibly proficient in all these skills, and then one day I walked into the studio and everything I had trained for 15 years was completely irrelevant. It was a wonderful feeling to realize I knew absolutely nothing anymore.
Irrelevance
Wait
comes for
another
all of
5
us.
years, we'll be there again.
Yeah.
Hey, have you run film with the clicker then, Coach?
Yeah,
Are you clicker guy?
Oh, big clicker guy.
What about the reel to reel?
Yeah.
Have you done that stuff?
That's my dad.
Okay.
My dad tells me a lot.
He
about
knows
the whole
those
We'll
story.
just
tales.
bring him into our era.
So the best is when you have a bunch of 30-something and 40-something football coaches, and my dad, who is he was a Nepo daddy because he was working for his son.
Sure.
Very similar to Bill Callahan working as the O-line coach for Brian Callahan at the Tennessee Titans. So my dad was a running back coach and special teams coordinator. And when the 30-somethings and 40-somethings talked about cut-ups, hey, we're going to watch some cut-ups of Inside Zone today.
It was because it was cut up.
Because my dad said, you guys realize that I used to cut the actual splicing of film and make them, and I'd have to go in a dark room and find, this catalog over here and splice it together. And then Marv Goo, who's the O-line coach at USC at the time, screaming at me as he rips his cigarette in the offensive staff
Is
room.
that how you started as a film guy, as a tape guy, as a tape jockey, basically?
Me?
Yeah.
I started as the drawer. That's like the
drawer?
Yes, I'm like Simon. I do drawings.
Drawings.
Yeah, so in really the West Coast offensive world, and Sean Payton being one of these disciples, descendants, if you will, of Bill Walsh and various forms of drawing. The quality control guy, this is what Sean McVay was for John Gruden.
Yeah.
He was his Simon, his
Sure.
drawing guy.
Sure.
So you draw the ball plays. And in the West Coast offense, there's about 15 different ways you could run about 1,500 different concepts. And so all you do is sit in front of a computer on Vizio. At the time for me, it was actually Exos, which is a college football and pro football tool that they're still using to watch film and create playbook stuff that's intercut into the film. And I'd sit there and draw on a computer all day, every day until the wee hours of the night.
All right, is this why your dad was of the generation, I don't know if he did it, where you worked the 90-hour weeks and slept in the office? And is this what you were actually up to? Because when I hear the stories of like Shanahan's staff putting in 120, I'm just like, bro, what are you doing?
First off,
don't you need to just call it good for the week?
just to be clear, the reason that the drawer is working oftentimes till 3 or 4 in the morning is because of the ridiculous time wasting that's being that's taking place between the guys that are making $20 million as the head coach and the offensive coordinator that's making $1.9 million. And I'm sitting there like, hey, are we gonna talk about how we're gonna run the inside zone this week, or are we just gonna we're just gonna tell stories about the 1993 Chicago Bears?
That was Sean Payton today, guys.
Was he a storyteller?
It was story time with Sean. It was.
Was he in a good mood?
He said generally, yeah. He got into story time. He started talking about building out a staff. He told old tales of Bill Kolar coming to visit him in New Orleans right after Katrina, and Kolar seeing a boat on the side of the road and being like, I don't think I should come work here right now. But he was talking about the challenges of building out a staff. And yes, it was story time with Uncle Sean today after practice. Because it was that practice today, yesterday was very physical, and we made a big deal out of it. It was the most physical practice that we have seen.
And yet today's the guy got hurt.
Polar opposite today. Today was no pads. Today was taking her easy.
Can I clear something up for all of our listeners?
You may.
I have heard multiple people on these airwaves talk about today's attire of the day.
Yeah.
As shells.
Uh-oh. I've already gotten this lecture from from Tyler. Go ahead.
Tyler said the same thing, I think, today.
No, he said spiders.
Okay.
I heard him at one time say
because today I was listening to PhD.
What are spiders?
The pads under the pads.
Yeah,
the pads
so
under
spider
the shells.
pads. So the offensive linemen are wearing what look like smaller versions of shoulder pads.
Sure.
Slider, a little bit more. The spiders are, the traditional sense is what you used to wear underneath your shoulder pads as like almost like a girdle in place.
There he goes. Here comes Alan. Alan will not talk to us, but we will have everything displayed for you to see.
Baca he's big in the visual
He
age.
is.
Yes.
Yes.
And I just found out who my favorite rock of all time is. Producer extraordinaire, Rock Baca.
Rock Baca.
Yes, that's a good name. I think we might have given him a new nickname.
What about Broncos legend Rock Alexander, Andy? How about that one?
Yeah, Marvin Harrison says hello and hello and hello and hello.
How about Newt?
Touchdown,
How about Canute
touchdown.
Rockney?
You like
rock.
a Canute?
Canute.
I'm a big Canute
A
guy.
nice
You're
Canute.
kind of like Nate. Nate sees the letters and somehow they've got to be pronounced.
Ironically, it was pronounced when Canute came over from, I think he's Dutch.
Sure.
The Netherlands.
Yeah, Rockney sounds. Yeah,
He's
okay.
moving bars.
But he was known as not as Newt as we call him, but Canute.
Canute. Rockney.
I got a couple buddies that go by Dezamen.
So I
even though it's just DZ.
I considered today's attire as helmets.
And spiders.
Just helmets is fine.
Helmets?
Because if you looked at the skill players, they weren't wearing anything
Anything.
on the upper half of their body other than a jersey. So it's helmets, shorts, a jersey, and then spider pads are essentially optional gear for the O-line so they don't bust their clavicle in their, as they're running gap schemes in the run game.
What pad do you have to not?
So helmet and shoulder pads.
Are they real pads?
That's shells.
That was yesterday.
No. That's full
shells.
That's full pack jack, baby. Full pack jack is helmets, shoulder pads, and pants. Football pants. That's full.
Were they not in that yesterday?
No, they
I
were
can't
full.
remember.
They were full yesterday.
They were.
Shells is shoulder pads, helmets, shorts.
Okay.
Shoulder pads, helmets, shorts.
Yeah, they were not in shoulder pads.
I don't
today.
know if we've seen as I would traditionally call shells.
Okay.
You said something interesting today, believe it or not.
Wow, this is incredible.
You said something today that I found fascinating because and you're I think in many ways with your high school team right now, you're probably in a little bit of the same boat. You made a comment as we were looking at practice and you go, I remember this practice from last year.
I do.
Which is interesting.
That's right.
So Sean Payton he's in year 3 in Denver, but this is your second camp that you've sat and you've watched him, and you're able to do so, and I think you do it from a very coaching lens. And you sort of talking about sequencing of drills and intensity and all those kind of things. Is that like, are you a year-to-year, I run the same program to ramp up guy? How much are you adjusting it year in and year out? Because Sean Payton's been an NFL head coach now since 2006. Like, he's got the program dialed.
Correct.
By now.
And he's won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So a lot of times when you have a season that's particularly good or even a game week that yields a really good Saturday in college football or Sunday in the National Football League, you go back and try to replicate that exact schedule. How did you ramp up? And so I'm guessing that what we're seeing in terms of the schedule, and today, why I said I've seen this practice before, is that a year ago, I remember padded practice, and then it was helmets.
Chill day, yeah.
And I assumed it was going to be an hour and 20-minute practice.
It went long today.
It's like a really long chill practice with a lot of talk through, walk
Instruction.
through, a lot of situational football. And I said, I remember this practice. And I remember at the time I was looking for a Bo Nix response day. And it's really one of those practices where you can't respond.
Yeah.
Because there's not much full speed live. I know live is there's no live tackle to the ground in training camp preseason football. But there wasn't many opportunities. There weren't many opportunities a year ago, and there weren't many opportunities today. Who am I now? Well, I haven't been successful as a head coach. So the reality is that I am going every single day to try to find out the best possible plan for that day.
Sure, but also like you have to feel the vibes of the thing. Like okay, because of the physicality of yesterday, and Sean knows he wants to ramp up to a situational scrimmage on Saturday is what he talked about after practice today. So he knows, okay, it's Thursday. We went hard yesterday. This was always going to be a back-off day and make it a, like you said, situational. It's instructional. It's talking. But it was not a day with a lot of popping or anything else.
But I got a question for you, okay? Because you talked about the response. So Tyler and I had this interesting interaction yesterday we told Nate about. Where we leave the tent. We all are familiar with the tent. And Sean was coming down, I'm assuming, to join NFL Network. And it looked like Ian had stepped away. Ian Rappaport had stepped away. So they're going to have to put off whatever. He says hello to Colleen, and then whips a 180. And he comes over and he says hello to me and Tyler. Now, first off, I thought he was just going to skip past me because he knows I'm just media slow. But he actually shook my hand and said hello and was very pleasant.
How did it make you feel?
Very weird. I'm like, wow, I really was expecting to be ignored.
Are you a little bit more
I'm
of a
just
pro
slow.
Sean guy today when you woke up?
Not necessarily.
How was the handshake?
Oh, it was firm.
It was
not
solid.
A fish. No, he was. You know what? He wasn't trying to prove anything.
He didn't overdo
but he
it?
was there.
Okay.
He was there.
You didn't drop the easy on the easy guy.
No. And
okay.
he didn't give me the businessman's the old fish you throw in the towel down at the market. Anyway, here's my question. So Tyler and Coach talked for a while. They've told the stories of that. But Tyler said, he's relatively happy with things. Yeah. He doesn't seem stressed. So my question is, when does competitive Sean come out? Because look, I feel like you're unlocking for me a reason why maybe I've expected crankier Sean at the podium because the offense has not had its day yet. Now, we all know the defense they're going against, but at some point, you're a play caller. Doesn't complain. He's the play caller. Doesn't competitive play caller guy come out at some point?
I don't do well right now in my current life when
the D does well.
When the D beats the brakes off me in one practice, let alone 3 or 4. Now, the only thing I did have I had the thought about Saturday was a pretty good offensive practice from what I heard. And that's the day that Sean Payton called out all the stupid little internet shows. He was salty Sean on Saturday. Sometimes as a head coach, as a play caller, you're actually a bigger D-bag or jerk or whatever you want to call it when you have success on your side of the ball.
Interesting.
Less coaching to do?
Because it's almost too obvious that you're going to go in front of a podium after the entire group watched the practice, saw your side of the ball look like crap.
Oh, you want to make a point.
Yeah. So it's almost like it's like you get into this opposite world of our offense was so good today, therefore I'm going to be a total jerk to you.
Well, there also has to be, because Sean has vocalized it and said it out loud. But also, I think he knows anything special this team is going to do is because of its defense. And that's where he spent his money this offseason. He went and splurged on the defense. He's about to go and dump a bunch more money on Zach Allen, and we're going to see what's going to happen with Nick Bonito. But, like, his defense, he's talked about that being Bo Nix's best friend. Sean is of the belief, I will win this. Anything special this team does, like win playoff games, is going to be because our defense is awesome.
It's where all the investment is.
Yeah.
It's where you added strength to strength.
Yep.
The additions of Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, when healthy, made this defense elite to me.
By the way, Greenlaw with the quad thing today.
Yeah, was it a hammy, maybe?
No, we're now hearing quad.
It was the same.
Now, who knows?
It was the same as last time. Yeah.
Is that what bugged him over the summer?
Right.
Is that it?
Yes.
I was wondering.
Because
you described how he was in chase, and then he pulled up.
Sean today at the podium, if I'm not mistaken, did say that it was not the same muscle.
Was not? Okay.
As what was holding him back this summer.
Yeah. So the tweet from earlier in the day from Luca Evans of
New
the
at the Denver Post,
New
doing
at the
a
Denver
great
Post,
job.
yeah. But let's see.
Want to give him a shout out. He's the young guy that's been challenged by Sean a couple times. He's not back down at all.
Do you know who he is?
I know he was at USC.
Do you remember?
I know
You guys remember very salty Lincoln Riley?
Yeah. Luca was the reason.
Luca was the guy that was banned from covering USC football from the Orange
doing
County
his
Register,
job.
which
He
I
was?
love that.
Oh,
about.
I never put that together.
Oh, I put it together day one. I was so excited to go, you're the guy that Lincoln Riley couldn't
Yeah.
stand.
That's awesome.
Welcome to the jungle, baby.
I
We
think
love having
you know
it.
what? I got to tell you, I think Luca's earned a couple stripes with Sean. I think it's not all the way there. Sean still gets him a little bit for being a young guy, but Sean even has had a different tone towards him from minicamp.
Okay, guys, I've got yet another update as I scan through his timeline right now. He got smithed.
Uh-oh.
Tweet's not there.
So did I.
Yeah.
Did you know I got?
Okay,
I
now we
heard
the
you got
cut, though,
smite.
you said Alan? Alan says he's got the cut from
Well, we
Sean
got Sean
explaining
Payton's explanation of
Should we
the
actually go to
injury.
the source? Should we go to the
Well,
source?
Nate's
here?
driving. We got to let.
But Luca Evans, he did tweet out, and I believe he may have talked to the agent. He tweeted out the injury update earlier today in some detail, saying it was a quad thing. Here was Sean's update to it today.
No, I think he's fine. We in the one-on-one period, he felt it got tight, different area, and so we'll know more. We'll go ahead and have all the precautionary work done, but I think he'll be all right.
Tightness in different area. Got that?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes you're looking for tightness in the area. Other times you're not.
Pause. What?
Listen.
Okay.
Listen. Hey, who was talking 6 to 12 a little too much early on in his show? Wasn't this one yet?
So according to,
now we're all scanning Twitter.
well, according to multiple people that were at the podium today, he motioned to the back of his leg.
Okay.
Sean did when he said different area,
And
and he kind of slapped the ham bone, if you will.
Okay. The old
The ham hock.
The old
The one they throw. The one they throw in the cartoon.
tightness in the ham bone.
Yeah. Remember in
you
Zelda,
will.
you get one of those. You're eating well, got all your hearts back.
Hey, I got a Broncos take. I'm gonna fire at you guys when we come back, and you can scream back at me if you want. But I got something that I feel pretty strongly about on this Denver Bronco team. And it has to do with a key AFC West division rival.
Really?
I will tell you what that is when we return Thursday afternoon. K&L with the Sandman on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. Here it is, fellas. The Denver Broncos are going to go 2-0 against the Kansas City Chiefs this year.
Wow, bold take.
2-0. That's 2 victories, 0 losses.
What? Now, I'm not shocked about the home one.
Mm-hmm.
What are you laughing about?
I have an unbelievable rebuttal question to that.
Okay.
I'm just saying it's the one in Kansas City that's always tough, always has been tough.
Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Late in the season, there's something about December at Arrowhead. Kind of Mike Shanahan could never master that.
People forget what an amazing feat it was for the Broncos to get past that in their first Super Bowl trip.
And
they almost
eventually
didn't.
win a December game in Arrowhead. But that's where I start. The Broncos will go 2-0 against the Chiefs this year, specifically because when I match up these two teams against one another, the Broncos' strengths, I think, pierce directly through the armor of the Chiefs' weaknesses.
Played out in real time in the one real matchup that you had against the Chiefs at Arrowhead.
Yeah.
Where you won the football game, except
game.
for you couldn't protect on a field goal.
Yeah. You couldn't kick the game-winning field goal, and that killed you, but they should have been 2-0 against those guys last year. I've been following a little bit of the news that's been coming out of Chiefs camp. It's not real good, and it's not just Mahomes' love handles we're talking about here.
Wow.
Okay?
Wow.
So
body shaming is becoming a big part of the 2025 football season.
It really is.
Between
You're
Marvin
fat guy,
Mims
go worry about that.
and Kansas City's own radio. He's a radio star.
Podcast
guy.
dude, called him out.
Radio guy.
Revving a dad bod. Said you wouldn't fit in at the pool. I say that part in jest.
Did he go
obviously.
stand next to his coach so everybody feel better? Cripes, man.
Now we're body shaming coaches. We're doing it to everybody. So
Andy Reid looks like the Kool-Aid man.
I'm looking at the Chiefs right now, okay? And I'm looking across their offensive line. So right guard, Trey Smith, one of the highest paid guards in football. Great.
Arguably the best guard in football.
You're set.
Probably outside of Quentin Nelson, two of them.
Creed Humphrey at center, you're set.
Fine.
You're good to go. The 3 other positions on your team are either in flux or borderline fluxy. And I say it in this way. You've got a rookie left tackle in Josh Simmons out of Ohio State. You've got, and coming off a big injury last year.
First rounder?
32.
Okay.
So
you don't count that. When do we because Leggy always says there's usually 18 to 20 actual first round grades.
Yeah.
Is that when the first round technically ends?
Now there's those that will make the argument that Simmons fell because of his injury.
Sure.
And could have been higher graded than that. Still rookie left tackle.
Also, Simmons was in that same draft class with these 6 quarterbacks. Am I right in saying that? And Brock
Got pushed
Bowers
down.
and Brian Thomas Jr. and Marvin Harris. I mean, this is that's a
first round
pretty
pick.
full
All right.
first round of
Kingsley,
first round talent.
Nonetheless, you're picked where you're picked.
Sua Matea.
Nice. Nicely done.
BYU guy.
BYU, drafted to play tackle, was so good at it that he's getting worked in at guard right now, at left guard.
Is that a step back?
I believe so. And you've got Jawan Taylor, who you don't trust and who false starts on every single play. And so you paid Jalen Moore and brought him in, but Moore is also getting work over at guard. And right now he basically looks like a $15 million swing tackle. This is a Chiefs offensive line that is set and very good at 2 spots, but 2 spots does not an offensive line make.
No. And by the way, why did they get rid of Tunney, whatever?
Money?
Yeah. I think it came down to dough.
They're going to miss that, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to show up.
You don't lose good players and then be like, we're fine.
Trey Smith and Tooney were the stalwarts of that offensive line.
Hollywood Brown has already been carted off in practice because of an ankle.
Here we go again.
Rashee Rice has a looming suspension. You've got injuries all over the place on an already suspect receiving core. Oh, by the way, Travis Kelce is...
You know what he's doing right now?
He's already got a foot out the door.
Do you want to know what Travis Kelce's problem is? He's got honey painted all over him and bears are eating him.
He's got...
And the Happy Gilmore, too. Have you seen it?
I fell asleep 20 minutes in.
Travis Kelce...
I'll be honest. I tried.
Travis Kelce's body...
Yeah.
looks like mine. And it was awesome because I haven't been a very consistent manscaper recently. And I got a nice, solid chest curtain going on. Chest drapes are on point.
Look, I don't need to hear about 70s Mike Sanford.
You scape
by the way,
chest?
Are you saying
I have before. As of late.
Did it grow back thicker and fuller like on Seinfeld?
It's come back tenfold, brother. So my wife and I,
Were you a swimmer? What
we're
were you
watching
doing?
Happy Gilmore too.
Yeah.
And she looks at me when Travis Kelce comes on the screen and goes, he looks just like you.
And she
And I
laughed.
took it as a compliment. I'm like, this is great.
But that's also not good for Travis
It's
Kelce's
not.
You
football.
don't look
not
like
tremendous.
you're ready to play tight end in the NFL with all due respect.
Okay.
They ran
Does that
I'm also
hurt you?
43.
basically
What's Travis?
an
33?
RPO-based offense last year. They sucked.
Yeah.
They won 12 one-score games a year ago on their way to 15 victories, okay? You're not going to win 12 one-score games again. It just will not happen for you.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
I legitimately think this offense is suspect at best, even with the best quarterback in the world. And the Denver front, in addition to a secondary that I don't think has to cover anything special right now, I think the Broncos are poised to eat this year against the Chiefs.
Outside of the quarterback position in Kansas City,
Mm-hmm.
which offensive position group would be even considered in the better half of the National Football League?
I would say tight end only because of Kelce, and I'm probably saying that because of reputation.
What about Pacheco in the running back group? They've been solid.
His run style, though, man, it is.
Okay, but see, here's my problem, all right? I've told you this before. It just feels like we're all tired of the greatness. We're all bored with it, so we're going to come up with reasons why they're not great anymore.
But
and not worry about them.
They really weren't great last year. I know I'm talking about a 15-win team, but that offense was butt.
It was butt.
It wasn't good.
And frankly,
They won 15 games, though, last year, guys.
They lost the Broncos.
We're just going to push that off to the side?
It was whatever deal with the devil they had last season to keep squeezing these games out, including one against Denver at Arrowhead. You're right, Andy. Like we're talking about a team that has been to the Super Bowl
feel like
3 years in a row, but also
how many of the last 7? Is it 5 of the last 7?
5 of the last 7. There's no denying it, but there were cracks in the armor that were evident a year ago, and now I'm looking at it and I'm going, I don't know how you got any better.
I don't disagree, but here's the thing. Here's my warning for the Chiefs, okay? Before we all just kick the fresh dirt on them. They don't need to be the division winner to find their way to the Super Bowl.
They don't.
They've proven that.
They don't.
They went through Buffalo.
I already picked Denver to win the AFC West. And again,
did they not beat Buffalo and Baltimore 2 years ago?
I am
in their
so enamored with this Bronco defense that I'm watching day in and day out. And by the way, that Bronco offensive line, they're actually good.
They're good.
They're a hell of a lot better than Kansas City's, and they're having a rough time with that Denver front seven.
I got no problem with that, but
that group is so damn good going up against, again, a Chiefs offense that I know they have Mahomes, okay? I'm not denying the best quarterback in the world, but I think that thing is being held together by Scotch tape right now, and I think this is the year for the Broncos to finally pounce and get those guys twice.
I want to pose a quick question to both of you fellas, fine fellas, and the texters as well on Shop Mazda text line 303-504-0925. If you were to say of your AFC West divisional rivals, in order from 1 to 3, where you would say you are most likely to sweep between the Chiefs, the Raiders, and the Chargers, how would you rank 1 through 3 in terms of getting 2 victories over said team?
Raiders, Chiefs, Chargers.
Same. I was going to give the exact same order.
And only because the Chargers got you last year, but both times last year. And remember, you were up pretty good on the second game.
Are you talking Chargers?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one near Christmas. What did they had the lead, then the weird stuff at the half,
34-27.
That was the run the ball, Audric Estime getting rolling, and then Audric Estime never touched the football. It felt like
we
ever
decided
again.
We were bored with greatness.
Harbaugh will get one. He'll get one. Yeah. I don't see them sweeping the Chargers this year. I think Kansas City's good. or the Chargers are good. I think with the Raiders.
The Raiders will be better. They will be tougher.
It will be
a competent football game. I still think the Broncos.
If the
win
Raiders
both.
were in any other division, I'd be over here saying that's a wild card dark horse right there. Like, look out for that team. If they were in any other division, they're just in a brutal freaking division, though.
Why? Do you feel any different? Would you put the Chiefs ahead of the Raiders?
I don't have the greatest feeling.
I love the skill position players of the Raiders right now, but again, Geno.
Here's why
it's good enough to make it competitive, not good enough to beat the Broncos.
I don't have the greatest feeling of the Denver Broncos sweeping either the Chargers or the Raiders whatsoever. Here's why.
Is this a Pete Carroll-based take?
It is.
Okay.
Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh both share a similar identity of how to win football games, which is what? Run the football, play really good defense.
Beat you up, be patient.
How did that match up a year ago in what I would say wasn't an ultimately talented football team, especially in the offensive skill player positions for the Los Angeles Chargers? You lost both games.
Yeah.
Because Sean Payton, for whatever reason, does not want to run the football when he's got an elite defense and win with that style.
And what did Harbaugh do this offseason when he said, okay, I liked my run game last year. It can be even better than that. He upgraded across the board at that position.
Goes
he
out and
got Najee and he drafted Omari and Hampton. He's got two really good backs behind a pretty solid offensive line should they stay healthy, but it's the Chargers offensive line.
Can we all agree they upgraded the running back room for the Broncos too, though?
They did.
I feel like
Without
the Broncos
question,
running back room is better than a year ago.
Without a doubt.
And I do think, hopefully, that will convince. I don't think Sean's ever going to totally go away from what he is, which is a passing ball game coach. He likes that. But I do think he'll have more confidence in the run. He'll be more confident in the run options this year than he was a year.
Should be.
Especially when you look at the second game. Now, you're right. Audric Estime looked like he was starting to feel a little something that game, and you just quit giving him the rock. Nobody really knows why. And I hate being so down on Javonte Williams, but what else are you going to do? The guy could have been really good back.
He averaged
really
3
could.
yards a carry last year.
And then that knee injury's just done what we've seen so many times, unfortunately. It just stole his thunder from him.
Where's
literally.
Javonte this year again?
Dallas. Oh, my God. They're acting like he's going to rejuvenate their run game. I'm like, guys, did he go to Europe and get something done to his knee I don't know about?
Maybe. He should.
Maybe.
Get the Adrian Peterson treatment.
It is too bad because he was a very fun running back his first 2 years, but like you see so often, I mean, they blew his knee up. I said it to Scotty on our podcast last night. If we all really remember, Leggy was telling us he probably should have been playing when he came back from that knee injury, but he's a running back and he has no choice but to make himself a cripple to try to extend his NFL career.
Another strange conversation to have coming off the backs of that 2-0 discussion about the Broncos being able to beat the Chiefs twice in a season.
They will.
What would be the power ranking for you two fellas for teams that you're most fearful of sweeping the Denver Broncos in 2025?
Well,
Chargers would be number one.
Yeah, I would just go in reverse
They really
order.
would. Again, it's just 100% matchup based. I don't think the Chargers are vastly better than Denver, but that run game.
Okay, let me ask you this. This is a tough question to answer. And I love the insight you guys have provided today from Sean's answers to what you've seen. We shouldn't be expecting to see a lot out of the offense yet because clearly this is the building phase, as you said. Glad your coach's eye caught that. But that said, are we positive we've seen anything? And I ask this is not a Bo Nix question because of my take last year. People are going to assume it is. It's not a Bo Nix question. I think it's his team, and I think he's a better quarterback than he was a year ago. I'm excited to watch what year 2 brings. But I've been asking all offseason, get the guy someone who can break a tackle and make more of a play than you drew it up for, and I'm not so sure they have that still. I think Marvin Mims could be that guy if you call the right plays for him. He doesn't seem to want to call those plays for him. So with that being the case...
He started to.
With that being the case, are we sure they have enough offensively to get past a Bills or a Ravens? Here's the fun part of what we got to do.
I'm having a hard time getting to that place yet.
All right.
Yeah.
As am I.
Yeah.
Because I think it could be slug. Now, the Broncos defense needs to play better than it did at least the second half of that playoff game against the Bills. There's no doubt about that.
Gave up 41 to the Ravens last year.
Yeah, and you definitely can't go doing that. But again, we're hyper focused on the division. I do feel like Sean would, for whatever reason, Sean has shown he knows the Chiefs. He's got his formula for the Chiefs. Now they've got to be able to pick out the teams that may get in the way. Say you get past that first round, and the Bills and Ravens are chief among them.
Guys, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is Denver's new home for Westwood One's coverage of the National
Come on,
Football
do it like Big Voice,
League. Westwood One. Beginning with week 1 of the upcoming regular season. That's painful to me. The extensive package.
Westwood One.
The Nick Foles of nationally broadcast games include Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, International Series games, Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day, every playoff game, culminating with Super Bowl 60. However, we don't have the Hall of Fame game, which is coming up tonight. First chance to see Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers tonight as they take on the Lions.
Guess who we will probably see play quarterback tonight?
DJ Uiagalelei?
No, well, maybe.
Who's he playing for? Is he a Charger?
He's a Charger.
Guess who else is a Charger?
Trey Lance.
Oh, there it is.
He's starting.
Taylor Heineke.
I was 2 days old. Yes, that was 2 days ago where I figured out he played for the Chargers.
Remember some quarterbacks tonight. Hendon Hooker and Kyle Allen going to be out there tonight for the Lions.
Love me some Hendon Hooker.
Remember some dudes tonight. Kreckman and Lindahl, Mike Sanford hanging out. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I can't promise they'll get you sounding like that. I can't promise low T is the reason why you don't get to sound like Big Voice Guy from Westwood One. However, if you just like your energy back and maybe your arms back, looking ripped, looking hot, looking ready for summer, you want to ask people which way to the gym, you want to get back to that life, you got to get over there, get those T levels checked. You know, if you're having low energy and maybe not good sleep, it could be low testosterone. These are at least 2 signs of it. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you figure out if you're dealing with this. Obviously, if your sex drive's down, that could be low T. You could have brain fog. Just, again, for me, it was really about the energy levels. That was the big tell. Get on over there. Let them test you. It's real easy in that first visit. Doesn't take very long. They're going to draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes, and they'll tell you what they look like. What those results look like. It's a T and a PSA test plus a consultation with a Colorado licensed medical provider. And if you decide that you want to have this discussion and you decide to start on testosterone, this first visit, which usually costs $99, well, that's waived. And you can get your testosterone going and get the benefits going back. Don't wait. This is something a lot of guys wait on, but especially if you're in your 40s and your 50s, go and get this checked out. Get those higher energy levels back. Get the guns back. There you go. Get the weightlifting going again. I know it's summer, but who don't look good for fall? You know, if you do enough weightlifting now, you could wear your He-Man costume by the time we get to Halloween. 5 locations to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
345 Moj bumps here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
By the way, how much fun would it be? And I guess I'm the only guy that can volunteer with you two lightweights. Should I try to outdo Moj's in-break donut hole eating just to... I'm not sure I could is the thing. How big were those donut holes he housed in like 2 minutes?
I think they were regular donut hole sized.
Standard munchkins from Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' wants to swing some by. I'll give it a go.
Did
we get to 10? We counted 10?
What I thought was the most entertaining part of that video is like he was popping about like 2-3 at a time. And then he would go away. He'd go to the laptop, he'd look at the phone or whatever, but then it would like dawn on him like, you're still there.
Those are damn good.
And then he'd go back, and then it was like another series.
The last one, he went full popcorn scoop with his hand and just went boink, boink, boink,
What
boink,
did they count?
boink.
11, I think?
He ended up having the 14th and final munchkin that he consumed.
Whole.
I actually fed him when I arrived. I took it right out of the box and I plopped it right in his mouth. I had no idea at that time.
Wait, was that
he had
so
had
many?
13 up until that
Hold
point.
on. How many did he have?
He had 14
in one sitting, in that
Correct.
break.
Yes.
You're a fat guy. Like, don't worry about that.
Yeah.
The
so
one
I'd have to get to 15?
Wait, the one that you fed him, was that one on the video?
It was not.
It was not.
It was
okay.
post-video.
See, now I think if you get that on video, then it's like, okay, we got crossover appeal with OnlyFans. Like, then it becomes a thing. That's now we get.
Are you a donut munchkin feeding fetish
We
type
start
of guy?
getting into the feeder
There's
genre.
two type of people in the world, correct?
The broadcaster feeder genre. We'd be doing well for ourselves.
Should I do it? Should we go?
I believe you can do it.
Andy, I have so much faith in
I
you.
completely believe in you.
See, here's the thing. Because Walmart, plug the big company.
There you go.
Walmart has these donut
They
holes.
really they own all of us, just for the record.
They do. But they have these chocolate donut holes with sprinkles on them that I was pulling a Moj, where I would literally leave the room and the allure of the chocolate and the sugar still on my lips would bring me back from another part of the house to go like for 5 more. And then, but I kept using restraint of, the angry coach's voice from high school telling me, you fat slob, you will not go back in there. You will not consume anymore. You will stay outside and do some yard work.
I'm guessing.
But if I kick the coach out of the scenario,
Yeah.
I might. Boy, 15.
You could do it.
Easily.
I'm not worried about you. I believe in you.
I have so
like
much,
many things,
so much faith in you.
It's not during the process.
You know what my favorite part?
It's when you're done.
My favorite part of that montage was when Moj pulls the typical guilt-ridden overconsumption, and he gets rid of the box temporarily, and then
brings
acquires
it
the
back.
box.
It's
It was
the-
fantastic. How many times have you done that in
The
your life?
old Louis C.K. bit, pre-cancellation, was about being at the party and like returning to the tray of cookies, but making sure there was a different crowd of people in the kitchen around it and acting as though you've rediscovered they have cookies.
Yes, you just got here.
Even though you knew exactly what you were
You had
doing.
to take the long walk around the house.
Right.
Louis C.K. was canceled, was he?
He was.
During in the year of our Lord 2020 or post?
It was right around there. Yeah.
Has he
was,
been uncanceled?
I think he's like selling out Madison Square Garden again.
Okay, so
yeah.
he's back to.
He was a take it out guy.
Do you want my little party
Take
story?
it out.
He took it out.
Yeah,
It was not with consent.
Think about a lane.
He took it out.
Okay.
Took it out.
It out.
Mm.
I one time was at a party.
How's this gonna end?
Wasn't aware. Oh, just the way you figured. It was a 4th of July party, and I was really hungry. What a shot!
Good. I'm
What
glad
a
this,
shot.
I'm
What a
glad this is
shot.
not a personal tell-all about take
I
it out.
didn't know whose house it was.
This
and I
was
looked-
also your birthday.
It was
and you
my
were
birthday,
hungry.
and I was hungry. And it's your birthday, so people. I was 22 and was expected, or 21, expected to have a few. So I need some to eat. So have a few to end the night earlier than I'd prefer.
Get a base.
So anyway, I asked my buddy. I'm like, "Look, man, where's the kitchen? I need some to eat. There's got to be some in there, right? This party has food, doesn't it?" So he tells me where the kitchen is, and I go in there, and all I see are brownies.
Uh-oh.
Again, I didn't know whose house it was.
Were they laced?
They were, but I didn't know. Because again, I was not educated to this, and I'm like, man, these aren't really fluffy brownies.
Is
They're
that one
kinda-
where you eat one and then you get the munchies and then
Bro,
you just keep
I didn't
going?
have the tray because I was starving. And my buddy walks in and he goes, "Did you find anything?" I go, "Just brownies. They're a little they taste a little earthy."
Earthy. Very earthy.
And he goes, "Wait a minute, you ate these brownies?" And I go, "Yeah."
How many did
That's all
you
I
have?
could find. A half a tray.
How was that?
A half a tray.
How was your night? Weird?
Let's just say they were throwing fireworks at me by
Yeah,
the end of that,
weird.
and I wasn't reacting.
That's a weird night.
It looked like I was on the stoop contemplating
That's a
things.
weird
I wanted
night.
to move, but none of my limbs were responding.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh,
My buddy
that's
just laughed. He's like, "You ate all these?"
Andy, at that time of consuming half a tin of brownies that were ultimately very green.
It was
in
for
substance.
a party.
Where were you at in your own personal relationship with said product?
There was no relationship.
Oh, so you were.
Yeah.
Hey. You were
not at all.
obliterated.
That's why I was like, my buddy was like, "How did you not taste these weren't really brownies?" And I was like, "Bro, I was hungry." And then when I came out of it, of course, I'm with my buddy and I'm like, "We've got to go to Taco Bell." He's like, "I'm not going to
It's
Taco Bell."
always Taco Bell.
So,
and if you're
yeah.
in Southern California, it's always Jack in the
So
Box.
you weren't full from the brownies?
No, this is like dude, it took a minute for all that to wear off. I'll just tell you that.
Yeah.
But you know how you pop up and you're like, "Hey, I am starving." And since he wouldn't go to Taco Bell because he didn't want to wait in that line, I went to 7-Eleven to get nachos.
Taquitos.
And I took a spoon. The guy had I was like, "Where are your nachos?" Desperate. He goes, "They're right there, but I just put the cheese in." And I don't care. He goes, "Well, you're going to need a spoon." So he gives me a spoon. I took a glop of the cheese and threw it down on the chips. It shattered them all. And I went home and nuked them up and had my nachos anyway.
Not bad. Not bad. All ends well. It ends with nachos. You guys want to do you guys want to bet the Hall of Fame game tonight?
Ooh,
You know
What do
you
you
do.
got?
Let's talk
How do you
numbers.
do this?
You know you do.
This is
Talk
the field
numbers.
where you're
Talk
not
dirty
even
to
sure
me.
they're going to play.
Yep.
Are we sure the field's playable? How many games have they they've gotten out there, a guy gets hurt and we're done, it's over.
All right, I got some notes for you. Okay.
You think they're playing this?
Total's 33.5 on the game. 33.5. Historically,
Low scoring.
The wisdom has said take the under.
Yes.
Last 3 have gone over the total, including last year's game, which was 21-17 when it was stopped after 3 quarters because of weather, but it was already over the total. So look at that total. Last 3 have gone over if you're looking for recent trends. Another good thing, there's a couple of items to look at when it comes to betting preseason football. First off, coaches will tell you who's going to play in a preseason game. So pay close attention to that. Jim Harbaugh, 10-6 against the spread career preseason. Dan Campbell, 3-6-1 ATS preseason. Lions are 1.5 favorites tonight. Love Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers and the points tonight. In addition to that, the Chargers will go with a combination Taylor Heineke, Trey Lance, DJ Uiagalelei, who I felt like that guy was in college for 19 years.
He sure was.
And then Detroit's got Hendon Hooker and Kyle Allen. Obviously, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff not going to see the field tonight.
Kyle Allen with the very small hands.
Trey
even
Lance,
smaller than Kenny Pickett.
He's got something he's got to prove. Again, I'm liking the Chargers and the 1.5 tonight going off the history, and on recent history, lean to the over.
All right, as a coach, did you love or hate these? Remember when Nate and I, our first year,
Love or hate what?
first year together, the extra game, Fangio, the Broncos had this when it was still a 4-game preseason.
They had the 5th.
Bro, we started July 15th
It
or
was
something.
horrible.
It was the longest camp of my life.
Yeah.
First off, we were watching Joe Flacco, and who else was it? Because Brandon Allen ended up playing, but he wasn't on the team right away. Remember, Brandon Allen was whooping him.
Oh, Brandon Allen's
for the
one
LA
with the
Rams.
he's the one with the small hands.
Well, he's got small,
Tiny hands. He had the hand stretcher.
The
before
Arkansas
the
guy,
combine.
yeah.
Well,
Yes.
that's
That was the
right.
one.
They
He was
can
a hand
measure it.
stretcher.
And he got his Traverse or what was it? The Avalanche burned out by
Chevy
the Arkansas
Avalanche.
fans.
Yep.
But do you like it or do you hate it? Do you love the extra time? Because I couldn't tell. I felt like Fangio was all fired up about this.
Well, remember, was that the same game that he had the Stones?
You're right.
Was it the Hall of Fame game?
Yeah, and then Philip Lindsay got hurt because of the chiropractor.
Right.
Remember that?
He was
That's
all
when he got
mad at the
chiropractor.
chiropractor. Oh, God. The early Vic Fangio days
Vic
were so
Fangio
good.
coached his first game with kidney stones. Do you know that?
I did not. Did he pass
He
him
got this
mid-game?
guy. No, he just sat there. We were all like, is he going to run to the bathroom? That was frankly the most interesting thing about the damn game.
He dealt.
And he just stood there and gritted his teeth, Philly style.
Did we all know that he was dealing with
because he
stones?
got diagnosed and he just told the world.
He was late to get to the game because he had been at the hospital, and I don't think he had passed it yet. And finally was just like, let me the hell out of
that's
here.
in this game. That's Vic Fangio spending way too much time in his career with both Jim and John Harbaugh. I'm going to coach football. That's what I do, even if I have to pass a stone right here on the sideline.
Be the footballiest coach you can be.
And that's also why hammer the spread with Jim Harbaugh. He can't help himself, man. He wants to win in every single thing he does.
Wants to run the ball tonight. Your Hall of Fame class, by the way, get interview ready for tonight. Eric Allen, Jared Allen, Antonio Gates, Sterling Sharp is your Hall of Fame class this year.
Sterling and his brothers had an interesting week.
They may not be interviewing Shannon tonight. I'm just going to
believe they won't be.
Take a wild guess on that.
Is it on the network that just let him go?
It's NBC tonight.
NBC.
Am I right in saying that?
That sounds right-ish
Because
to me.
I heard that Carrie Underwood is going to perform live for the 13th consecutive year.
Waiting all day for the Hall of Fame game?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Stems.
All right.
Her stems are going to be glossed up like a Dunkin' Donut, fresh and ready for Andy Lindahl to consume.
Betting tips for tonight's Hall of Fame game. Only we can get that degenerate today here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mike Sanford, Go Coach Football, training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Kreckman and Lindahl, training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. Dre Greenlaw, I would imagine it'll be a quiet week for Dre Greenlaw the rest of the way, but Sean Payton seemed nonplussed about it, I would say.
We know what we need.
After his small injury today.
With him, shut it down.
Yeah.
Don't care.
Who
Please
cares?
just start the regular. He's like Peyton Manning.
Get
Just
him
be
there.
ready to go game one.
Just get him there.
Because you are a difference maker, my guy.
He's a stud. Really, really good player. Rocks made a trade today, Andy.
Are you psyched?
Jake Bird traded to the Yankees. The Rockies have acquired infielder Rock Reggio.
A lot of rocks in this town. We're going to rock this town.
Yanks number 10 prospect.
Well, we build this city on rock and roll.
Rock and Reggio. Left-hander Ben Shields, Yankees number 29 prospect. But the Rocks make a move, get a couple of minor league bodies for Jake Bird. So in the end, it was Ryan McMahon, Tyler Kinley, and Jake Bird that they moved.
I'm excited for McMahon. Maybe, you know what? Part of me wants to talk to McMahon. Part of me doesn't want to put him in that position. But I would love if the Yankees would just let us chat with the guy. I don't know. You know, you and I used to have some really good conversations with him. Him and Brendan Rodgers are always great when we had him on the show.
Love Ryan McMahon.
And then we just got to the point where it's like, no point in having you on the show the last 4 years.
Rymack, by the way, had the walk-off hit last night. Rockies, by the way, lost 5-0 last night. Only 3 hits, Andy, but you know who had one of them?
Your guy.
He's not cooling yet. He's warming Bernabel.
You're not warming to the idea of him being your favorite player either.
1,200. The OPS remains over 1,200. By the way,
this is very Trevor Storian.
Did you know this about warming Bernabel? He has survived a gunshot.
Really?
2 years ago in the offseason, he and his wife were confronted by some dudes in his native Dominican Republic outside a restaurant. The gentleman in question wanted Warming's chain. He did not feel like giving it to them. The restaurant owner, who apparently knew Bernabel or knew the Bernabels, according to Patrick Saunders' piece in the Denver Post, chased them out and fired a gun at them. One of them fired back and struck Warming Bernabel in the back.
Wow.
But he's okay.
It's good.
He's okay. He was, he had a tough year that season in the minor leagues, but he came back, and it's been a good start to the big league career so far. He had one of the Rocks' 3 hits last night and a 5-0 loss. Kyle Freeland, by the way, tough one out there with his illness effects. He didn't get traded, by the way.
I know.
They didn't trade a single starting pitcher. And again, DMac he is the stand for this roster. I think it's absolute hot garbage. I don't care if anybody on this club sticks around. If the Rockies wanted to blow it up and trade everybody, what's so funny is like the Twins are getting a bunch of heat today. They traded Carlos Correa back to the Astros. They traded Joe Ryan. Like the Twins are blowing it up. That was a postseason team back in 2023, but they have disappointed since then. Well, the Twins know exactly what they are. They are a mid-market to smaller market club, and they operate on the margins as such. What did the Twins do today? They traded everybody.
Got rid of everybody.
That's what you should do.
Trying to load up and get a group of guys ready to come back and give a go at it again. Young arms, young whatever.
Now, again, I know the Rockies don't have Carlos Correa or Joe Ryan, but don't get too enamored with anything that's on your club right now.
Okay, you're right. They don't have either of those guys. But would you not? I would have been curious to see what a Kyle Freeland trade would have brought back to you. Frankly, at this point, I would have been curious to see if Ezekiel Tovar would have brought something back to you.
I would have had no problem with it.
What about Halverson?
The problem with like a Tovar is you'd be selling low on him right now because he's had a down year and he's dealt with the injury thing.
All right, fair enough. And look, he is young enough. There's a small possibility that if you do get in 3 to 4 years when Ethan Holiday, because Ethan Holiday to me is now the marker.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When he's ready to show up, you better have a whole bunch, at least 6 other guys ready to show up with him.
I hope so. Maybe Rock Reggio is going to be one of those guys.
Good old Rock Reggio.
I hope so. So, yeah, look, did the Rockies, did they burn everything to the ground at the trade deadline the way that I wanted them to? No, but guess what? It's also the Rockies. They were never going to do that. Andy, with this club, let's Let's take what we get.
Take
Let's
some progress.
Appreciate the baby steps that they actually traded somebody, and they moved 3 guys that really they needed to move. So I guess we'll call it progress, even if I don't think they've gone nearly far enough in terms of doing business the way that they probably should. But progress. By the way, Paul Skeens is pitching at Coors Field on Saturday.
That will be fun.
That will be enjoyable. So there's a Rockies thing. No pads today. Broncos dialed it back big time. As Sean Payton called it, he called it an OTA tempo after practice today, which it certainly seemed to be. By the way, Andy, as he was saying that, clearly this must have been when I turned around and noticed this. Garrett Bowles has lacrosse skills.
Oh, I knew this.
I was watching Garrett Bowles. He was because the Denver Outlaws, the PLL dudes, who they're playing this weekend, right?
They play tomorrow night, couple of games. The league plays tomorrow night, 2 games, and then and the Outlaws play twice because this is their home city.
And they're playing
Saturday as well. There's an 11 o'clock game at DU. All these games will be at DU.
Peter Barton Lacrosse Stadium.
With the cool red mountains painted on it.
Hell yeah.
I talked to Brendan O'Neill, Pat Cavanaugh, and Logan McNinney. He told me, I told him I was going to screw it up. I didn't screw it up in the interview, but the goalie and 2 of the so Patrick Smythe, for those that don't know, if you want to get on his good side, he was a lacrosse player at the University of Florida.
Patrick was, when I walked in this morning, not right at 10 a.m., Patrick Smythe was, he was all in on the lacrosse thing. He didn't care at all about the football practice behind him. He was talking lax.
Well, he was, he and I have been chatting for a week or two, but Patrick wanted to meet, in particular, Brendan O'Neill, who's the star of the sport. I've got an interview up on our YouTube page. Go to the Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page. Look for Mammoth After Hours. I'll tweet out the links, all that stuff. We talked to all 3. But Brendan O'Neill is the face of this league. He was the top pick a couple years ago, and he's just a very exciting player, and he's a beast. And Patrick said, I could see him out here. Now, the funny thing is the Outlaws actually have a player named Jared Bernhardt who retired from the Atlanta Falcons, if you want to put it that way, to go play lacrosse again. And so he's playing with those guys. He actually, as it turns out, tried out for the Denver Broncos prior to making it with the Atlanta Falcons. So I don't know if he was out there because maybe that just wasn't the memory that he needed. But Garrett Bowles was a long stick midfielder. And the crazy thing that I never wrapped because I learned this when he showed up, and there was an original iteration of the Outlaws when the league was in different ownership. And so we got a bunch of the guys out there one day in the field house, and Garrett went through drills with them and threw the ball. But again, for those that know,
I was watching him today. He had the long stick.
But here's the thing. Most of the long sticks usually stand down by the goal and play defense.
Okay.
Garrett was a long stick midi, which means he went out there and ran the full field.
With the long stick?
With the long stick, and his job was to take the ball away from your best stick handler.
I mean,
when I think about that dude,
Nick Foles
that
did
big,
it every time.
Well, Mr. Longstick. I'm just saying, to think about Garrett Bowles to be the athletic to play the position he plays is what always blew my mind. It's like Shohei Ohtani being able to pitch and hit dongs.
Was he the long stick guy just because he's so huge as a person?
Normally, yes, if he stayed by the goal.
Okay.
Not the dude.
Oh.
You got athletes that got to run. You've got to run the full field, and oftentimes they've got to be able. A guy just set the fastest shot record with a long pole at their All-Star event.
Okay.
125, I think they were telling me. 120, 125.
Wow.
I talked to the goalie, Logan. I go, what do you do? Because, again, we see guys try to face 100-mile-an-hour pitching. What's the fastest pitch speed? Do you know?
I believe it's Aroldis Chapman tapped 105.
I mean, can you even imagine trying to pick? So I asked the goalie, I go, how do you pick? Because normally they have white heads holding a white ball.
Yeah.
And Logan's like, you just got to guess. You got no shot. He goes, I got a general idea where he's probably going, but that's like trying to hit a fastball. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like 105. Could you imagine how quick would 105 be past you?
Did you happen to see, by the way, at Wimbledon this year, the dude set the fastest serve record?
What did that go for?
153.
Oh, I can't even think of
on
that.
the serve.
Could you even process the ball coming at you by the time it was by you?
Giovanni Mpeci Pericard. I'm looking up the name right now, and I'm probably butchering it. But 153 on the serve. You want to know the funny part?
It got returned.
He lost the point.
Did you and I watch that?
Yeah.
Hold on. Didn't you and I see that?
Yeah.
The guy just stuck his racket out.
Got the return and
sent
won the
it to
point.
the other side.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't even need to swing. The thing was moving so fast.
And he won the damn point. Unbelievable. You hit a 153 serve and you lose the point. Killer. Yeah. Which is very funny that it went down like that for him. But yeah, I think fastest pitch on record it's got to be Aroldis Chapman. And I'm spitballing that, but that's the guy.
Can you imagine? He's got it up behind you. Here we go.
Yeah.
Alan Baca. Bro, look at the batter's reaction. It's just ridiculous.
Buck 05. Yeah.
Did you imagine catching it? I played catcher a couple times.
Sure.
I can't even imagine locating it to catch it. And the one that Baca just showed us, that was up a little bit. Like you said, it's not like he was just hold the glove there and he's going to hit it.
No, you got to get that thing.
Catcher had to react to that sucker.
So generally, this is as long as he knows fastball, he'll be able to get there. Catchers only really get crossed up if a guy throws the wrong pitch. Like, you can miss a location, and a major league catcher is pretty much always going to miss. But if you throw the wrong pitch, that's when they get messed up. Like, if he called fastball and you throw a slider,
the ref is wearing it. Everyone's wearing it.
That's called a pass ball. That's going to be a part of your life right there. Yeah, that part of the agreement is critical. You actually have to throw the pitch that everyone's agreed on.
Did you see there was a weird one, I think, in the Rockies game the other night? What do we have here? 106. Oh, Baca found. So who is that? Is that Chapman?
That's still Chapman.
Okay. 106. Did you see in the Rockies game where the ball went off like the bat? I want to say it went off like the bat or the guard hit the umpire and then hit the batter again? Like he caught it on the back.
Oh, that's a bummer.
He was facing it. It hit. It ricocheted off. The pitch ricocheted off. I want to say his guard caught the umpire's mask and then drilled him in the back.
So 105.8. That was what that pitch was from Chapman.
Come on, it's 106.
That's essentially 106. Yeah, the fastest pitches on record. Chapman has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He has 8 of the fastest 9.
Don't you want to just at one time? I don't want to have to try to hit it. I want to be at a safe distance, but. Like what? I wish they could get a camera on the batters. Give me the batter's eye of what even 100 looks like.
Well, and like a guy like Chapman. Chapman is also one of those huge dudes. I always thought of, and Randy Johnson famously in the All-Star game with Larry Walker. But the thing about Randy Johnson that I think would have been the most terrifying was his pure size. Like by the time he was releasing the ball, it was, it's supposed to be 60 feet 6 inches. But, like, think of like a fully extended Randy Johnson after a long stride. He's 54 feet away from you. Yeah. That ball is on top of you.
Just lost 6 feet.
Instantly. Like, I think the same thing anytime I see Josh Hader pitch. It's just like he's so damn tall. And even if he doesn't have, like, the same gas he did back in, like, his Brewers days, it's just like, bam, it's just right there. I don't know how you do anything with it.
What's Skeens throwing these? Is he a fastball guy?
I mean,
he's got, like, 4 pitches.
He's a triple-digit guy. Oof. Yeah, no, he can bring and generally, Skeens wants to sit around 98 because he's hoping to throw 100, 110 pitches every single outing. Terrifying.
102.
I
see this Baca experience is funny. He just throws graphics up on the big board behind us. He doesn't care about you radio listeners.
This actually is really helpful to me because Andy, you have a tendency to pepper me with questions that I don't know the answer to off the top of my head. And then I'm like, let me look it up. Instead, we got Baca to do it.
Hey, guys, when I used to do this back in the day, this big screen wasn't available.
I know.
So I'm enjoying it.
We all got new toys.
It's a new toy to play with.
We greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much for that. Kreckman and Lindahl, I got a Travis Hunter question for you when we come back.
Can't wait.
Because we're starting to get Travis Hunter snap counts. Yeah, this is some fun stuff. God bless the training camp reporters down in Jacksonville, giving us the Travis Hunter snap counts on both sides of the ball. What is this all going to look like? I've got a nuanced, very specific Travis Hunter question to ask you about how they're going to count on him this upcoming season. We'll do that next. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Denver's new home for Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League. That's right, Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, the big games, including Super Bowl 60, the biggest game. We've got them all right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Westwood One. All right, Andy. We got this from Jacksonville. Okay, this is courtesy of Michael Duraco of ESPN. Travis Hunter training camp snap counts. This is always one of those where they're always like, hey, you guys count snaps in training camp. Sean Payton already called out the media about it during OTAs. Yeah, but like on this one,
this is different.
Somebody needs to do this.
Yeah, because, yes.
We're talking about a guy that's going to be a two-way player in the NFL. The Jaguars have made it clear that is their plan with Travis Hunter. So what is it going to look like? All right, so this is from Michael Duraco today. This is total Travis Hunter snaps through 7 Jags practices. 139 snaps, 72 on offense, 67 on defense. So damn near 50-50.
Right.
7 on 7, he's taken 18 snaps, 11 offensively, 7 on defense. Andy, listen to this. An 11 on 11, 61 offense, 60 on defense. Team has run 393 total snaps. So far, Hunter has been on the field for 35% of all snaps. But also, like, okay, when you hear that number, just think of the context of, well, yeah, but the second and third teamers got to get their work in as well. So basically, like, when you hear that, he's on the field for 1/3 of all snaps. That's almost everything the first string offense and defense are doing, right?
Yes, which
Okay.
is interesting because a lot of people didn't think he'd get this kind of even work.
Hunter is scheduled to play both sides of the ball for the first time in camp during the Jaguars scrimmage at Everbank Stadium on Friday. So he will play both sides. This is interesting, okay?
A scrimmage, huh? I didn't know anybody went scrimmage anymore.
Broncos, Sean said Saturday will be scrimmage-like.
All right.
That was how we bet it, but these guys are going into the stadium to do the whole thing. All right, so here's something that I've been wondering about with Travis Hunter right now, and with the Jaguars specifically, is, Andy, you were on record, and to your credit, man, you've been screaming this since Travis Hunter started up in Boulder 2 years ago, and you were the sideline reporter. You said better corner than receiver.
Yes, still feel that way.
And he's like, he was top 3 in college football at both, so pretty damn good. Here's one thing that I wonder about, though, with this Jaguars team is who's their new head coach? Our guy, Liam Cohen.
Yep. Offensive guy.
Play caller extraordinaire. Did a very good job with Tampa Bay last year. And in particular, when he had a healthy Chris Godwin working out of the slot, like he used him a ton with Baker Mayfield in that offense.
He got Baker dealing again, too. Give him some credit. That looked like the old Baker Mayfield.
Really did. All right. If you're the Jags and you're a brand new head coach and Liam Cohen and you want to win immediately, and they should want to. By the way, since Shad Khan has been the owner of the Jaguars, more losses than any other team in football. So you know there's a lot of organizational pressure for them to change that very quickly. Okay, offensively in Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, Brian Thomas is a very good receiver on the outside. If you put Travis Hunter in the slot, and if you're the Jags and you look at it and you say, if we're going to win games, we're going to do it on offense. We're going to do it with fixing Trevor Lawrence and with the play calling available to Liam Cohen. Now, I don't think Liam Cohen's got the same quality of offensive line necessarily in Jacksonville that he had in Tampa Bay, but skill position-wise, it could be pretty good. If the goal is quick turnaround, do you emphasize Hunter on offense more as an offensive-minded head coach because you think he will make a greater immediate impact on wins and losses for our team on that side of the ball?
All right. First, I'll tell you where I stand, or tell you where I sit before I tell you where I stand. I'm.
Where do you sit and where do you stand?
It's an old Scotty saying.
Okay.
Background, look, I feel good about my prior statement of him being a better corner because all the folks I've seen talking on NFL Network and Get Up have talked about what a great corner he is, and he's a shutdown the side. We've seen what Patrick Surtain does. So I understand where you're coming from.
His ball skills are incredible.
Liam Cohen, I can understand, like you said, wanting immediate boost to his offense, wanting to maybe use him more there. The reason why I would not is he can get you the ball back more if he's shutting down half the field and you've got the pass rush.
Sure.
Because he's that kind of player.
And turnovers can swing games for you, maybe even more.
And Nate, I don't need
because in a 50-50 league, turnovers are kind of everything.
I don't need him out there run blocking. I don't need Travis Hunter a part of run plays. You know what I mean?
I don't think they're going to use him in those
but that's another reason why I dial the plays back. I don't need him a full-time starter on offense. Let's remember, CU barely ran the football.
Right.
He doesn't need to be out there getting caught up, rolled on during some run play because, got too close to the line or just stupid stuff happens in football plays. We see it all the time.
Sure.
So I am limiting him. If he comes out there, he's going to be a threat to get the ball. The other team's going to know it. I don't care. If I get 10 to 15 plays offensively out of him a game, now he won't want this. If you were hearing this, he'd be yelling at me and all that other stuff. But again, what's best for my team, in my opinion, is you're my big play home run threat. I'm going to use you in the long yardage. I'm going to use you on the third downs or whatever it is, or wherever I feel like maybe if it's one of the old handoffs at midfield after the big play or after the turnover where I try to get the quick strike.
The RPO stuff that you can do with him, the amount of motion that you can put him into, the possibilities are endless what you can do with him. And, oh, by the way, go win a 50-50 ball. Travis Hunter's going to win a damn 50-50 ball.
But I'm keeping you on defense. Brother, whether you like it or not, I drafted you for defense. That's just what I'd have to talk to him about. I mean, you are very special as that player. They're still trying to refine some of his route running, too, if you remember it.
Oh, without a doubt.
He's got to have specific cuts. You know what I mean?
I think the nuances of the wide receiver position are going to limit him. But where I will push back on you is what you're telling me is Andy Lindahl, coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, this is how I would do it. What I look at is, yeah, but what's Liam Cohen going to want to do with this
Fair
guy?
enough. There is going to be, to your point of that, not only just Liam Cohen, Shad Khan, the owner of the franchise, they need some excitement.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence, as excited as I was to watch Trevor Lawrence play some football, he's not been what I expected in the NFL. And I got to imagine the people in Jacksonville at times are probably like, man, we gave this guy $15 million a year for this?
Yeah.
They need something to revitalize and excite the fan base. And the fact that you've got, remember, Travis Hunter was a college football star. They love their college football around where Jacksonville plays. And to your point, yes, I'm sure I would not be shocked if in the early going or his rookie year period, he isn't more of an offensive threat to get people in the seats.
Brian Thomas, his rookie season last year with the Jags, again, any other year where you don't have Jaden Daniels and Brock Bowers and Bo Nix, Brian Thomas's season is that's an offensive rookie of the year right there. 87 catches, 1,282 yards, 10 tutties. You've got a star wide receiver on one side of the field, which theoretically only opens up the field more for maybe what Travis Hunter can do down in the slot. But also there's this side of it, and this is the part of it that I don't know. Okay? And I need to see, I feel like in October we'll have a better sense of how's he really getting used in all of this. But you've talked about this, Andy, of just okay, corner, you can just go out and cover dudes, right? Just go cover a dude. Go win one-on-one and go cover a dude.
React to him.
Right. Wide receiver is more difficult when you're brand new to this league and you're learning a brand new offense.
Well, and you've got to be in the spot I expect. A lot of the time, Travis, if he saw Shedeur was in trouble, and let's be honest, there was plenty of times where Shedeur was just trying to buy himself more time so he could get a play done, he then would get to the spot wherever Shedeur could see him, or Shedeur would look for him and they'd do some sort of playground play. Well, now Trevor Lawrence needs to know if you're called in the route and the route has you at a certain spot, I need you there and on time. And I just don't know. I saw these people kind of freaking out about his route running during OTAs early in the spring, and I was like, what did you expect?
Yeah.
He was not that type of receiver in college.
Right.
He was a corner.
Yeah,
he was a freak. Let's just be honest about it.
The precision that he's got to be able to develop now as an NFL wide receiver is different. And again, that's one of those areas where it's like, I look at the way that in the back half of last season, Sean Payton figured out how to use Marvin Mims, deploying him all over the field, putting him in these bunch formations, using him in those kind of motion things, that the way that he was using him. But what he was able to do by doing that was get him open in space. Now, Marvin Mims was able to kind of surprise some people last year. The moment that Travis Hunter steps onto the field, every guy in the defense is going to be pointing at him. But still, I think there's ways that you can use him that are not just like, I need to see you run an absolutely flawless 12-yard dig route right now.
Right.
Like, I don't think he's going to be doing that right away as an NFL wide receiver.
Well, and I would even go, that's a great route that you even pick as an example, because let's go to yesterday's practice where Sherfield, the wide receiver that they got from Minnesota, and I would tell you, watch this guy. He's number 5. That guy's making the team, and he could be in the mix. I'm telling you, Sherfield has been impressive. I've had a lot of people tell me watch him from the very start of camp, and it's been proven worthy. He had a great route yesterday where he ran deep, stuck his foot in the ground, and came back to Bo.
Yeah.
And they ended up with a first down completion in what was kind of a tough period because Bo put the throw right in the perfect spot. But again, it was the perfect route. And it wasn't, and Mike Sanford talked to me a little bit about these routes last year where you can't float one side or the other.
Yeah. It's
got to be foot in the ground and retrack right where you came from, because that's the route they're looking for. He's got to know stuff like that.
Yeah.
And just because you get told it day one doesn't mean you're good at it.
No, you can know it all you want, but it's like it's repetition. It's the 10,000 hours thing of working on that, and that's what he's got to develop at the NFL level. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos Country. I want to talk about another rookie cornerback. That is Jahdae Barron, the Broncos' rookie first-round pick out of Texas. Interesting answer today from Sean Payton reacting to the camp that Barron has had so far.
I think one of his strengths is he's exceptionally bright, like extremely football smart. You're seeing things that he's doing in disguise that you'd see from a veteran, at the nickel position, not so much outside. But, yeah, I think that his athleticism and his football IQ, you don't feel a rookie when it comes to the things that we're doing right now. And so there are times where you may draft someone and you wouldn't have that same luxury.
Okay, so two things in there. First off, not that I think there was a ton of question on this, but it was made pretty evident right there. Riley Moss is on the outside. Jahdae Barron's going to be on the inside, and Jaquan McMillan is going to be more of a depth guy, more of a dime package kind of guy, which he's still going to see a ton of snaps. You have to play that coverage, that unit
awful
a lot on defense in the modern NFL. So we talked about that right there. Jahdae Barron is going to be a nickel guy. And also, ask Chris Harris about it anytime. You got to have your head on a swivel, and you have got to have the brains if you're going to play on the inside very, very well, because I think that's an easy spot to get lost in the wash, all right? There's a lot of traffic when you're lined up on the inside, and right away, Sean is talking about this guy's football IQ makes him an absolute natural to be able to do that job. Like, Andy, we talked about his physicality yesterday, how impressive a dude he just looks like, but also right now, Jahdae Barron is clearly showing this coaching staff day in and day out, no, I'm up to the job of being able to handle this right away. He's going to be the Broncos' starting nickel corner.
Oh, there's no doubt. And like you said, the other thing I think that's going to help Barron out, from what I understand, he's been a leader. He's not afraid to talk.
Yeah.
I think sometimes rookies get afraid to say something sometimes. He's not going to be afraid to talk. He like you said, I always relate it to inside linebacker. You got to know how to get through all the mess that you're going to go through to stay with your guy. And then, like you said, if they move, if they switch, if they whatever, don't lose the fact that may be your guy 1 second in some of these defenses, but then it isn't once they cross. He and another guy cross, you got to know who do you have.
Right.
And it may be the guy that's all of a sudden coming at you. Sometimes it won't be. So I'm glad that they got him. He's a chess piece inside. That's what I look at him as. Or you know what he is? You know what he is, Nate? He's a defensive joke. That's what I think he is, because I think you can play him at so many different positions, and he'll have an impact.
Joker.
His Joker. Gotta find it. Gosh darn Joker.
Mm-hmm. Sean's he's much more lucid these days than he was during that interview. Have you noticed that?
Well, I mean, a lot of water.
Sure is.
A lot of sleep. I don't know. You think he's getting a lot of sleep? Are you surprised Sean doesn't feel more stressed?
I think by football coach standards, I think he's doing okay for himself. Yeah. He by the way, Sean Payton is never afraid to smell his own backside a little bit, and he managed to today, when talking about how smart his team is playing, how crisp a practices that they're having, and the professionalism that his group is showing. It was story time with Uncle Sean today down there at Dove Valley after training camp practice on a no pads Thursday. Sean Payton talked about the art of keeping guys off the ground during training camp practices. And he made sure to compliment himself big time. You'll hear that audio when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Well, let me tell you something else, Garrett Bowles, that people are excited about. That is the August 2025 City and County Fleet Vehicle Auction and Equipment Auction, which is available to be able to bid right now at Roller Auction. It is open until next Wednesday, so get to roller.bid right now and check this out. For nearly 50 years, Roller Auction has been the premier place to find well-maintained city and county vehicles at unbelievable deals. Right now, we're talking about city and county fleet vehicles and equipment. I'm looking at some of these riding mowers right now. Well-maintained riding mowers. They got a Kawasaki Hustler Super Z ride-on mower available for less than $300 right now. Get to roller.bid and check this out. The entire selection of ride-on mowers, well-maintained city and county equipment, and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude, because if you sign up there and you get on the email list, well, then you're available to win tickets. For example, we're giving away 9 Inch Nails tickets. That's right. Get your Trent Reznor on at Ball Arena. Go to roller.bid/altitude. You can win tickets, and then you'll be all set to bid on the August 2025 City and County Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction, available to bid and begins to close next Wednesday at roller.bid. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country.
We got breaking news.
Break it.
Breaking news.
Break it.
I forgot to tell Baca, whatever. Don't worry.
We're fine.
All right. Almost a required sports topic.
What do you got for me?
Scary Terry McLaurin. There you go. Look at Baca.
He makes it happen.
Scary Terry wants out of Washington. I've told you, this Broncos team, I think, needs a catch-and-run kind of guy. That's exactly what he is. You think about trying to steal a weapon from one of last year's quarterback class for your quarterback of last year's class. Are we there yet? What does he do for you? Do you still need to hold on to them picks like grim death? Last year, you didn't want any trading of the picks, Nate. No trading of the picks. You need to rebuild this team up. After watching this team in camp for a week, what say you? Do you at least try to have the conversation? Now, isn't he 30? He's not the youngest guy, correct?
He's not. No, he's Scary Terry is a win now kind of player.
Okay, but didn't you say yesterday they're a win now?
They're a win now team. You're right. First off, I just want to throw this in. He's not going anywhere. They'll get it done.
It's just hurt feelings.
This is
hot days at camp.
Negotiations are stalled. He's frustrated.
Well, you saw it was weird. He reported, and they immediately put him on the pup.
That new ownership group, which has all the goodwill in the world and has Jaden Daniels going into year number 2. Why are you going to move his best skill position player? They'll get it done, but they're currently just at the impasse. So I think this is the next step in negotiation. That said, if they're actually serious about it,
you got to call, don't you?
Now's the time you start thinking about pulling the trigger.
You saw what he did for Jaden Daniels
He's
last
phenomenal
year.
player.
I'd love to see what he could do for Bo.
He scored 13 touchdowns last year. Phenomenal player.
Wouldn't you agree? They need the guy that's a little extra special at some position, don't they?
I mean, in the skill position, extra special, I don't think they have.
I don't disagree. I think they've got plenty of real good.
Special-ish. Cortland Sutton can be special-ish. Evan Engram can be special-ish. But I don't think they have. I mean, Terry McLaurin he's like one of those like Mike Evans type dudes. I think he's gone for like 1,000 yards like almost every year of his career.
He just makes plays.
Yeah, phenomenal player.
Now, I don't know. Look, man, I really believe there's more to Marvin Mims than what they've shown of him yet, but there's just times where I wonder, does Sean look at him that way?
I think he does. I really think I don't think there's any way you get to the offseason, you look back at the dimension that Mims added to your offense once you finally started to work him in. And what's crazy about it is, and Legwold has talked about this, the percentage of snaps that Mims was on the field for was still relatively low, but you started using him more effectively. But if you want a catch and run guy, like Mims led the NFL in yards after the catch per reception amongst every wide receiver in the league. He was up above most of the premier running backs in the NFL in that metric last year. Again, it was like, did he get the ball enough to necessarily put up massive numbers? Not really, but if you looked on a per catch basis, if he can catch the ball and have space, he is a devastating weapon.
I wouldn't mind adding something like that to
Well,
now you're going to have to pay him.
I wouldn't be mad at Terry McLaurin either.
You're going to have to pay him. By the way, there was some internet reports, and I'm not seeing anything to update it. But
From the internet shows?
From their little internet shows saying that the Broncos and Zach Allen might be close.
Approaching. We'll see.
But yeah, and then listen, you still got to figure out what you're going to do with Nick Bonito, but I would be real interested. If the price is right, I would not be angry if you went ahead and pulled that deal.
I mean, that part of what you said isn't wrong. The Broncos don't have a special skill position player. They've got good ones, a better supply of them than we've seen in recent years, but they don't have somebody that's special. They don't have anybody that's sniffing all pros or anything like that.
Hey, man, talk Sean to me. Sean me up.
So, Sean Payton, it's... Again, there wasn't much in today's practice. And so Sean was able to talk. He started getting into the building of his coaching staff, the chemistry of his coaching staff, replacing the coaches that he lost. And one of the things that he talked about was now that he is in Denver with the ownership group and with the budget that they provide, that, as he put it, you can win jump balls. Like if there is a popular assistant that is roughly getting, getting pursued by multiple teams, as the point that he made back in New Orleans, he didn't win many of those. Here in Denver, he can. Got
a few more zeros he can add to the check to make him interested.
He can retain a Vance Joseph. He can retain a Davis Webb, like the coaches on his staff.
He can get a Jim Leonard.
Exactly. He can get these guys in here. So there was a lot of talk about coaching staff building, and then the conversation shifted to, and I think it was a Troy Rank question about, what did you make of Mimsy calling Malcolm Roach fat, which was also very funny. And as there was a quote from Sean Payton about Malcolm Roach saying, you can hear him before you see him. And he's like, and I like that part of Malcolm Roach. Roach was a Saints guy that he brought along here. So Sean clearly likes him. And then he started getting asked about the professionalism of this camp. We haven't seen a fight yet in this camp, at least not so far. There was some chirping yesterday, but there were no fisticuffs. And we got two cuts to play right here, but Sean started talking about the culture that he is building here in Denver.
Yeah, I think you ever go to the grocery store and you see like a 5-year-old just being a terror, and you don't really look at the 5-year-old, you look at the parent. And so I think it's up to us as coaches to clearly identify what we're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is...
Do you look at the parent? You still look at the 5-year-old.
I still look at the kid. Yeah, I still
look at both.
The kid. Yeah.
Hey, in combo, can I get you to?
I'll be honest with you. I look at the parent and I just go, you poor bastard. Been there, all right?
Hey, not my problem. We're past that age range.
But
everybody has those days.
But Sean goes on to talk about his history with heated practices and with joint practices low over the years.
One of the things that I enjoyed and appreciated a lot as a young coach is when we had joint practices with New England. And I think we had 4 or 5 of them in those 17 years. And not one, and I knew Bill well enough, but our players dreaded it because, man, as a young coach, I didn't want it to be our team, with Bill. And so once we had that experience, it was easy to say, let's do it again. And there was never, both teams were like, hey, we're here to get better, and we're not going to end up, on NFL Network with one of these bench clearing. We're just not going to do it. And so I think that points to not just the head coach, but the collective group of coaches, no different to that parent on aisle 8. Get your kid out of the cereal boxes.
What do you think he'd say of your grape thing?
I think Sean Payton would support it.
You think so?
He would say you're being thorough, you're making wise decisions, you're scouting, and you're making the right selection.
You're not quick to judge?
No. I think he would appreciate my technique.
Him just walking by the produce, filling up grapes.
How
about that, though? Fights on NFL Network. You don't want that. It didn't happen yesterday. They got a pretty lively, like you said, atmosphere, but
chirping,
no fights.
Emotion, it was all there, but no
at
fights.
one point, Dobbins was yelling at the entire defensive line, but they let him have his say.
Do you remember the Broncos-Cowboys joint practice with Hackett?
Oh, yeah.
That was ding, ding, ding.
Hey, do you remember the one with Shanahan?
Yeah.
Do you remember going back to Shanahan when they rolled in here with Hard Knocks and Terrell Owens was on the team and all that?
Uh-huh.
And Ryan Clady, I don't think I'd ever seen a mad Ryan Clady till that point.
Was that the Wade Phillips Cowboys?
You might be right.
Yeah.
You might be right.
Because Wade was blitzing.
Yeah.
And it was not appreciated.
They were not psyched about the whole thing.
No, it was not appreciated.
That was feisty.
It
They had some
really
big boys
was.
on the Cowboys.
They
was
did.
a lot of big angry men. I was like, wow, this is a touch scary.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No,
these are some big dudes.
It's funny because the last year the Broncos really acquitted themselves well against the Packers. It was the year prior to that when Sean McVay and the Rams came in. And that was the Rams team that they had 36 rookies. We're like, who the hell are these guys? And they spanked the Broncos.
Yeah.
They made them look bad at their own building 2 days in a row, too. Just destroyed them.
Well,
and the Broncos went out and won the preseason game, but at that point, like the Rams had made their point.
Wasn't that also the year where then we went there for Christmas and they spanked him again?
Yeah, again.
With Baker Mayfield?
That's right.
By the way, you know, I don't even need to know, as again, Baca brings up the video.
It was the year prior, because that was the Hackett, because that was what got Hackett fired. Yeah.
You know what's interesting? Oh, you're right, because you're right. Anyway, it's funny because when Baca puts up that video, I know whether it's the first Cowboys one or the second, because they've got, you see right there, they got the Guardian caps. None of that going on in Wade Phillips Shanahan time.
Okay.
We got, got to tease it.
Can I just say something? Yes, I can. It's my radio show.
Your name's on it.
The Guardian caps serve an excellent purpose. They are there to protect brain health, and I think that that's wonderful. They look stupid.
I know. Get a better. There's got to be a better design. We have all sorts.
They all look
of scientific.
They all look like space aliens with bubble heads running around out there. It looks like it's not
comfortable to wear, quite honestly.
It is the perfect intersection of makes all the sense in the world and looks idiotic.
Please get a better design.
And I get it. I know that safety at times isn't always the coolest thing. Every kid in my neighborhood, Andy, has a helmet when they ride their bike.
And we never did.
As well they should. We now know what brain injuries do, what blunt force trauma does. We know more than we did, and it's good. So, like, progress in safety is important. I'm all for it, but my God, they look stupid.
They do.
The Guardian caps just look
And you
dumb.
know what? More guys might wear in regular season if you could improve the design of them.
And yet there's other players, like Tua's been asked about it, of just like, hey, you have 1,000 concussions. Why don't you wear one of those? Because I don't want to.
Yeah.
Well, we know what he means on that. Yeah. They look funny. I'm still not used to them.
They still look like the Saturday Night Live bit of the motorcycle helmet protector. Not the first one, the second one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know?
So again, I'm all for,
yes.
Hey, if you can prolong your NFL career and have healthier neurological health later in life and remember your names and all that, good. I'm all for it. And I can also believe that they look dumb.
And I think the players agree.
Mm-hmm. Next thing you know, you're going to tell the kids that smoking looks cool. Anyway.
Once upon a time, we had candy cigarettes. Ever get a pack of those? They throw that thing in your Halloween basket. Hey, I got candy cigarettes.
You're like, cool.
Nice. It tastes like chalk. This sucks.
Can't wait till I can try the real thing. Anyway, it's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll see if we're here next hour. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. This is your home for Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League starting week 1, Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night games. We've got them all right here. International games, Thanksgiving Day, Christmas, all that good stuff. Every playoff game, including Super Bowl 60, is going to be heard right here on these airwaves, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You want football? This is the place to get football, including right now with the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Alan Baca filling in for Mark Springer today. Baca, what do you got for us?
All right, guys. This is day, whatever it is of training camp. I don't know.
They're all bleeding together.
It's a week.
I don't know. Here's Sean Payton after practice today.
I don't think of Roach as fat, but Malcolm, you hear him before you see him, and I like that energy about him. I thought the thing I liked about yesterday, it was a physical practice, and yet there was no one really crossing the line, and it's hard to do when it gets warm. But I thought both sides of the ball, handled the pads well. We got better yesterday, and so today was going to be, a day where they were a little bit tired, and you just got to be smart with the approach during practice. But, yeah, I wouldn't have picked Mims and Roach. Like, I would have picked so many other combos, but when I read that one, that was, surprising.
Good rivalry right there, but it is 2 guys that are good with a microphone in front of them, and that's Marvin Mims and Malcolm Roach. Couple of good personalities right there. Mims is an all-pro, so he's not afraid to give it to a bigger guy. That's some good stuff right there. It's Malcolm Roach is, he has what we'll call, Andy, functional heft. And that's a good thing. You need to have that if you're going to play defensive line in the NFL.
He has the body for the job.
Yes.
It's the old, what does it look like I do for a living, all right? You look like you play football. Guess what he does? So there you go. I will tell you, I've gotten extra sensitive for him because I'm like, the guy is, I keep saying it, I will show you fat. Most of us calling the guy fat are actually fat. He's not really all that fat. He's just big bones.
So when Nayland was with me a couple of weeks ago, whatever that was, he made the point to call out his wife on these very airwaves for, as he put it, letting that fat ass roll on top of you.
Wow.
Because when you see Nayland now, he looks phenomenal.
Is he healthy looking?
He looks great.
He veered a little far to not so healthy.
He looks great right now.
Okay,
he really
good.
does. He looks
Happy
better.
Medium?
Yeah, he
All right.
looks terrific. He's coaching at MIT. The guy looks great. But yeah, when you see the shape of his face as a NFL offensive lineman versus what he looks like now, it's nothing even close.
Well, and you know what I tell Tom, though? If we were really getting to the quick about this, you didn't help things with the facial expressions you made for your media shot. The lifeless stare of a serial killer that you love to get.
Hey, he's a weirdo.
Captured perfectly.
We all know that. Can't believe you let that guy roll on top of you.
None of us need the image.
Quite the visual.
That is. I mean, good description for radio. I could do without it.
So, here's your Bronco updates from today. Dre Greenlaw exited practice today due to an injury. The veteran got up after covering J.K. Dobbins in a one-on-one. Was a little ginger, then headed back to the locker room. After practice, Payton said he thinks he's fine, felt it get tight. They'll do precautionary work, but he said he thinks he's going to be all right. So
probably done for the week, right?
Yeah,
we won't see him till next week.
I would assume so. He had the quad thing in the offseason, obviously the Achilles in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, so they'll be careful with him. It is the same week, really, where Drew Sanders got hurt, where Alex Singleton broke his thumb, and now Greenlaw is walking gingerly. So the linebacker group has been a little bit snake bit early on. Outside of that, Broncos have had pretty good health so
hold
far.
on. They signed Garrett Nelson. That's not really a big deal.
Uh-huh.
The sad news, to get Garrett Nelson on the roster,
yeah,
they waived linebacker Johnny Walker.
Sorry,
Not
Johnny
my
Walker.
neighbor, Johnny Walker.
Oh, that's right.
But the linebacker.
Yes.
Johnny Walker.
And
I wonder if the linebacker's house is as haunted as Johnny Walker, my neighbor's
Johnny
house
Walker.
was. Living in old Mr. Boyko's shack.
Those are some deep K&L
Those
cuts
are
right
some,
there.
That is right there. COVID radio.
That
We got no sports. Let me tell you a tale.
You know what that is, Andy? That's a segment the PD would play for us now.
Well, many would then. I think the old one
Wouldn't
wanted
have
to,
them.
but what was he going to tell us to do as an alternative?
What else were we supposed
Were we supposed to talk about the underground Russian table tennis?
Learned a lot about Johnny Walker. Was that up there with Gilbert Arenas' his grim poker nights with the masseuse?
Oh my gosh! Did you see the update to that story? We'll have to talk about that before the show's over.
There's a lot.
A lot of his friends
there.
are like, "Nope, it's all true."
Lot there. Yeah. They're trying to be like, no. I don't know. Did you look at the table?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he did it.
Hey, we know.
All right. Good friends you got there, Gilbert.
Go ahead, Alan. Go ahead.
High five. All right, are you guys big Hard Knocks fans?
I am.
Love it.
I don't usually watch it, but if this is the kind of
I'm
content
in.
that we're going to get,
Yeah.
I might be in.
You guys know Galileo Galilei was born in Pisa. He's the one who challenged the theory that objects fall faster if they're heavier, believe it or not. Without him, we just think that a heavy object falls faster than a light object, and that's just not true.
Know about the centrifugal force?
It's actually the force of acceleration of gravity, which is?
Negative 9.81.
Not negative, but 9.81 meters per second what? Squared.
Galileo Galilei.
That still doesn't. Who was our guy that couldn't pronounce? What was his problem? Salmon? Remember a Raider guy that wanted to get some
Abram.
salmon?
Yeah, salmon. That's obviously a classic right there.
Then we had the linebacker from the Browns that would later sign with the Raiders. That was what was his name? He was into the financials. He was trying to give financial advice.
Oh, yes. Why am I spacing his name? Carl.
Yes. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. Anyway.
Those are the classics. Jerry Jones and his salted McMuffin.
Yeah, it's not enough sodium on there for
Let
you, Jerry.
This kid in the copter. This is already not starting out to be a good day.
Galileo Galilei.
Yeah, Josh Allen went to a few classes in Wyoming, it sounds like.
So I'm listening to the morning show yesterday, and
Carl Nassib, by the way.
Carl Nassib, thank you. Brett brings up the topic of the Coldplay couple, the Coldplay guy, the CEO.
Yeah.
But remember, and this was the part of it, honestly, that I had also forgotten. The guy was the CEO, and his company was called Astronomer. And so Brett introduced the topic as, do you remember that astronomer guy? And Vic goes, Galileo?
You know why Vic knows that? You know why that came to his mind?
Because he's Italian?
The Queen song.
Galileo Figaro. Bohemian Rhapsody.
That's it.
That's the jam right there. Go ahead, Alan.
High five. All right, guys, I got some Sean Payton here talking about the running back room. But before I do that, I got into kind of a little rabbit hole about the running backs. Do you guys know when the last 1,000-yard rusher was for the Nuggets, for the Broncos?
I believe it was C.J. Anderson.
Melvin Gordon?
I think you're both wrong. I'm pretty sure you're both wrong. It's Philip Lindsay.
Oh, yeah, Phil.
Who, by the way, did it 2 years in a row. And if you guys can get the last running back for the Broncos that got it 2 years in a row before him, you get extra points.
Clinton Portis?
Yes. Correct.
Wow. All the way back to Clinton?
Because, think of the Shanahan era. Like, it was a new guy every year.
And they, on that, here,
would break
really quick, from 95 to 07, 11 of the 12 years, the Broncos had a 1,000-yard rusher. From 2007 to now, to last year, guess the number.
3.
5.
5?
Can you name them?
No.
I probably couldn't. Well, let's see. Let's see if I can. So we'll go with Lindsay.
Ooh, I think I know one. Willis McGahee.
Yeah, McGahee would have done it. No, Sean did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2013, no, Sean did it because it was four-man, nothing but four-man boxes.
Correct.
It was just like all he had to do was get into the second level, and it was like, hey, it's a gain of 9, and the defense was like, cool, Manning didn't throw a touchdown, we're fine with it. So
did
let's
CJ
see.
get one?
Yes.
Yeah, CJ did. So we're up to
1,007
so far.
One more.
Tatum Bell.
Yes.
Oh my gosh!
You.
Really?
Thank you.
Tatum Bell. Might
Anyway.
have been, what, a year or two after he came here with Champ and was traded for Clinton Portis.
Was it 05 when Bell did it? The Thunder and
06.
Lightning year with
06.
Mike Anderson? It was
No,
06.
because I was going to say he was splitting time with Anderson.
Yeah.
Remember, Anderson was the big boy back.
Right, but Tatum, man, he had some home runs that year.
Clinton Portis was so fun. I was saying to Steve Atwater the other day, I wish we had a Clinton Portis type again.
So we had Frank Schwab on the show while you were on vacation, and we were talking about his like all quarter century team, and like he said he had a tough time leaving Clinton Portis off the running. He ultimately went Derrick Henry, Adrian Peterson, which it's like you can't argue with that at all. Of like the last 25 years, the top 2 running backs in the NFL. But on his like honorable mention, like he had Clinton Portis' name right there, and I brought up that I was a little bit surprised by it, and he was like, he was awesome.
You got to go back, watch the highlights. He had that 5-touchdown game against Kansas City.
Right.
Dude, he was so good. And he was the guy where if you got in the open field, gone. Like he and TD, 2 of the greatest backs in this franchise history and 2 completely different styles. Right. But man, I mean, obviously I'd take either one of them. But gosh, they were so much fun.
Yeah.
Clinton Portis, I think we all forget because he got traded how good he was.
Man, if Baca, if you want to ever just hit us with remember some Broncos, we're always
That's a cheat code to you guys.
Yeah,
Hey, listen.
yeah. Oh, it's you're scratching us right where we itch.
Portis had the ultimate camp quote from Frank: "Camp do suck, man. Camp really do."
Frank had that written on his whiteboard in the Broncos media room for like a decade after it. By the way. Yeah, just that's a quote that doesn't stop. Kreckman and Lindahl, we'll take a break. When we come back, I want to revisit my AFC West take from earlier in the show. Now that you've had time to let it marinate, Andy, are you more on my side or are you pulling away? Don't pull away. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Here's a piece of trivia for you, Andy. The actor Rami Malek, who played Freddie Mercury in the Queen biopic, said, I had never heard Queen in my life until Wayne's World.
Yeah, how about that?
That was how.
How about that?
I'll be honest, like Wayne's World came out, I don't know, I was probably 10 when Wayne's World came out, 10, 11, whatever I was. That was the first time I had ever heard Bohemian Rhapsody. Obviously, I had heard We Will Rock You, We Are the Champions, all that sort of thing.
The arena hits.
Classic rock radio hits that you hear. But I had never actually heard Bohemian Rhapsody until the movie Wayne's World. All-time great scene, all-time great movie, I would even argue. But yeah, that's really like that movie gave this song brand new life. It's a great song to begin with, but you add on the Wayne's World guys headbanging in the back of the car and singing along with it, it's even more fun.
This was the equivalent, to modernize it,
okay,
of when Master of Puppets was featured in Stranger Things last season, and everybody went nuts for it, along with that running up that hill or whatever.
Kate Bush.
Yeah. Because the first half that they put out, Kate Bush was the hit.
Mm-hmm.
Then they waited and put the second part of the series out, and Master of Puppets featured in a prominent scene. And Master of Puppets, like, they had all these Stranger Things fans flocking to him, and Metallica performed it with the guy Eddie who was in the scene.
I believe
at one point.
Along the same lines, I can't remember which Nirvana song it was. Was it In Bloom? Anyway, one Nirvana song that was like in the Batman movie.
It's Something's in the Way.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Thank you. It was because of TikTok, and people put the scene on TikTok, and then all of a sudden it was like all these Gen Z kids started loving Nirvana.
Oh, it's the perfect song for that movie too. I mean, that's a good movie. I like the new Batman.
Good. Yeah.
I hope we get a second one before they're all dead.
Had the Twilight Kid in there? Yeah, not bad.
He's complaining. He's going to not be Batman anymore. He'll be too old to make the sequel.
I thought it was a good movie.
Robert Pattinson, I think it is, right?
Ooh, good call. Training camp coverage on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country.
See, I like how Baca lets it breathe a bit.
He does.
Like, Spring hates music. He's just like, yeah, it's done. Nobody wants to hear that. We got to get to the Galileo part,
Get to the
we?
takes already, you nerds.
There's no Galileo Galilei.
Galileo Galilei. You know Josh Allen Googled that right before practice and was just like...
Just said I'm going to drop it.
Well, I know I'm going to be mic'd up on Hard Knocks, so I can't wait to drop this
Here
on
it is.
everybody.
Now, I don't know who Galileo Figaro is, but...
There's no Galileo Galilei.
I think it just sounded good. Galileo Galilei. When you're dropping the last name, that's when I know you read the Wikipedia page.
You just memorized it off Cliff Notes.
Yeah, you did.
We've all taken that test.
Look, Josh Allen, everybody already likes you.
Yeah,
okay?
you're good.
You don't got to try too
you
hard.
got the wife everybody enjoys in the movies.
You're one of the most likable people in all of professional sports. Just let it breathe,
Who's
my
the
guy.
better super couple? Josh and his lady friend
Haley
Steinfeld?
Mm-hmm.
Or Swifties and
Travis
Mr.
Kelce? Well, I get a lot less of Josh Allen and a Haley Steinfeld, so that's fine with me.
They're the ones?
I believe Travis Kelce's going 0-2 against the Broncos this year.
You do?
I do.
You're confident?
I do. I think Denver's winning both those games. November 16th, Broncos play Kansas City. Christmas Day at Kansas City. But you'll have both of those games this season, November, December. So a little bit later in the season. And Andy, as I give this take, I allow for
an adjustment as we get into the season, health, and
attrition, all that stuff, right?
Listen, anything we say prior to the first game is just fodder for the summer.
It's also based upon all things being equal when it comes to football health.
Yeah.
Because if you start going, well, I don't know, they might be injured.
Their complete,
yes.
Their complete and desired roster is performing in front of us right now.
They will be injured.
We have
somebody.
Yeah.
Yes.
This team right now won't be the team. The pick of their starting 22 will not be the starting 22 come Christmas.
In the meantime, I'm looking at this Chiefs depth chart. First off, let's start with the part where the Chiefs offense was a rough watch last year. They weren't that good.
They weren't what we're used to.
No. And it was a lot of RPO-based stuff that Patrick was running, and quite frankly, the downfield stuff that Mahomes was trying to get to develop and be able to really take advantage of, like the speed of a Xavier Worthy, for example, it wasn't there for him because the offensive line just was not holding up. Mahomes just did not have that group in front of him. You take a look at their offensive line coming into this season. They have a rookie at left tackle, and they have competition at both left guard and at right tackle. Okay? Now, they're very good. Like, they're elite at right guard with Trey Smith and center with Creed Humphrey. But the other three spots, you're talking about a rookie and then competition at a couple of other spots. Broncos, by the way, I just want to note, have no jobs available on their offensive line. There's backup jobs. There's depth jobs to be won, to be sure. But
all right,
their starting five is set.
I might push back on that.
In what position?
Mike McGlinchey looks a little bit slowed. I'm telling you, I like Palczewski, and I think they do too.
I do too.
Now, again, I haven't looked at the contract. There'd have to be some money savings, and I do feel like I'm not telling you I'd expect it, but how about this? If you and I, on July 31st, MLB trade deadline day, were to pick the surprise veteran, because you and I both know this, there's going to be a veteran that gets cut that surprises us. I would not put him out of the realm of possibility. I still put it as unlikely. But I'm telling you, I like Palczewski. I think he plays hard. I think he plays well. I think he gets the job done. And if you can save some money, I don't know if it'd be out of the realm of reasoning.
You don't save money.
Well, then
it hurts.
Probably, if it hurts, then never mind.
Cap hit 23.8, dead cap 39.1.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
The out is next year. When his cap hit will be 23.8, but the dead cap will be 15.3. So the Broncos, if they were to let McGlinchey go after this upcoming season, they'd save about $8 million.
Well, look, and I like Mike. I think he's been a good leader. I think you've got your money's worth to this point.
I think
he's a starter and all that.
I think he's still here this year.
But I'm telling you, Palczewski, I'd find a way. I would not count him out. I'm just putting it that way.
Okay.
And I don't think he'd be taking Garrett's spot.
I agree with you. I think they like him. But business, the
right. The
numbers
business,
say it happens next year.
You'd have to trade him at those numbers.
Yeah. Okay. Back to the Chiefs.
Back to your 2-0 prediction against the Chiefs.
Rashee Rice is going to be suspended.
Yeah.
We don't know how long yet.
Wouldn't you guess 4 games? I feel like for what that's kind of their go-to.
Yeah, probably.
And then maybe he appeals it down to 2, but
Hollywood Brown already has an ankle injury. So he's already banged up, and they were hoping to get him back and healthy this upcoming season. Now, Xavier Worthy is very good. But after that, like it's the depth comes back into question. They don't have elite receiving talent. Travis Kelce is old and distracted. Okay, I think Travis Kelce's a future Hall of Famer. I think he's going to show up and he's going to be a pro. I don't think he's what he was.
No, and
by any stretch.
Look, he's got a taste of what a nice off the field life could be like.
And the point that I keep on bringing up is okay. So right now, the Chiefs have competition at both of their tackles. No, I say both their tackle spots. I believe Josh Simmons, the rookie first-round pick, number 32 out of Ohio State, will start at left tackle. At right tackle right now, it's a competition between Juwan Taylor and Jalen Moore. They tried to have Kingsley Suayamatea, the former second-rounder out of BYU, over there last year. He was really bad. I think he started at left guard the last game against Denver last season, the blowout. He is probably going to be their starting left guard, but also Jalen Moore, who they kind of signed as a $15 million swing tackle, maybe going to be their starting right tackle, but he's also getting reps over at left guard. The point here being is that it's an offensive line that is in flux right now. Their skill position talent is, I will call it, banged up and troubled, and they're going to be going up against a Denver front seven and a defensive line of DJ Jones, Zach Allen, who's probably about to get paid, and JFM, along with those two beasts on the outside, along with, oh, by the way, now Dre Greenlaw in the middle of this Denver defense. They're going to have themselves a hell of a time. I don't think the Chiefs match up well with the Broncos. I think right now in the matchup, and I'm saying this about an offense that has Patrick Mahomes at quarterback, and the matchup of Denver defense versus Kansas City offense, the Broncos defense is better.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Now, I always have a tough time. It's just built in, I think, when you're raised in Denver, you don't pick the Broncos to win in Kansas City no matter who the quarterback is. Only Manning did it consistently.
In December?
In December especially. But Kansas City period's always been a problem for this team. But you're right. It's been an absolute nightmare in December.
Yeah.
And I think there are distractions that come along with a Christmas game. Remember, we heard about everybody was playing the Woe with Me card. Woe was Me card they had to play on Christmas a couple years ago when they went to L.A. I thought you had a great question. I think you asked it, right? Saying power rank your confidence in the division.
Yeah.
To me, I feel like the Broncos will go 2-0 against the Raiders.
Okay.
If I had to predict a second sweep, it would be the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Because
I'd put them before the Chargers.
Yeah. I'm not saying it makes a ton of sense. The reality is the Broncos struggled against the Chargers last year, and they were up on them in the second game.
Right.
And they couldn't finish the job. And it was wild.
And I think the Chargers are only going to be more physical and tough to deal with.
You're right. Here's my problem, though. My big problem is that I have a hard – Patrick Mahomes is Elway, Manning, Brady, Montana. Pick your great.
Yeah, he is.
And I get uncomfortable
He's
just
an all-timer.
assuming he's going to just let it fall apart. You know what I mean?
I don't think he is. I think he will be terrific. But again, look at his numbers last year.
Sure.
They're pedestrian.
You're right. And
when they had a lot of these same problems, and it's like, yeah, did that team squeeze a lot of fourth quarter games out? What 12 one-score victories that they had a season ago? I know that Mahomes has football voodoo. I get that, but there's 100 years of NFL football history that will tell you. If you are doing that one season, you are regressing to the mean the next, because that's just the law of football averages. One-score games are coin flips, and you cannot live on them forever.
Fair enough. I will say this. The Kansas City Chiefs, I think, know, because they've done it before. They don't have to have home field advantage to get to the Super Bowl and win it. So maybe they don't. You could get to that Christmas game in December. Maybe they're not freaking out about the priority if things are locked up and all that. But
hold on, I'm trying to think. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, because remember, they went to Buffalo, then they went to Baltimore. They beat them both.
Yep.
The year, who'd they play that year? Was that San Fran again? A couple of years ago?
Yes.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now, this is an interesting text from a texter because I thought about this and they verbalized it. We talked about Terry McLaurin here. How much would your opinion change if the Chiefs decided to go all the way in to get Terry McLaurin?
First team I thought of was Kansas City. How are they going to pay him is my question.
Well, I don't know how, but they keep finding a way to pull all these little moves off, and you don't think they can.
No,
I don't know how they got Joe Tooney, quite honestly.
You know what, though? Hasn't this has been sort of the kind of running joke in recent years. It's just anytime a big-name receiver becomes available, everyone's just well, he's going to go to the Chiefs. And they almost never do.
No, they don't do it because I do think the cap thing does factor in. And again, if you were, it'd be interesting. Would McLaurin drop his new contract demands to get to play with a true Super Bowl contender? Although,
I don't think so.
Washington was a game away. Let's not act like they're not.
Yeah, I was going to say, he could just stay there and play for the Manders and have a chance to compete for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it could be interesting. I don't know. Look, the Chiefs, this is the year to get them, it would feel like.
I think this is the year that they got. You're right. I didn't think they were good 2 years ago and they won the Super Bowl.
That's
I
right.
really didn't think they were that good last year and they went to the Super Bowl. Defensively, it's the thing that they have going for them is obviously Mahomes and Reed, and then with that defense and Spags game planning, by the time they get to the postseason, that's where they're dangerous. But I'm not asking you to beat them in the playoffs. I'm asking you to go 2-0 against them in the regular season, and that's when I'm grading strength on strength. And I think that this Denver defense, which, Andy, they are freaking smothering right now in this training camp, and they added to strength with Greenlaw and Hufanga.
And Barron.
So that this secondary is absolutely loaded. I think this Denver defense is the best unit in the AFC West. And it very well could be the best defense in all of football. I know Philadelphia and Baltimore would like to have something to say about that. And I know that Charger defense is good. I'm not ready to kick them out of bed. But this Denver defense is the best unit in the entire AFC West.
There's no doubt about it, and it's why nobody can scoff at the thought of Denver actually going 2-0 against them this year. And if you were to get them home in the playoffs, I would like your chances. Because they've struggled in Denver Denver should have snapped the stupid streak they had against them a long time before they did.
Yes.
They just remember the Melvin Gordon fumble at the end of, remember Coach having to deal with Melvin Gordon fumbling away that chance for them to finally win that thing?
There were opportunities
Good
that presented
night, man.
themselves.
Heck, even Vance Joseph, dude. Vance Joseph had a shot when all this started in Patrick Mahomes' first year as a starter back in 2017.
Story is, by the way, the rumor started flying this morning, Andy, that Zach Allen is getting close. He is approaching. They think that the finish line is within sight to get a deal done for Zach Allen. Again, that's only going to be another nice culture builder for the Broncos right there, because Zach Allen is very respected inside that room.
You know what? I don't remember if I think you and I talked about it. Is Sean Payton a player's coach? And I think when you think player's coach, sometimes we think of like a Wade Phillips or somebody like that who tends to not be quite the disciplinarian. It's funny to me because
honestly,
the style of coach that Sean Payton is doesn't feel like something I'd label a player's coach, but his guys get paid. His guys seem to like him. And he's not quite the Josh McDaniels, let's beat the crap out of him guy that I thought when he got here.
Like Nathaniel Hackett is I think like the television image of what you think is a practice as a player's coach. He's out there at practice, goofing around with guys. He's high energy. He's in there taking running back reps at practice, goofing around with Russell Wilson. Like
that was your typical player's coach,
right? And as it turns out, well, no, because he sucked.
He's just a clown.
Yeah, he's not a good football coach. Like, really, in the modern parlance of the NFL, with guys knowing everything that they now know today about what this game does to their bodies, the player's coach is the guy that gets anybody paid. And the way that Sean talked about Cortland, I think the way that he's handling this Zach Allen thing, guys will look at that and they will say, yeah, that's the guy. That's my player's coach right there. This is an organization that's going to take care of me. And some of it helps with where Sean works. Cha-ching, cha-ching. They got money around these parts.
That's how you're able to.
Yeah. These things don't hurt at all. Rockies made a trade today. We'll tell you what they got in exchange for a reliever that really has not been good. That and a couple other notes before we wrap things up on a Thursday afternoon. Kreckman and Lindahl.
Well, guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I can't promise they'll get you sounding like that. I can't promise low T is the reason why you don't get to sound like big voice guy from Westwood 1. However, if you just like your energy back and maybe your arms back, looking ripped, looking hot, looking ready for summer, you want to ask people which way to the gym, you want to get back to that life, you got to get over there, get those T levels checked. You know, if you're having low energy and maybe not good sleep, it could be low testosterone. These are at least two signs of it. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they just again, it's for me, it was really about the energy levels. That was the big tell. Get on over there, let them test you. It's real easy in that first visit. Doesn't take very long. They're going to draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes, and they'll tell you what they look like. What those results look like. It's a T and a PSA test plus a consultation with a Colorado licensed medical provider. And if you decide that you want to have this discussion and you decide to start on testosterone, this first visit, which usually costs $99, well, that's waived. And you can get your testosterone going and get the benefits going back. Don't wait. This is something a lot of guys wait on. But especially if you're in your 40 and your 50s, go and get this checked out. Get those higher energy levels back. Get the guns back. There you go. Get the weightlifting going again. I know it's summer, but who don't look good for fall? You know, if you do enough weightlifting now, you could wear your He-Man costume by the time we get to Halloween. 5 locations to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I've been doing training camp coverage all day long here on Altitude Sports Radio, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. Quieter day as the Broncos ramped it up physically yesterday. Today, they backed it off. They pumped the brakes on the physicality.
Which they earned. I mean, it was an intense couple of days.
It was a hot practice yesterday. They've been in pads the last couple of days. Today, no pads, just got to work. And really, like, honestly, Andy, I mean, I've watched that football practice today. Like, I don't know, it's a good Audric Estime run up the middle, but it's run play
pads.
without pads, so who knows? I noticed Trent Sherfield make yet another catch from Bo Nix. Bo once again had success throwing the ball into the net.
Didn't he throw to your guy Bryant too? I thought Pat Bryant had a couple of nice catches.
Pat Bryant had some nice snags out there today. He continues to impress. I like him an awful lot, not just because he went to Illinois. It really looked like he has comported himself well so far in this camp. But again, today was, given what the last couple of days was, today was a little bit of ho-hum. We'll see if it ramps back up tomorrow. Andy and I will both be out there. We'll have coverage for you tomorrow, 3 to 6.
We might even have a little interview or two after to play for you, so stay tuned.
We have a Rockies trade today. They did sell somebody today, Andy. Jake Bird.
And his 25.6 ERA for the month of July.
Jake Bird has flown to the Yankees. That's right. The Rockies trading Jake Bird to New York for 2 prospects. Those prospects being infielder Rock Riggio and left-hander Ben Shields. Riggio, the Yankees' number 10 prospect, according to Pipeline. Shields, number 29. On Rock Riggio, Andy, he is currently, I believe, playing for Double-A Somerset right now in the Yankees organization, so I assume he'll be off to Hartford. I would think that that's where he is going to go. Riggio is a 4th-round pick of the Yankees last year after wrapping up his collegiate baseball career at Oklahoma State.
Yeah, so is there a small part of you that just goes
Rock Riggio?
Well, no, why do the Yankees seem to like former Rockies? They picked up DJ LeMahieu,
Mike Tauchman, the Sockman.
Weren't they? Yeah, that's right. The closer too, Ottavino. Ottavino was a Yankee for a while.
Yeah, the Rockies do have some good players.
Yeah, I mean,
they do.
You know,
they do.
Why?
Like, they desperately needed a defensive upgrade at third base. That was why they went and got Ryan McMahon. The Yankees bullpen, I believe, in the month of July has been the second worst in baseball to only Colorado's, and that is why they added Jake Bird. So there were clearly needs right there. I mean, DJ at the time made all the sense in the world to the Yankees, and one of the biggest reasons was DJ LeMahieu was one of the best opposite field hitters, including opposite field power hitters in all of baseball. Well, right field at Yankee Stadium is basically the shortest porch in the game, so DJ made all the sense in the world. He was an MVP candidate his first season there with the Yankees, but the guys that they've gotten, like you bring up Ottavino right there, for example, like that's a good player.
Yeah. No, if you're Tulo never made it to the Yankees. Did he finally become a Yankee? I can't remember. He did finally become a Yankee, didn't he? If you're a Yankee, give me the guys. Was there one major leaguer in the deal?
Rock Riggio.
Right, but you said he's down in the minors,
and
right?
Ben Shields. They're both prospects. The Rockies did not get a major leaguer. As well they shouldn't. Just get prospects. That's good.
You know why you shouldn't? Does the guy pull the Trevor Story and want the personal day if he gets traded to the Rocks from the Yankees?
I don't want to be on that team. Yeah, man, you're in the Yankee system, and now you're off to Colorado. I tell you what, okay, so in the trades that the Rockies have made, they got a couple of pitchers in the McMahon deal. They get Shields today. They got Austin Smith. If you're a young pitcher and you get traded to Colorado, your reaction is, oh, F. Nobody wants to come pitch here.
Well, you know what I was worried about the other day? Austin Gomber was having a good start his last home game, and then, of course, just gets torched by the 6th inning or whatever.
Yeah.
And walks off the mound talking to himself, which to me is never a great sign.
Oh, he does not want to be on this team anymore.
How bad do you think he wanted to prove his worth so he could get out of here by the deadline?
Right. Well, or in the very least, just be ready to leave town as soon as he possibly can and get some longevity back to their career. Like, this is a club. And again, this is where I look at what they've done at the deadline, and 2 pitchers. They've added 4 pitchers to the system at this deadline. Okay, that's good.
Sure.
Because the Rockies need quantity more so than anything else, because they are just going to run through so much pitching talent. Obviously, they don't move Marquez. That sucks, because he's going to walk at the end of this year, and you're going to get nothing for him. But also, honestly, Andy, like,
he wasn't exactly pitching great.
I don't know what the demand was for Marquez right now.
Well, that's just it.
I don't know what the demand was for Freeland. Like, there wasn't going to be any demand for Senza. This is a part of the issue is that, and like,
because you waited too long, Nate. You could have done this 2 years ago and actually got something.
Actually didn't see. I don't think the White Sox moved. Oh, no. Did they move Luis Robert? I don't think they did. No. So Luis Robert is still with the White Sox. But, like, even the White Sox last year, as bad as they were, still had pieces that they could move. Colorado is so bad right now. There's just not a lot of demand for players that are in this on this team, in this system at all right now. Like, Tovar would have had your highest trade value probably.
Look at that. Look at the list the Twins put up there.
Today, the Twins, they moved Carlos Correa. He went back to the Astros, by the way.
Waived his no trade clause.
Which is wild. They moved Joe Ryan today. Harrison Bader went to Philadelphia. Bader went to Philadelphia, but what did they move? 8 guys, 9 guys today?
Yeah,
the Twins?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Right. This is and if you're if you're a Twins fan, I get it. I was starting to like these guys, all that kind of thing. But, like, there's the Twins, 6 games under 500 right now, with, like, no misconceptions about what they are. Oh, we're a mid-market franchise. We've disappointed this season. It's time to reload. And that's all they did today.
Yeah, I'd love to see. It's great. We see the names they got rid of. How about the haul they got back? Right?
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
Love to see the guys in the rank, and I'm sure it's tough to find the